Morning everybody, and welcome to the Polish Indoor Kart Championship 2023. It's going to be a fantastic event here from Szczecin, Poland, and we're here at the Silver Hotel and Karting Centre, and the first qualifying lap's complete for Heat 1 of Round 1. And straight away we've got Nikodem Sobczak. No, he's been beaten. He's been beaten already by No, it's Marcel Lobermeyer. Marcel Lobermeyer's gone fastest. Marcel Lobermeyer from Erik Olofsgaard and Nathan Janik. And Nathan Janik is going to be third place. They're coming back in the pits now. The first lap was completed and then their qualifying lap, and this will get the show underway. They're back in the pits now, ready to be reorganised for Heat 1, and the race will begin very, very shortly. Notably, we are using the reverse layout straight away. There are two versions of this track. Basically, one goes one way, one goes the other. And the reverse layout is what they're looking to use for the first round. The karts are being sent back out to the pits, and then they'll be forming up in order, and we will get the first heat race underway. So, Marcel Lobermeyer will be the one leading this first heat race into the start area, and he will be taking up that first place, and hopefully from his point of view taking the lead very early on. The karts continue round on the warm-up lap. So yellow flags out in the outdoor section. This track, another fairly unique one, where it has an indoor and an outdoor section. Fundamentally an indoor track here in Szczecin at the Silver Hotel, but they have an outdoor section. It's on the outdoor section that they're being brought to a halt as we speak. They're going to be lined up into the order to start the race. So we know that it is going to be Marcel Lobermeyer who does start that from pole position. We'll see the rest of the order as they line up. They're outside at the moment. We can't really see what's going on from the commentary area right now, but the karts are out at the back there being lined up. Then Marcel Lobermeyer, who qualified first, will bring them round. Some couple of karts being sent through. Green flag is underway, so actually, yes, I think that was just some warming up of the karts. What we're looking at now is the actual qualifying itself. So the qualifying laps are on, they're under the green flag. So Marcel Lobermeyer was quickest in that little warm-up there. Will he be quickest on the qualifying itself? That is the question. So as the karts go around, it's Sobczak who's quickest at the moment. Sobczak is recording the fastest time as we speak, but it is the qualifying lap they're on now, and that is obviously what we're looking for the result there. Marcel Lobermeyer is still quick though. He was up to second place, although it is the qualifier now that we're looking at. Ivan Zsana, the Hungarian, he's out on the track now. He's about to start his qualifying lap now. He goes through to begin. He's someone we can expect to be very, very competitive in the first race. Most of these drivers are going to be looking to bang in points as early as they can. It's still yet 7 o'clock in the morning. It's not yet 7 o'clock in the morning, so a very early start for these competitors in the opening race. And just who has actually managed to wake up in time is going to be the real question. The checker flag is out now. We're seeing the final results. It's Felix Ferrer and Bernadowski. Tomek Bernadowski has gone quickest at the moment. And will that be the final result? It looks like it is. It's going to be Tomek Bernadowski who's going to be starting from pole by the looks of things. Yes, he is. And Felix Ferrer is going to be second. Nathan Janiak and Mateusz Matus, Andres Gal, Przemek Kulis, he's going to be starting from the 6th place. Ivan Zsana, the Hungarian champion, is going to be 7th. Marcel Lobermeyer, so quick early on, is going to be 8th. And Wojciech Kaczmarczak, he's going to be 9th. And Nikodem Sobczak is 10th. Marcus Heiser and Jimmy Gaspard, Erik Olofsgaard, they're the next followers down to 13th place. Mariusz Tomasek, Sebastian Miller, the British driver, is 15th, with Gabriel Quinta, the Portuguese, in 16th place. They are actually taking the back couple of positions there. So we'll see if they can be moving forward. But it's going to be eyes on the front there with Tomek Bernadowski. Now, Tomek Bernadowski is there on pole position. He's going to be making this start, and this is a very crucial one, a golden opportunity to get these points in the bag. It is a points championship. Each driver is going to be driving in 5 rounds for each driver, and it's the best 4 results they can get from that. They will have the opportunity of a drop score, and although nobody really wants to be dropping something that's bad, they want to be gaining good scores in all 5 races. They're starting to just reorganize things down there, ready to get this first race underway. The kart in motion, yes. They're starting to send everyone out, and I'm sure they'll be stopping them in the outdoor area and getting that lineup made. So the karts are in the grid area, just to be sent one by one in their respective positions, and then we will have race 1 underway here in Szczecin, Poland. So the karts being lined up in the outdoor section, and they'll be led round at a slow pace by Tomek Bernadowski. Tomek Bernadowski, as the pole position sitter, he is the one who makes the judgment on when to actually start. He's going to be bringing them round. He's got the final 2 corners. Any point after the final 2 corners, he can pull the pin and get the race underway, and it will be under his direction as the pole sitter. He is the one who makes the move. Obviously, once they get to the start-finish line, it's race on anyway, but the final 2 corners, at any point between the final 2 corners and the start and finish line, Tomek Bernadowski will be the one to call the start. So final few karts being sent round now. Outdoor section there, unique here in Szczecin. One of the features of this fantastic facility here at the Silver Hotel with its own kart track, which really is to be the envy of many. There's a lot of places awful lot worse than that. Fantastic opportunity to just stay at the hotel, race on the track, and an international circuit it is here for the indoor. So the just one more kart now, and everybody's underway. They'll be forming up at the back there, and then Tomek Bernadowski will be bringing them round, dictating the pace. It should be fairly slow until he gets these final corners. Will he go early? Will he go late? Just 2 hairpins, the final corners. I think he might well leave it till the second of the 2, but we'll see what he has in mind. So Tomek Bernadowski, he's going to be starting from the pole position, race 1. They generally, this is the open category, and there is the Masters category for the over 40-year-old drivers. There's a Masters Plus if you're over 50, and there are 2 drivers in the Masters in this particular race, and that's Mariusz Tomczak and Peter Pucha. They are in the Masters section of this championship. So karts are all out the back. No one's moving yet. The organisers just wanting to be sure that everybody's actually ready. So heat 1, race 1 is about to get underway. Looks like the organisers just checking a couple of things before we actually get this race started. Making sure the circuit is ready. This is the first race of the day. A very, very long day here in Poland. It's going to be well into the evening before all these races are through. Most of the heats will be completed today. There will be some more heats tomorrow morning and into the early afternoon before we move into the semi-finals and finals. 3 categories here in the Polish Indoor Kart Championship: the Mini, the Junior, and the Open. I will be commentating for the Open category in English on the live stream, and there will be another commentator in Polish for the Junior and the Mini. So the organisers once more just holding them. very strong international entry in this event. It is the Polish Championship, but there are actually 10 different nationalities in competition here. There are drivers from generally around Europe, but there is also representation from the USA and from India, so not only within Europe and Central Europe particularly, but also Asia and the North Americas, so it's really grown into an international championship. As you can imagine, some of the local Polish drivers really know their way around this place, but the practice yesterday yielded a really good representation of times. There's some truly exceptional talents here from across Europe and outside, as I was saying, and every one of them showing up well. So it's going to be a very, very close fought series, this one. Each driver will be racing in 5 races for the heat races to score points to go through to the semi-final and then continue scoring to go through to the final itself. It is a points championship. As I will talk about later on, making it to the final is key, but the final really is the right to continue scoring from the heat races. So it may well be that the person who wins the final is not actually the champion. It is the one who scores the most points across the weekend. Of course, everyone gets a chance to drive in the heat races. Select few will be driving in the semi-finals, and that will be whittled down again into the final itself. We have got a bit of a hold-up. There seems to be some delay down there with the start, but obviously poor old Tomek Bernadowski, he will be very, very keen to get this series underway. Chomping at the bit, really, I think, as he sits there on pole position. They are on the outdoor section. It's going to be a very, very hot day. It's already very warm. As I say, not yet 7 o'clock here, and it is already T-shirt weather and shorts, expecting very high temperatures by the time we get to the mid-afternoon. We're seeing the opening times there for the qualifying separated by just 1/10 of a second. 1/10 of a second from first to second, and another 10th from second to third. And that will be between Felix Ferrer and Nathan Janiak. And they do form the top 3. Mateusz Matus has been around for a long time, and he's in 4th place. He's another 10th of a second back from that, and he will be starting in 4th. These races running for about 20 minutes, and that will give plenty of time to do something. There is a pit stop involved in each race, and the drivers will be coming in. They have to spend 20 seconds in the pits. It's a slightly different thing to what certain other European championships run to, with a double stop in the pit lane. They have one stop, but that is literally to allow them to be in the pits for the 20 seconds allowed. It does get very technical actually down there. I'll be explaining that when we see the pit stop starting. But each driver does have to spend 20 seconds in the pit lane, and in order to do that, they will need to actually come to a halt at a certain point. There's been a lot of thinking as exactly when to leave that stopping point. They're all stopping at the same place, but they will. It is being very, very cagey about exactly when to start moving, as to not trip the timer too early. 20 seconds is required, and there are quite harsh penalties for anyone who's faster. If anyone is quicker than 20 seconds by 1 second, so in the 19s, shall we say, it is, of course, an immediate 10-second penalty, and that will destroy their opening heat race. Immediately, that would mean that you'd be looking at a drop score with that if you were the driver in question. Beyond that, the penalties are even more severe, 20 seconds. The idea being that nobody can go racing through and actually gain an advantage. If you weren't to stop at all, you'd get through that pit lane very quickly indeed. It'd be, less than 10 seconds, surely, by the looks of it. It has got quite a sharp exit on this particular version of the track. The reverse layout. The reverse layout would have a slightly more gentle pit entry and a more severe pit exit. Of course, on the normal layout, it's a more severe entry to the pit lane and an easier exit. The actual officials are going to be monitoring the pit exit very tightly indeed. They're looking for carts not to cross the blend line, the white blend line. They must stay to the outside of the track before cutting in, and again, penalties are going to be applied for that. in both cases, it does take you quite wide. There's no way you would really come out of the pit lane immediately into the racing line. So obviously drivers are going to be looking to cut across from there as soon as possible. I'm thinking particularly in the normal layout, that blend line does go quite some way out wide in the in what's either the first corner or last corner, depending on which way around you're going. Very, very tight corners in both cases. So the organisers still have some question marks. There's been some waving. I can barely see through one of the openings as to what actually goes on, but it looks like some carts are being sent round. This does not look like it's going to be the start. Probably some kind of warm-up lap here. Through the first turn, all the carts seem to be moving. Still some yet to get going out the back there, I can see now, but a long train of carts, evenly gapped, and surely Tomek Bernadowski will be bringing that down. The cart's obviously fairly cold in this early morning for this first heat race. We've already seen a little bit of a warm-up lap. Will the organisers be waving them around again, or will Tomek be expected to sort of really slow things down and back them up? The carts at the back of the field are way behind the leaders, so yeah, Tomek is actually bringing it to a stop. You can expect all the carts to be coming around now. It's that warming up there. Carts will still be cold after being stationary overnight. Back of the field coming through now. It is actually Peter Pucha who's now going to be on the tail there, with Gabriel Quinta ahead of him, Sebastian Miller up in 15th place. So they're out the back again and ready to be waved off possibly on this one. It will be a very short run down to the final two corners. As I was saying, Tomek Bernadowski, he gets the call on when to actually pull the pin and begin the race. And the race starts once he hits the throttle. He'll be bringing them very slowly. Got to keep that field backed up. He can't be seen to be going too slowly. And he then obviously can't brake and then accelerate to check everyone up. The organisers will be on top of that. But it is down to him. Once he really hits the throttle and it's go time, that's when everyone's got to follow him. So they're all in position at the back there. A gap of just over 1 second, very slightly over 1 second between the first and the last. That's be the number one position to 17th, and so just 1 second in it on a 43-second lap. That's there's no question of anyone going a lap down. However, there may be some interesting moments with people pitting out of sync. The question, of course, will be when to pit. That's always a crucial part of any indoor karting, is the pit stop. In all of these major events now, having a pit stop each time, it allows the driver to pit in and out of position. So if you were deep in traffic and you were thinking it was going to be you were being held up ever so slightly, but there was no way you were going to make passes without either losing time or getting into some kind of trouble, you will see drivers pit early. Then obviously they kind of lose that option in the later part of the race. So as a general rule, people will try to pit late. Those who are following the championship right from the beginning now will be dealing with that as the day goes on, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about when the racing is underway as we move through the heat races. There will be some winners and losers purely on the pit stop. Very, very important part of the strategy of a major indoor kart event. The pit stop, and the top drivers really have it down to a T. Most of the drivers actually will be getting help from their teammates. We do have a team award, and the teammates in particularly for those drivers will be keen to get them in. But even if drivers in, say, just loosely teamed up with some others, and maybe even just having made some friends during the practice sessions yesterday and Thursday, there will be a lot of assistance from the pits on exactly when to pit. The most important thing with the pit stops, of course, from a driving point of view, is where will you come out? You don't want to be making a pit stop and then come out right into the middle of a load of traffic. If you are pitting, generally the idea is to get yourself clear of anything. So what a lot of the drivers will be doing, they'll be figuring out looking across the track, how long does it take to come around to the start area, start line. So they'll look across and think, okay, if I pit now, where will I be relative to that car across the other side of the track, things like this. And they will obviously want to know where they'll come out. The last thing I want to do is to pit out of traffic and end up straight back in another area of traffic there. So generally, the pit stops are later. We have seen in a variety of different European events, whether it's the British Rental Car Championship, the Dutch, Belgian, and in this case in Poland, where people have actually left it a little bit too late to pit, and it's even been known, would you believe, that people actually haven't even made a pit stop at all. Obviously, the organisers will be on top of that. Penalties get applied, and needless to say, that's very, very bad news. But it has been known before where people have seen the checkered flag, and oh my goodness, they've forgotten to pit. So a problem there for anyone doing that. So we're still just waiting for this start. Not sure what the hold-up is, but clearly some discussions going down there in the starting lineup. Just see out through the door, looking sort of towards the mid-pack. There are 3 carts I can see. Ivan Jana, very clearly identifiable, big green front to his helmet. The Hungarian champion, well known in Central Europe now. Very, very successful. Always at these major internationals and the World Championship. Of course, this is indeed a World Championship qualifying event, as so many of these national championships are now. There are prizes which include free entries to the World Championship, which in 2024, it's an event that normally takes place in July. In 2024, it will move from where it was this year in Belgium at Courtrai to Brazil. So we've got carts coming around again. It looks like another warm-up lap. This is getting a green flag. We'll just double check to make sure the qualifiers have been rerun. I haven't got any information about what's actually caused the various stoppages, but I'll try and stay on top of it. There's a green flag flying and carts are moving pretty quickly, so it could well be that there's been some questions and the qualifying will have to be rerun. I'll keep you obviously informed of what I know, which isn't a whole lot at the moment, but we'll see what happens. So under that green flag, surely no stopping at the back of the outdoor section there. Yes, indeed, they are coming back through, so it could well be that we're seeing a rerun of the qualifying. So crossing the line, we're getting the checkered flag. It's Felix Ferrer has gone quicker. He's gone quicker than Bernardowski. Bernardowski was fastest earlier on, if you remember, but now it's Felix Ferrer. He's currently fastest. He's still fastest. The carts are coming through, but it's still Felix Ferrer. The checker flag is out. Tomek Bernardowski, he's in second place with Jimmy Gaspard. Jimmy Gaspard is still running third. Will he be beaten? Przemek Kulish is fourth. Still Felix Ferrer, though. The final carts are coming through. It's still looking good, though, for Felix Ferrer, and it is 43.3 seconds, a mere 300ths ahead of Tomek Bernardowski. Tomek Bernardowski was quicker in the earlier session, but he has been pipped there by Felix Ferrer on what looks like is going to be the official qualifying. They're sending the carts forward. They've got them all stopped very quickly on the indoor section, but the marshals are rapidly sending them forward. They're going to start, they're putting the lineup actually within the main area here, the indoor part. There is a small outdoor section. Earlier on, of course, they moved them to that for this lineup, but no, they're doing the lineup indoors. The carts are being lined up in the order as what we saw from those laps there. Felix Ferrer will be starting from first place with Tomek Bernardowski. Jimmy Gaspard is going to be third, and Przemek Kulish is fourth. Mateusz Matus, very well known on the international scene, he's going to be fifth place. Nathan Janiak will be pleased with that sixth place. I was talking to him earlier, and this was yesterday during the qualifying, and he's aiming for a semi-final place, and it's believed, talking with Christopher Ball earlier on, that you're going to need a seventh place or higher as a matter of routine to make a semi-final, or to make the semi-final, and Nathan Janiak has certainly done the first part of that with that qualifying there in sixth. Andras Gal is seventh place, and Nikodem Sobchak they're in eighth place with Wojciech Kazmierzak in ninth, and Sebastian Miller running 10th. and Sebastian Miller will be very, very pleased with that. In the earlier run that we saw, he was way down in 15th place, and so a move forward there to 10th place for Sebastian Miller. Seb Miller there in 10th. Surprises further back, Marcel Lobermeyer in 11th place, Ivan Jana 13th, and Gabriel Quinta, the Portuguese, down in 15th place. And as we get the go now, so this time it's going to be Felix Ferrer who's going to be the one calling the shots on when to start. There's some weaving going on, just trying to keep that temperature in the tyres. But it's going to be Felix Ferrer. He's going to be the one leading the way. It's it's looking like it's getting a bit bunched up there. Are they going to give the start? It looks like they are. And the race is underway, and Felix Ferrer has got the start he wanted. And across the line was Felix, and away they go out into this very, very twisty indoor section. Very fast, very twisty. There's a move up the inside. It looks like it could be Bernardowski who's going to be leading the way as they come around. We'll double check on that, but it looked like a change of position for the lead. Tomek Bernardowski was very keen to get any move done earlier. Remember, he was faster in that early session before they reran the qualifying. They're on the outdoor section now, and what is going to be the situation when they come back indoors? It's out of view at the moment, but as they come back indoors, the final two corners there, it looks like it is Bernardowski. I'll double check on the timing screen as we cross the line though. Who's it going to be? Yes, it is Bernardowski. Any pits? Yes, somebody in the pits already. And Bernardowski, Tomek Bernardowski took the lead on the opening lap. It is still Felix Ferrer and Jimmy Gaspard following him. Przemek Kulish is in 4th, and Mateusz Matus is reading in 5th place there. The early pit stopper, well, we'll see. He's going to be continuing out there. He's gone off the timing screen. We're double checking who that is. But we do have the race leader, Tomek Bernardowski. He has started how he means to go on. He was quick to begin with, pipped in the actual official qualifying by Felix Ferrer, but has taken the lead. Felix Ferrer right on his bumper though, as Bernardowski crosses the line and puts another lap in the lead position. No pits. Yes, there is a pit stopper into the pits. We have another driver in the pits. Is that Gal? I think it's Andres Gal, and Balázs Sturz-Molár was the early pit stopper, but it looked like it's Gal who's gone into the pits as the number 4 there. Yes, that's Balázs Sturz-Molár. He is continuing around. He was the first stopper, and he has in fact leapfrogged Andres Gal. So it's working out well for Sturz-Molár as the early pit stopper. The whole idea of that would be to actually move yourself out of a big group to begin with, believing you're faster on your own. Now, there's another second place. It is, in fact, Felix Ferrer. Felix Ferrer has gone to the pit lane. He feels maybe that Tomek Bernardowski, the race leader, is holding him up. As we look there, that's the another driver into the pits by looks of things. They're coming thick and fast. It's very early for pit stops. We're looking on screen now at the... I'm just going to look out the side there. Yes, we are looking at the race leaders. That is Tomek Bernardowski. Tomek Bernardowski there, looping around the back parts of the course as they come back in through the entrance there to complete yet another lap. It is Tomek Bernardowski with Jimmy Gaspard closing in now. Jimmy Gaspard is closing on the lead. Will he go to the pits? No, he doesn't. He is following Tomek Bernardowski as they come around for another lap. There they are, there's Bernardowski, and there's Jimmy Gaspard. He's really closed in as they cross the line there. We can see them going through. There's a gap there which has opened up, and that's not just because of drivers making the pit stop, because if you remember, Gaspard was in 3rd place, and there's definitely not a cart space between them there. That is Tomek Bernardowski with the lead. Jimmy Gaspard running 2nd. Mateusz Matus, who started 5th, is the driver running 3rd. Now, he is sort of the same gap, if you like, from the race leader as he was when he started the race in 5th, and now of course he is 3rd, but that same sort of gap still counts. There's a great view of the outdoor section on the screen there, as this is the outdoor part, and now we're back in the main area there. There's Tomek Bernardowski with Jimmy Gaspard keeping honest there. Into the pits though, we've got a cart into the pits. I'll double check on who that is. We've got another pit stopper as well. We've still got the race leader though, Tomek Bernardowski. Now surely he's going to be playing the long game. Surely Tomek Bernardowski will be staying out for as long as possible. he's going to have to keep an eye on those behind, because those behind seem to have been pitting. I'm thinking particularly of Ferrer as pitting to get around Bernardowski. Bernardowski seemed very quick off the bat, but we'll see what his real relative pace is when the pit stops cycle through. Bernardowski there, that very distinctive, slightly golden, orangey golden top to his helmet there. As he continues around, he's actually listed as number 110 from a scoring point of view, but the cart number you saw back there, the number 9M, is just the kart centre's reference their own numbers rather than the driver number for this event. So Tomek Bernardowski continues to lead with Jimmy Gaspard right on his tail. Jimmy Gaspard obviously feeling that he is better served by following Bernardowski, trusting the pace of the race leader Bernardowski. So Gaspard, and of course Gaspard is in a sense doing Bernardowski something of a favour as well, because as the pit stop cycle through, if a driver was to fall in either alongside or come out of the pits alongside or right behind Bernardowski, they would have their hands full with Jimmy Gaspard. As Przemek Kulic is now listed third. He's passed Mateusz Matus, as Matus drops to fourth place there. Nathan Janiak is running fifth, and Sebastian Miller, he's up from 10th into sixth place, with Ivan Žarna, the Hungarian champion, to seventh. And certainly Ivan Žarna, I was expecting to be slightly higher up the order in this one. Normally one of the absolute front runners, no matter what championship he's in, no matter what the competition, Ivan Žarna is usually right up there. So we'll see what he has to offer as the championship goes on, the multiple Hungarian champion there. So Tomek Bernardowski, he's feeling some heat surely from Jimmy Gaspard. Fairly early turn in for the first corner every time. I've noticed he's keen not to really give Jimmy Gaspard any real sense that it's worth passing him. He's got to try and keep the speed, so Gaspard is content to stay second. Gaspard is probably quite wise just to stay there in that second place. We're looking at the big screen now as the race leaders come out onto the outdoor section. So just on this straight now, there is the leader Bernardowski, there is Gaspard, so you can see in real time that gap there, which is opening up to about 2.1 seconds as according to the official timing, but you can see it visually there. There are several car lengths, so as the leaders there go through turn one, we can see they're coming in the top of the screen there through the hairpin, and that is the gap to third, fourth and fifth. And the third, fourth, fifth is Przemek Kulic, who passed Mateusz Matus, and Nathan Janiak putting in a good show there, as he's aiming for the semi-final. He's been in the top half in this championship before, but he is trying to make the semi-finals this year, and he was about 61st in 2022, so about as halfway as you can get there. If he can make the final, he'll be pleased. On the screen now in the outdoor section is Bernardowski still leading, as in the pits we've got yet another pit visitor there. Is that one of the, it's certainly not one of the two leaders. We're really looking to see what happens with Jimmy Gaspard, because Jimmy Gaspard will probably be the most key pit stopper here, as that will show us exactly where Bernardowski really is. Those behind will be looking to put some time in. We've got Felix Ferrer, the very early leader and pole position starter, is actually listed in 9th place now with another early pit stopper, Andras Gal. Andras Gal is in 10th place. So those pit stoppers are now in 9th and 10th respectively. I believe that Ferrer is the highest placed driver who has made a pit stop, and he's up into 9th place. We've seen quite a lot of pit stops already, as very few left to pit now, and in fact the pit stops are coming thick and fast as we speak, but it is still Bernardowski, and in fact one of the pit stoppers is Gaspard, I believe. So we're checking here, there's Bernardowski on his own, so Gaspard has made his pit stop. That was a very interesting one, because Bernardowski, yes, Bernardowski, when he makes his pit stop, the question is, will he come out in front, will he come out behind, or will he come out in the middle of what's going to be a fairly tight pack? I'm going to look at the commentary position here, see if I can find them on the track to see where they are in reality relative to each other. I'm thinking of Gaspard and Ferrer and Gal, where they run. Yes, it does look like they're running pretty close. So the 103 is Gaspard. Yes, he has his hands full with Felix Ferrer. So they are absolutely nose to tail. So the last lap board is going out. Surely we're going to see Bernardowski in the pit at some point. So Bernardowski's last lap to pit is now. And he's shown at the moment is leading from Przemek Kulic from Ivan Žana into the pits. And here comes Bernardowski. Is Bernardowski in the pits? Žana's in the pits. And Bernardowski, yes, he's coming in. So the race leader's pitted. Now, where will he come out? That is the big question. So Bernardowski, he's got Gaspard and Ferrer coming past the pit exit. What's it going to be? He's got out just ahead. Oh, and up the inside goes Gaspard, but he can't make his stick. Only just in front is Tomek Bernardowski. He could not have left that any later, obviously, because it's the last lap. But equally, he came out and almost up the inside was Gaspard, because the pit exit to the right, the next corner they get to is to the left. And so Gaspard had a real run in there, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the rest absolutely nose to tail. It is Tomek Bernardowski. There's a number of other late pitters who we want to see their position now. The checker flag is coming out. It's going to be Tomek Bernardowski, surely. Is Gaspard going to make a last lap move? No, he's not. There is a push there from Ferrer, but it's Bernardowski from Gaspard and Felix Ferrer. Andres Gal, the first pit stopper, is in 4th place. Przemek Kulic is in 5th. Mateusz Matu 6th. And Yannick Natan is in 7th place. Nathan Janiak is in 7th. And Marcel Lobermeyer, early pace setter, is in 8th. Ivan Žana 9th. And Wojciech Kazmierzak is in 10th. Now, very interesting top 10 there. We were thinking, just as a feel, that 7th place or higher must be what you would need to make the semi-final position. So Nathan Janiak doing the best he can. He has taken 7th place. His aim was to be semi-finalist this weekend, and he's probably sort of towards the tail of that group there. Ivan Žana down in 9th behind Marcel Lobermeyer. Wojciech Kazmierzak is in 10th place with Nikodem Sobczak is in 11th. Erik Olofsgaard has come through to 12th. Mariusz Tomczak is in 13th. Now, Mariusz Tomczak is running in the Masters division. Sebastian Miller, Seb Miller, has dropped a couple of places to 14th from his 10th place start. Getting a little bit unlucky with the pit stops there, possibly getting pushed back. Peter Pucha is in 15th. Marcus Heiser, 16th place. And Gabriel Kinter from Portugal is in the 17th place there. So, what an incredible opening race we saw. Tomek Bernardowski, he started from the pole position there. He started in 2nd place. He'd set the original fast lap, but had to start 2nd place. He was pipped in that second qualifying by Felix Ferrer. Ferrer took the start. Ferrer led for the first couple of corners before Bernardowski kind of pushed himself through on one of the corners on the first lap. And it was Bernardowski all the way there. Very, very close on the pit stop. The last one in the pits of those race leaders was Tomek Bernardowski, the leader. Jimmy Gaspard nearly ran through and took the lead, but it wasn't to be. All done on the last lap there. So get those results down as it's a win for Tomek Bernardowski as he sets in motion what he hopes is a run to the final, a run to the championship. So it's Bernardowski from Gaspard and Ferrer, all three of those getting their championship to the best possible start they can. A huge ton of points there for those three. We are running on the backward layout, so the backward layout is the first round choice. They threw a dice to decide whether they were going to start on the alternate route or the regular route, and they went for the alternate route. That was the score on the dice there, but it didn't make much difference to Tomek Bernardowski. He wanted to win the opening race, and he has won it. He hasn't got the fastest lap, though. The fastest lap, by the looks of things, just checking down those times, some very quick laps indeed. Several drivers in the 42 seconds there. Felix Ferrer seems to have been the fastest, though, in that race. He was the 3rd place driver. He was the one who started on the pole, so clearly he has the pace. He was quickest. In fact, Tomek Bernardowski was only about, third place. No, he was in fact fourth quickest there. Another quick time a bit further down the order. In seventh place was Nathan Janiak there with a 42.9, as he was the fourth of the four drivers who were inside 43 seconds as a lap time, as a best lap during the race. But yeah, that put him down in seventh place. Fourth quickest, but seventh place in the standings. So Tomek Bernardowski, opening race winner. As we look forward now to the second round, well, the American driver heads the entries here. That is Anton Schoppler. Anton Schoppler from North Carolina, Charlotte area there. Thomas Vallas, we've seen plenty from him in the past, Thomas Vallas. And the first of the ladies' award competitors, Luna Antonacci, and Mikolai Zachal is also in here. Glenn Gillin. Gosh, there's a name we've seen a lot of on the international scene over the years. Glenn Gillin, Oliver Dankovic, and Jakub Rybacki, Zari Pazikowski, Mateusz Bluta, Mateusz Majowski, and Thibaut. Some fantastic names here. Thibaut Gabosajos, Magosha Wisniewska, one of the lady drivers as well, also the second lady there, Rafael Dubriski, Nicholas van den Pla, Pavel Probliski, Arno Turven, Zoltan Tamba there, Ruben Boutons, he's opening his championship here in this second race, Victor Svistek and Sergio D'Angelo, who's also running in the Masters division there. Sergio D'Angelo, he rounds out the entry. So in this, the second race is very hotly contested here, some rapid poles, but double world champion Ruben Boutons, the Dutch driver Ruben Boutons, is going to be making the start here. He's out on track as we speak. They're bringing them around. Looks like they're giving everyone that slightly extra warm-up lap again this morning. We'll just keep an eye on when the actual qualifying start is. You can see on screen now, this is the outdoor section. The marshal is going to be bringing them to a halt. It looks like some sort of reshuffle possibly. He's just bunching the field up, and we'll be looking to get this underway. But this is going to be a very hotly contested heat race. Every race at this level, of course, is like a final, as the carts are now being released. It's giving some sort of gap. The green flag is out. This is going to be the qualifier. So they're giving them a bit of an even gap there, making sure nobody is tripping up over anyone else. The drivers themselves, of course, do want to run in a clear air. They do not want to catch the driver up. Everybody in this event is at such a high standard. It's very unlikely with these sort of gaps anyone will feel they get held up in the qualifying unless a kart does have a problem. Nobody at this level is truly off the pace. They're never really going to catch the kart in front over a single lap here. You can see the flag there is out. We've got the checker coming in. The first laps are going to be coming up on screen now. The on-screen timing will be slightly ahead of the picture you see. The picture slightly delayed by a couple of seconds. So the checker flag is out. The first time is Sergio D'Angelo sets the opening time. He's going to stay there, and he's been beaten by the world champion, the former world champion Ruben Boutons. And Ruben Boutons, can he be beaten? Victor Svistek there is the challenger. Arno Turven is in third place. Thomas Vallas comes through to fourth, as it's still Svistek the challenger to Ruben Boutons. But really, can anyone look beyond Ruben Boutons, the double world champion and former winner of this event, the Polish Championship? Ruben Boutons has won this whole championship before, along with many others in possibly rental karting's most storied career. He's been around for such a long time now, has Ruben Boutons, at least 15 years in the international scene. I remember the first time I ever raced it in the World Championship, Ruben Boutons was there, and no, I did not finish ahead of him at all. He was world level right from the start, and he continues in that form. He has qualified on the pole position. So number 18, Ruben Boutons, he is on the pole position. Sorry, number 112 in kart 18. That's the organisers' numbering system rather than the championship numbering system. So Ruben Boutons is going to take the pole position from Victor Svistek. Victor Svistek is going to be in third. Mateusz Madajewski there. Madejewski is going to be third, with Arno Terven in fourth, Thomas Vallas there in fifth place, Sergio D'Angelo is in sixth, one of the Masters drivers in the over 40 section. Nicholas van den Pla will be in seventh place, Olivier Dankovic is in eighth, Mateusz Pluta ninth, Glenn Gillen is there in 10th. Glenn Gillen has been around for such a long time at all kinds of levels of rental karting, particularly from an international point of view. Most people will know Glenn Gillen very well. He has appeared at world level for many years. Magosha Wisniewska is in the 11th place, the lady racer there. Mikolaj Zacial is in 12th, and Tibor Saigosos is in 13th. Zoltan Tamba, 14th place. Xavriz Paszowski is in 15th, Jakub Rybaski is in 16th, and Luna Antonacci is in 17th place there. So, leading the way will be Ruben Boutons. There he is on screen. So much has been said about Ruben Boutons over the years. He's going to be leading them round to the start. It's all on his call as when the race gets underway. We're looking on screen here. Slightly delayed picture on screen. I'm going to be commentating to the screen as per the international live stream there. So you can see a huge line of carts just coming through into the area here. There now, Ruben Boutons has the chance. He gets the it's his call now. He's on the throttle. He's underway. The race is on, and Ruben Boutons has the start he wants. A quick check over the shoulder to see what's happening with Nicholas van den Pla, but Nicholas van den Pla cannot do anything to challenge the double world champion as they head off around that opening lap. And Ruben Boutons has the start he wants, and the start he wants is to be leading right from the start here. Now, vastly experienced, not only in terms of making pit stops himself, but calling pit stops for others. One of the master tacticians in the sport is Ruben Boutons, so we'll be getting a master class in exactly when to make pit stops as per what your opposition is doing. Ruben Boutons, one of the key players in that kind of thinking there. He has the race under control by the looks of things. They completed the opening lap now, and it is a fairly consistent line back. Let's see who we've got. We've got Ruben Boutons. No major changes in the upper half there. It is down to 10th place there with Glenn Gillen. He's continuing that 10th place position ahead of Magosha Wisniewska. But Ruben Boutons from Viktor Swistek and Mateusz Madejewski. And Mateusz Madejewski there in third place. Arnold Terwen, Thomas Vallas keeping his fifth. Now, who's going to be among the early pit stoppers? Is anyone feel like they've been held up? Not really. Nobody's actually nose to tail with anyone. Yes, there is someone in the pits. There's a cart in the pits. I think it's Oliver Dankovic, and he's got another one coming in with him. And that would be Kaspery Paszewski. Oh gosh, cart's coming in thick and fast, it seems. Look like Zoltan Tamba, but I will check up on that. Possibly Zoltan Tamba in the pits there, but I will confirm it. I'm looking out the window here just so I can see the back of the carts. It looked like Tamba, but I will let you know once I've got a bit of a picture on that one. So, Ruben Boutons in the key position at the front there with Viktor Swistek there, keeping him honest. Now, Viktor Swistek is staying with the double world champion Boutons as he continues round. I'm thinking they're opening up a little bit of a gap there to Mateusz Madejewski as Madejewski has then taken up that third place. Yeah, he's in that third place, but he is dropping back a little bit from the two race leaders now. Viktor Swistek surely is just going to sit there with Ruben Boutons. You can see on screen there, Boutons in the mostly blue is heading the way there, and that is indeed Viktor Swistek who's keeping him really honest. Viktor Swistek staying with the double world champion here. This is a great showing by Swistek. Those numbers on the back of the cart are purely the cart numbers rather than the driver numbers. So if you're following the championship from a competitor point of view, pay no heed to those numbers on the back of the cart. That is for the kart track itself to know which kart they're dealing with. Now, Ruben Boutons, he's not going to make any kind of pit stop early. I think we're going to see a very, very late stop there for Ruben Boutons. And in fact, Viktor Swistek, he's fastest at the moment. Viktor Swistek is fastest. He's the first one in this race to dip in at 42 seconds. He is faster than the double world champion in front of him. An outstanding showing here from Viktor Swistek. He really knows his way around this track, and it shows. As he's shadowing the double world champion there, but closing in third place, surely closing in. He doesn't look that way on the timing screen, but Mateusz Majewski there. Mateusz Majewski appears to be lessening the gap between him and the lead pair. So on screen, there is Ruben Buitens in the blue. There is Viktor Swistek in second place with Mateusz Majewski third. There's a couple of kart lengths between them. And then fourth to Arno Terwin and Thomas Vallas following into the pits then. We have two karts. It's a little bit of a hard spot at the moment, but the Anton Schopler, the American, is in the pits now. He's going to be leaving the pits. He was thinking 16 seconds, 15, high 15, maybe early 16 seconds on the board to get on the throttle. Now going through these pit stops again, the driver has to be in the pits for 20 seconds. They had to actually come to a halt, and that's at a point near the end of the pits. Now, the drivers themselves know they have to be in there for 15 seconds. However, their timing being is where they leave the pits rather than when they stop. So they have to judge when exactly to leave the stopping point. And they have to be in the pits. A bit of a battle there going on at the back, as they have to be leaving the pits at a certain point, and they're reckoning on a very sort of high 15-second mark, 16 second, so that they can leave the pits in order that they cross the beam, having taken 20 seconds in that pit area. So Ruben Buitens leads the way. Keeping him honest is Viktor Swistek there, with Mateusz Majewski in third place. Now Majewski is pulling away a little bit from Arno Terwin and Thomas Vallas. That gives him some clean air to play with. He's now able to move in with the three more karts in the pits. The pit stops coming really thick and fast now, but not from the three leaders. It looks like we may have Terwin in the pits. I will keep an eye on that one. In the number 4 kart itself, Arno Terwin, the 96 number driver there. But in kart 4, as Ruben Buitens continues to lead now, Viktor Swistek, he's got the real choice here. Does he settle for second and basically follow Buitens round and in and through the pit lane? If he thinks he's faster than the double world champion, he may pit out of second place and hope to make up time on Buitens. But when you're following Ruben Buitens around the track, it's going to be very tempting just to do what he does and take that second place for certain. Viktor Swistek is recording the fastest lap of this race still. He's only one of two. No, he's been beaten. Ruben Buitens is now the quickest on the track, as he's opened up ever so slightly visually there on screen a gap to the second place driver there, Viktor Swistek. Third place still is Mateusz Majewski. No pit stops from these top three yet. It's going to be fairly late into the race when they stop. 14 laps of the race is the requirement, 14 laps, and they're on lap 9 now. So fairly deep into the race, and there is continuing in that second place is Viktor Swistek there, shadowing the double world champion Ruben Buitens as they go round. So Ruben Buitens continues on his way. Viktor Swistek behind with Mateusz Majewski in third. Mateusz Majewski surely is going to be the one to pit first. Maybe he's also in 42 seconds. Very fascinating. Viktor Swistek's just gone quicker though. Viktor Swistek is quicker. He's the fastest one out there. He's actually ever so slightly closing that gap. We can see on screen there the leader, Ruben Buitens, in the blue, with Viktor Swistek in second place following him. Viktor Swistek actually looking like he's choosing not to be wearing a race suit in this early stages there, the following driver. So Ruben Buitens in a normal kart suit, Viktor Swistek looking all very summer holiday in the kart behind there, as he's closing in. It's giving him some speed though, so he is quickest, still fastest on the track there. Only the top three have managed to get into 42 seconds on this race. Remember, there were about 5 of them managed it in the previous one, but only the top 3 this time. So going out of the view there and here around the final corners, will there be a pit stop? No, there's not from either of the top 2. They're continuing around. And whoa, looking to the inside there. Was he trying to make a move there? Viktor Swistek on the double world champion, Ruben Buitens. Viktor Swistek running in second. That's the early part. There go the 2 leaders. So the 2 leaders are on screen there, coming through to the back part of the track. So you can see how close it is, and dropping back a little bit is Mateusz Majewski there. So they're the 2 leaders, with Viktor Swistek looking like he was trying to make a move there on the double world champion. They're on the outdoor section now, so look at the gap. There they are, first and second, absolutely nose to tail as they go back into the centre here. And quite a gap opening now to third place. In fact, there's been a change position because the third place has made a pit stop. Third place in. This is the last lap now to be stopping. What's going to happen with the leaders? Are they all in? It looks like, yes, they are. They are. We're going to be catching up with the, so you can just see on the main screen there, it is slightly delayed. There's Ruben Boutons down in the bottom corner of the screen. He has come out, and Swistek's pitted out of sync with the race leader as those stops are cycling through. So look at this. And then it looked like Swistek. So let's see how this plays out. There is a difference in the live stream. It's ever so slightly delayed, so it can be a little bit confusing time. There's Ruben Boutons continuing on his way with the lead, as Ruben Boutons has actually lost the lead on the timing screen. What is happening really? No, he's actually in the lead. I can see out of the window here, Ruben Boutons. No, he has lost the lead. Can he get it back? Yes, he's done it. He's done it. But coming back at him is Pikc. Pikc making a race of it as they come through out of the snail section there. So let's see what happens. There it is on screen now. So Ruben Boutons up the inside. Pikc putting the cut back on him. There he is as Ruben Boutons has the corner covered. Pikc up the inside. No, Boutons to the inside. And he blocks him off, and Victor Swistek, a brave effort there. He tried to the right, he tried to the left, but he couldn't make it work. It is the double world champion, Ruben Boutons, who continues to lead the way. And Ruben Boutons, Swistek has a look to the right, but he can't make it work there either. What about in the outdoor section? Ruben Boutons having to work overtime in this early race, and Swistek up the inside. Swistek up the inside, can he make it? Can he make it as they come back into view? Yes, he can. It's Pikc, but Boutons up the inside. Ruben Boutons takes the lead back, and Pikc under pressure from behind. But it is Ruben Boutons crossing the line with the race win. And what a race there at the finish there. For Ruben Boutons takes the race win there from Victor Swistek, Mateusz Majewski. What a 1-2-3. Absolutely no stale over the line. That was the closest they've been. Even at the start, they weren't that close. Came down to the pit stop. Ruben Boutons looked like he may have left it just too late. Victor Swistek, what a great lap on his own to close in on the double world champion, but ultimately had to fight, lost out in that fight, but a brave last lap effort there from Victor Swistek. He made something like that, what seemed 10 attempts there to pass the lead, pass for the lead, but he couldn't quite make it work. But certainly a name to watch in this Polish championship is Victor Swistek. He has thrown down the gauntlet. He's ready to fight with the very best and possibly even take the whole title. So he's going to be very difficult to beat, as we see. We'll see him in action later on. So the race win there goes to double world champion Ruben Boutons, and Victor Swistek there in second place, followed by Mateusz Majewski. And Majewski there really closed in, because if you remember, mid-race he was dropping back in that third place position and losing maybe some 5, 6, 7, 8 cart lengths to the battling pair at the front, but had closed it in. Massive pit stop effort there by Mateusz Majewski, and some clear laps on his own made all the difference. Thomas Valas came through into fourth. Arno Turvin dropped back to fifth. Olivier Dankovic was sixth. Magdalena Wisniewska there, important ladies points for her in seventh place. Sergio D'Angelo into eighth place there. He's the Masters racer here. He's in the over 40s section there. Mateusz Pluta, Nicholas van den Plough rounding out the top 10. Glenn Gillen in 11th place. Tibor Sajosurs in 12th. Mikolaj Zashal in 13th place. Gazvary Pazowski into 14th, Zoltan Tamba 15th, Jakub Rybatsky in 16th, and Luna Antonacci, ladies points there for her in 17th place. So incredible second heat race there. Ruben Boutons, though, is the race winner, and maximum points there for the double world champion and former Polish champion. He has won so many national championships across Europe in general. His home country of the Netherlands. He's also been a 6-time winner of the British Rental Kart Championship, but he has also more than once won this Polish championship and has thrown down the gauntlet that he's ready to win heat races and, if possible, take the whole title. So fantastic race there. Race 2, some incredible racing there on the last lap. Viktor Swistek there really taking the fight to the leader, Ruben Boutens, and Viktor Swistek surely going to be one to watch. Will it be his name on the Hall of Fame there on the boards behind the podium? So looking forward now to round 1 race 3. Round 1 race 3 features Robin Even, Philip Kerjak and Tom Delfos, Philip Lejewski, Vika Schlets. Vika Schlets will be a name to watch here. He is runner-up this year in the World Championship, so he was second in the world for 2023, opened his season with a win in the British Championship. Johan Medart now has been on the international scene, lots of national level wins for him. Maciek Subzinski and Daniel Wysocki, Michael Jezewski, Nikolai Masengo we've seen a lot of in the past. Olivia Godbiewski, Noah von Banscha, Thomas Wilshire, the Welshman, Thomas Hagelstein, we've seen much from him before, as Igor Tvorek, Pavel Kreslok, Philippe Danus in the Masters Plus for the over 50s drivers. Philippe Danus, Patrick Gatcher, David Wisniewski, and Jens Blechschmidt. Jens Blechschmidt rounds them out there as the carts have entered the track and they're being just pulled up on the outdoor section now. The sun really coming out there on the outdoor section. You can see the sun coming around from the side of the building. The outdoor section there gets a lot of sun during the day, so it's a very hot area during the afternoon. Temperatures very, very high in the practice session. So the timed laps are beginning. This is the single qualifying lap. Single qualifying here. They go out, form up, make a qualifying lap. You can see the marshal there sending them off in the gaps that mean that a driver is very unlikely to catch the driver in front. The very high standard in the Polish Championship here, meaning that even with a small gap they're given, they are not likely to be caught by any other driver or lose position there. It would take a mechanical fault with the car for the drivers to close in on each other, such as the high standard. Very similar lap times, mere tenths and hundredths deciding the difference in lap times there. So we can see the outdoor section there. The sun is starting to come around. Part of the outdoor section is still in the shade. The checker flag is coming out there. The sun appearing now is going to be heating that outdoor section up, really bringing the heat up there. Any residual moisture from the morning overnight is going to be removed by that sunshine there. So the carts are crossing the line. It is Vika Schlets on the top at the moment. Thomas Hagelstein second. Johan Medart's gone to second, so Thomas Hagelstein's been pushed down. Patrick Gatcher is in fourth place, but it's still Vika Schlets. Igor Tvorek there is into third place, pushing down Thomas Hagelstein and the rest. And so with the qualifying complete, it is Vika Schlets from Johan Medart, Igor Tvorek, Thomas Hagelstein fourth, Patrick Gatcher, Philip Scherzak, and Noah von Banscha is seventh place there. Robin Even and Maciek Subzinski, Tom Delfos, Nikolai Marsengo is in 11th place. Philippe Danus, the Masters Plus driver, over 50, is in 12th. Olivia Godbiewski is in 13th place with Michael Jezewski, Pavel Kreslok, and David Wisniewski. David Wisniewski is in 16th place. A little bit down the order there maybe for David Wisniewski from what we've seen before, with Philip Lejewski there in 17th place there for Philip, as they are being formed up now. The marshal there you can see on screen, he's pointing down. He knows which driver he wants in which position, so he's organising them. It is going to be Vika Schlets, as we know, taking the first position there. There is Vika Schlets. He won the British Championship to start his year, and he was second in the world. Vika Schlets, the reigning world champion, will not be present in this Polish Championship. So the highest ranked world championship competitor is Vika Schlets. Now, Vika Schlets very young driver, but definitely one possibly even taking over the likes of Ruben Boutens as the driver to beat in the world. Certainly is starting from pole position. Another very top driver, another Dutchman, Johan Medart. Johan Medart will be lining up behind Pikc Schlets, and this really will be a tough pairing to get your hands on if you're out there battling away. But Igor Twarek, we are looking for in third place there. See what he can do. Thomas Hagelstein. Thomas Hagelstein is he's another one who's been around for a while. In fourth place there with Patrick Gacha in fifth. Now Philipp Schurzak there. Philipp Schurzak in sixth place. He's going to be one to watch too. So as we look on the screen there, they're lining up the final of the carts as we are looking down there at the number 94 competitor. That yeah, so we're looking now at in the top of your screen there, top left, that's Pikc Schlets, and behind him, just obscured by the marshal there, was Johan Medart. They are the top two. 43.0, the only drivers to qualify on a 43.0, both of them 43. In fact, they're separated by, would you believe it, 4,000ths of a second. 4,000ths of a second between them there, Pikc Schlets and Johan Medart. As the camera panning through to the front, as we're about to get there. They're the two front runners. So Pikc Schlets with the more gold and black helmet, and there's Johan Medart. Johan Medart there racing with glasses these days in the red and black helmet there. That's him in second. So Igor Twarek there in the orange and black helmet. Igor Twarek, what can he show us here? He's ready to start in third. He's waving away there. That is Igor Twarek as he has got a lot of work to do. If he wants to get in front of these two Dutch drivers in front, he's going to have to do it pretty early on. We're going to see some fireworks from him, we hope. Thomas Hagelstein, we can just see the front of his cart there, is behind Twarek there in fourth. Patrick Gacha, of course, can't do anything. Can Philipp Schurzak move forward? Philipp Schurzak in sixth place. But I think the one really to keep an eye on there, especially for those who maybe are used to the more Western European national championships. What can Igor Twarek do about the two in front of him? That's going to be the question. But Pikc Schlets there on screen, really the potentially the driver of the year, running second in the World Championship. Opened his year, of course, with a win in Britain for the BRKC. He's possibly Ruben Boutens' biggest challenge, as he would see it, for the Polish Championship. Although we do know there are some absolute world-class Polish drivers out here in this one. The interesting thing, the reason I mention that, is that the top four from last year in the Polish Championship, incredibly, are not racing this year here at the Silver Hotel and Go-Kart Centre for the Polish Championship. So the top four from Poland are not in it this year. Now, the carts are coming round. I'm going to commentate as per what the screen is showing. So Pikc Schlets gets to make the call. It's the third race. Pikc Schlets will decide when they get the race underway. Is he going to go early? No, early takes time. He's on the throttle now, though. There's the green flag, and away they go. Now, Johan Medart is going with his compatriot Schlets into the first corner. No heroics there from Johan Medart, but Johan Medart will be very, very aware of the driver behind, but he's going to want Pikc Schlets to make the pace now so they can try and pull away. The more speed they've got immediately, the gap they can create so they have an easier time in the pit stops. What they don't want to do is to make a pit stop having to worry about the drivers behind them. If they can make a pit stop knowing they're going to come out into clean air comfortably, that is good. But there's already a gap opening up for between third and fourth, so Igor Twarek has done what he needs to do, and that is stay with the two leaders. Igor Twarek there in third place, a gap opening between him and Thomas Hagelstein in fourth place. Now this is great news for Igor Twarek because he now needs to focus purely on the drivers in front. We know the caliber of all the international drivers. There is, as we can see, a pit stop early there. It is the 91 competitor. I will double check to see exactly which one that is. As yes, we have it as early stop there. That's Philippe Deneuve. It was Philippe Deneuve was the first one in. Philippe Denous was the first driver into the pits there. So Vika Schlets continues to lead from Johan Medart. Igor Tvarek in third place. Keep your eyes there on Igor. There he is in third place. But there's another pit stopper. We'll have a look for him as into the pits. It was Denous we saw earlier on. Thomas Wilshire there for those watching in Wales. Thomas Wilshire is currently running in 19th position there. As we see Vika Schlets on screen, there he is, absolutely on his tail is Johan Medart with Igor Tvarek in third, Thomas Hagelstein fourth. But further back the order, I just want to bring some attention now down a little bit just below the top 10. It's Nikolai Marsengo, who was Swedish champion, I believe. I will double check on my information, but I'm pretty sure I remember Marsengo is actually yes, in fact he was the Swedish champion last year, Marsengo. So Marsengo in 10th place, Nikolai Marsengo, the last year's Swedish champion. He is down in 10th place at the moment. He would of course be looking to make gains in the early stage of the Polish Championship to throw down his challenge. But yeah, Zizerski's been in the pits, Denous been in the pits, Thomas Hagelstein has made a pit stop as well, as he's one of probably the highest placed those pit stop runners. Up into 17th place, therefore goes Thomas Wilshire. Thomas Wilshire in 17th place, the Welshman from Cardiff, but still it is Vika Schlets leading from Johan Medart and Igor Tvarek. Igor Tvarek in third. Now we can see on screen there a big gap to Patrick Gatcher now, who is listed in fourth with Thomas Scherjak in fifth. So there, 1, 2, 3. It's Schlets from Medart and Tvarek, and then there's that gap, that important gap there to Patrick Gatcher. Now, why is that gap important? Well, two reasons. One, we feel that it will be Thomas Hagelstein who would be in that gap when the pit stop cycle through. But equally, this surely gives great encouragement to Igor Tvarek. Igor Tvarek there is doing a fantastic job staying with the two leaders. In fact, he's starting to challenge there. No, he's come in the pits. Igor Tvarek is into the pits. Igor Tvarek has made his pit stop. He obviously feels he's been held up by Johan Medart and by definition Vika Schlets, and that is saying something when you think you're being held up by those two. Igor Tvarek, there he is on screen. There's his pit stop. So we're looking, when's he going to go? He goes on about the 16-second point. He must make it within 20 seconds. He does. 0.4 away from being perfect. Great job there by Igor Tvarek in third place. Now, can he leapfrog those two leaders? It's all about speed now. Igor Tvarek has to be fast on these laps. He's not got the sight of Johan Medart or Vika Schlets right in front of him to judge how he's doing on time. He just simply has to be fast. If he's really quick now when he has clear space, maybe he can leapfrog those two. Vika Schlets, Johan Medart, two of the master tacticians here, despite the young age of Schlets. There is a lot of experience behind him in Johan Medart. Johan Medart, particularly, will be knowing exactly what's going on, probably getting some signals from his team, the Blue Star team there, as they continue round. Now, will Johan Medart feel that Vika Schlets needs a bit more speed to counter the challenge of a clear running Igor Tvarek? If so, he'll probably come in the pits pretty soon. If not, he will stay with Vika Schlets. So let's see what they're going to do. So coming around on screen, will there be a pit stop? This is the final corner. No, they both stay out. So Johan Medart clearly feels that they have got the pace. They have the pace to stay in front of Igor Tvarek. Let's have a look at the lap times now. How is Igor Tvarek doing in time? Well, he's up to 12th place already, and he's faster. He's the fastest one out there looking at the lap times. Igor Tvarek is doing what he needs to do. Can he do the incredible and leapfrog himself to the lead in the pit stops? Vika Schlets going to have to find some time. He's losing time to Igor Tvarek. Okay, it's not a lot, it's a tenth of a second, but it might be the tenth of a second that makes the difference when they come out of the pits. That is Vika Schlets and Johan Medart. They have yet to pit, they're coming round. Will we see a pit stop on screen here? Are they coming in with the pits? Yes, Medart into the pits. So Medart, he's clearly got the message that they need to do something and they need to do it now. There's Medart down the bottom corner of the screen. Now remember, only 0.4 of a second from perfect was Tvarek when he came out of the pits. What's Medart going to do? He's going to have to cut this really fine. He gets going. Is it going to be enough? Yes, he's faster through the pit stop than Igor Tvarek was. Igor Tvarek is on screen now. Igor Tvarek there is on screen, and where is he going to be when this all cycles through? Because this has got a little confusing just now. There is Tvarek we're looking at as he continues round now. Igor Tvarek is I've got him in 11th place at the moment on the timing. As Igor Tvarek goes around, we are looking at the number 4 cart, and that is Pikc. There is Pikc alone in the lead now, alone in the lead. So when's he going to make his pit stop? They are 9 laps into this 14-lap race. As just running through there, Thomas Wiltshire, just keep an eye on those of you watching from Wales. Thomas Wiltshire there is up into 8th place. He's ahead of Johan Medart. Johan Medart is behind Thomas Wiltshire, as Johan Medart looks like he's got the fastest lap of the race so far. With a 42.9, he's under 43 seconds, but Johan Medart is continuing on. Pikc leaving this one really late. Now, we've seen the previous 2 race winners went all the way to the last lap to pit, and in the pits there it is the number 3. It's the number 3, and that, of course, being Robin Even. Robin Even pitted out of 4th place, so that Robin Even there, number 3, down in the bottom there, he's coming back on the track, and is it going to be a good stop for him? Got everything? Yes, it is. 20.6 is competitive there. Robin Even, as Robin Even there comes back out into position, and where does he run down to? See if that time has been updated there, because Patrick Gatcher has resumed in 2nd place there, but Pikc is not stopping. So there goes Pikc on screen. You can see he's got a clear run. There's nobody really close behind him. That one is Patrick Gatcher, I believe. As we look on screen, there is Pikc. Pikc clear in front, clear behind. Absolutely no pressure whatsoever. What's he like on time? 42.9. He's putting those times down. Patrick Gatcher also into 42 seconds. Patrick Gatcher there in 42 seconds, running 2nd place. Now what's going to happen here? Because this is really going to bunch up when these pit stops cycle through. Patrick Gatcher was way back in 5th, 6th place before any pit stops were made, but he's closed in as Pikc still stays out there. David Wisniewski is up into 3rd place. Philip Scherschak into 4th, and Nikolai Marsengo, last year's Swedish champion. Marsengo's made a pit stop, drops back to 8th. So Pikc, what's he going to be? He's got just a couple of laps remaining of the race. Surely he's going to be in the pits any second now, any lap now. They continue round out into the outdoor section. There he is, Pikc, British champion 2023, and 2nd in the World Championship as he comes round. So we're seeing through the final corners. Will it be a pit stop this time for Pikc? Yes, it is. He gives the wave. In the pits comes Pikc. Now, where's he going to come out? This is the pit stop. Pikc on screen. He's on screen. The pit stop. There he is. We don't have any numbers yet, but I can see that it's looking good. Pikc going to have to make this marvellous, though. He's going to have to cut it fine. He's still in the pits, and here comes Johan Medart. Here comes Johan Medart across the line. Is he going to leapfrog? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's up the inside. It's Medart. Medart goes through to the lead, and so does is it Tvarek? Tvarek is held back. Tvarek is pushed back by Pikc. So Pikc really has to get his elbows out there. But it is Johan Medart who takes the lead. Johan Medart, the new race leader, with just over a lap to go. It is Johan Medart there in the lead, in the red and black helmet with the blue suit. Johan Medart from Pikc and the incredible Igor Tvarek. But I'll double check that, because I think Igor Tvarek has been pushed back. We're looking on screen. It's the end of the race now. Here comes Johan Medart. He's going to take the checker flag. It is Medart from Pikc. Oh, and it's nearly third place being changed. And it looks like it's Thomas Hagelstein. Yes, it is. It's Thomas Hagelstein who's got 3rd place from Igor Tvarek. Igor Tvarek there into 4th place. Patrick Gatcher is in 5th. And again, Patrick Gatcher had closed up in that pit stop cycle there. So, incredible race there. Johan Medart spent most of the race in 2nd place behind Pikc. And it was a very, very good pit stop. It was about 20.3 on the overall timing there, which is very close. They can see where they're at, sort of towards the 3/4 through the pit stop. They have to kind of guess it a little bit on when to go to be perfect, and perfect nearly was indeed Johan Medart. He certainly got the perfect result, though, with a first place in the opening heat race for him, and fantastic result there. Pikc Schlets, though, Pikc Schlets will probably feel a little bit disappointed possibly with second, but you know, he's pretty cool, he's young, he's got time on his side, and he's also got the race result on his side. Second place, a lot of points for him. Thomas Hagelstein be delighted surely with that third place. Igor Tvorak, well, he was running third place, but he's still well up in points, and an incredible showing there, Tvorak. At one point it looked like he may well have done enough for second, possibly even first place, because he seemed to be challenging Johan Medart more than he was challenging Pikc Schlets. Obviously, it was for a position on track, but in terms of time and how that would work out of the pit stop cycle. But Igor Tvorak into fourth place, an incredible run there by him. Wasn't to be in terms of a top three, but an incredible run there for Igor Tvorak. Patrick Gatcher into fifth place, Philip Szerzak in sixth, and Noah von Chan there into seventh, Robin even in eighth, Maciek Subczynski there into ninth, rounding out the top 10, Tom Delfos into 10th, Pavel Kreslok in 11th place. Nikolai Marsengo, the Swedish champion, has managed 12th, with Philippe Danuz, the Masters Plus driver, into 13th. David Wisniewski, slight surprise there to be down in 14th, if I'm honest. I was thinking a good top 10 there for David Wisniewski, but he's going to be in the later races. We'll see what happens. Olivier Golubsiewski there into 15th, and Michal Zieski there into 6th. 16th with 17th is Jens Blenschmidt, and I believe it will be Wilshire. Thomas Wilshire probably into the 18th place in that one there. So we'll see what happens in the following races there. So Thomas Hagelstein there was indeed third place. As what a great pit stop and move through the order there. He had been running fifth there, Thomas Hagelstein, and what a sort of turnaround there. But Johan Medart, there's no doubting Johan Medart, absolute maestro in the pits there, Johan Medart. He managed to push through there into the lead. It was very, very close. He had the inside. Pikc Schlets had the outside. Surely Pikc Schlets would have known he was going to, in fact, lose the lead there. So with a train of cars behind Johan Medart for Pikc Schlets, it was all about making sure the worst-case scenario was that he dropped into second. He did that. He had to get his elbows out with Thomas Hagelstein and Igor Tvorak, but it was Pikc Schlets who prevailed in race 3. So a great run there by Pikc there to come into second place. So what are we looking at now? It is indeed race 4. Race 4. These drivers all still racing for the first time this weekend. It's the opening race. A lot of people in the Masters category in this. We've got 4 of them and 1 Masters Plus. We'll run through that. So now we are looking at Anup Prayapati, the Indian there is opening the entries for this race 4. Mikolai Kruszyski is the next driver. Grzegorz Kapala and Grzegorz Nimczek. Both of these two drivers running in the Masters category. Now, Victor Sparholt is the son of Carsten Sparholt, who we've seen, and both father and son will be featuring in this race. Gilles Verviche, Rico Harbosch, a potential front runner there in here. Karol Nimczek there with Grzegorz Nimczek as Carsten Sparholt, we already mentioned. Max Rexmo, Gianni Gentile, Patrick Neroda, a possible winner as well. Bruno Seifert, Jordan Remmels, Oscar Wiesias Zitek there, and Maciek Inowski, Jano Hermans, Regis Bovy, another name we've seen over many years. He's racing in the Masters category as well. Christian Kapaski, and Chris Ball. Chris Ball from down the southwest of the United Kingdom, southwest England there. He is rounding out the entries in this fourth heat race. So as we look out the window there, we can see, and on the live stream, that is the outdoor section. We can see the sun coming around the corner of the building there to the outdoor section. That will be getting increasingly warm. So we're going to get the qualifying underway in a second. So we're looking on the live stream. There goes the first qualifier away. First qualifier, it's Patrick Neroda there is going to be leading the way as they come around to start their opening laps. There we are on screen. The green flag flies. The qualifying is underway. It's a single lap qualifying. If you've just joined us, it's quite early in the morning still, as we have the fourth heat race of this first round. There are 5 rounds of qualifying heats. This is the first round, round 1, and this is the fourth heat of that, and another all-star entry list, as some of the drivers here have been at this game for quite a long time, and some rookies, including a father and son situation going on with Victor Sparholt, the son, against the senior Carsten Sparholt. And I even remember when I started racing karts at the World Championship, Carsten Sparholt was the one of the drivers I was up against, so it's great to see him in this Polish Championship. And Rico Harbosch seems to be setting the pace at the moment. He's the one on pole. Gilles Verviche comes in second. Victor Sparholt, the junior Sparholt, is in third. Christian Kapaski is fourth with a big change here. Karol Niemczek, Jarno Hermans, and Regis Bovy into third place. So Rico Harbosch leads the way now that the qualifying is complete. 42.9 on the scoreboard there for the incredible Rico Harbosch, the first driver to qualify this weekend under 43 seconds. So this is the fastest qualifying lap we have seen so far this weekend. Incredible result there by Rico Harbosch to lead the way in this qualifying session. Jarno Hermans into second place. The fabulous Regis Bovy. Regis Bovy is in the Masters category. He's over 40 years old, but he's no slouch there. He's running in third place. Regis Bovy, he's another one. When I was first racing in the World Championships, Regis Bovy was one of the drivers, and here he is in Poland now and running in third place. Fantastic result from him. Karol Niemczek, he was running second early on, but he's been pushed back to fourth place. Another early front runner, Gilles Verviche, he's in fifth, with Oskar Wielkasitek there in sixth place. Victor Sparholt has been bundled down seventh place. Christian Kapaski in eighth. Mikołaj Krzyzewski there. Mikołaj Krzyzewski is in ninth. Grzegorz Kapala rounds out the top 10. Patrick Neroda, a little bit of a surprise there, down in 11th. Carsten Sparholt, one of the oldest drivers in the race, he's down in 12th. Worst of all, from his point of view, he's behind his son. Behind the son, Victor, who's in 7th place. Strong competition between the father and son, Sparholt there. Max Rexmo is in 13th. Jordan Remmels in 14th. Gianni Gentile in 15th, with Chris Ball in 16th and Grzegorz Niemczek in 17th place. Grzegorz Niemczek, as he rounds him out there. So who have we got now? We've got leading the way is going to be Rico Harbosch. Now Rico Harbosch, we've got him on the Hall of Fame behind. I remember from a few years ago, 2018, Rico Harbosch. He was the junior champion, I believe, but we've seen him on the international scene. Anyone who is familiar with the World Championship and all the various national championships, they know Rico Harbosch very well. What they will know about Rico Harbosch is what we all know here. He is very fast indeed. The first qualifier under 43 seconds, Rico Harbosch. He's leading the way, and you can see they come around now. On the screen, they're coming in through the outdoor section. It's Rico Harbosch. When's he going to go? Is it going to be an early start or a late one for him? We've seen sort of mid-range starts by everybody so far, but Rico Harbosch, he wants to get this one away. He's on the throttle across the line, takes the green, and Rico Harbosch gets the start he wants. Rico Harbosch into the first set of hairpins. It's pretty clean behind, nose to tail, and all a big line behind. No one's pulling out, no one's making the overtaking there, as Rico Harbosch leads the way. So Rico Harbosch is in first place there, so let's see what happens here. They're going to cross the line, going to get that opening lap underway, and then the timing will adjust itself. So, Harbosh back into the main area there from the outdoor section. Here he comes through the final two corners. Look at that. The action of Rico Harbosh, the fastest qualifier so far this morning. He's clearly in the lead, a slightly slower lap. Yeah, we got pit visitors already. Carts coming in the pits. We'll just double check on who they are. It looks like maybe 4 carts in. I'll update you when I get it. It's not from the lead though, but it does look like it's the lower top 10 maybe. So some major pit stop visitors there. Rico Harbosh on screen still leads the way. Yeah, they're all coming through there. 95 is in fact, we were looking at where he is. Yeah, that's Maciek Inaski there. Maciek Inaski, one of the early pit stop visitors. So it is Rico Harbosh from Jano Hermans, Regis Bovey in third. So there he is, Rico Harbosh, Hermans and Bovey. The 3 leaders are not in the pits. There's more carts in the pits. And I'll discuss, I think, yeah, we've seen Gilles Vavishin and Victor Sparholt's been in. As that was definitely one of the top 10 drivers. He started in 7th place, but the top 3 continue as they were. It's Rico Harbosh, Jano Hermans, Regis Bovey, and just looking a bit further down the order there, the Masters Plus driver, Carsten Sparholt. He has not gone into the pits by the looks of things. He's listed in 10th place. Gianni Gentile is in 13th. Chris Ball is up into 14th, and Bruno Seifert there. Bruno Seifert is 15th. So, cross the line, Rico Harbosh, Jano Hermans and Regis Bovey. Then a gap. It's Karol Niemczek there. Karol Niemczek has taken up 4th place from Oscar Vierkas Zitek there in 5th. Christian Kowalski in 6th. But there's definitely some gaps going on. Now, as people are pit stopped out, there's no one in the pits as we speak. We are looking really for the 3 leaders. There they are. They're coming into the outdoor section now. 3 leaders there. Rico Harbosh, he's led all the way so far. Now, if you remember, in all of the other heat races that we've seen, the other 3, the leader has practically been the last one pit. We got another cart in the pits. Just going to check down there. It's the number 3 cart. And that is, it's Gianni Gentile. Gianni Gentile has made a stop. He was in the top 10. He's been pushed back down now to 14th place. That's all good news. Patrick Nerode has come through to 8th. Carsten Sparholt to 9th, and Chris Ball is up to 11th place there. Chris Ball up to 11th place as we continue with Rico Harbosh in the lead from Jano Hermans and Regis Bovey. Now these 3 are running absolutely nose to tail, and surely no one can possibly think that Rico Harbosh is the kind of driver to be holding anyone up when he's running the speeds he's doing. He's on 42.8, 42.9 and 42.9 for 2nd and 3rd. So will they stay out? Yes, they will. That's the answer. I'm thinking that all these 3 are probably going to play the long game, especially maybe Jano Hermans. He's got no reason to pit now. There's a cart gap between him and Rico Harbosh. Rico Harbosh continues to edge out that 1/10 of a second a lap there. Rico Harbosh in the lead. And it is the question mark there over Regis Bovey though. Now, does Regis Bovey believe that the leader is pulling away because the leader, Rico Harbosh, is faster? Or is he believing that it's because Jano Hermans actually lost some pace? If it's because Jano Hermans lost some pace, we can expect the 3rd place Regis Bovey in the pits at any point now. So there's Harbosh with an ever-increasing lead. Now, what's Bovey going to do? Bovey's going to be the one we're going to take the measurement from. No, he stays out. Regis Bovey in 3rd place stays out. Now, that indicates clearly that Bovey in 3rd place is effectively telling us that he believes it must be that Rico Harbosh, the leader, is going faster rather than 2nd place Jano Hermans is going slower, because if it was Hermans going slower, Bovey would have been in the pits like a shot. So Hermans and Bovey doing their best to try and stay desperately with the race leader, Rico Harbosh, who sets faster lap after faster lap. Every lap he does, it's getting faster. Incredible race there by Rico Harbosh. Rico Harbosh, we can see the gap. 1st to 2nd now has increased. It's a bigger gap, so it's all about Regis Bovey. When's he going to come in the pits? Is it going to be this time? We look at, oh no, it's going to be the same place driver. Now, was Bovey going to go with him? Bovey was maybe thinking about it, but Hermans coming to pits. Now this is Bovey's chance. So we're looking at, there's Harbosh, then the gap to 2nd place Bovey. Bovey has to close in now on Harbosh. Harbosh is his measure. If he can close in on Harbosch, by definition, he may leapfrog ahead of Jarno Hermans in second place. We're looking further back. Karol Nimczek has gone to fourth. Christian Kupacki's up to fifth. Grzegorz Kapala to sixth place. Patrick Neroda's up to seventh. Now Patrick Neroda has been a front runner here in Poland. He's in home turf in Poland. Seventh place there. Oskar Wiechas, Zicek there, and Jarno Hermans comes out in 11th place. 8th place, sorry. Jarno Hermans, no, he's 9th. He's dropped down the order. Chris Ball's gone ahead into 9th place there. Jarno Hermans to 10th. Anup Prayapati, if you're watching in India, Anup Prayapati is in 11th place from Victor Sparholt in 12th. That's pretty much where they were early on, but so Christopher Ball into 9th. Jordan Remmels into 8th as pit stops come thick and fast. But it is still Rico Harbosch leading the way. There he is going into the outdoor section. And Regis Bovey there still in second place. He's got to close in on the race leader if he does not want to get leapfrog. Surely Rico Harbosch has done enough to come in and out of the pits with the lead. He stays out on the track. He's leaving it really late there, 9 laps in of a 14-lap race. We've seen the race leaders pit at the last possible moment in every race so far, but Rico Harbosch is the one with the most commanding lead at this stage. Rico Harbosch there, and there is Regis Bovey. We're looking at Regis Bovey on the camera there, so there's the real gap. Now the question is, where will the others come in? We're thinking in terms of Jarno Hermans, we're thinking in terms of maybe even Victor Sparholt possibly, and certainly Karol Nimczek. Where will they come out in that pit stop cycling? So Rico Harbosch in this lap maybe. No, he's not. He's continuing on. What about Regis Bovey? We're looking for a pit stop for Regis Bovey. It looks like Bovey's come in. Bovey may well have come in. I'm looking out the window here. That could well be Bovey. I'll keep a double check. Certainly Christian Kupacki, I believe, has come in the pits. It's Kupacki that we're looking at in the pit lane now. So there is Harbosch. Bovey has Bovey been in? No, it looks like Bovey's still out there. So Regis Bovey continues in second. As Harbosch to the outside. What about Bovey? Now, 10 laps in. Is Harbosch going to make a pit stop? It's Bovey, but Bovey looks like he's closing the fraction. What's Bovey like on time? He's very quick. He's 1.5 seconds behind the race leader on the actual gap. But is it Bovey in? No, Bovey continues out. It's a different driver. It's the number 12. That is Jordan Remmels. Jordan Remmels there comes into the pits. He's going to fall down the order a little bit, but it's still, of course, no question over Rico Harbosch in lead with Regis Bovey second. Christian Kupacki's come into fourth. Grzegorz Kapala into fourth with Oskar Wiechas Zicek into fifth. So Jordan Remmels sixth. Chris Ball's running seventh. Jarno Hermans is eighth. Jarno Hermans eighth. Will he move up the order there? What about Chris Ball? Going to look for a pit stop in 15 though. That could be Bovey. Yes, it is. Bovey in the pits. This is the second place driver has made his pit stop. Second place driver in. Now where's he going to come out? Where's Bovey going to come out? We're looking now. The last lap brought out from the marshal. But what about Bovey? We're going to surely see the race leader Rico Harbosch coming in. But it's Bovey we're interested in, really. Where's Bovey going to be? He's over 40 years old. He's running in the master section, but he's lost none of his speed. He started third. He wants to win, but it's really probably going to be second place, the best he can hope for. This is Regis Bovey we're talking about. As we're on screen there, the outdoor section there. There's a BSR driver. That is Chris Ball. Chris Ball, we just saw there leaving the pits, and Chris Ball's stop is good. Chris Ball's stop is good. He pitted out of fifth place and into the pits there. You just saw that is the race leader, Rico Harbosch. Here he is. This is the one that counts. Rico Harbosch there. Former champion Rico Harbosch. It seems like an awful long wait. He's only got to be there. So there's Regis Bovey. So Regis Harbosch continues out. Regis Bovey's never going to catch him there. Bovey comes through in second place. So Harbosch is in the lead there. So Harbosch has maintained the lead. He pitted out the lead. He continued in the lead. Bovey, a really rapid time there, but it was not enough to leapfrog Harbosch. But it looks like it could be enough to stay ahead of Jarno Hermans. So we're on the lap 13. It's going to be the final lap, surely. Very close now. Rico Harbosch. I'm looking at the screen there, but I'm looking at the actual screen there. So Rico Harbosch comes through. 2 corners to go. There he is. Round 1 corner. Round the final turn, it's going to be Rico Harbosh. Rico Harbosh takes heat number 4. Regis Bovey's come through the second with Jarno Hermans third. What a great run there by Regis Bovey. Jarno Hermans fantastic in the third place. Karel Nimček in the fourth from the impressive Victor Sparholt, up from, I believe, 7th place where he started into 5th. Fantastic. Gilles Verviche into 6th place, Christian Kubaski to 7th, Grzegorz Kapala 8th, Patrick Neroda's moved to 9th, Oscar Wieczorek 10th. So just out of the top 10 is Mikołaj Krzyzewski into 11th, Carsten Sparholt in the Masters Plus division. Carsten Sparholt been racing so long now as Carsten Sparholt into 12th place, Max Rexmo to 13th, and Jordan Remmels. Now, Jordan Remmels, we saw a little bit up the order, is in 14th. Gianni Gentile to 15th. Bruno Siffert into 16th, with Chris Ball in 17th there. So, great job by Chris Ball. What a win, though, by Rico Harbosh. That's probably the most convincing win there from anyone we've seen all day today. But what about Regis Bovey? Amazing run there to second place by Regis Bovey. Yes, he started third, but he had a lot of work to do to get ahead. He had to play a bit of a waiting game. Some very thoughtful driving there behind Jarno Hermans, and they switched positions obviously during the pit stop cycle. And literally Regis Bovey, he did what he needed to do. Maybe Rico Harbosh was a little bit quick to beaten today, but Bovey, he did enough when he was running on his own, using Rico Harbosh as the tow to pull ahead of Jarno Hermans. Jarno Hermans pitted, stood up about mid-race distance. Bovey left it to the end, and that's how it worked out. Karel Nimček, a fantastic push through to 4th. But it's Harbosh from Bovey, from Hermans, in race number 4 of the opening heat races. Right then, so let's look ahead now. It is the last open race for a while, because then we're moving over to the mini and the junior section for the younger drivers. The younger drivers, there will be a Polish commentator for those, so I will be leaving the commentary position for a few races, and we'll be resuming with the final of the open heat races for the round 1, and so it's going to be about this is the coming up now is the heat race number 5 for the open, which is the adult races, the senior races, and then we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 junior races, and then it'll be the last of round 1 of the open, the adult series. So in this next race, what a great championship it's been so far. Just to recap, those watching on the live stream, you're watching live pictures here from the Silver Hotel and Go-Kart Centre here in Szczecin in Poland, very much on the eastern part of Poland. This international indoor kart circuit, one of the finest in Europe here in Szczecin in Poland. Very handy for all of the Eastern European nations. It's a very well-known track here in Szczecin. Very close to the German border, relatively speaking. Berlin, not far away, over in Germany there. And it is a very popular circuit across the board. Glittering international entry here from over 10 countries. As I was saying before, we are seeing some of the finest international driving. It's many of the usual drivers you see across the international rental and indoor scene. So all your usual favourites from the various nations. Obviously strong contingent from Belgium and the Netherlands, as always. Ruben Bouten's double world champion. Vika Schletz, one of the young contenders now, making his way through, the British champion this year and second in the World Championship. We've seen them race already this morning. Coming up in the next race, though, we have Christoph Ravzernak, Dominik Yaromin, Bartosz Maciejski, Adam Palek, Max Optimkamp, Maximilian Dabrowski, Victor Poiré, Timek Budita, very much a local driver here, Timek Budita, and then Welshman, James Wiltshire from Wales, Balazs Benci, Patrick Dabrowski there, as and another of the female drivers, Emilia Rodko. Emilia Rodko is going to be scoring points for the Women's Championship in this race. Eliana de Vos now. Eliana de Vos has been on the international scene for a long time, has Eliana de Vos, but he's been generally racing the junior levels. He's very young guy still, is Eliana de Vos, as he's in this race, obviously a contender for overall victory, not only in this race but potentially for the championship. Lucas Wysochansky here is one of the local competitors. Radoslav Diznyski, Denusik. In Lepla, Matteo Duval, Gabor Pataki, another of the Masters runners, and Karol Zalewski, we've seen around a long time. He's in the Masters Plus, he's over 50. He's another one I remember from years ago at world level. Oscar Cederflo there is rounding them out for the entry here. So the qualifying is underway. We can see the carts on the screen now are on track as the qualifying is now underway. So who's it going to be? We have the carts are completing those laps now. As on screen, we've still got the green flag out. They're starting. Okay, so the check is out. We're going to see these times come in. And opening up, leading the way is Victor Poire. He's in with Karol Zalewski up to second place there. Karol Zalewski is in second place. My goodness, what a showing from the veteran Karol Zalewski. But he's been pushed down by Max Opdemkamp. Max Opdemkamp pushed him down, but it's still Victor Poire. Victor Poire, first one out to qualify, has set the fastest lap so far, 43.0. Are we going to see a 42 lap time? Possibly not. It's Victor Poire on pole position with a 43.0. It's still Victor Poire. And Victor Poire is confirmed in pole position there on 43.0. A very fast one, but not quite in the 42s like we saw in the last race with Rico Harbosch. However, let's look at the qualifying positions. It is Victor Poire in first place. Lining up second is Max Opdemkamp. Max Opdemkamp has come through the second. Timek Budita into third, the local driver. Timek Budita, third place. Karol Zalewski, the veteran, into fourth, with Eliana de Vos into fifth, and Matteo Duval sixth. Ian Leplar is into seventh place. Patrick Dabrowski there into eighth, and Dominic Yaramin into ninth. Adam Palik in 10th, and Gabor Pataki into 11th. Gabor Pataki with lady racer Emilia Rodko into 12th. So, and further back from 12th, we've got Oscar Cederflo into 13th place. Maximilian Dabrowski into 14th. Radoslav Denusik there into 15th, with Lucas Wysochansky into 16th place. 17th, I believe, who am I looking for? Well, I will update you. I will keep you updated if there's any changes there. So, I think it could be Christoph. Yeah, possibly Vavzin there. So let's have a look here. We have got a lineup. It's Victor Poire, just to confirm, in the pole position there. Victor Poire, followed by Max Opdemkamp and Timek Budita. Karol Zalewski is always worth keeping an eye on. He's in fourth place with the never to be discounted Eliana de Vos. I think Eliana de Vos might be slightly disappointed with that fifth place, but he is up against some of the best. So although he is also one of the best, Eliana de Vos, Eliana de Vos expects some action there. Now, particularly from Eliana de Vos's point of view, this is where the pit stops are going to play a good part. It's going to be very important for Eliana de Vos to think his way through to the front. So expect some very well thought out pit stop strategies there from Eliana de Vos and his team, those around him. So you can see on the screen there's the lineup, and away from him, it's Victor Poire. Now we've seen The previous heat races get underway fairly early on. They're getting around that first corner there. They're coming through the outdoor section now. On screen we can see it's Victor Poiré. Victor Poiré, when's he going to go? He's on the throttle now. There goes Victor Poiré. They're going to get the green flag. They're going to go for it on this one. It's Victor Poiré with the start he wants, but they're a little bit closer than in previous heat races. Victor Poiré possibly did not get quite the jump he was looking for. He's got enough to keep the lead though, but it is close behind, of course. It's very tight behind him. It's still Victor Poiré leading the way. Max Opdenkamp though is closer than we've seen from anyone else. Is he going to have a move though? Max Opdenkamp there is really tight behind him, behind Victor Poiré as they go into the outdoor section there. Now there's a straight here in the outdoor section, but it's not really the kind of straight you can overtake on. And no moves to be made by Max Opdenkamp there as they complete the lap. There is Victor Poiré in the lead. Max Opdenkamp right behind him with Pikc Perdita. 1, 2, 3, across the line they go. Poiré from Opdenkamp and Pikc Perdita there. But Pikc Perdita runs wide. Perdita very wide, almost hit the wall there, coming out the third corner, sorry, in that section there, between 2 and 3, as Victor Poiré still leads the way from Max Opdenkamp. A little bit of a gap there to third place with Max Perdita having nearly collected the wall in the early part of the track on lap 2. So Victor Poiré leads the way. Right on his tail is Max Opdenkamp, Pikc Perdita, Karol Zalewski still in 4th place now. Karol Zalewski right on the tail of Pikc Perdita as they come across the line again. So there he is, Victor Poiré leading the way. That's the one in the red and white suit there, leading the way from Max Opdenkamp in the black suit with the blue and white helmet. Bit of a gap there to Pikc Perdita, so Pikc Perdita very much the local man. He's running close really in third, but not that close in terms of actual track distance there. There's a couple of gaps opened up ever since he nearly brushed the wall there. Just one little mistake at this level can open up this kind of gap as they follow through in the outdoor section there. That is Victor Poiré from Max Opdenkamp. So Max Opdenkamp, how's he going to play this? Is he feeling as though he's been held up? He'll be in the pits if he is, but he's not. He continues on in position. We have got some pit visitors though. I'll keep you updated on that, as it looks like we've got Bartosz Majewski's been in, and Balazs Benci, and possibly even Patrick Dabrowski. Patrick Majewski listed as running last, so definitely a pit stop by him. Keep you obviously informed as and when I can see. Not a brilliant viewpoint here to the pit lane, but I will try and keep everyone informed. So crossing the line now, there's no question about who's leading the race. It is Victor Poiré. He started on pole. He's led every race since then. He's in 42 seconds already with a 42.8. That is a fast lap time. He's running really quick here. He's leading from Max Opdenkamp by about a kart length, and then a couple of kart lengths more, and Pikc Perdita. This is probably the biggest thing we've had. Oh, in the pits there. That is the 15. That is Adam Pikc. Adam Pikc has come into the pits, as there he is. We're looking at him on screen now. Look at this. He knows he's got to do 20 seconds. Look at that count. He's going to go on 16. Is it going to be good? He's got to cross the line in 20 seconds or better. 20.2 seconds. Adam Pikc there. Adam Pikc. What a pit stop. That was about as close as you could get. Remember, if you cut inside 20 seconds, it's bad news. You're going to get a 10-second penalty. At this level, that's going to destroy your championship. As we look on screen, crossing the line, start another lap, checking the scoreboard there. You saw him look up. That was Victor Poiré. Victor Poiré is in the lead still from Max Opdenkamp. Victor Poiré, he knows he's got about a couple of car lengths lead. He can breathe easy. What's Victor Poiré's strategy? Simply to run fast. If he runs fast, he keeps laying down these lap times, 42.8. That puts him in a great position to make a pit stop and come out with a clear lead. What he does not want to do is come out into a battle. We saw how the lead has nearly been lost. In fact, Pikc Schleck lost the lead coming out of the pits to Johan Medart earlier on, and we don't want we don't mind a nice close race, but certainly Victor Poiré will have seen that, and that's not what he wants to happen. He wants to come out of the pit lane clearly in the lead so he can move across the track and pick up his position in first place. However, Max Opdenkamp's got to keep him honest. He's got to try and close on the leader, make a race for it both in and out of the pits. Equally, Max Opdenkamp does not want a driver behind, such as Pikc Perdita, Karol Zalewski, Eleanor de Vos, and others to do a great pit stop and come out ahead of him. So Max Opdenkamp is also under pressure to set some times here. As we look on screen, we can see that is the gap first to second, as you see it. Victor Poiré with the lead from Max Opdenkamp. So there's Poiré, there is Opdenkamp. Are we going to have either in the pits yet? No. Oh, there's a red flag, there's a red flag. We have an incident, the red flag is out. Oh, and in the pits, they're sending them back in. So they're not even going to stop them on track. There's a red flag and they're bringing them in. This is half distance as they're bringing them on with Victor Poiré. Now it's going to get a little bit confusing on the timing scores as some drivers have been in the pits, some haven't. So the positions as we have them is Victor Poiré, as we know, leading. Max Opdenkamp, Timek Berdita, Karol Zalewski, Eliana de Vos. They are the top 5, and we know none of them have been in the pits yet. Matteo de Waal is in 6th place. Maximilian Dabrowski there. Maximilian Dabrowski is in 7th. Gabor Pataki is in 8th. From Emilia Rotko, James Wilshire is in 10th place. James Wilshire is listed in 10th with Ian Leplar. Ian Leplar is in 11th. Adam Palik. What a great pit stop we saw by him earlier on. Remember, it was supposed to be 20 seconds exactly. The drivers come in, make a stop and leave on around about 16 seconds. Obviously, they got to really guess it right for that pit exit. And guessing it really right was Adam Palik. He's being shown in 12th place. And Dominic Yaremin, Patrick Dabrowski there is in 14th. Oscar Chedeflo there, 15th. Lucas Wysoczynski, Bartosz Majewski, 17th. Balos Benche is in 18th, and so on. As we look down the lineup of karts there, they have been brought in under the red flag. I'm just going to see if I can check, one moment everybody, let me see if I can check with the officials as to why we've got a red flag. Okay then, everybody watching on the live stream across the world, we know that a lot of different nationalities are tuning in on this, and this is the English transmission for the open part of the event, the adult section. Now, there's been a bit of a problem with the scoring because there are 2 drivers with the same last name. I'm going to check who that is. Yeah, it's the Dabrowskis. The Dabrowskis there with Patrick Dabrowski and Maximilian Dabrowski. I'll make that assumption because the 2 drivers with the same surnames, they've actually ended up in the wrong karts. So when they got in the karts to start, unnoticed, unknown by the organisers and the officials, they actually got in the opposite karts. So unfortunately, the Dabrowskis managing to get into the wrong karts, so they've red flagged it. They're going to switch them around and then restart. Now, obviously this is a fairly tricky call in the first part. Let me just see if I can double check on exactly what's going to happen. Okay then, so I've just checked with the organisers, and it would appear that we're going to make the restart. Those who have made the pit stops will count. Those who have not obviously have to make the pit stops. We're on that half distance point. The Dabrowskis have been sorted out into the correct karts, and we will get the racing resumed. So the organisers have that lineup where you can see on screen. They're just going to pop them in the relevant positions there. We saw that we had a race lead, a good race lead there by our first place driver, which was Victor Poiré. Victor Poiré had that lead. Obviously they're going to be starting them and we're just going to double check whether they will actually gap them or whether they will aggregate the results. So I'll try and make an educated guess on that one. As we see, they are just repositioning some of the carts. Obviously, tricky one for the organisers because they've had some carts into the pits, some carts not in the pits. Everyone has to make a pit stop, but equally it's important to get the timings right, because as we saw, sometimes a driver can make an absolutely fantastic pit stop. We saw literally textbook performance from Adam Pikc there. Adam Pikc. Obviously, all the drivers looking to make a 20-second pit stop, and Adam Pikc did it in about 20.2, which, considering it is somewhat of a guess, means that it would not be something you would want to lose out on if you were that good at it. So, we're just waiting for the organisers to get racing resumed. We're looking on screen there, group of carts on the top of your screen. Most of the carts are slightly off screen at the moment. If you're watching from home across the world, those carts that are being sort of positioned are the ones you are seeing. You can see the marshal there in the dark top. He's just making the call round for the next one. There's one coming into picture there. So they're going to, see there's a cart there being moved out of position. And I'm assuming this next one coming round will take up that spot there. Okay, so it's going to take the organisers a couple of minutes to figure out exactly who should be where. So just to recap over that heat race, we were seeing quite a fantastic battle there, really a time battle. Some of the other races we saw where it was absolutely nose to tail. This time, of course, it has been about these gaps. We saw Victor Poirot leading the way from Max Opdam-Camp. Max Opdam-Camp was a couple of car lengths behind. However, he was clearly facing a bit of a rearguard fight because he does not want people leapfrogging him and getting between him and Poirot when the pit stop cycle through. Poirot potentially has done enough to come out of the pits clearly with a gap over Opdam-Camp. So when Poirot comes out, Opdam-Camp will not be able to really send one up the inside going into that first turn, that left-hand hairpin, which we saw Johan Medart in the previous race do, for example. However, Victor Poirot does have to consider that it's not just Opdam-Camp he might have to worry about. A number of carts were in early. We saw a number of people sort of qualify what they might consider out of position, a little bit lower down the order. So as they've been running on their own, they may have made up some time. They may have made up some time during that pit stop, making a good pit stop, and come out, been running on their own, and therefore gained time on track, even though it's not been to our visual position. As they make up time on track, they're not being held up by anybody. It could well be that somebody like Max Opdam-Camp does find himself not in second place, but in third, fourth or fifth, especially if he gets sort of freight trained, if you like, a whole bunch of carts coming through onto that first corner from the pit exit when he leaves the pits. Now, that would be something that maybe Victor Poirot would be concerned about. Yes, he's been looking over his shoulder. Yes, he's been looking at the timing screen. He can see the actual daylight gap between himself and Max Opdam-Camp, but he might find that when the pit stops have all cycled through and he himself has made the pit stop, that it's not Max Opdam-Camp actually behind him. There's somebody else who comes out in that gap. That would be the real challenge to Victor Poirot. So he has to keep the speed on. He can't just sit there and think, yeah, I've got this gap to Max Opdam-Camp. He can't sit there and think that, because that is inviting somebody to sort of come between them and therefore potentially leapfrog Victor Poirot for the race lead. So we can see on the screen now the organisers with a very complicated situation on their hands. However, they do seem to have got their heads around where they're going to position everybody, and whether they're going to send people out relative gaps or whether they're going to send people out as one and aggregate the times, we are uncertain at this stage. Whatever happens, we'll have an actual result, and probably the one who has to do the most thinking at this stage would be Max Opdam-Camp, because as we know, he's fighting for position with Victor Poirot. He knows he has to close in on him to be in a challenging position after the pit stops. But he's at real risk of being leapfrogged here by other drivers who have come into the pits because of that gap he has. That gap could get filled when the pit stops cycle through. Now, actual kart 19 as opposed to driver 19. Now, I won't be able to find that out yet. I do need to find that out to see which driver we've got. There is a difference here in the sense that the kart, the number on the back, is the track number of the kart. It's not the driver number. So each driver has obviously their individual championship number. For instance, if we talk about Victor Poirot, who we know is leading this race, he's number 26, but he's not in kart 26 when you look at the back. When you look at the front, he most definitely is. Anyway, they've got the racing underway again, so they're coming through the outdoor section there. The racing is getting the green flag. Victor Poirot is going to take that start again. So there's the green flag on screen. The flag is waved, Poirot leads, and the timing, obviously pay no attention to the timing on this lap, the opening lap. That is purely the lap time and kart number. What we need to do is to find when they cross the line again. We will know for sure the actual race positions. And what there's no doubt at this stage is that Victor Poirot has the lead, and what looked like the most convincingly we've seen all tournaments so far. This is the 5th race of round 1. So all these drivers driving their first heat race of the championship, although this is the 5th actual race we've seen. They're on the outdoor section now. Victor Poirot, he's coming through the final corners there. There he is on screen. So Victor Poirot, he leads the way. He's got that lead from Max Opdemkamp. Timek Bodita and Karol Zalewski are behind. And into the pits though, that's the 23. The 23 is indeed Maximilian Dabrowski. Now, Maximilian Dabrowski was one that we saw was in the wrong kart, and that has caused a lot of confusion there and brought out that red flag. Also in the pits, can't quite see the number, but it looks like the 13, was it? No, maybe the 14. That would be Bartosz Majewski. Bartosz Majewski, we've seen make his pit stop. So, out on the back part of the track, on the asphalt section, coming back through, it is Victor Poirot. There he is on screen, the amazing Victor Poirot, who had the biggest lead we've seen. But behind him is Max Opdemkamp, following him in the, yeah, that is him on screen. So, the gap has closed up, but will there be an aggregate? Victor Poirot pulled a gap earlier on. He's going to need to pull a gap now because he wants to get that clear space so he can come out in the lead. And it is an important one because he can't tell whether or not he's got that gap or not of the other drivers. So coming out there, and the 45 we were just looking at, that's Balázs Benci. Balázs Benci resumes out on the track. Victor Poirot leads. Max Opdemkamp. Some moves being made at the back there. Obviously everyone being re-bunched up after the restart there. And in the pits, is it? Into the pits we could have had possibly Max Opdemkamp. We'll see. It is the 102. That is Duval. Matteo Duval in the pits there. Matteo Duval. Is it going to be good? He's going to go on 16 maybe. Yes, he does. That looks like a little bit late. He's playing it safe. The 70 behind him. Lukas Verchansky, but it's a good one. Yes, good on both karts. Well done there. As Poiret's going to be the crucial pit stopper. That's going to tell us an awful lot. Probably going to tell us even more than when Max Opdemkamp pits, because we can't really tell what's going on behind relative to the times. Opdemkamp does not pit, and nor does Timek Bodita either, but there is one in further back. So further back in the pits now, that is the kart number 2. Kart number 2 was in Leplat has come in the pits, the 97 kart. There he is on screen now. Oh, that's going to be good. In Leplat, it's very good. 20.4. The best we've seen has been 20.2 and 20.4 there, but in Leplat they've got to play it safe, but they've got to be fast as well. It's also a bit of guesswork, going on about 16 seconds seems to be the way when you are stationary, because it's 20 seconds when you cross the timing line at the pit exit. Is anyone come in this time? Not from the first 2. Is it the first 3? No. There's surely other pit stoppers, but not from the first 2. So Bodita 3rd, Zalewski 4th. They all stay out. They're all playing the waiting game here, including Poirot the leader. Max Opdemkamp is losing a little bit of time gradually. It's just chipping away. Camp is fast. He's 42.9, so these are rapid lap times. Both these two leaders are sub 43, but Victor Poiré seems to edge things out a little bit when he crosses the line, but he's closing in there. Is Camp closing in with Pikc Budita, the local driver. So there he is, the race leader. Poiré, he's not pitting, nor is second place, but has Budita come in? There has been a pit stopper. It's the 20 kart, number 20. I'm looking on screen to see what that is. We definitely had a kart in the pits there, but it's been difficult to follow. So let's just have a look here. We have still got the race leader, Poiré, from Max Camp. Budita is still third, Pikc Budita. It's a Karol Zalewski. No, he's stayed out too. So the first four are still out there. They are running, as you can see on screen. They're coming back indoors now. So there's the race leader. Will it be this lap? It's going to have to be soon. Not from the first two, it's not. Nor the third. There is one in. It's the number 5 kart. Christoph Varziniak. Christoph Varziniak is in. So Christoph Varziniak has come into the pits. That's going to pop him down the order, but he's resumed in 9th. 62 there. Okay, so what's going to happen now? There is the race leader, Victor Poiré. Victor Poiré, will he be in the pits? Will he be in the pits? He's not, nor is the second place. What about the third? There's a gap. There's a gap. No, it's not Budita either. These are all leaving it right till the last second to pit. We've seen last lap pits almost by nearly every one of the previous front runners. They've all left it really late, as that lead is opening up there for Victor Poiré from Max Camp. Pikc Budita is falling away slightly in third place with Karol Zalewski in fourth. Gabor Pataki has come through to fifth with Emilio Rocco. Emilio Rocco's running in sixth with Patrick Dabrowski in seventh. Christopher Varziniak is in eighth. James Wilshire is up to ninth. James Wilshire is up to ninth with Ian Lepelaar in 10th. James Wilshire looking good now. He's moved into the top 10. We'll have to check on his pit stop situation. So, Victor Poiré leads. Victor Poiré from Max Camp and Pikc Budita. So, Victor Poiré on screen. He's opened up a bit of a lead there to Max Camp. Now, what will the situation be? 47 is Patrick Dabrowski on screen there. And 5, kart number 5 is Christoph Varziniak. So Victor Poiré still leads. Victor Poiré. So 26, that's Poiré. Poiré is in. Poiré is in the pits. This is crucial. Victor Poiré has pitted. There's a new leader, Max Camp. So Poiré, what's he going to be? He's on 15. He's about to go. Yeah, this is a good one. It's going to be very close indeed on time. Is he going to make it? Yes, he does. It looks like a 20.3. An absolutely outstanding pit stop there by Victor Poiré. Surely that's enough. He throws down the gauntlet to Max Camp. Max Camp has to match that. He's also put himself in a good position to retain the lead. We'll have to see what happens with those further back. Pikc Budita comes through into second place, and Max Camp's the leader. Will he be coming in? No, he continues on. Max Camp continues on the track. Pikc Budita, has he come in though? Not yet by the looks of things. No, he maybe has, because I think I saw Karol Zalewski in the background there in the red suit. So in the red suit, that looked like Karol Zalewski. But meantime, we've still got Max Camp. There are laps still yet to run, as coming out of the pits, a very rapid one by somebody, and I think that must have been Pikc Budita. We're going to see what happens when they cross the line again, just to refresh all the timing pace, but I believe that was Budita. Surely we're going to see Max Camp in on the next lap or so. We're looking on screen. There he is. There's Max Camp. Back mark had been let through. Oh, and Camp in the pits. Camp in the pits now. This is the crucial one. Here he is. He's down the stop. There is Max Camp. And right behind him is 1-6, Karol Zalewski. So Camp, he has to wait. We can't see what it is. But I'm looking out the window here. Outside. Looked like it was a clean one. It was clean for both him and Zalewski. So Where will that candidate? There's Zaluski going 57, number 57. That is it's Emilia Rodka, the lady racer, and she gets out in good time as well. So very good pit stops all around. Let's see when that timing refreshes itself. It's going to be practical last lap though. Once again, we're seeing late pit stops by those leaders. I think it's going to be Victor Poiré. We're going to see what happens when they cross the line. It's looking good for Victor. There's still some laps to go. We're just picking up who's where into the pits. To the last of the pit stoppers. We've got two of them in. That's the 104. The 104 is Gabo Pataki, the last of the late pit stoppers. He pit stops out the lead with Victor Poiré taking the lead. Victor Poiré has a good lead as Pataki comes out, and he's got a good lead. It's still going to be Max Opdem-Camp. Max Opdem-Camp has done enough as Gabo Pataki comes in, must be about 5th or 6th place. We'll look for that refreshment at the timing screen. But there's no doubt who the leader is. The leader is Victor Poiré. Victor Poiré, the biggest lead and biggest margin of victory that we're going to see so far in the championship. And it's him from Max Opdem-Camp with local racer Timek Budita in third. Timek Budita, fantastic show. They cross the line very soon. There's 2 corners to go, and there he is, Victor Poiré. He's taking the checker. Victor Poiré does it, and Max Opdem-Camp, there's Budita, and so on down the line. Karol Zaluski, he's been around for absolutely ages, and he's no slouch though, because he's running in 4th place and finishing in 4th place. Karol Zaluski in Laplar in 5th place with Maximilian Dabrowski coming through in 6th. Matteo Duval in 7th, and Eliana de Vos, surprise of the race, drops from 5th to 8th. Eliana de Vos struggling there. There'll be some questions asked down there, that's for sure, with Gabo Pataki. Gabo Pataki 9th. Lady racers move forward. Emilia Rodko has moved forward to 10th. Adam Palik, a great pit stop from him, has pushed him up to 11th place with Dominic Yarmin and Patrick Dabrowski, one of the 2 Dabrowskis causing the red flag earlier on. He's 13th. Oscar Cedeflo in 14th place with Luka Wyszczanski in 15th place with Bartosz Madejewski in 16th with Balazs Benche 17th, Radoslav Danusiuk is 18th with Krzysztof Wawrzyniak, and James Wilshere. James Wilshere from Wales is in 20th place in the 17 cart there. James Wilshere rounds out the finishes. Right then, so biggest margin for victory seen for Victor Poiré. Victor Poiré now. Points, obviously top points for each of those scorers there. The winners, I mean, top points for them. So that will be Bernardowski, Boutons, Medard, Harbosh and Poiré. We have one more race for the open category for the adults, and meantime we're going to go over to for the Polish viewers to the junior and the mini. You'll still be able to watch them on the international live stream, but unless your Polish is good, you're just going to have to go what you see, because it will be Polish commentary now for the junior and mini. We've had some amazing racing so far, and we will see what happens in the final race for the Open. We'll be back. Enjoy the junior races. We'll be back for the final senior, and then it's on to round 2. Thank you. I'm James Auld. I will be back with you later on.
Dzień dobry Państwu, powracamy do Polish Indoor Kart Championship, a przed nami rywalizacja w kategorii mini oraz junior z polskim komentarzem. Teraz za mikrofonem Sławomir Myszkowski. Dziękujemy Jamesowi za komentarz anglojęzyczny do wyścigów w kategorii Open. No ale właśnie, jesteśmy ponownie na torze, już zawodnicy będą wyczekiwać na możliwość wyjazdu i kręcenia okrążeń pomiarowych. Już w tym momencie czekają na informacje, kiedy będą mogli wyjechać. Rozpoczynamy kategorią mini. Runda pierwsza w tej rywalizacji. Komentarz w języku polskim też ze względu na to, że tutaj mamy stawkę głównie polskich zawodników, ale też myślę, że warto powiedzieć, kto tutaj jedzie, warto napomnieć, jakich kierowców tutaj mamy, a lista jest w kategorii mini dość spora. Wiktor Kwiatkowski, Tomek Bernadowski, Mariana Fedorczuk, Łukasz Jezierski, Aleksander Drzewiecki, Julian Szylak, Marcel Kostrzewa, Jakub Pańczyszyn, Ziemowit Werra, Kaspian Dzierżyk, alias Wawrzyniak, Kajetan Kolbusz, Igor Tworek, Marcel Paściak, Kajetan Kwiecień, Karol Szczurowski, Franek Dobke, Filip Fiedor, Eliza Kotaś, Dawid Szpot, Wincent Zarajczyk, Filip Szczech, Adam Sabat-Pedersen, Aleksander Kwaśniak, Nahan Bowi, Julia Zardzewiały, Oliwier Gajecki, Bogdan Fedorczuk, Mateusz Pluta, Julian Zając, Przemek Kuliś, Ania Wiśniewska, Filip Koniuk, Iwo Gurdak, Tymon Trymka, Mati Bernadowski, Konstanty Sołowiej, Krzysztof Frankowski, Stanisław Pęciak oraz Kuba Wernicki. Ci kierowcy oraz kierowczynie będą rywalizować właśnie w kategorii mini. Przed nami dwie rundy tej kategorii, później jeszcze 3 wyścigi kategorii junior i później powrócimy z anglojęzycznym komentarzem do kategorii Open. Na jeden wyścig, także po wyścigach kategorii mini odbędzie się przerwa na tankowanie, już sesja kwalifikacyjna, kwalifikacje jednej szansy, jak na razie najlepiej radzi sobie Łukasz Jezierski z numerem 4, tuż za nim Przemek Kuliś, Konstanty Sołowiej. Także tak wygląda pierwsza trójka, tutaj różnice naprawdę niewielkie, szczególnie jeśli weźmiemy pod uwagę tylko pierwszych 2 kierowców, bo tutaj 21 tysięcznych różnicy między tymi zawodnikami. Wygląda to fantastycznie. Zobaczymy, jakie będzie miało to przełożenie na te rywalizacje. Przemek Kuliś naprawdę tutaj niewielka strata, a warto też powiedzieć, że 17 kierowców mieści się w jednej sekundzie, czyli od pozycji pierwszej do 17. 17 miejsce zajmuje aktualnie Marcel Kostrzewa, traci niecałą sekundę do lidera, za nim Bogdan Fedorczuk, Wincent Zarajczyk oraz Elias Wawrzyniak. Być może uda im się odrobić straty, wykorzystując jeszcze przejazdy, obowiązkowe przejazdy przez aleję serwisową. Cóż, zobaczymy, czy im się to uda, czy uda im się przeskoczyć swoich rywali. Ja tutaj liczę na bardzo dużo walki. Są tutaj nazwiska, które już kojarzę także z poprzedniego roku rywalizacji. Akurat w tym wyścigu nie jedzie aktualny zwycięzca poprzedniego Polish Indoor Kart Championship 2022, Ziemowit Werra. Tego zobaczymy przy okazji wyścigu kolejnego, o ile się nie mylę, choć jeszcze postaram się zerknąć w notatki. Tak, Ziemowit Werra pojawi się przy okazji wyścigu numer 7, czyli zaraz po wyścigu numer 6, który przed nami. Już zawodnicy i zawodniczki dojeżdżają do swoich miejsc startowych i będziemy mieć start lotny. W rundach eliminacyjnych 14 okrążeń z wymaganym zjazdem do alei serwisowej, gdzie kierowcy i kierowczynie będą musieli odczekać 20 sekund. natomiast te 20 sekund liczą się od momentu wjazdu do wyjazdu, więc jeśli przekroczą linię wyjazdu z alei serwisowej, to jeszcze nie tak źle, ponieważ punkt pomiaru jest odrobinkę dalej. Już ostatnie wózki dojeżdżają do stawki, możemy oglądać już tych zawodników z samego końca, no i będziemy ruszać do rywalizacji. Łukasz Jezierski z pierwszego miejsca, 42 sekundy 733 to był czas tej kwalifikacji. A z tyłu jeszcze widzieliśmy kolizję Eliasa Wawrzyniaka z Wincentem Zarajczykiem. Zbyt późno dohamował, możliwe, że ze względu na dość wczesną porę. Może Elias trochę tam przysnął, aczkolwiek jak widzimy wszystko jest w porządku. No też pamiętajmy, że od czasu do czasu takie sytuacje mogą się zdarzyć. I już ruszają zawodnicy i będziemy czekać na flagę, która rozpocznie nam tę rywalizację. Jeszcze niektórzy zawodnicy dogrzewają opony. No i za moment przekroczymy linię start-meta. Łukasz Jezierski, czy obroni pozycję numer 1 do tego pierwszego, drugiego, trzeciego zakrętu. Jak widzimy, rusza fantastycznie. Udało się odrobinę odległości zyskać na rzecz drugiego kierowcy, no ale tam widzimy sporo walki. 4-5 kierowców w tym momencie, wręcz koło w koło walka o drugie miejsce, jak i o miejsce numer 3, choć już aktualnie po wszystkim. No i lider rywalizacji aktualnie zyskuje nad drugim miejscem. Udało się odjechać dzięki tej walce o pozycję numer 2. Tam było bardzo tłoczno. Czekamy jeszcze na więcej. Jak widzimy w tej pierwszej sekcji, w pierwszej połowie toru możemy oglądać fantastyczne walki, takie też w kategorii Open. Tam znakomita rywalizacja kierowców. No i na prowadzeniu Przemek Kuliś, także udało się Jezierskiego wyprzedzić. Jezierski aktualnie na miejscu 3, także doszło tam do przetasowania. Marcel Piaściak na pozycji numer 2, znakomity start do tego wyścigu. Kuba Dwernicki na miejscu 4 i 5 domyka Konstanty Sołowiej, także nie najlepszy start tych kierowców z samego czoła. Utrzymał się na samym czele jedynie Przemek Kuliś, który awansował na pierwsze miejsce w rywalizacji i widzimy, że już ma przewagę nieco ponad 1 sekundę. Przy przejeździe przez start metę na poprzednim kółku 0,9 sekundy przewagi, a teraz zobaczmy, sekunda 0,2, także coraz szybciej Przemek Kuliś, jeszcze walka o drugie miejsce i mamy zamianę. Łukasz Jezierski już na drugim miejscu, kolejne walki, tym razem o pozycję numer 3, tam po wewnętrznej jeden z kierowców, no i znakomicie, no i jak widzimy tych wyprzedzeń będzie bardzo dużo w pierwszej połowie toru Silver w Szczecinie. A zastanawia mnie, jak to będzie wyglądać w przypadku zmiany nitki, zmiany kierunku jazdy, bo też tak samo jak przy okazji poprzednich zawodów Pikc mamy tutaj kierunek X oraz Y, tym razem w kierunku X, więc w przeciwnym do kierunku toru. Już przewaga 1,5 sekundy Przemka Kulisia nad Łukaszem Jezierskim. Udało się odbić pozycję numer 2. Tuż za nim Kuba Dwernicki, Marcel Piaściak, pozycja numer 4, Julian Zając na 5. miejscu. Także mieliśmy pit, zjazd do alei Konstantego Sołowieja, który aktualnie na 17. miejscu, więc być może to podcięcie zaowocuje w końcówce tej rywalizacji. Przemek Kuliś, tutaj jedyna taktyka, jaką widzę na akurat wyścig numer 6, no to wydaje mi się będzie jak najpóźniejszy zjazd do alei serwisowej. Spora, bo 1,5 sekundowa przewaga nad Łukaszem Jezierskim i to być może z powodzeniem uda się utrzymać. Jeszcze 10 kółek do końca w tym wyścigu. Już kierowcy trochę się rozjechali, dość małe różnice z tyłu, jeśli chodzi o Konstantego Sołowieja oraz Juliana Zająca. Ci dwaj zawodnicy już w picie byli, tak samo Iwo Górdak, Karol Szczurowski, Filip Fiedor, Marcel Kostrzewa czy też Elias Wawrzyniak. Kolejne przekroczenie start mety i tym razem sekunda i 80. No i jest walka po raz kolejny o pozycję numer 2. Kuba Dwernicki tym razem melduje się na miejscu drugim. Fantastyczna walka o tę drugą lokatę. Kogo z tych kierowców zobaczymy na drugim miejscu? Przy okazji sklasyfikowania w tym wyścigu numer 6 podczas tego dnia wyścigowego i w pierwszym wyścigu kategorii mniej. Zobaczymy także chrapkę na pewno na to miejsce ma Marcel Piaściak, który dzięki tej walce nieco zbliżył się do miejsca trzeciego, do Łukasza Jezierskiego. A my oglądamy cały czas, jak sobie radzi Przemek Kuliś. No fantastyczna teraz przewaga, już 2 sekundy różnicy. Kuba Dwernicki odjeżdża od Łukasza Jezierskiego. Cały czas za nim Marcel Piaściak. No i tam jakiś błąd kierowcy, no fatalny błąd, bo teraz traci parę cennych, no tutaj sekunda straty, tak bym strzelał na ten moment. No ale niestety za błędy się płaci. Teraz kolejna wymiana. Przy okazji zawodów Pikc, także możliwość zobaczenia tego, co dzieje się na zewnątrz toru, gdyż no nie chciałbym mówić w połowie, ale drobna część toru Silver jest możliwa do przejechania. W zasadzie kierowcy muszą przejechać po części zewnętrznej, więc w okolicach zachodu słońca będą mogli mieć trochę pod górkę i słońce odrobinę może im przeszkadzać, choć to, jak widzimy, jest dość drobny fragment tego toru. Przewaga Przemka Kulisia nad Kubą Dwernickim. 2 sekundy, niecałe 2 sekundy, odrobinę stracił przejeżdżając przez ten ostatni zakręt. Także jeśli chodzi o najszybsze okrążenie w tej rywalizacji, to odrobinę szybciej Kuba Dwernicki o 0,02 sekundy, więc tutaj różnica jest, no ale zobaczmy, przewaga Kuby Dwernickiego nad Łukaszem Jezierskim po 2,5 sekundy. Łukasz Jezierski nie ma najlepszego wyścigu. Nie wiemy, czy to sytuacja związana z kartem, czy też słaba forma, ale widzieliśmy ten błąd przecież Łukasza Jezierskiego w pierwszym fragmencie tego toru. A my jedziemy ponownie z Przemkiem Kulisiem, czy będzie zjeżdżać do alei? Jeszcze nie teraz, także najprawdopodobniej na ostatnim okrążeniu decyduje się zjechać do alei z numerem 10 na swoim wózku. Tuż za nim Kuba Dwernicki, Łukasz Jezierski, Marcel Piaściak, Wiktor Kwiatkowski. To jest pierwsza piątka. Marianna Fedorczuk na miejscu numer 6 jeszcze nie zjeżdżała do alei po obowiązkowy pit stop. Zobaczmy już na 9. okrążeniu zawodnicy i zawodniczki. Odrobinę wolniej teraz Kuba Dwernicki na ostatnim okrążeniu. Podobnie Łukasz Jezierski czy Marcel Piaściak. No w porównaniu do lidera to Piaściak 0,3 sekundy różnicy. A konkretnie straty. Jeszcze 6. Tutaj czołowa nie zjeżdżała. Czekam na aktualizację live timingu, ale jeszcze będziemy czekać na sporą ilość kierowców tutaj w alei. Melduje nam się Kajetan Kwiecień. Mamy także w picie aktualnie Filipa Szczęcha, a także wyjeżdżającego właściwie dosłownie przed chwilą. To był chyba Karol Szczurowski, o ile się nie mylę. Ponownie Przemek Kuliś, ile przewagi? No, prawdopodobnie około 2 sekund, ale Kuba Dwernicki odrabia. Jest parę setnych ponownie różnicy w porównaniu do poprzedniego okrążenia i Kuba Dwernicki odrabia w tym momencie. Sekunda 894 tysięczne, już spora strata Łukasza Jezierskiego. Z okrążenia na okrążenie jedzie coraz wolniej. Ponownie zjazdy do pitu i tutaj zjazdy wręcz kaskadowe wózki z numerem 5, 12, 4, 3, 9. Także między innymi Eliza Kotaś, także Vincent Zarajczyk w alei i mamy Przemka Kulisia w picie. Możemy go oglądać w tym momencie na ekranie. Gdzie wyjedzie, czy uda się utrzymać tę przewagę? O to raczej nie wątpimy. Też pokazuje Stewart informację o tym, że zawodnicy wjeżdżają w ostatnie okrążenie tego pierwszego wyścigu w kategorii mini. Przemek Kuliś na pozycji lidera, spora przewaga nad Kubą Dwernickim. No i będziemy czekać tutaj na rozwiązanie, na wyniki tej rywalizacji. Kuba Dwernicki odrobinę odrobił na poprzednim okrążeniu, ale to nie powinno powstrzymać Przemka Kulisia. Jeszcze oglądamy walkę w środku stawki, tam wózki bardzo blisko siebie, może więc tam jeszcze dojść do jakiejś walki, tym bardziej na ostatnim okrążeniu. I na przejeździe przez ten pierwszy fragment toru ponownie Przemek Kuliś na naszych ekranach i rozpoczyna okrążenie ostatnie w tym wyścigu. Znakomity przejazd, udało się bardzo szybko przejąć pozycję lidera Łukasza Jezierskiego. Choć to Łukasz Jezierski aktualnie wirtualnym liderem. Zobaczmy, Wiktor Kwiatkowski pozycja druga, Przemek Kuliś aktualnie trzeci. Mamy już flagę w czarno-białą szachownicę. No i mamy zwycięzca tej rywalizacji, Przemek Kuliś, znakomity przejazd. Utrzymując dwusekundową przewagę nad Kubą Dwernickim, zapewnia sobie pierwsze zwycięstwo. Otóż za nim Julian Zając, także można powiedzieć, że zaskoczenie, bo udało się przebić przez stawkę. Konstanty Sołowiej kończy czwarty. Łukasz Jezierski, który startował z pierwszego miejsca, dopiero na piątej lokacie. No niestety nie udało się dobrze przejechać tego wyścigu, tuż za nim Marcel Piaściak, Wiktor Kwiatkowski, który również, tak jak Jezierski, zajmował stanowisko w alei dopiero na ostatnim okrążeniu. Także Julia Zardzewiały na miejscu 8, Mariana Fedorczyk 9, Iwo Górdak zamyka pierwszą dziesiątkę. Tak wyglądają wyniki tego wyścigu. Jeszcze za nimi Kwiecień, Szczurowski, Fiedor, Kotaś, Koniuk, Kostrzewa, Szczęch, Fedorczuk, Zarajczyk oraz Wawrzyniak. I w tym momencie kierowcy oraz kierowczynie będą zmieniać swoje wózki i rozpoczniemy wyścig numer 2 w kategorii mini. Fantastyczne widowisko, sporo walki w samej czołówce, szczególnie na samym początku rywalizacji. Zastanawia mnie, co pokażą zawodnicy podczas wyścigu kolejnego, który już przed nami. Jeszcze przypomnijmy, przed nami także kategoria junior, tam 3 wyścigi, natomiast odrobinę przed nimi tankowanie i parunastominutowa przerwa. Ten harmonogram odrobinę różni się od tego, co było nam podane na tacy jeszcze przed startem rywalizacji, ale to ze względu na drobne opóźnienia, na także problem, który pojawił się przy okazji wyścigu 5 kategorii Open, czyli niestety tam miał miejsce incydent związany z błędami w obliczeniach tabeli. To natomiast zostało naprawione i zrestartowany wyścig numer 5 ostatecznie mógł się odbyć, co bardzo cieszy i też został przejechany w całości, a kierowcy zostali sklasyfikowani. No a właśnie w kategorii Open aktualnie liderami Wiktor Per oraz Rico Harbosz, 22 punkty tych zawodników. Ruben Butens na miejscu numer 3, punktów 21, a tuż za nimi Joan Medart, a także Tomek Bernadowski. No to jest sama czołówka kategorii Open. Kierowcy, którzy mają przynajmniej 20 punktów. A tych tu punktów dość sporo jeszcze doda się podczas tego dnia wyścigowego. W sumie jak tak patrzę na harmonogram, to dzisiaj przejedziemy w sumie 44 wyścigi, więc sporo widowiska jeszcze przed nami, a ścigamy się przynajmniej biorąc pod uwagę harmonogram do 22:35. Całkiem możliwe, że te wyścigi nam się jeszcze odrobinę przesuną, choć jak pokazały nam poprzednie dni wyścigowe Polish Indoor Kart Championship, to tutaj te sesje organizatorzy są w stanie jeszcze nadrabiać i odrobinę przyspieszyć, więc być może skończymy idealnie na czas. Czekamy jeszcze na informacje o możliwości wyjazdu z pit stopu. Ja powrócę do Państwa już za parę chwil. No, poczekamy na wyjazd do sesji kwalifikacyjnej jednej szansy. Zawodnicy ruszają, by rozpocząć kolejną sesję kwalifikacyjną, a na naszej liście teraz Jakub Pańczyszyn, Kaspian Dzierżyk, Julian Szylak, Aleksander Drzewiecki, Dawid Szpot, Kajetan Kolbusz, Mati Bernadowski, Stanisław Pęciak, Tymon Trybka, Oliwier Gajecki, Aleksander Kwaśniak, Adam Sabat, Pedersen, Frankowski Krzysztof, Tomek Bernadowski, Mateusz Pluta, Ziemowit Werra, czyli aktualny zwycięzca Polish Indoor Kart Championship w kategorii mini. Także Ania Wiśniewska, Igor Tworek, Franek Dobke czy Nohan Bowi. To jest 20, która będzie startować w tej sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Pytanie najważniejsze. Czy Ziemowit Werra będzie w stanie zająć pozycję numer 1 jeszcze raz podczas aktualnych zawodów? Atrakcyjne nagrody do wygrania, na które z pewnością czuwa Ziemowicz. Ciekaw jestem, czy poradzi sobie tak fantastycznie jak podczas zawodów w zeszłym roku. Na te nagrody, jak powiedziałem, atrakcyjne, więc jak najbardziej warto. A za pierwsze miejsce w kategorii mini zawodnicy mają aż 40% zniżki na wpisowe do zawodów kolejnych. To jest główna nagroda za pierwsze miejsce w kategorii mini, a także junior. Ci, którzy są spragnieni już lepszych nagród, bardziej wartościowych, to zachęcamy ich do startu w kategorii Open, w których niejeden kierowca z tej aktualnej stawki startuje. Także są przyznawane nagrody za rywalizację w kategorii senior. Tam za pierwsze miejsce w całości opłacone wpisowe do Polish Indoor Kart Championship, a także opłacone wpisowe do zawodów Kart World Championship w 2024 roku, więc kierowcy tutaj wiedzą, o co walczą. za drugie miejsce oraz trzecie, zniżka 50% na wpisowe do zawodów Kart World Championship 2024. W przypadku kategorii Open pierwsze miejsce to w całości wpisowe do Polish Indoor Kart Championship oraz do Kart World Championship w 2024 roku. Za drugie i trzecie miejsce w całości wpisowe do Pikc, a za czwarte i piąte miejsce zniżka 40% na wpisowe do Pikc w przyszłym roku. Także cóż, tutaj na te pierwsze miejsca na pewno będziemy zwracać uwagę, szczególnie właśnie w kategorii senior oraz kategorii Open, gdzie będziemy mieć tutaj najważniejszą rywalizację, też biorąc pod uwagę sam harmonogram. Jak tradycja mówi, finał musi być zawsze na końcu i finałem takim ostatecznym jest właśnie finał kategorii Open. Planowo już jutro o godzinie 18, także do oglądania oczywiście zachęcam. A odrobinę wcześniej finał kategorii mini junior, a także wyścig numer 61 w całym harmonogramie, czyli finał kategorii senior. No, tam rywalizacji nie mogę się doczekać, no bo tu już tam już żarty się kończą. Tutaj jeszcze można sobie pozwolić na jakieś drobne błędy, przynajmniej na początku. No bo widzieliśmy przy okazji wyścigu Łukasza Jezierskiego, że nie wszyscy kierowcy są dostatecznie rozgrzani na rywalizację, ale to powinno się jeszcze poprawić. Z pierwszego miejsca w tych kwalifikacjach i do tego wyścigu rusza Ziemowit Werra, także znakomite tempo. Tuż za nim Tomek Bernadowski, różnica 0,2 sekundy na okrążeniu pomiarowym. Z trzeciego pola, z trzeciego miejsca podczas tego startu lotnego Igor Forek, już 360 tysięcznych straty do Ziemowita. A na czwartym miejscu Kaspian Dzierżyk, piąty Krzysztof Frankowski. Czekamy na sygnał do startu w tej rywalizacji. Już widać, niektórzy kierowcy odrobinę się niecierpliwią i już ruszają do startu lotnego. Kolejne 14 okrążeń zabawy i niesamowitej rywalizacji przed nami. Ziemowit Werra z pierwszego miejsca. Czy uda się obronić tą pierwszą lokatę w pierwszej części tego toru? Będzie bardzo trudno. Tomek Bernadowski bardzo doświadczonym zawodnikiem. Jest tutaj sama czołówka, pozycje 1 i 2, bardzo mocno obstawione. Rusza Werra, rusza także Bernadowski. Bardzo spokojnie ten start, tam walki w środku stawki, o ile dobrze patrzę, pozycja numer 6 oraz 7, ale bez większych zmian, bez większych przetasowań. Nie tak agresywnie jak przy okazji wyścigu poprzedniego w kategorii mini. Ucieka, próbuje przynajmniej Ziemowit Werra, ale Tomek Bernadowski cały czas jest czujny, wyczekuje ewentualnego błędu, bardzo blisko lidera. Nie wiem, czy tutaj będą szanse na jakikolwiek atak, choć na ewentualne ryzyko będzie mógł sobie jeszcze pozwolić. Tutaj jeszcze istotna będzie strategia, kiedy zdecydują się zawodnicy zjechać do alei na obowiązkowy 20-sekundowy postój. Jak widzimy, Bernadowski napiera przy przejeździe przez start metę, różnica 0,3 sekundy. Igor Tworek już do lidera traci 0,7. I tam widzimy bardzo blisko, znakomita walka tych kierowców. Wjeżdżają teraz w halę, ostatni zakręt teraz przed kierowcami i na pierwszym miejscu jako pierwszy linię startmeta przekracza Tomek Bernadowski. Widzieliśmy to znakomite wyprzedzenie przy wjeździe w nitkę zewnętrzną toru Silver. No i mamy nowego lidera. Tomek Bernadowski, 0,3 sekundy przewagi nad Ziemowitym Werą. 30 to jest, jak widzimy gołym okiem, to jest różnica wózka i trochę więcej. Natomiast no, te straty są naprawdę niewielkie i tutaj pierwsza czwórka pokazuje, że są w stanie walczyć jak równy z równym. Cieszy to, że mamy 4 kierowców w zasadzie walczących o zwycięstwo w tym pierwszym wyścigu. Ziemowit Weryra będzie musiał tutaj odrabiać straty. Któryś z kierowców zjechał i to jest chyba Ziemowit Weryra. Tak, numer 10 aktualnie w picie. Zjechał także Franek Dobke na obowiązkowy postój, a Tomek Bernadowski będzie musiał obawiać się tego podcięcia Ziemowita Wery. Czy to mu się uda, czy też nie? Będziemy świadkami być może pod koniec wyścigu, przyzwyczajeni do tego, że lider, aktualnie Tomek Bernadowski, będzie najprawdopodobniej zjeżdżać pod sam koniec rywalizacji. Czy może pokusi się o zjazd właśnie teraz? Raczej nie planuje, ale ewidentnie podcięcie będzie szykował Ziemowit Weryra. Będziemy czekać na kolejne zjazdy do pitu. Już widzimy, że stawka odrobinę się rozjechała. Z kolei walka szykuje się w samym środku stawki. Tam niewielkie różnice pomiędzy Dawidem Szpotem a Krzysztofem Frankowskim. Tam w zasadzie przy przekroczeniu start mety 200 różnice między tymi kierowcami. Na tę walkę również warto zwrócić uwagę. Za nimi także bardzo małe różnice. No, między innymi Mati Bernadowski do Kuby Pańczyszyna, także Nohanbowi do aktualnie Bernadowskiego. Znowu przekraczają start metę. Tomek Bernadowski tutaj prowadzi 0,7 przewagi nad Igorem Tworkiem. Kaspian Dzierżyk aktualnie pozycja 3, natomiast on traci dość sporo. Ziemowit Weryra pozycja numer 16 aktualnie. Bardzo wczesny zjazd do alei serwisowej, to myślę odrobinę nas mogło zaskoczyć. Tomek, przepraszam, muszę tutaj zobaczyć dobrze w live timing. W alei serwisowej dosłownie przed momentem bodajże Mati Bernadowski. Zerkam na ostatnie okrążenia w wykonaniu kierowców. Ziemowit Weryra. Ostatnie okrążenie 200 szybciej od Tomka Bernadowskiego. Jeśli chodzi o najszybsze okrążenie, to tutaj już przewaga Weryry i 400 sekundy, choć no właśnie, przewaga znacząca, można by powiedzieć, bo tutaj na bardzo wysokim poziomie ci dwaj zawodnicy, także ze znakomitym tempem. No to są jednak 3-400 sekundy różnicy. To jest jak stryknięcie palcem, więc różnice milimetrowe, można by powiedzieć. Jak to mawiał Andrzej Borowczyk, komentujący niegdyś wyścigi Formuły 1, różnica wręcz na żyletki. Tomek Bernadowski, czy zjedzie do alei serwisowej tym razem? Jeszcze nie, to nie jest jeszcze idealny moment. Teraz okrążenie nieco wolniejsze od poprzedniego kółka. Tutaj cały czas mowa o setnych sekundy, natomiast znakomite, równe tempo wciąż w przypadku Tomka Bernadowskiego. No ale w przypadku podcięć, w przypadku nadcięć te setne sekundy robią bardzo dużą różnicę, bo w zasadzie Ziemowit, który aktualnie znajduje się na 11 miejscu, będzie w stanie nawet wyjechać przed Tomkiem Bernadowskim, o ile utrzyma Ziemowit Weryra swoje tempo. A na poprzednim kółku udało się przebić personalny najszybszy czas okrążenia, to jest 42 sekundy 416. Zerkam sobie peryferyjnie na live timing i z tego co wnioskuję, to jest to najszybsze okrążenie podczas tego wyścigu. Zatem będzie w stanie Ziemowit Werra także dodać dodatkowy punkt do klasyfikacji generalnej, co na pewno go ucieszy, bo to też spowoduje, że nieco pewniej będzie podchodzić do wyścigów kolejnych w kategorii mini. Tomek Bernadowski cały czas na torze i też zyskuje cały czas nad Igorem Tworkiem, który zajmuje pozycję numer 2. Czekamy jeszcze na zjazdy do pitu tych zawodników. Jeszcze 4 kółka do końca. $157,000 różnicy na poprzednim kółku między Tomkiem Bernadowskim a Igorem Tworkiem. Już Kaspian Dzierżyk zdecydowanie dalej, bo 2 sekundy ponad straty do lidera tej sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Nie zjeżdża jeszcze Tomek Bernadowski. Ale za to mamy pit Kaspiana Dzierżyka. W alei także Mateusz Pluta, który już zdołał wyjechać, także Tymon Trynka, czy też Jakub Pańczyszyn pojawili się dosłownie przed momentem w alei, a ponownie Tomek Bernadowski na naszych ekranach zasygnalizował ręką, że będzie zjeżdżać do alei i zobaczmy, jak szybki będzie to stop. Jeszcze wymienia się informacjami, być może ze swoim inżynierem, być może tym inżynierem jest ktoś z jego rodziny, też bardzo dużo rodzin zebranych, rodzin zawodników oglądających te zmagania. Wiele z członków tych rodzin pomaga swoim zawodnikom, swoim podopiecznym. Ciekaw jestem, jak będzie się miał ten pit Tomka Bernadowskiego do pozycji w wyścigu. My teraz oglądamy wózek z numerem 8. Kolejne zjazdy już w samej końcówce. Ten obowiązkowy stop oczywiście trzeba zaliczyć. Igor Tworek na prowadzeniu, przynajmniej aktualnie. Już za parę chwil będziemy mieć flagę w czarno-białą szachownicę. Wjeżdżają teraz w tę sekcję zewnętrzną i mamy. Także końcówka wyścigu, ostatni zachęt, jeszcze tam walka o prowadzenie w rywalizacji, ale jednak najszybszy Ziemowit Werra, świetne tempo po wyjeździe z alei serwisowej, znakomity przejazd, świetna także decyzja, wyczuta idealnie, zjechał w perfekcyjnym momencie, udało się podciąć Tomka Bernadowskiego, zatem Ziemowit Werra na prowadzeniu, 0,3 sekundy przewagi, więc tutaj wózek i jeszcze odrobina odległości, różnicy w zasadzie. Więc 14 kółek przejechali niemalże łeb w łeb i też ze sporą dość przewagą nad trzecim miejscem. Igor Tworek już 0,8 sekundy różnicy do drugiego miejsca. Także Tworek ląduje na miejscu trzecim i on pojawi się za parę chwil na podium, na balkonie przy nitce toru. Jak widzimy na balkonie także miejsce dla widowni, która obserwuje to, co się dzieje tutaj na torze. Werra, Bernadowski, a także Tworek to jest pierwsza trójka rywalizacji wyścigu numer 2 w kategorii mini, czyli wyścigu 7 podczas tego dnia wyścigowego, a za nimi Dzierżyk, Pluta, Dobke, Szpot, Trynka, Pańczyszyn, a także Gajecki, za nimi także Kwaśniak, Bowi, Frankowski, Szylak, Wiśniewska, Bernadowski, Mateusz, Kolbusz, Drzewiecki, Pęciak oraz Sabat Pedersen. Tak wyglądają wyniki tej rywalizacji. Sabat Pedersen stracił dość sporo, bo prawie 24 sekundy do lidera, też dość spora strata do Stanisława Pęciaka. Pęciak i Drzewiecki, jak widzę po live timingu, 4 sekundy straty do Kajetana Kolbusza, więc tam na samym tyle musiało zadziać się coś nieciekawego, czego niestety nie zdołaliśmy zobaczyć. I jak widzimy po informacji na ekranie, przerwa na tankowanie, tak jak według harmonogramu, więc drobna przerwa około 10-15 minut i powrócimy do wyścigów. Przed nami 3 rywalizacje kategorii junior, wyścig numer 8, 9 oraz 10, a później jeszcze jeden wyścig kategorii open, po to by zacząć rundę drugą eliminacji i powrócić do kategorii mini, zatem powrócimy za paręnaście minut do tej transmisji. No cóż, na ten moment do usłyszenia, słyszymy się za parę chwil. Powracamy do rywalizacji po przerwie. Na tankowanie przed nami 3 wyścigi kategorii junior. Wyścig numer 1 w tej kategorii, wyścig 8 podczas tego dnia wyścigowego i właśnie z nową kategorią. 3 wyścigi przed nami, nie 2, porównując do kategorii mini, a to ze względu na to, że już tutaj stawka jest zdecydowanie większa. 60 zawodników i zawodniczek wystartuje właśnie w tych 3 wyścigach. No i też, skoro jest to pierwszy wyścig, to warto przeczytać wszystkie nazwiska, które będziemy oglądać na torze. Jeszcze zahaczając o aktualną sesję kwalifikacyjną, tę sesję wygrywa Igor Tworek, który startował w wyścigu poprzednim, tuż za nim Alex Demkił, a Emilia Rodko na miejscu numer 3. Tutaj różnice naprawdę niewielkie, jak mogliście Państwo widzieć dosłownie przed momentem w tabeli. 58 tysięcznych straty Alexa Demkiła do Igora Tworka i 700 straty Emilii Rodko do lidera. Także tutaj już mamy czasy na żyletki. Tutaj już różnice są naprawdę niewielkie. 19 zawodników zmieściło się w 1 sekundzie straty do lidera. Tutaj żarty się skończyły. Jak widzimy, mamy rywalizację, na którą oczywiście zasługujemy. Zawodnicy już czekają na możliwość startu. Te nazwiska, być może zostawimy sobie na odrobinę później, ale myślę, że ze względu na to, że tych nazwisk jest tak wiele, to warto wspomnieć o każdym kierowcy, zwłaszcza że nie wszyscy tutaj będą niestety w stanie walczyć o czołówkę, a nazwiska tych kierowców na czele będą wspominane bardzo często. To odłóżmy sobie na przerwę po tym wyścigu numer 1 w kategorii junior, a rozpoczynamy. Igor Tworek z 1. miejsca, Alex Demkił za nim, a na 3. miejscu Emilia Rodko, zielona flaga i ruszamy z rywalizacją w kolejnym wyścigu. Na samym czele nie za dużo się zmieniło, właściwie to nic, choć jak na razie pozycja numer 2 tutaj bardzo blisko w tym momencie tego 1. miejsca próbuje gonić Alex Demkił Igora Tworka. Natomiast jak widzimy, cały czas różnice niewielkie. Emilia Rodko również. Niech Państwa też nie zmyli kolor kasku, bo być może kask różowy tutaj może Państwa naprowadzać na Emilię Rodko. To jednak Alex Demkił właśnie w tym różowym kasku na 2. miejscu. Przekraczają start metę i już mamy pierwsze informacje o różnicach. 0,4 sekundy różnicy Demkiła do Igora Tworka. Emilia Rodko już 0,8 do lidera, także tylko 4 do 2. miejsca, więc jak widzimy bardzo równo, choć odrobinę ucieka teraz Igor Tworek, to jednak cały czas ta jego przewaga jest bardzo drobna. Tuż za nimi Karol Niemczyk, kierowca, którego też kojarzymy z poprzednich zawodów Pikc, z charakterystycznym kaskiem wzorowanym na tym, który posiadał Ayrton Senna, czyli słynny kierowca Formuły 1, 3-krotny mistrz świata tych zawodów, no a także legenda, kierowca, którego rekordy trzeba pobić, żeby liczyć się w stawce tych kierowców najlepszych. Kiedy rekordy tego kierowcy się przebija, to już kierowca staje się żywą legendą sportu. Karol Niemczyk bardzo szybki, podobnie jak Ayrton Senna w wyścigach Formuły 1, również bardzo wysokie miejsca, jeśli mówimy o zawodach Pikc. W poprzednich zawodach Karol Niemczyk w kategorii mini 5. miejsce, więc myślę, że będzie mieć chrapkę na poprawę tego rezultatu w kategorii junior, ponieważ w kategorii junior w poprzednich zawodach 24. miejsce i 42 punkty, a kategorię junior wygrał rok temu Max Obdenkamp z dorobkiem 96 punktów, Maciej Szubczyński pozycja numer 2 i Ziemowit Werra z miejsca 3. Dość spora przewaga nad Nikodemem Sobczykiem bo ten na czwartym miejscu zgromadził punktów 85, no ale my oczywiście już przy tym roku, przy zawodach kolejnych, więc tutaj wszyscy zawodnicy z czystą kartą ruszają do tej rywalizacji. No i bez zmian na samym czele Igor Tworek, Alex Demkił oraz Emilia Rodko. Jeszcze nikt z czołówki nie zdecydował się na zjazd do alei po obowiązkowy pit stop. Bardzo blisko Karol Niemczyk. Na piątym miejscu Szymon Węgrzyn, też jeszcze nie zjeżdżał do alei po obowiązkowy pit, natomiast udało się przebić Łukasza Jezierskiego, który spadł aż na miejsce 7. Kolejny dość nieudany wyścig Łukasza. Trzymamy za niego kciuki, oby obudził się, bo w tym momencie ulatują mu punkty. Zdołał zdobyć pierwsze miejsce w kwalifikacjach do poprzedniego wyścigu mini. Zdołał zdobyć 5. miejsce do startu tutaj w aktualnym wyścigu, no ale spadł na miejsce numer 7 po samym starcie. Także niestety mamy zjazd do alei serwisowej. Tutaj Dawid Szpot musi odczekać regulaminowe 20 sekund, aż będzie mógł wyjechać. No i wyjeżdża 20 sekund 90 sekundy, więc z dość sporym zapasem, bardzo bezpiecznie. To jest oczywiście ważne dla kierowców, żeby ten zapas był jak najmniejszy i żeby nie wyjechać poniżej 20 sekund. Przynajmniej te 20 sekund kierowcy w picie muszą odczekać. 40 przewagi Tworka nad Demkiłem. Emilia Rodko, jak widzimy, nie odpuszcza. Fantastyczny czas w sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Niewielka strata do lidera, natomiast trzecie miejsce, bo musiał Alex Demkił przed nią wkroczyć. Jeśli chodzi o poprzednie rezultaty Emilii Rodko w kategorii junior 15 miejsce. No, Emilia Rodko również będzie rywalizować w kategorii senior, a także kategorii women oraz girls, więc szansa na dość sporą ilość nagród w jej przypadku. No i cóż, jestem ciekaw, jak uda się jej pojechać. Jeśli chodzi o klasyfikację kategorii Open, to w poprzednim roku Emilia Rodko na pozycji numer 63, ale z tego co widzę po formie może być znacznie lepiej. No i z tyłu walka. Tam widzieliśmy rywalizację pomiędzy Szymonem Węgrzynem a Karolem Niemczykiem. Doszło do wymiany tych pozycji. Karol Niemczyk spada tym samym na pozycję numer 5, a Szymon Węgrzyn będzie w stanie walczyć, no być może o podium w tym wyścigu. Będziemy czekać jeszcze na obowiązkowe pity. Igor Tworek cały czas utrzymuje się na prowadzeniu, choć Alex Demkił cały czas napiera. No tutaj pierwsza trójka prezentuje znakomitą formę. Jadą jak równy z równym, albo jak równa z równym. Emilia Rodko cały czas goni tutaj Alexa Demkiła. Fantastycznie ogląda się tę walkę. Nie możemy doczekać się ewentualnych manewrów wyprzedzania. Było kilka prób. Od czasu do czasu można zauważyć, że czy Demkił, czy Rodko decydują się na inną linię jazdy w poszczególnych zakrętach, ale jeszcze takiego poważnego, zagrażającego pozycji ataku na Igora Tworka nie widzieliśmy. Może teraz zakręt numer 2, teraz przejazd przez trójkę, aczkolwiek jeszcze nie teraz. Może do czwórki, no tutaj odległości są zdecydowanie zbyt duże, żeby zaatakować bardzo pewnie, no i też nie mieć żadnych problemów związanych z ewentualną karą. Bo też pamiętamy o tym, że regulamin mówi jasno, jeśli dojdzie do nieprzepisowego wyprzedzania, do wypchnięcia któregoś z kierowców, czy też do mocnego uderzenia, to wtedy zawodnikowi zostanie pokazana flaga pomarańczowa i wtedy będzie miał jedno okrążenie na przepuszczenie rywala, którego nieprzepisowo wyprzedził. Co ciekawe, jeśli kierowca nieprzepisowo wyprzedzany zjedzie do pitu, wtedy ta kara nie obowiązuje. Jeśli jednak do wypełnienia tej kary nie dojdzie w ciągu jednego okrążenia, no to będzie musiał się liczyć zawodnik wyprzedzający z powiedzmy takim dobiciem, jeśli chodzi o wyniki tego wyścigu, a szkoda by było, żeby do takiej sytuacji doszło. Jeśli nie odda tej pozycji, otrzyma 10 sekund do końcowego wyniku. Jak widzimy, zjeżdża Alex Demkiw. Jest pierwszy pit lidera tego wyścigu. Będzie czekać teraz na zielone światło. Alex Demkiw z numerem 2, także jego czas, jak widzimy, jest jeszcze naliczany już w drugiej połowie. Czeka na te 20 sekund, wyjeżdża już za Alei. Ile będzie? 20 sekund oraz 528 tysięcznych. Czy uda mu się przegonić Igora Tworka tym podcięciem strategicznym? W Alei także Kajetan Kolbusz, czy też Platon Brodko. A w Alei Igor Tworek, czyli nie decyduje się na zjazd na samym końcu tego wyścigu. Decyduje się już teraz po to, aby Alex Demkiw go nie podciął. Także będziemy czekać na przetasowania. Także informacja od marszala, że mamy ostatnie okrążenie. Ci kierowcy, którzy przejeżdżają teraz przez start metę i mijają te informacje, to oznacza, że rozpoczynają ostatnie okrążenie w tym wyścigu, także za moment zostanie wywieszona flaga w czarno-białą szachownicę. Tutaj marszale muszą mieć oczy dookoła głowy, aby nie pominąć żadnego zawodnika. Bardzo dużo pracy przed nimi. Zjeżdżają kolejni zawodnicy. Tutaj wózek numer 23, z tyłu także wózek numer 60. To są numery indywidualne. Te numery wózków to są numery należące do zawodnika indywidualnie. No i zobaczmy, Alex Demkiw na prowadzeniu w tej rywalizacji, także jednak udało się minąć Igora. Zastanawiam mnie, jakie będą różnice na sam koniec wyścigu. Także na czwartej pozycji widzimy kask Ayrtona Senny. Także tam Karol Niemczyk z numerem 46 z przodu karta, a z tyłu wózka numer 20. Także Alex Demkiw, świetny przejazd, udało się podciąć, zjechać w idealnym momencie i mija flagę w czarno-białą szachownicę jako pierwszy Alex Demkiw. Tym samym na prowadzeniu w klasyfikacji junior, w kategorii junior, prawie pół sekundy przewagi nad Igorem Tworkiem. Szymon Węgrzyn, miejsce numer 3. Gdzie jest Emilia Rodko? Ta dopiero na 5. miejscu. Przed nią jeszcze Karol Niemczyk. Warto pochwalić przejazd Szymona Węgrzyna. Ten startował przecież z pozycji numer 6, a znajduje się na podium. Także myślę, że zgodzą się Państwo, że będzie to kierowca tego wyścigu. Fantastyczny przejazd, także świetny przejazd Alexa Demkiwa, który podciął strategicznie Igora Tworka. Ten kończy na miejscu numer 2. Też jeśli chodzi o najszybsze okrążenia, to Szymon Węgrzyn z najszybszym kółkiem, także będzie doliczony punkt do klasyfikacji kategorii Open. No, znakomicie pojechał Szymon Węgrzyn. Warto chwalić taką formę kierowców. No, na pewno przybije sobie 5 ze swoją rodziną, która znajduje się na torze Silver w Szczecinie. No, warto mieć oko, czujne oko na tego kierowcę, szczególnie w wyścigach kategorii junior, bo może być wielkim zaskoczeniem. Szymon Węgrzyn, jeśli mówimy o poprzednich zmaganiach w Polish Indoor Kart Championship w kategorii junior, 17 miejsce, więc dość daleko można by powiedzieć, a w kategorii mini pozycja numer 15. Teraz czyżbyśmy mieli renesans Szymona Węgrzyna? Czekamy na dalsze wyścigi, które już wkrótce, wyścig numer 2 kategorii junior, ogółem wyścig numer 9. Już wkrótce przed nami będą kierowcy przeskakiwać do swoich kartów, także tutaj będziemy mieć zamianę. A tak jak obiecałem, oczywiście to, co warte wspomnienia, czyli imiona i nazwiska wszystkich kierowców, a także zawodniczek. Łukasz Jezierski, Aleks Demkił, Wojtek Kaźmierczak, Horion van Waes, Jacob Equal, Peter Wiesel, Kaspian Dzierżyk, Filip Koniuk, Oskar Wiejas-Ziętek, Iwo Górdak, Tymon Trynka, Filip Fiedor, Dawid Wiśniewski, Mikołaj Chruścicki, Julian Zając, Maciej Szubczyński, Blaton Brodko, Julia Zardzewiały, Teodi Vincenzo, Mati Bernadowski, Igor Tworek, Tino Antonacci, Szymon Węgrzyn, Nikodem Sobczyk, Mateusz Madajewski, Kinga Sala, Ruslan Ajew, Aurelien Miland, Szymon Karpiński, Dawid Szpot, Aleksander Kwaśniak, Maksymilian Dobrowolski, Natala Możdżyńska, Tomek Bernadowski, Nohan Bowi, Konstanty Sołowiej, Quentin Kratzborn, Kuba Dwernicki, jeszcze obok niego Dominik Jaromin, Mateusz Pluta, Przemek Kuliś, Szczepan Pudlik, Eryk Jakubowski, Wiktor Kwiatkowski, Mikołaj Zachciał, Karol Niemczyk, Oliwier Gołębiowski, Bertil Parub, Patryk Gacka, Nick van den Berge, Ania Wiśniewska, Kajetan Kolbusz, Bruno Seifert, Julian Szylak, Mateusz Treliński, Oliver Dankiewicz, Vera Ziemowit, czyli mistrz poprzedniego roku kategorii mini, trzecie miejsce kategorii junior, Franek Dobke, Wiktor Pejre i Emilia Rodko. To jest 60 zawodników, którzy będą startować w kategorii junior w tym roku, a na naszych ekranach zwycięzcy poprzedniego wyścigu, pierwsza trójka, Aleks Demkił, na miejscu numer 1, obok niego Igor Tworek oraz Szymon Węgrzyn, a już następni zawodnicy wyjeżdżają z pitu i będą rozpoczynać kwalifikacje jednej szansy, jedno okrążenie do przejechania i to jedno okrążenie zadecyduje o tym, który z kierowców znajdzie się na miejscu numer 1 na starcie do wyścigu numer 2 w kategorii junior. Ja powracam do Państwa już za parę chwil przy pokazanych wynikach i przy starcie do kolejnej rywalizacji. Zawodnicy już w tym momencie ustawiają się na swoje miejsca startowe. Za moment start lotny do wyścigu drugiego w kategorii junior. A na pierwszym miejscu w tych kwalifikacjach Konstanty Sołowiej. Znakomity czas, 43 sekundy 85 tysięcznych. I uwaga, wcześniej mówiliśmy o niewielkich stratach, ale teraz straty już są wręcz minimalne. Maksymilian Dobrowolski z drugiego miejsca stracił jedynie 8 tysięcznych sekundy do pierwszego miejsca. Przemysław Kuliś na miejscu trzecim stracił 10 tysięcznych do drugiego miejsca, więc ta pierwsza trójka już na te dosłowne żyletki. Pierwsza trójka, Sołowiej, Dobrowolski, Kuliś. Znakomite tempo podczas tego przejazdu kwalifikacyjnego. Też z wyścigu na wyścig wózki są coraz lżejsze, ze względu na to, że mają coraz mniej paliwa w swoim baku. Zatem też czasy, które będą nam się pokazywać, będą coraz lepsze. Natomiast takiej małej różnicy między zawodnikami się absolutnie nie spodziewałem. Już ruszają kierowcy do startu lotnego. Za pierwszą trójką Dawid Wiśniewski, Mateusz Pluta, Ania Wiśniewska, Ziemowit Werra, Szymon Karpiński, Horion Fan Waes, a także Franek Dobke. I już ruszają do rywalizacji. Zobaczymy, czy uda się obronić Sołowiejowi do tego pierwszego, drugiego, trzeciego zakrętu. Tam możemy mieć najwięcej walki, czy już za linią start meta będzie mieć przewagę. Jak widzimy, ruszył momentalnie i już ma przewagę nad drugim Maksymilianem Dobrowolskim. Będzie teraz starał się uciekać od reszty kierowców, ale tam Dobrowolski problemy, broni się przed pozostałymi kierowcami. Tam chyba mieliśmy przetasowanie pomiędzy Kulisiem a Wiśniewskim. Bronił się Dobrowolski, w zasadzie zamiast atakować Sołowieja, to też musi dbać o zostanie na drugim miejscu podczas tego wyścigu, aczkolwiek będzie musiał Konstantego Sołowieja teraz dogonić. No tutaj tak na oko strzelałbym, że 0,7 sekundy różnicy teraz między kierowcami. Już paru zasygnalizowało coś marszalom, być może chodzi o zjazd do alei serwisowej. Tego na ten moment jeszcze nie wiem. Nie, to nie chodzi o zjazd do alei serwisowej. Kilku kierowców w zasadzie tam pokazywało rękę w górze, chyba że rzeczywiście, bo mamy w tym momencie 3 wózki aktualnie w picie, lub też być może sygnalizowali coś sędziom tego wyścigu, być może jakieś nieczyste zagranie któregoś z zawodników. I tak jak mówiłem, doszło do przetasowań. Przemek Kuliś udało się wyprzedzić Maksymiliana Dobrowolskiego. 0,7 sekundy teraz straty Kulisia do Sołowieja, także walka w re, aczkolwiek Konstanty Sołowiej ma tutaj znaczną przewagę. Jeśli ta przewaga się utrzyma, a nawet zdoła się pogłębić, to wtedy Konstanty Sołowiej najprawdopodobniej zdecyduje się na zjazd do pitu na ostatnim okrążeniu tego wyścigu. 14 kółek, jak przy okazji wszystkich eliminacji, już wyścigi finałowe na dystansie okrążeń 18, tam również obowiązkowy zjazd do alei. Zastanawia mnie, jak tutaj Konstanty Sołowiej sobie poradzi. Za sobą ma bardzo poważnego rywala. Przemysław Kuliś również z dobrej strony pokazał się przy okazji poprzednich zawodów Polish Indoor Kart Championship. Jaka różnica? Nieco ponad pół sekundy. Także utrzymuje ją Konstanty Sołowiej. Dawid Wiśniewski na miejscu trzecim. Gdzie jest Maksymilian Dobrowolski? Ten zjechał już do pitu, także bardzo wczesny zjazd, utrata pozycji, więc on w zasadzie aktualnie walczy z Dawidem Wiśniewskim oraz z Przemkiem Kulisiem. Wydaje mi się, że byłby w stanie tym podcięciem zapewnić sobie miejsce przed Sołowiejem, który, jak widzimy, z powodzeniem poradzi, choć Przemysław Kuliś coraz bliżej i teraz wydaje mi się, że będzie poniżej poniżej pół sekundy przewagi. Żaden z zawodników z czołówki nie decyduje się na zjazd i powiem Państwu, że trochę przestrzeliłem, bo 503 tysięczne, więc o 3000 różnicy do tej przewagi półsekundowej musimy dodać, aczkolwiek Kuliś wciąż odrobinę szybciej na ostatnim okrążeniu. Tutaj różnice parę setnych sekundy, ale widzimy, że Konstanty Sołowiej nie do końca dobrze radzi sobie na tym pierwszym miejscu, mimo to, że ma dobrze aktualnie, bo ma wolny tor przed sobą, dobrą widoczność, też żaden z kierowców z przodu mu nie przeszkadza. Może brakuje mu tego rywala z przodu rzeczywiście, bo może też chodzić o to, że zdecydowanie lepiej się czuje jadąc za kimś. To jest też pewnego rodzaju przekleństwo liderów, kierowców, którzy jadą na pierwszym miejscu, aczkolwiek preferują styl jazdy odrobinę inny i zdecydowanie lepiej jedzie im się podążając za innym wózkiem. W międzyczasie Przemysław Kuliś zaliczył zjazd do pitu, także na drugie miejsce wskakuje teraz Dawid Wiśniewski, a tuż za nim Mateusz Pluta. Z tego co też widzimy, Ania Wiśniewska jako jedyna z pań teraz za kierownicą wózka. Podczas wyścigu numer 2 w kategorii junior mamy kolejny zjazd, to jest Konstanty Sołowiej, że bardzo wcześnie nie decyduje się na jazdę do samego końca, chce już teraz przyblokować Maksymiliana Dobrowolskiego, czy też pozostałych zawodników, którzy już zjechali do pitu. Tam też Ania Wiśniewska, a na naszych ekranach jak na razie lider, czyli Dawid Wiśniewski. Zobaczymy, jak uda się pojechać. Dawid Wiśniewski start z 4. miejsca, przypomnijmy z pierwszego pola Konstanty Sołowiej. Pierwsza trójka startu to Maksymilian Dobrowolski i Przemek Kuliś także, ale znakomita jazda Przemka Kulisia na samym początku. Udało się zaatakować Maxa Dobrowolskiego, a zastanawia mnie, jak to będzie wyglądało dalej. Dawid Wiśniewski pozostaje na torze, dość sporo przewagi nad Mateuszem Plutą, jeszcze większa przewaga nad Horionem Fanwaesem. Fanwaes nie najlepsza pozycja do startu, bo z 9. lokaty dopiero. W zasadzie niewielka strata do Szymona Karpińskiego, tylko 4000 i zamieniliby się pozycjami startowymi. Już nam się ustabilizowała sytuacja na live timingu, także już mogę śmiało powiedzieć, Konstanty Sołowiej przed Przemysławem Kulisiem i Maksymilianem Dobrowolskim. Tak prezentuje się aktualnie wirtualna pierwsza trójka tego wyścigu. Czekamy jeszcze na zjazdy dosłownej czołówki, aktualnej czołówki tego wyścigu. Za tą wirtualną trójką jeszcze Ziemowit Werra, który trochę stracił na ostatnim okrążeniu do Dobrowolskiego. Już w kategorii junior nie takie wyśmienite tempo jak w kategorii mini Ziemowita Werry. Tak czy tak ma duże szanse, olbrzymie szanse w kategorii mini, bo tam prezentuje się zdecydowanie najlepiej. Tutaj już nieco większa półka rywali, jeśli chodzi o kategorię junior. No tutaj sprawdźmy ponownie Dawid Wiśniewski, ale nie sprawdzimy jego tempa na wyjeździe z alei. Nie decyduje się jeszcze na zjazd. Minął start metę, rozpoczynając okrążenie numer 10. Jeszcze szóstka kierowców nie zjeżdżała do alei. Są to Wiśniewski, Pluta, Fanwes, Miland, Karpiński, Wesel. Któryś zdecyduje się teraz na zjazd do pitu. Być może będą chcieli jechać do samego końca, naćciąć kierowców, z którymi aktualnie walczą, i tam może być bardzo duży ścisk w samej końcówce. Nie chcą tracić w ogóle czasu zjeżdżając do alei, ze względu na to, że mają wolny tor, co jest znakomitym handicapem. Teraz oglądamy jedynie pierwszą trójkę, więc Aurelien Miland, Peter Wessel już w picie i mamy zjazd Dawida Wiśniewskiego. Jest aktualny lider, natomiast pytanie, czy znajdzie się w pierwszej trójce. To jest w tym momencie kluczowe, musi wykonać idealny pit. Wiśniewski z przodu, karta numer 13, natomiast w live timingu numer 4. No i nieco ponad 21 sekund. I ostatecznie wyjeżdża za liderami, a tam z tyłu walka. No i mieliśmy zepchnięcie, być może pojawi się pomarańczowa flaga dla któregoś z zawodników, a liderem, uwaga, Konstanty Sołowiej, za nim Przemek Kuliś, Maksymilian Dobrowolski, Ziemowit Werra. Zatem z tego co widzę, Dawid Wiśniewski dość spora strata, również ze względu na ten późny zjazd, ale to wszystko nam się unormuje przy okazji aktualizacji wyników w live timingu. Zobaczmy. Aktualnie jeszcze na pozycji lidera Mateusz Pluta. Teraz on jeszcze będzie musiał zjechać do pitu, no i walka na samym przedzie. Konstanty Sołowiej, Przemek Kuliś, a także Maksymilian Dobrowolski. Za moment flaga w czarno-białą szachownicę. To są liderzy, czyli Sołowiej oraz Kuliś walczą jeszcze na ostatnich metrach tego wyścigu, ale być może to już jest przesądzone, już w tych fragmentach końcowych tej nitki wyprzedza się bardzo trudno, choć możemy oglądać jeszcze ataki do tych ostatnich zakrętów. Takie ataki pamiętam z zeszłego roku. Jednak Konstanty Sołowiej na prowadzeniu udało się wygrać z pierwszego miejsca startowego. Jeszcze z tyłu tam ogrom walki. I możemy podziwiać już wyniki. Przemek Kuliś, pozycja numer 2, tuż za nim Maksymilian Dobrowolski. Znakomita walka o tą pierwszą trójkę. Mateusz Pluta na miejscu 4. Opłacał się ten późny zjazd do alei, bo przecież wyprzedził Dawida Wiśniewskiego. Dawid Wiśniewski właśnie zamieniony pozycjami z Plutą. Ziemowit Werra, startowanie z pozycji numer 7, natomiast kończy 6. Ania Wiśniewska, która startowała z 6. pola, no niestety pozycja 9. Trochę straciła na tym wczesnym zjeździe do alei serwisowej. Być może ktoś jej przeszkodził. Niestety tego nie byliśmy w stanie zobaczyć. Pierwsza dziesiątka: Sołowiej, Kuliś, Dobrowolski, Pluta, Wiśniewski, Werra, Van Wes, Dobke, Wiśniewska oraz Chruścicki. Tak prezentuje się pierwsza dziesiątka. Pozostali kierowcy: Kwaśniak, Minant, Karpiński, Gurdak, Kwiatkowski, Seifert, Wessel, Jakubowski, Van den Berge oraz Bowi. To jest cała stawka wyścigu numer 2. Przed nami wyścig numer 3 w kategorii junior, który już za parę chwil, a później będziemy oglądać wyścig kategorii open komentowany przez naszego anglojęzycznego komentatora, więc ja do Państwa powrócę przy okazji kolejnych wyścigów już w kategorii mini, gdzie czeka nas drobna przerwa, no a także zmiana rundy. Teraz eliminacje rundy pierwszej, a później będziemy się słyszeć przy okazji rundy drugiej, no i tam też zmiana nitki. Teraz X, później Y. Wszystkie informacje potrzebne do obserwowania i lepszego zrozumienia tego, co dzieje się podczas tego wyścigu, na stronie pikc.pl. Zachęcam do zerknięcia, tam dostępny nie tylko live timing, ale także najnowszy regulamin czy też harmonogram, więc do tego Państwa odsyłam i zachęcam do zobaczenia, bo zdecydowanie poprawi to Państwa odczucia w tym wyścigu. Zdecydowanie więcej wiemy tego, co dzieje się. No i mamy podium. Konstanty Sołowiej za moment dotrze do pozostałych kierowców. Już pojawili się Przemysław Kuliś oraz Max Dobrowolski. No, bardzo często na naszych ustach właśnie Dobrowolski już dobiegł Konstanty Sołowiej. Polska flaga oczywiście pojawia się na podium tej rywalizacji, a także medale otrzymują kierowcy. No być może Sołowiej, Kuliś, Dobrowolski tych medali dość sporo dzisiaj zdobędą. Nie zdobywa tym razem Ziemowit Werra, który już w kategorii junior, jak widzimy, potrzebuje nieco się rozgrzać, aczkolwiek ogromny postęp w porównaniu do swojego występu w wyścigach poprzednich, jeśli rozmawiamy o Pikcu 2022. Ogromny postęp, no i widać ten postęp w zasadzie u wielu kierowców, jak i zawodniczek z roku na rok jest coraz lepiej. Mamy wzwyżkę formy, my czekamy na sygnał do startu, sygnał do wyjazdu. Jeszcze czekamy w zasadzie na jednego kierowcę, który aktualnie umieszcza swój fotel w karcie. Za moment włożę rękawice i będziemy mieć sygnał marszali do tego, żeby można było z pitu wyjechać. Ponownie 20 zawodników wyjedzie na tor i rozpoczniemy jednookrążeniowe kwalifikacje. Chyba jakiś problem jeden z zawodników melduje. Być może jest to problem z kartem lub z ewentualnym dociążeniem. No tam chyba sprawa numeru po prostu na swoim karcie, ale z tego co widzimy chyba został już podmieniony. Te numery organizatorzy muszą zmieniać po każdym wyścigu, no więc może stać się to z czasem trochę problematyczne. Mogą się zadarzyć niestety jakieś pomyłki. My już po drugim wyścigu w kategorii junior podczas pierwszej rundy eliminacji do Polish Indoor Kart Championship 2023 rozgrzewają teraz swoje opony i zobaczymy, jaki czas uda się zanotować zawodnikom. Zatrzymują się teraz, nieco to tempo muszą zmniejszyć, żeby nie doszło do ewentualnej kolizji. Już takie kolizje, jak widzieliśmy, no, też się zdarzały. Natomiast jest to coś, z czym kierowcy, jak i organizatorzy muszą się liczyć. No, pomyłki, błędy zdarzają się. No, tym bardziej, że to dopiero pierwsza runda, pierwsza seria eliminacji. Także jeszcze kierowcy będą musieli wyczuć swojego karty. Mieli okazję oczywiście na treningi przy okazji tego tygodnia. Treningi na torze Silver w Szczecinie. No i mamy zieloną flagę. Także rozpoczyna się sesja kwalifikacyjna jednej szansy. Zobaczymy, jaki czas uda się wykręcić. Znakomite wyścigi oglądaliśmy poprzednio. Bardzo dużo walki, szczególnie w pierwszej trójce rywalizacji. Tutaj jeszcze jeden z wózków stał, aby tam nie doszło do jakiegoś przyblokowania. Jako pierwszy swoje okrążenie kończy Alijew Julian. Przebija go Mateusz Madajewski. Nikodem Sobczyk awansuje na pozycję numer 1. Notujemy kolejne czasy, jak na razie odrobinę wolniej porównując do wyścigu poprzedniego. Ale już Wiktor Pejre na prowadzeniu poniżej 43 sekund. tuż za nim Wojtek Kaźmierczak, a także Kuba Dwernicki. I to już koniec. Także mamy najszybszy czas. Uwaga, poniżej 43 sekund, także znakomite tempo. A zawodnicy za moment ustawią się w kolejności takiej, jakie udało się zanotować czasy. Oglądamy teraz zwycięzcę sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Ja się tego startu nie mogę doczekać. Jestem ciekaw, czy ten kierowca, którego właśnie oglądamy, będziemy w stanie oglądać na pozycji numer 1 po przejeździe przez tę pierwszą sekcję. Wiktor Pueri na prowadzeniu. Też niewielka przewaga, bo tutaj mowa o 94 tysięcznych sekundy. No zdecydowanie większa, porównując do kwalifikacji poprzednich. No ale tak czy tak, to są bardzo małe różnice z zawodników, jak tak teraz patrzę, z kobiet. Julia Zardzewiały, a także Natalia Możdżyńska wystartują w tym wyścigu. Pierwsza trójka Wiktor Pueri, Wojtek Kaźmierczak, a także Kuba Dwernicki. Już ostatni zawodnicy meldują się za swoimi rywalami. Ruszają, mamy sygnał do wyścigu, także jedziemy, rozpoczynamy. Wiktor Pueri na pozycji numer 1, Wojtek Kaźmierczak drugi, trzeci wystartuje Kuba Dwernicki. Czy Wiktor Pueri zdoła obronić pozycję numer 1 do tego wyścigu? Jak wystartuje, czy zdoła już na tym zakręcie ostatnim zdobyć przewagę? Rozpoczynamy wyścig 10 i ruszamy, zielona flaga. No i ta przewaga niewielka, Wiktoria Pueri nad Wojtkiem Kaźmierczakiem, ale Kaźmierczak obrócony teraz na wyjeździe z zakrętu drugiego i spada aż na ostatnie miejsce. Kolizja tam najprawdopodobniej z kierowcą, który jechał odrobinę za nim. Za moment zobaczymy aktualizację live timingu, bo tam bardzo duże przetasowania najprawdopodobniej, jeśli chodzi szczególnie o tę pierwszą piątkę rywalizacji. A tutaj Wiktor Pueri, ogromna przewaga, 2, może nawet 3 sekundy nad drugim miejscem, ogrom czasu zyskał i tutaj już powinniśmy mieć zjazd jednak na ostatnim okrążeniu rywalizacji. Wiktor Pueri melduje się na miejscu pierwszym. Ile przewagi? 1 sekunda 80 nad Kubą Dwernickim. Nikodem Sobczyk, pozycja numer 3. Ogromna strata Wojtka Kaźmierczaka. Wojtek Kaźmierczak na miejscu 16. Zatem szykuje się sporo do odrabiania. Być może za ten obrót także potężna kara dla zawodnika, który ten incydent spowodował. Mamy już pierwsze zjazdy do pitów, a tam Wojtek Kaźmierczak właśnie, Natalia Możdżyńska, Filip Koniuk czy też Tomek Bernadowski. Ruslan Alijew, także w Alei. To jest kierowca, który właśnie wyjeżdża. Wiktor Pueri, poprzednie okrążenie, prawie 2 sekundy przewagi nad Dwernickim. Czy teraz będzie jeszcze więcej? Tak jest więcej. 2 sekundy i 1/10. Znakomite tempo Wiktoria Pueri i jest głównym faworytem, w zasadzie aktualnie jedynym faworytem do zwycięstwa w tym wyścigu. Wojtek Kaźmierczak, no niestety musi zapłacić olbrzymią cenę za tamten incydent. Wielka szkoda, że tak się właśnie zadziało, ale to jest też feature wyścigów, które możemy tutaj oglądać. W Polish Indoor Kart Championship kolejne okrążenie, numer 4 rozpoczyna Victor Pueri. Dwie sekundy i 0,2 aktualnie przewagi nad Kubą Dwornickim. No, z kółka na kółko ta przewaga nad drugim miejscem Wiktora Pueri się powiększa o 0,1 sekundy na kółko jak na razie, ale widać, że to tempo jest odrobinę lepsze, zdecydowanie lepiej czuje swój wózek. Jest kolejne kółko, tym razem 2,5 sekundy przewagi, zatem prawie 0,3 stracił Kuba Dwernicki. Na ostatnim okrążeniu, a mamy kolejny zjazd do pitu, tym razem wózek numer 14, to jest Mateusz Madajewski, także on powinien spaść dość daleko, tym bardziej, że wielu zjazdów do pitu jeszcze w tym wyścigu nie mieliśmy. Ja czekam tylko, aż Victor Pueri zwolni, bo to jego tempo jest fenomenalne, bardzo stałe i znowu melduje kolejną zdobycz, kolejną przewagę, w tym momencie prawie 2 sekundy i 0,7, więc radzi sobie świetnie Pueri. Czy zjedzie na ostatnim okrążeniu, tego oczywiście nie wiemy, to zasygnalizuje podniesieniem ręki dosłownie przed zjazdem do alei serwisowej. Tutaj we fragmencie zewnętrznym toru Szczecin był kolejny zjazd do alei, tym razem Mateusz Treliński. Tego nie zameldował Victor Pueri, więc jedzie dalej, rozpoczyna kolejne 7 już okrążenie. Jaka przewaga? 2 sekundy i prawie 0,9. Więc utrzymuje swoje tempo. Co ciekawe, ostatnie kółko Victora Pueri przejechane wolniej od poprzedniego swojego kółka o zaledwie 0,1. Bardzo stałe tempo. Idealnie odnalazł się w tych warunkach. Jak widać, sprzyja mu znacznie nitka o oznaczeniu X. Zastanawia mnie, jak będzie w stanie pojechać przy okazji zamiany tej nitki i przejechaniu już w kierunku Y, czyli w kierunku właściwym, tak jak też możemy oglądać pola startowe. No to jest oryginalny kierunek toru Szczecin, także aktualnie jedziemy w kierunku odwrotnym. Ponad 3 sekundy już przewagi nad drugim miejscem Victora Pueri. Znakomicie sobie radzi, znakomite tempo. Mamy zjazd do pitu dosłownie przed momentem. Julian Szylak, który właśnie wyjechał, ale tam dość spora strata, a idealnie wstrzelił się kart numer 16 i to jest Tino Antonacci. Zbliżamy się do końca już, jeśli chodzi o czołówkę. Tych kierowców coraz mniej. 3,5 sekundy przewagi Victora Pueri nad Kubą Dwernickim. Udało się także przebić najszybsze okrążenie tego wyścigu. Uwaga, nie kto inny, tylko Victor Pueri. 42 sekundy, 682 tysięczne. Zatem jest najszybsze kółko tego wyścigu. Rozpoczyna kolejne kółko. Jest zjazd do pitu. Nie na samym końcu tego wyścigu. Teraz pytanie, jak się wstrzeli. Ma spory zapas, więc mógłby nawet wyjechać zdecydowanie za późno. Czy się wstrzeli idealnie? 20 sekund i 0,7 sekundy wyjeżdża Victor Pueri, jak na razie na wirtualnym prowadzeniu. Czekamy jeszcze na informację na live timingu, kto aktualnie zajmuje pozycję na prowadzeniu. Ale tutaj jednoznacznie wiemy, że wirtualnym liderem jest kierowca z numerem 10. Kuba Wernicki do pitu nie zjechał, więc on aktualnym liderem, tuż za nim Maciej Szubczyński, Oliver Dankiewicz, a także Mati Bernadowski. Na 5. miejscu jeszcze Julia Zardzewiały oraz Tomek Bernadowski. Jeszcze do pitu nie zjeżdżał Jacob Iquiol. Trzy okrążenia do końca. Informacja o ostatnim okrążeniu. Także Kuba Dwornicki będzie musiał zjechać do pitu. To już ostatni gwizdek, żeby dokonać tej zmiany. Widzicie Maciej Szubczyński. Także Julia Zardzewiały. Także z numerem 17 Filip Koniuk. Czekamy jeszcze na wyjazdy. Zjeżdża Kuba Dwernicki. Także będzie miał teraz ostatnie okrążenie do przejechania. A na pozycję numer 1 wskoczy nie kto inny, tylko Wiktor Pueris. Znakomite tempo. Tutaj nic dodać, nic ująć. I patrząc na samo tempo, przynajmniej ja wysnuję taką predykcję, ale wydaje mi się, że będzie jednym z głównych faworytów do zdobycia zwycięstwa w klasyfikacji kategorii junior. Tutaj nie pozostawił złudzeń pozostałym rywalom. Możliwe, że ten incydent pomógł, no to bez wątpienia, ale mowa oczywiście o incydencie na pierwszym okrążeniu. Tak czy tak, udało się odjeżdżać od pozostałych rywali, być szybszym od kogokolwiek, no i tym samym Wiktor Pueri kończy ostatnie okrążenie i wygrywa. Możemy też zobaczyć przewagę. Ponad 4 sekundy nad Kubą Dwernickim, znakomicie Wiktor Pueri. Na 3. miejscu Nikodem Sobczyk. 4. to jeżdża Maciej Szubczyński, później Oliver Dankiewicz, Mati Bernadowski, Mateusz Madajewski, Tymon Trynka, a także Wojtek Kaźmierczak, pozycja 9. Jeszcze pierwszą 10 uzupełnia Julia Zardzewiały. Wiktor Pueri robi tutaj olbrzymie wrażenie, znakomite tempo. Jestem ciekaw, co pokaże jeszcze w następnych wyścigach. Jeśli chodzi o kolejne pozycje, już po pierwszej 10, Bertil Parub, także Quentin Kratzborn, Jacob Iquiol, Ruslan Aliew, Julian Szylak, Mateusz Treliński, Tino Antonacci, Natalia Możdżyńska oraz Filip Koniuk. To jest 20 kierowców, która rywalizowała w tym ostatnim wyścigu kategorii junior, a my na krótką chwilę się żegnamy. Jeszcze jeden wyścig kategorii Open przed nami w serii pierwszej, natomiast usłyszymy się już przy okazji wyścigu w kategorii mini w serii drugiej. Powrócimy około godziny, z tego co patrzę na szybko, około godziny 11. Z Państwem był Sławomir Myszkowski, a my już za parę chwil będziemy łączyć się z Jamesem. Dziękuję Państwu, zapraszam na wyścig kategorii Open.
Okay, everyone, what a fantastic bunch of mini and junior races we saw there. This is obviously the Polish Indoor Kart Championship coming live from Szczecin at the Silver Hotel and Go-Kart Centre. And I'm James Auld. I'm commentating on the adult category, the Open. And we've got the next race coming up. It's the last race of round one. We've had the 5 other races, and this is the 6th race, the final one of the first round. Every driver is driving in 5 races themselves, so there are 5 rounds, and there are 6 races within each round to get through all the drivers. Now, some amazing racing so far, but this next one's looking pretty good too. In the entry list for this race, we've got Filip Novak, Orion van Wees, Max Burgel, Johan Templin, Christian Derven, Jakub Bohatrovic, Romano Franzen, Szczepan Pudlik, Kinga Sala, Jennifer Tompkins, Dylan de Wolf, Wojciech Stefaniuk, David Cart, Szymon Versgren, Balin Sonkoli, Mikhail Rizonik, Alex Demkiv, Ryan Muya, Olivier Shevatsky, and Bertil Parup. And of those, there are some subsections with the women's section with Kinga Sala and Jennifer Tompkins. Jennifer Tompkins obviously out of the southwest of the UK. And in the masters section, we have David Cart. David Cart, a Polish driver. He really knows his way around this track, so he should be running very well. Obviously, a number of contenders in that, potentially for victory here in this, the final race of the first round, and obviously looking to get their point scoring underway with the maximum they can. Obviously looking for people like Christian Derven, the experienced names, Romano Franzen, David Cart, of course. Max Burgel is a very likely contender. Filip Novak. We'll see what comes up. The Ryan Muya is always a good bet for a result here. So. We'll see what happens as they get ready. They're getting in the carts at the moment. It's the reverse run on the track. There are 2 options on the track here at Silver Hotel, and the reverse option is the one we've started with for the round 1. That was the one selected first thing this morning, and the carts are about ready nearly. Just to recap for those who may have missed the earlier races and are just coming in now, every driver's having a sort of a warm-up lap and then a qualifier, and then the grid is organised, and it's a single file start, and the times have been very close. So far we've been seeing a best qualifying lap. There's just one where the pole position driver started under 43 seconds, but the track is getting faster, the sun's coming out, the heat's getting up. It really is more leading towards faster lap times, so we'll see what happens here. Obviously, with it being round 1, this is the first time these drivers have been racing in this championship this year. Everybody was out in the practice the last couple of days. An awful lot of practice taking place. Temperatures have been getting high, and it's been quite an exciting time in terms of lap times, because the times have been coming down and down and down. Right, so they're all ready. There is going to be a pit stop in this race. Remember, just to go over that, if you are joining us for the first time today, the drivers must all make 1 pit stop. It has to take 20 seconds. But in that pit stop, where they stop in the pits, is not at the very end. So they're kind of judging on around the 16-second point. They can see the board ticking away. It's around about the 16-second point where they need to get underway to come out of the pits and trip that beam at exactly 20 seconds. We have had some which have been very close indeed. 20.1, 20.2 have been the fastest, and some people have really got this down to a T. A lot of pit stops in the practice yesterday as people were trying to get their head around as exactly when to go. Trouble is, of course, there are big penalties involved. If you come in under 20 seconds, if you're on 19 seconds, you will have a 10-second penalty. If it's better than 19 seconds, if it's faster than 19 seconds, then the organisers deeming that you are clearly having a laugh, and it's a 20-second penalty, which quite frankly at this level, this international level, will end pretty much your championship challenge. Of all the entries, there are something like about 125 entries roughly, and there are 48 going through to the semi-finals, and then there's 16 into the final itself. It's about scoring points. In the 5 heat races that you have available, each driver must score as many points. They have a drop score, and then the top 48 will go through to the semi-finals. Those continue to score, and after that the top 16 go into the final, and it's the one with the most points at the end of the final. So it may not be the actual final winner that is the champion, but it's the one with the most points within that. That's in line with the Kart World Championship and a number of the European ones. Obviously those who are used to the British Rental Kart Championship, they will all know that actually the final, the result is what actually counts for that. You score points to get into it, and whatever the finishing position in the final is the actual result. Okay, so It looks like we may have a change of kart going on. It looks like the 21, and that would have been, let's have a look here. No, that's a different machine. We'll update you on that when we know, but we'll be looking for the times to be, yeah, the times I believe are confirmed, but we'll double check on that one, see exactly what the grid position is. Right, so the organisers have all the karts stopped outside. We can see on the screen there. Now, it's the Polish Indoor Kart Championship, but there is an outdoor section. So again, if you are just joining us now for the first time this weekend, you'll see the karts are actually outside on your screen. That's because there is an outdoor section here in Szczecin at the Silver Hotel and Kart Centre that they are parked on at the moment, while the organisers just arrange for a spare kart to be brought into play by the looks of things. And then we'll get the proceedings underway. So we're just waiting for them to organise that. Of this championship, we've had some people have already sort of struggled a little bit. There have been really the favourites to the front. There are 10 nationalities competing in this, even though it is the Polish championship. Such is the way with these individual national titles now, whether it's in Holland or Belgium, the Italian Championship, British Rental Car Championship, and the Polish one here, they all attract such a strong international entry that for instance here, there are 10 different nationalities taking part, even though it's for the title of the Polish Championship. The favourites, the ones who tend to travel around, do a lot of the different championships, and also the World Championship, the Kart World Championship, which this year was in Belgium. They have been getting generally the expected results, but the standard is so high that really nobody's going to get the result they want. There are always some people who really are potential winners, but are somewhat down the order. Well, we've got a kart going around now, just being warmed up, and that kart clearly is the one that's been changed, and it's being brought up to temperature while we wait. All the other karts are outside. Those who are viewing on the live stream, you can't actually see the kart that's being warmed up. You might be able to hear it, but you can't see it. What you're looking at is the picture outside the kart track in the outdoor section. Where they are now, that is the straight part of the outdoor section. They'll be taking, from their point of view, a left. Just out of picture there is where they will be coming back into the indoor section, which is the vast majority of the track here at the Silver Hotel here in Szczecin. Now, Szczecin itself is just over the German border, really. It's very much in the western side of Poland, not a million miles from major cities like Berlin over in Germany. And it looks like they're getting going now. So it looks like we've got the qualifying underway. The green flag is flying, so clearly this is going to be the qualifying lap. So the green flag is out, the kart's being sent out with enough gap that at this level there's no way they're going to catch each other. The standard here in this international competition is very high indeed. Even though the karts look like they're leaving quite close together, there's absolutely no way anybody's going to be held up by anyone else. The standard is too high for that. Now, they've all started their qualifying lap, as we see on I can see looking out the side here. So, coming around to start the qualifier there, that looks like David Kart. I'll double check on that one. As they come around, the checkered flag is coming out. So we're going to start getting results. We're looking for 43 or faster on the timing. And we've got 43.5, 43.3. That's Jakub Bohatrovic. Jakub Bohatrovic is currently the fastest, with Christian Dervin there in second place. It's still Jakub Bohatrovic, and the timing seems to have stopped. The cart's coming through though. I'll update you when I know any better, but at the moment, Romano Franzen has the fastest time to the car. It's still Romano Franzen on the 42. Now it's Dylan de Wolf, still with 43.2. We saw a 43.9 earlier. Alex Demkiv is now on the pole position. It's still 43.2 for the top three. Alex Demkiv looks like he's taken the pole, and we've got one more qualifier. Yep, that's it. So looking down the list there, we've got pole position confirmed there for Alex Demkiv. Dylan de Wolf is second, Romano Franzen third, Orion van Wees is fourth, Jakub Bohatrovic was early on leading the way, but he's now been pushed down to fifth. Stepan Budlik is in 6th. Max Burschel, a bit of a surprise down in 7th. Simon Verskrin is down in 8th place by the looks of it there, and as the timing just refreshes itself. David Cart is down in 9th. Philip Novak there in 10th. Surprised to see Christian Dervin down 11th, to be honest. Michael Rinsonek is in 12th. Ryan Muir in 13th place. He's another one who could well have been right up at the front. Olivier Shurkowski is 14th. Wojciech Stefaniuk in 15th place. A little surprise there. Bertil Parup 16th. Johan Templin is 17th. Balint Sonkali is 18th, with Kinga Sala and Jennifer Tompkins rounding out the 19th and 20th places. They're racing for women's points, those two, so it'll be a battle at that 19th and 20 between Kinga and Jennifer for those women's points. So as the carts are coming round, they're going to be lined up. They're on the almost the exit to the outside section, if that makes sense. The final carts are coming through, having completed their qualifying. They pull up to one side. The organisers then send them around in that order. They form up that single line. So again, if you are watching us for the first time, it's as per all the other international indoor competitions. It will be a single file flying start. So they're being put in place. There's Jennifer Tompkins at the tail there, being brought back in. There's Kinga Sala in front of her, and Balint Sonkali there in the yellow helmet. I believe it might have been Balint Sonkali who was the one with the cart switch. So Balint Sonkali, we'll have to see what happens with him as he moves through the order. Right then, so it is Alex Demkiv, though, who's going to be leading them round. He's coming through into the enclosed area there. There you can see, now, he's got these final two corners which to pull the pin. We see the green flag on the left side of your screen there. He's gone, he's going. Alex Demkiv hits the gas. Green flag flies and he's race on. This is the final race and the final round. As they go through the first turn, it's still Alex Demkiv. Demkiv leads the way from... hang on, the screen's gone to pieces. We'll keep an eye on that one as it goes, but I believe it's Demkiv in the lead. Demkiv is in the lead and he's trying to pull away, but he can't. It's always going to be a bit difficult with the quality of opposition he's up against, so Demkiv will be trying to make the breakaway. Now, as there's a pit stop, it's going to be very important from Alex Demkiv's point of view to try and increase something of a lead, so he is not fighting to retain that lead when he comes back out of the pit. He wants a clear shot. So easy with the way this is lined up. So if we look here, there's Demkiv, he's going across the line. Now look at this, where they come round that first turn, the pit exits to the outside, so a couple of minutes up to the inside though. It's Dylan de Wolf. Will Dylan de Wolf make it? I think he has. They're similar colour helmets, so I'll double check, but I think Dylan de Wolf might have it. By my reckoning, that looks to me like Dylan de Wolf has taken the lead from Alex Demkiv. So Alex Demkiv, from looking like he needed to try and pull away, now has to try and get that lead back. Meantime, Dylan de Wolf's whole strategy has probably changed in one single move. He may have decided to pit out the way, as a lot of people have been taking early pit stops, to pit out from the second position and try to set some times and leapfrog Alex Demkiv, but now he's taking him on track. There, Demkiv's challenging. Demkiv's not going for pits. Is anyone else? Not yet. Yeah, there's some pit visitors. Two carts are in. As Dylan de Wolf continues in the lead, and it looks like it could well be, is that Johan Templin? I think it is a Christian Dervin. Christian Dervin obviously feels he's out of position, and he has taken the early pit stop. The reason for that is if he feels he's a bit further down the order, he doesn't want to try and fight his way through. If he can make a pit stop, he has clear air to set the lap times and leapfrog the others as they in turn take their pit stops later in the race. But not needing to go for the pits at all is Dylan de Wolf, and he's pulling away, there he is, and he's taking Alex Demkiv with him. Now what's Demkiv going to do? Is he going to follow? Yes, he is going to follow. He's not going for the pit stop. These two are pulling away, no question about it. Orion van Bees resumes in third, Romano Frans in fourth, Jakob Bahatrovic is in fifth, but it is a definite gap there between the second and third place. It is Dylan de Wolf and Alex Demkiv who are making the breakaway. These two could be fighting for the win in this race despite the pit stop. Looking at this, so it's Dylan de Wolf setting the pace, it's Alex Demkiv matching that pace, and it is Orion van Bees who has to do everything he can to try and stay with him. He cannot let these two get away. He has to make a pit stop just like they do, and he will not want any one of the early pit stoppers to get in between them. Who are those early pit stoppers? very dangerous people like Christian Dervin, Max Burgel, Ryan Muya, Johan Templey. These are all people who feel they're qualified out of position. They can make space through. Already Christian Dervin's on 43.1. That's one of the fastest laps in this race. Christian Dervin, Max Burgel, they're setting lap times way quicker than anyone except the top two. So Christian Dervin, Max Burgel, they may be down the order, but they are actually making ground, which can't really be seen by the normal eye because it is not in position in the race. It is way up. They took the early pit stops. It's already working for them. However, Dylan de Wolf, Alex Demkiv, somebody's got to get some message to them from the pit wall because they're going to need to get on it because Christian Dervin, Max Burgel and Ryan Muya are coming for them. Right then, so at the front, still setting the fastest lap zones, the two leaders, they cross the line again. It's even bigger gap now to Orion van Wees. Orion van Wees has a rear guard action against Jakub Bohaczewicz, Romano Franzen, and Simon Vestgren. Simon Vestgren with Philippe Novak behind him, and David Cart. David Cart there in 8th as they continue on. But look at that gap, it's increasing. As we look on screen, let's try and find him on the on-screen picture there. That's it's a pass from position down the bottom end there. I would say probably down the King Tompkins area. Oh, sounds like some sort of action there going on. I can hear there's quite a lot of people at the track here, and there was a bit of a roar, so something's going on. Meantime, there we are, they're the two leaders. It's Dylan de Wolf, and Dylan de Wolf seems like he's pulling out a bit. Someone in the pits? No, not this time around. It is still Orion van Wees fighting against Jakub Bohaczewicz behind. Now, there's the 15, that one there. The cart number, as opposed to driver number there, that would be Dylan de Wolf. And Dylan de Wolf seems like he has increased his lead. There he is with a slight gap. He's closing in on the corner. And there's that third place gap in the hairpin you can see on screen. So out of the picture there go the two leaders. And they're in the outdoor section now. So here comes Dylan de Wolf. Following him is Alex Demkiv. Then there's that gap. Van Wees, Bohaczewicz and Franzen. That's an incredible close-up there. That is the two leaders, Dylan de Wolf and Alex Demkiv. Dylan de Wolf leads from Demkiv. Demkiv slightly faster on that lap. Still none of those are in the pits, but somebody's come in. And where are they coming from? As soon as I mention it, a car comes in the pits. So I think that may well be one of those we were looking at earlier on. I will double check on it, but that could well be a car that was out of position. So Johan Templin maybe. We'll see. Or Pudlick maybe. Pudlick. So let's have a look then. It's still Dylan de Wolf as they come through the outdoor section. There's de Wolf, there's Demkiv, and those following behind are fairly fixed in position now. There's a couple of car lengths between them, so that does not suggest that anyone feels they've been held up. It would be very surprising to see any pit visits on this lap. There is one in though, from a little bit further back, and that would have been the number 2, which is Bertil Parup. Bertil Parup in the number 2 cart, but actually he is number 117 of the competition. So the numbers of the front of the carts are the driver, as opposed to the cart number, which is what the track uses to know which cart is which. Right then, so the two leaders come through. It's positions maintained there. Now, Alex Demkiv, really, he may consider that he's going to maintain position. They're down to 43.0 on lap times. These two are the fastest on the track. There's absolutely no reason for Demkiv to be coming in the pits yet. He's probably not going to. He's just going to keep that watching gap there. Maybe he can go for the faster pit stop and try and leapfrog Dylan de Wolf. Maybe not. Maybe he's already settled for second place. He's almost certainly doing his best. There's another car. Jakub Bohaczewicz is in third place. Is also 43.0. No one else except for the flying Christian Dervin, who is fastest on the track, down in 12th place, and Simon Vestgren is now into the 43.0 as well. So the early pit stoppers, we were thinking about this might have happened earlier on. Christian Dervin, one of the contenders, was out of position in the qualifying. He took the early pit stop, and now he's fastest on the track. Can he close in? There's another cart in the pits. It's let me have a look there. It looks like it's Orion van Wees who would have pulled out from that 4th place. Orion van Wees has taken to the pits, and that will obviously throw him out from the 4th place, and he will come out further down the order, but he needs to be ahead of Christian Dervin if he can when he comes out. And that will be our big idea of where Dervan will be, because we've got to keep an eye on Christian Dervan currently 12th, and Simon Vesgrim, because these are going really quick, and Sheshpan Budlik has now done a 43.0 as well. He is seriously on a mission down in 15th place. Another early pit stopper who felt obviously he was out of position with his qualifying. Romano Franzen, another one in the same boat. These guys are all on 43.0, way faster than those in front of them, and the only ones who can hold them for speed are the three leaders. Still Dylan de Wolf, still Alex Demkin, and still Jakob Bahachwitz. Current fastest though, up to 11th place now, is Christian Dervan. We've got another one in the pits, and we'll just have a look now at the times. Where is Christian Dervan relative to Orion Van Bees? And we've got confirmation now. Dervan and Romano Franzen have leapfrogged Christian Van Bees. Now we know Christian Van Bees pitted out of 4th place, so Christian Dervan, Romano Franzen by definition will have assumed those positions. Although they are 11th, 12th, 13th on the track, they are actually way higher than that, and Jakob Bahachwitz is seriously going to have to get his foot down there if he's not to be leapfrogged by Christian Dervan. We've got a bunch of cars in the pits now. I'm going to have a look out the window here, see, one of them might have been Bahachwitz, but I will double check. We've got a lot of cars coming in and out at the moment. The timing is all over the place because of that. We're looking on screen. There is de Wolf extending his lead. He will probably maintain the lead despite the fact he's losing time. But Dervan could well come out in 2nd place. This is quite an outstanding show. And into the pits, it looks like we may have a couple of cars from the front, but again, just bear with me. I will wait for confirmation on those. So down the bottom there, I think that was de Wolf in the pits. I really do. Dylan de Wolf may have pitted. We'll double check. He's on 42.9 that's lap time though, and I believe it was de Wolf in the pits there. Just waiting for it to cycle through. Dervan is up to 5th place. Franzen has come up to 6th. We'll know everything when they cross the line next, and the positions will be as what they are. And we've almost seen everybody in. We're on almost the last lap now. Let's have a look. That looks like de Wolf from Demkiv. David Cart is listed as 3rd. I'm not sure David Cart's been in. We'll double check on that one. But he's up to 3rd ahead of Jakob Bahachwitz. Bahachwitz must come in. The checker flag is out and the positions are going to be confirmed. It is indeed Dylan de Wolf who wins from Alex Demkiv. And it's Jakob Bahachwitz from Christian Dervan, Romano Franzen, Orion Van Bees, Simon Vesgrim. They have all leapfrogged the cars and they have come steaming through the order there. Dervan and Franzen in particular. And Simon Vesgrim, David Cart is 8th. Philip Novak, Sheshapan Pudlik has come through in 10th place. Max Berschel and also Michael Rinzoniak, and Ryan Muya has moved ahead of his starting position, but 13th only. Wojciech Stefaniuk, Bertil Parup, Olivier Szeskowski, Johan Templin, Balint Sonkoli, Kinga Sala has beaten Jennifer Tompkins for the ladies' points down in 19th and 20th. But what a run there. An amazing move by Christian Dervan and Romano Franzen to leapfrog a whole bunch of drivers in front of them. That concludes round 1 from the Open, and we're going back over now to your Polish commentary for the junior and mini races. But that is an outstanding set of results there. Dylan de Wolf wins, Alex Demkiv 2nd, Jakob Bahachwitz just to confirm the top 3. And it's back over now to your Polish commentary for the junior and mini races, which are opening up the 2nd round. Thank you very much. I'm James Auld. I will join you later for the Open race, which is the first of the round 2, which is round 3. Thank you and catch you later.
Dziękujemy Jamesowi za anglojęzyczny komentarz. Powracam, Sławomir Myszkowski za mikrofonem i ruszamy z kolejnym wyścigiem w kategorii mini. 2 wyścigi tej kategorii przed nami. Już poprzednie 2 pokazały nam, że to Ziemowit Verra jest w stanie walczyć o obronę tego pierwszego miejsca. Zobaczymy, czy to się uda. Jak na razie 22 punkty w klasyfikacji generalnej, tuż za nim Przemysław Kuliś, punktów 20 i na trzecim miejscu ex aequo Tomek Bernadowski oraz Kuba Dwernicki, obaj po 18 punktów. Jeszcze Julian Zając, punktów 18 również, także 3 kierowców na miejscu numer 3 w kategorii mini. A my zobaczmy, jak poradzą sobie kierowcy w kolejnym wyścigu. Tutaj oczywiście bez zmian, sesja kwalifikacyjna jednej szansy, a na naszych ekranach jeszcze zwycięzcy wyścigu poprzedniego kategorii Open, którzy odebrali swoje medale, choć jeszcze tutaj zwycięzca oczekuje. Świetny wyścig mogliśmy dosłownie przed momentem oglądać, 2 Polaków na podium, więc oczywiście jeśli chodzi o nasze spełnienie narodowe i o wyścig poprzedni, to jesteśmy jak najbardziej zadowoleni i spełnieni. Już kierowcy wyruszają na to pierwsze okrążenie, jedyne okrążenie podczas tej sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Też zmiana pętli, jedziemy tym razem w kierunku zgodnym do kierunku toru. Zmieniamy kierunek na ten o nazwie Y i to właśnie na tej nitce będą miały miejsce kolejne wyścigi. Kolejno 2 wyścigi mini, później wyścig kategorii Open, przerwa na tankowanie, później 3 wyścigi kategorii Junior, a następnie 4 rywalizacje kategorii najważniejszej tej kategorii z najlepszymi wartościowo nagrodami. Także rozpoczynamy ściganie, okrążenie jak na razie rozgrzewkowe, no a później szybki strzał. Zobaczymy, jakie będą czasy, czy uda się poprzebijać czasy z kwalifikacji poprzednich. Choć tutaj zbyt dużego porównania robić nie będziemy, no bo przecież inny kierunek jazdy to też inny czas przejazdu. Z kobiet Mariana Fedorczuk, także Ania Wiśniewska będą reprezentować kategorię Women i już jako pierwszy linię start-meta przekracza Tymon Trynka, ale już przebijają jego czas pozostali zawodnicy. Tutaj jak widzimy już bezproblemowo poniżej minuty 43 dwaj kierowcy, Łukasz Jezierski, Przemek Kuliś, także teraz dołączył do nich Kuba Dwernicki. Czekamy na te końcowe czasy, ale w klasyfikacji z tego co widzę to temperatura wrze, ponieważ Ziemowit Verra co prawda 22 punkty, ale będzie musiał tę formę utrzymać. W tym wyścigu nie jedzie, zobaczymy go. Nie, przepraszam, Ziemowit Verra jedzie. Pozycja numer 5 w tej sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Nie zobaczymy go przy okazji wyścigu następnego, ale tutaj przy okazji wzięcia wózka z numerem 17, no tutaj widzimy, że to tempo jest odrobinę wolniejsze, chyba że popełnił jakiś błąd. Też co ciekawe, 0,01 sekundy różnicy pomiędzy Kubą Dwernickim a Łukaszem Jezierskim. To jest walka o pozycję numer 2 w tej sesji kwalifikacyjnej. A też pamiętamy, jakie małe różnice były w poprzednich kwalifikacjach i to w walce o pozycję lidera, o pierwsze miejsce na tym miejscu startowym. Tak czy tak, w wtedy 8000, teraz tylko 1000 i to w rywalizacji w samej czołówce. Kuliś, Jezierski, Dwernicki, za nimi Dzierżyk, Werra, Pluta, Dobke, Wiśniewska, Fedorczuk oraz Szczęch. To jest pierwsza dziesiątka sesji kwalifikacyjnej, za nimi Bernadowski, Fiedor, Szpot, Kwiatkowski, Szczurowski, Gajecki, Szylak, Fedorczuk, Trynka oraz Kwiecień. Już Przemek Kuliś z Łukaszem Jezierskim, także dojeżdżającym Kubą Dwernickim, już ustawili się. Za moment będą startować te rywalizacje. Czy Przemek Kuliś zdoła ruszyć do tej rywalizacji wręcz perfekcyjnie po to, aby odjechać od Łukasza Jezierskiego? Zobaczymy, jesteśmy na pewno ciekaw. Ja jestem ciekaw, na pewno zastanawia mnie forma Łukasza Jezierskiego. Szczerze mówiąc, spodziewałem się nieco więcej, zwłaszcza, że udało się do pierwszych kwalifikacji zdobyć pierwsze miejsce. Natomiast dobrze pamiętamy, jak potoczył się później wyścig. Łukasz Jezierski na 9. miejscu w klasyfikacji generalnej kategorii mini. Będzie miał okazję teraz odrobić swoje straty, startuje z 2. miejsca. Też bardzo blisko właśnie Dwernicki i Jezierski, 0,01 sekundy. Pytanie, co gdy obaj kierowcy wykręcą taki sam czas do 0,01 sekundy? Odpowiedź jest bardzo prosta. Ten kierowca, który wykręcił czas szybszy. Pomiary czasów, które mamy tutaj na torze Silver w Szczecinie, liczą czas dokładnie do 0,1 sekundy. Także tutaj bez wątpienia zawsze wystartuje kierowca szybszy, chyba że już te czasy byłyby do 0,1 idealne. Z tego, co sprawdzałem, a przeczytałem cały regulamin i właśnie ten wątek związany z identycznym czasem, to nie wiem. Najprawdopodobniej taka sytuacja może się nigdy nie zdarzyć, ale na przykładzie Formuły 1, gdzie czasy były liczone do tysięcznych, swoją drogą ruszamy już do kolejnego wyścigu, gdzie czasy do tysięcznych, a mowa tutaj o wyścigu Jerez z 1997 roku. Tam 3 pierwszych kierowców z identycznym czasem w sesji kwalifikacyjnej. To za nami, już na pierwszym zakręcie tam widzieliśmy obrót jednego z kierowców na prowadzeniu, nie kto inny, tylko lider sesji kwalifikacyjnej, Przemysław Kuliś, znakomicie rozpoczął, zdobył przewagę jeszcze dojeżdżając do tego pierwszego zakrętu. Widzimy cały czas, że zerka do tyłu, chce wiedzieć, gdzie znajduje się jego aktualny rywal Łukasz Jezierski. Także Łukasz Jezierski, widzimy, że zerka w tył, tam Kuba Dwernicki, żaden z kierowców z czołówki nie decyduje się na szybki zjazd do alei serwisowej, a także podcięcie. Widzimy po live timingu, że te okrążenia są odrobinę szybsze. Już na pętli o roboczej nazwie Y mamy zjazd do alei. Dawid Szpot w tym momencie wykonuje obowiązkowy zjazd do pitu i musi wyczekać również obowiązkowe minimum 20 sekund. 20 sekund 605 tysięcznych, więc niemalże idealnie, bardzo dobry rezultat. No idealnie to oczywiście byłoby 20 sekund, maksymalnie 1/10, ale tutaj muszą mimo wszystko uważać, żeby tego czasu nie przekroczyć. Pamiętajmy, 20 sekund to jest absolutne minimum. Jeśli będzie poniżej, kierowcy otrzymają stosunkową karę. Kolejny zjazd do pitu, tym razem Franek, Dobke na tak zwanej poczekalni. Także będziemy czekać tutaj na wyjazd. Prowadzi cały czas Przemysław Kuliś, znakomite tempo. Na poprzednim kółku 30 sekundy przewagi, choć najszybszy czas okrążenia, zdecydowanie szybszy, nie Jezierski, a Kuba Dwernicki na pozycji numer 3, choć właśnie tu też trzeba zauważyć, że zdecydowanie szybciej Ziemowit Werra. Także jakieś potknięcie w sesji kwalifikacyjnej, ale tempo cały czas jest i będziemy na to zwracać uwagę. Ziemowit Werra w tym momencie spada w klasyfikacji, jest zjazd do pitu ze strony aktualnego lidera klasyfikacji kategorii mini. Możemy go oglądać teraz na kamerach. To jest numer 17, numer wózka, numer 9 zapisany na przodzie go-kartu Ziemowita Werry. Oglądamy czołówkę. Cały czas Przemek Kuliś, ogromna przewaga. Chciałoby się powiedzieć, ale tego powiedzieć niestety nie możemy, bo tutaj 3, może 0,4 sekundy. Zobaczmy, teraz pierwszy zakręt, 315 tysięcznych różnicy między obydwoma kierowcami. Jak na razie znakomity wyścig Przemka Kulisia, choć nie tak jak wcześniej Victor Pierry, który zdominował wręcz wyścig ostatni kategorii junior, zdobywając także najszybsze okrążenie. Ziemowit Werra możliwe, że będzie w stanie podciąć niektórych rywali. Patrząc na poprzednie okrążenia, które udało mu się wykonywać, to jesteśmy tutaj, myślę, zdania wszyscy, że będzie w stanie nawet pojawić się na podium. Pytanie, kiedy zjedzie sama czołówka. Pierwsza czwórka nie zjeżdża. Kuliś, Jezierski, Dwernicki oraz Dzierżyk cały czas koło w koło. Niemalże tutaj charakterystycznym wężykiem podążają, niemalże identyczna, optymalna linia jazdy. Kolejny pit, przed momentem wyjechał Tymon Trynka, teraz w alei serwisowej pojawił się kolejny kierowca, to jest numer 3 na karcie, czyli Filip Fiedor. My cały czas oczywiście jedziemy z samą czołówką rywalizacji, cały czas zderzak w zderzak. Rozpoczniemy okrążenie kolejne. Wyczekują cały czas błędu Jezierski, Dwernicki, Dzierżyk i mamy zjazd do pitu. Łukasz Jezierski zjeżdża po obowiązkowy pit stop na ten moment. Także Kaspian Dzierżyk oraz Kuba Dwernicki będą mieli okazję do tego, żeby się odrobinę zbliżyć. Oglądamy teraz na ekranie poniżej zjeżdżającego do alei serwisowej Łukasza Jezierskiego. To jest numer wózka 8. Jak widzimy, nieco ponad 20 sekund, ale poniżej 21, także całkiem niezły pit stop. No i może nawet uda się przeskoczyć liderującego Przemka Kulisia. Będziemy mieć cały czas to na uwadze. Czekamy na zjazd do alei pozostałych kierowców. Teraz trójka, która nam została, jak na razie nie zjeżdża. Zerkam cały czas na klasyfikację, na aktualizację będziemy musieli jeszcze poczekać, no co prawda jeszcze do końca tego wyścigu, ale również po zliczeniu ewentualnych kar, które mogą się pojawić na koncie danych zawodników. Przypomnijmy, Ziemowit Werra na prowadzeniu, tuż za nim Przemysław Kuliś i Tomek Bernadowski, ex aequo z Kubą Dwernickiem oraz Julianem Zającem. Przemysław Kuliś w zasadzie ma duże szanse na objęcie pozycji lidera w klasyfikacji, jeśli zdoła wygrać, choć nie ma raczej szans, a na pewno bardzo małe, na zdobycie najszybszego okrążenia w tym wyścigu, to jednak tempo cały czas jest. Próbował tam zaatakować, jak widzimy, Kuba Dwernicki, ale nie było za bardzo miejsca na kolejnym zakręcie pętli zewnętrznej. Kolejne pit stopy. Jeszcze w picie nie byli Kuliś, Dwernicki, Dzierżyk, Pluta, Wiśniewska oraz Mateusz Bernadowski. Czy to się zmieni przy kolejnym mijaniu pitu? Zjeżdża Kaspian Dzierżyk. Także za moment powinniśmy go zobaczyć stojącego i czekającego na zielone światło. Już jego czas jest naliczany. Kaspian Dzierżyk, czy będzie w stanie przeskoczyć tym samym Przemka Kulisia? Inaczej, czy będzie z nim walczyć nie kto inny, tylko Ziemowit Werra? Wyjeżdża w tym momencie ten zawodnik, a my obserwujemy cały czas liderów. Przemysław Kuliś oraz Kuba Dwernicki. W tym momencie Kaspian Dzierżyk właśnie wyjechał. Za moment po aktualizacji live timingu będziemy w stanie zobaczyć, na których pozycjach dokładnie znajdują się ci kierowcy. Czy zjadą teraz liderzy? Raczej nie. Kolejne przekroczenie start mety. Natomiast pół sekundy różnicy między tymi dwoma kierowcami. Wózki numer 13 oraz 6, numery startowe 40 oraz 31, nazwiska Dwernicki oraz Kuliś. Że mamy potwierdzenie, Przemysław Kuliś stracił pozycję na rzecz Kuby Dwernickiego. Tam musiał być jednak atak przy wjeździe w tę sekcję zewnętrzną. Będzie zjazd do alei serwisowej, tym razem zjeżdża Przemysław Kuliś. A na naszych ekranach wózek numer 31, przepraszam, numer startowy 31, czyli Przemysław Kuliś. Przypomnijmy, numery z przodu kartów to są numery startowe, a numery z tyłu to są numery wózków. Też jeśli korzystają Państwo z live timingu pod hashtagiem w tabelce, to są numery wózków, a obok nazwiska numery startowe. Te też są dodane przy okazji poszczególnych tabelek opisujących grid lub tabele po prostu startowe. Zachęcam jeszcze raz do zerknięcia na stronę pikc.pl. Mamy zjazd do pitu Kuby Dwernickiego, który melduje się na obowiązkowy pit stop. Oczywiście 20 sekund, wyjeżdża w tym momencie z alei. I czy będzie? Tak jest! Pierwsze miejsce Kuby Dwernickiego, ale tam walka, ściśnięty teraz do ściany. No i traci pozycję numer 1. No niestety nie udał się ten bardzo późny mimo wszystko zjazd do pitu i traci prowadzenie w tym wyścigu. Choć było tak znakomicie, było bardzo blisko ku temu, żeby pozycję numer 1 odziedziczyć, to jednak traci, przyciśnięty jeszcze do ściany, więc może spotka się to z reprymendą lub też z karą nadaną od sędziów w ostatnie zakręty i będziemy mieć już te końcowe metry, końcowe okrążenia. Przekracza linię start meta lider tego wyścigu, którym jest Kaspian Dzierżyk. No i właśnie ten incydent spowodowany przy wyjeździe z alei serwisowej, w którym udział brali właśnie Kaspian Dzierżyk oraz Kuba Dwernicki, może spotkać się z karą od sędziów. Takowej informacji przynajmniej ja nie widziałem tutaj. Jeśli doszłoby do nieprzepisowego wyprzedzania, to pojawiłaby się pomarańczowa flaga, chyba że sędziowie jeszcze dyskutują na ten temat. Już tutaj no właśnie pojawia się jeden z marszali na torze, także będzie pomarańczowa flaga, być może właśnie dla liderów. Jednak marszal odrzuca tę pomarańczową flagę. Mamy czarno-białą szachownicę. Kaspian Dzierżyk zwycięzcą wyścigu numer 1 w serii drugiej kategorii mini. Tuż za nim Kuba Dwernicki, Przemysław Kuliś dopiero na trzecim miejscu, a Ziemowit Werra pozycja numer 4. O, znakomity, kolejny wyścig w wykonaniu kierowców w kategorii mini. Ja czekam na więcej, naprawdę nie mogę się doczekać. A przed nami kolejny wyścig jeszcze kategorii mini. 40 kierowców, przypomnijmy, w rywalizacji właśnie w klasyfikacji mini. A oto zwycięzca, czyli Kaspian Dzierżyk, teraz zjeżdżający do pitu. Tutaj już nie ma opcji się pomylić. Marszal wychodzący na tor pokazuje zawodnikom jasną informację do tego, żeby już do alei serwisowej zjechali. Pierwsza trójka: Kaspian Dzierżyk, Kuba Dwernicki, Przemek Kuliś, a za nimi wspomniany już Ziemowit Werra, także Łukasz Jezierski, Franek Dobke, Mateusz Pluta, Ania Wiśniewska, Mariana Fedorczuk, Mati Bernadowski. To jest pierwsza dziesiątka. Już na 11 pozycji Filip Fiedor, za nim Filip Szczęch, Karol Szczurowski, Julian Szylak, Oliwier Gajecki, Tymon Trynka, Dawid Szpot, Bogdan Fedorczuk, Wiktor Kwiatkowski oraz Kajetan Kwiecień. To jest cała stawka kierowców, która dotarła na metę. No i możemy oglądać teraz wymianę kierowców, zamiana oczywiście foteli, a także ewentualnych dociążników, jeśli waga kierowców w stosunku do kartów, które wsiadają, się nie zgadza. No i też tych obciążników jest kilka. Także z tą optymalną, regulaminową wagą każdy kierowca będzie mógł w wyścigu pojechać. No dość spore zamieszanie może od czasu do czasu z tego wyniknąć, bo tak jak wspominałem wcześniej o pomyłkach związanych z numerami, to tak też może być, jeśli chodzi o właśnie wagę wózków. Natomiast no, są to rzeczy, na które marszale, obsługa toru ma czujne oko, więc tutaj o pomyłkę bardzo trudno. a za parę chwil wystartuje wyścig numer 2 kategorii mini. Już widzimy, że większość kierowców już przygotowana w swoich wózkach. Czekamy jeszcze na resztę. O ile dobrze widzę, to jeszcze 3 kierowców będzie musiało wsiąść do swojego pojazdu. Poczekamy na aktualizację klasyfikacji generalnej. Być może ona zaktualizuje się już przy okazji trwania tego wyścigu. Jeśli nie, to klasyfikacji mini już zaktualizowanej porozmawiamy po serii drugiej. Po wyścigu numer 2 kategorii mini, przypomnijmy, kolejny wyścig kategorii Open, później przerwa na tankowanie i będziemy się słyszeć ponownie przy okazji 3 wyścigów juniorskich. Następnie jeszcze podczas serii drugiej 5 wyścigów z rzędu kategorii Open. Po ponownej przerwie na tankowanie już będziemy ruszać z serią trzecią. Bardzo dużo ścigania tutaj na torze Szczecin. Rok temu udało mi się być obecnym przy okazji Pikc 2022. Tym razem transmisja jest przeprowadzona zdalnie, choć z tego co się dowiedziałem, James jest obecny na torze, ja w zaciszu swojego domostwa. Także cóż, cały czas przygotowany, mam wszystko, czego mi trzeba na cały dzień wyścigowy. No to zwycięzcy. Kaspian Dzierżyk, P1, Kuba Wernicki, właśnie otrzymujący swój medal, pozycja numer 2 i Przemysław Kuliś, miejsce numer 3. Kaspian Dzierżyk, jak widzimy, zadowolony z tej jazdy. Świetny przejazd tego kierowcy. Choć nie udało się zdobyć najszybszego okrążenia tego wyścigu, no to jednak może być zadowolony z punktów. A już, jak możemy zauważyć, pozostali kierowcy wyczekują sygnału do startu. Marszal zdejmuje pachołek i za moment rozpoczniemy okrążenie rozgrzewkowe do kwalifikacji jednej szansy, ale jeden z kierowców tutaj pomylił się i wjechał w złą nitkę, także za moment będzie obrót. Nie wiem, czy realizator zdoła to zauważyć. Chyba tutaj przejazd przez aleję serwisową lub też ten wózek nie będzie używany przy okazji tego wyścigu. Tego na ten moment niestety nie wiem. Musiał być to w takim razie wózek, który prowadził jeden z panów, który tor obsługuje. Mamy też listę kierowców, która będzie kręciła czasy w tej sesji kwalifikacyjnej. I już pierwsi zawodnicy ruszają. Jak na razie te wyniki no oczywiście się nie zgadzają. Tutaj czasy około 43 sekund. Już niedługo będziemy mieć także tankowanie, więc już bardzo lekkie powinny być go-karty. A już na pewno ultra lekkie będą przy okazji wyścigu kategorii Open. Tych z Państwa, którzy obserwują nas na YouTube, zachęcam do zostawienia reakcji pozytywnej pod tą transmisją, a także do udzielania się na czacie. Tutaj widzę bardzo dużo kibiców. Tutaj cytując Tymek, także go Emi, Oleg brawo, wielu fanów, wiele rodzin, członków rodziny kierowców jest tutaj na czacie pod tą transmisją, także wiele osób znajduje się na torze w Szczecinie, więc też tutaj zachęcamy do zostania jak najdłużej, bo ci kierowcy potrzebują Państwa wsparcia, trzymania kciuków, to im się przyda przez cały dzień wyścigowy. Mamy już po kwalifikacjach Tomek Bernadowski na prowadzeniu, to już za nim Konstanty Sołowiej i Igor Tworek. To jest pierwsza trójka tej sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Tutaj już przewagi odrobinę większe, porównując do wyścigu poprzedniego, ale tak czy tak drobne, bo pierwsza trójka w 1/10 sekundy. Czekamy na ustawienie się wózków. Ciekaw jestem, czy Tomek Bernadowski zdoła pojechać ponownie. Bardzo dobry wyścig. Wcześniej 18 punktów podczas serii pierwszej. Być może uda się jeszcze ten wynik powtórzyć. A Tomek Bernadowski, warto przypomnieć, w kategorii junior 5. miejsce podczas Pikc 2022 w klasyfikacji generalnej, a w kategorii mini miejsce wicelidera tuż za ziomowitem Werrą. 100 punktów uzbieranych w generalce, podczas gdy Werra punktów 105, a Przemysław Kuliś zajął miejsce trzecie w kategorii mini, więc no tutaj mowa w zasadzie o czołówce, choć z tego co widzę, no tutaj Tomek Bernadowski, patrząc na historię poprzednich startów, to będzie miał dość łatwe zadanie. Konstanty Sołowiej 30. miejsce rok temu podczas wyścigu w kategorii junior, a w kategorii mini miejsce 21. No i też na przykładzie Konstantego Sołowieja widzimy ogromny postęp. Teraz w kwalifikacjach pozycja numer 2. Także jak już wcześniej wspominałem o faworytach, on również jednym z nich. Okrążenie formujące. Rozpoczynamy, no w zasadzie kawałek, fragment formujący i jedziemy. Start lotny jako pierwszy, linię start meta przecina Tomek Bernadowski, tuż za nim Konstanty Sołowiej, trzeci Igor Tworek, Marcel Piaściak, Kajetan Kolbusz, Nohan Bowi, Jakub Pańczyszyn, Iwo Górdak, Aleksander Kwaśnik oraz Julian Zając. Bardzo dużo walki na samym przedzie stawki, niewielkie różnice między kierowcami, też bardzo równy start, bardzo równe ruszenie do tego startu lotnego i ekspresowy wyjazd wszystkich kierowców z czoła z ostatniego zakrętu po to, aby rozpocząć ten wyścig. Zobaczymy, jaka będzie różnica. Strzelam, że to będzie 350 tysięcznych. I przestrzeliłem, proszę Państwa, bo 231 tysięcznych różnicy między pierwszymi dwoma kierowcami. Już pierwsze pity. Iwo Górdak, także Filip Koniuk oraz Adam Sabat-Pedersen aktualnie wypełniają obowiązkowy pit stop. Szuka cały czas gdzieś tutaj okazji Konstanty Sołowiej. Igor Tworek ma wciąż baczne oko na samą czołówkę, choć jak widzimy nieco stracił w drugiej połowie nitki. Już strata ponad sekundy do drugiego miejsca Marcela Piaściaka. Także aktualnie w walce liczy się tylko pierwsza dwójka. Już więcej kierowców w alei serwisowej, bo dosłownie przed momentem mieliśmy 6, także ekspresowo decydują się na zjazdy do pitu, a zastanawia mnie, kiedy zjedzie sama czołówka. No, już przyzwyczaiła nas do tego, że zjeżdżają wręcz na sam koniec. Bernadowski będzie miał tutaj czujne oko na to, co się dzieje z tyłu. Już widzi, że Konstanty Sołowiej zjeżdża do pitu bardzo szybko, więc bardzo prawdopodobne zatem, że Tomek Bernadowski będzie zjeżdżać do alei na tym lub na następnym okrążeniu po to, aby właśnie ten kierowca go nie podciął. Jakiś incydent właśnie przy pit stopie. Tutaj numer 12 z tego co widzimy, czyli Elias Wawrzyniak, nie wypełnił czasu minimum 20 sekund w alei serwisowej, więc za to otrzyma niestety karę. Jak już mówiłem, takie coś może się zdarzyć. Dziwię się, że tak szybko, bo porównując do poprzednich zawodów Pikc, na których też miałem okazję być, wtedy jeszcze na żywo, tam takie sytuacje zdarzały się raczej pod koniec rywalizacji, już przy okazji końcówki dnia wyścigowego, czyli serii czwartej, a też ponownie, jak przy Pikc 2022, seria piąta startuje dopiero dnia jutrzejszego, czyli w niedzielę, a ściganie rozpoczynamy według harmonogramu o godzinie 8:10. Tomek Bernadowski, liderem aktualnie tego wyścigu, numer 9 na karcie i rozpoczyna okrążenie kolejne. Bardzo szybko zdecydowali się pozostali kierowcy na zjazd do alei. Tutaj jak widzimy, nie chcę strzelać, ale być może mniej niż połowa stawki w tym momencie znajduje się na torze bez zjazdu do alei serwisowej. I tak, 10 kierowców jeszcze do pitów nie zjeżdżało. Aktualnie liderem spośród kierowców, którzy z pitu wyjechali, Konstanty Sołowiej, a tuż za nim Igor Tworek, więc jak widzimy, jest ta część kierowców, którzy walczyli o zwycięstwo nawet. Bernadowski jedzie dalej, zerkam na ostatnie czasy, no i odrobinę szybciej Sołowiej od Bernadowskiego. Nie może się doczekać teraz zjeżdżający do pitu Nohanbowi. Oby jemu nie przydarzyło się przekroczenie prędkości, przekroczenie czasu. Lub też, będąc bardziej ścisłym, nie przekroczenie tych 20 sekund. Tomek Bernadowski ponownie na naszych ekranach. Nie sygnalizuje jeszcze zjazdu do alei serwisowej. Jedzie dalej. Czas 42 sekundy 753. Czekamy na przejazd Konstantego Sołowieja. No i to da nam jasny sygnał do tego, czego będziemy mogli się spodziewać przy okazji następnych okrążeń i właśnie tego zjazdu Bernadowskiego. Kolejny pit, tym razem wózek numer 1 Wincent Zarajczyk. I Sołowiej odrobinę wolniej od Bernadowskiego. Tam jest 300 różnicy między tymi wózkami na ostatnim okrążeniu. Jeszcze czekamy na zjazd kilku kierowców, 8 zawodników dokładnie, a aktualnie w picie numer wózka 10 i jest to nie kto inny, tylko Jakub Pańczyszyn, właśnie wyjeżdżający z alei. Czekamy na to, co się będzie działo dalej, czy zjedzie może tym razem Tomek Bernadowski? Jeszcze nie. Stara się zdobyć jak największą przewagę nad pozostałymi kierowcami, którzy już zjeżdżali, nad tymi, którzy będą liczyć się w walce tutaj o zwycięstwo. No a są to Sołowiej oraz Tworek. Marcel Piaściak jeszcze za Bernadowskim, nieco ponad 2 sekundy straty, aczkolwiek tutaj już o walce o zwycięstwo raczej nie ma co mówić, bo ta różnica między wózkami jest dość spora i być może będzie się jeszcze pogłębiać, choć Piaściak odrobinę szybciej od Bernadowskiego na ostatnim kółku. To jak będzie przy okazji tego? Piaściak wolniej o 0,2 i też przy okazji Bernadowski melduje się z najszybszym osobistym czasem. Teraz jeszcze przelecę po całej tabeli, ale z tego co widzę, szybszy czas w wyścigu zanotował jeszcze jeden kierowca i to jest Igor Tworek 42,610, gdzie Tomek Bernadowski 42,672. Zatem odrobinę szybciej, zobaczmy, czy będzie zjazd. Jeszcze nie teraz, chyba na ostatnim okrążeniu zdecyduje się zjechać dopiero Tomek Bernadowski. Wydaje mi się, że przy aktualnych różnicach czasów nie jest to zbyt dobrym pomysłem. Konstanty Sołowiej oraz Igor Tworek gonią, cały czas gonią. Od czasu do czasu te czasy okrążenia mają odrobinę lepsze, więc całkiem możliwe, że Sołowiej spotka się obok Bernadowskiego, spotka się z nim, wyjeżdżając z alei serwisowej. Kolejny zjazd do pitu, Stanisław Pełciak. I tam również nie udało się przekroczyć minimalnego czasu 20 sekund na wyjazd z alei serwisowej, zatem spotka go kara. Kolejny zjazd, tym razem wózek numer 8 to jest Marcel Piaściak. Także czekamy jeszcze na Tomka Bernadowskiego, to już jest ostatni gwizdek na to, żeby zjechać do alei serwisowej, więc czekamy na komunikat przez podniesienie dłoni. Ostatnie zakręty, już widać było podniesioną rękę Tomka Bernadowskiego. Zatem najważniejsza część tego wyścigu, czy Tomek Bernadowski zdołał zdobyć przewagę na tyle, aby powrócić na miejscu numer 1 zaraz po wyjeździe z alei. Jeszcze dojeżdża do białej linii, chyba tutaj szuka jeszcze jakichś informacji od swojego tak zwanego pitwalla. Patrzy jeszcze do tyłu, wyjeżdża i wyjedzie na pierwszym miejscu. Tak, Tomek Bernadowski liderem tej rywalizacji. Znakomity start, znakomicie udało się odjechać od pozostałych kierowców. Obronił pozycję numer 1, którą wywalczył podczas sesji kwalifikacyjnej. I pierwsza trójka nie zmienia nam się od sesji kwalifikacyjnej, czyli Bernadowski, Sołowiej, Tworek. Natomiast jeśli chodzi o już kierowców z tyłu, Marcel Piasik 4, to również się zgadza porównując do kwalifikacji, ale 5 w kwalach był Kajetan Kolbusz, który zajmuje miejsce 7, więc już tam są przetasowania. Tomek Bernadowski, ostatni zakręt, wjeżdża na start metę, flaga w czarno-białą szachownicę i Tomek Bernadowski zwycięża w ostatnim wyścigu kategorii mini w serii drugiej. Bernadowski liderem tego wyścigu, 0,7 sekundy przewagi nad Konstantym Sołowiejem. Znakomita walka o to miejsce lidera. Sołowiej i Tworek cały czas wiedzieli, po co jadą. Tworek zresztą, było to widać nawet na ostatnim okrążeniu. O, jeszcze dziękują sobie za walkę Sołowiej z Bernadowskim. Bardzo respektowo, z szacunkiem do siebie podchodzą, podziękowali sobie za walkę. Zadowolony, jak widzimy, z tego zwycięstwa Bernadowski. Znakomita jazda tego kierowcy. Ciekaw jestem, co pokaże w wyścigach finałowych, bo to one będą najważniejsze na dłuższym dystansie. I to też będzie ostatnia walka, jeśli chodzi o kategorię mini, ale to dopiero jutro. Tymczasem zakończyliśmy serię drugą w kategorii mini. Tomek Bernadowski, Konstanty Sołowiej, Igor Tworek na pierwszych 3 miejscach, a za nimi Marcel Piaściak, Aleksander Kwaśniak, Julian Zając, Kajetan Kolbusz, Nohan Bowi, Julia Zardzewiały, Jakub Pańczyszyn, Iwo Górdak, Eliza Kotaś, Kostrzewa, Marcel, Filip Koniuk, Krzysztof Frankowski, Elias Wawrzyniak, Stanisław Pęciak, Wincent Zarajczek, Adam Sabat, Pedersen oraz Aleksander Drzewiecki. To jest klasyfikacja tego wyścigu. Za moment zaktualizuje się także klasyfikacja całkowita kategorii mini. Już jak widzimy, kierowcy oraz zawodniczki wysiedli ze swoich kartów. A my powrócimy już za parę chwil. Przed nami wyścig kategorii Open, rozpoczynający rundę drugą w tej kategorii, aczkolwiek powrócimy po przerwie na tankowanie jeszcze z kategorią Junior. Dziękuję za te 2 wyścigi. Powrócimy już za parę chwil. Zatem usłyszymy się za moment z Jamesem. Halo James!
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the open section, the adult racing now for the Polish Indoor Kart Championship here from the Silver Hotel and Go-Kart Centre in Szczecin, Poland. And we're now on to the second round. There are going to be 5 rounds, as I was saying earlier, round 2, and this is the first open race. So we're going to see some action in this one. Everybody now has completed 1 race, and they're all back in it for round 2. And in this one, we have Andras Gal, Krzysztof Wawrzyniak, Eric Olofsgaard, Grzegorz Kapala, Grzegorz Niemczyk, Victor Sparholt, Adam Pikc, Filip Nowak, Horion Van Wees, Timek Budita, Vika Schlets, Emilia Rotko, Noah von Baunchan, Jakub Rabacki, Szymon Vezgren, Rafael Zabriskie, Ryan Muir, Philippe Denuz, Arno Terwin, and Przemek Kulish. Now, some interesting names in the middle of that, because obviously you've got to look at the likes of Vika Schlets, who was second in the World Championship this year, won the British Championship. He's also a former Polish Championship winner, but in the junior version. So he's now in the open, the adult category now, but certainly Vika Schlets has everything it takes to win this race. He actually ended up finishing second earlier on to teammate Johan Medard. He was second there. However, he's going to try and turn that one round. Now up against him, not scoring particularly well earlier on, was Ryan Muir, who really is touted for great things, and he really will be looking to get his championship back on track there. Victor Sparholt could show us something. Orion Van Wees was well up earlier on. Timek Budita has been 3rd place earlier in his first race, so he's going to be looking to add that. And Philippe Denuz, of course, evergreen Philippe Denuz, running in the Masters section, Masters Plus in his case. Przemek Kulish has done all 3 categories this weekend. He's in the mini, he's in the junior, and he's also in the open. So he's got a very, very busy workload on, and he's doing very well in the mini and junior. But you know, he's doing all right in the senior, but does need to get some more points to stay in it for the semi-finals. We'll see what happens now. The qualifying is underway. The green flag is out, and the karts are all starting their qualifier. They've been lined up on the back part. There's no question of karts getting held up here. Such is the standard of this international event. 10 nationalities in it, although it is the Polish Championship. And we'll see, they're all starting that qualifier now. Who's got what it takes to get the pole position, because that's going to be pretty important in this. In many ways, this is a good race to get some points if they're in the mid-pack, and a lot of people will see it from that point of view. Vika Schlets, though, is probably by far the most favourite to take victory. Now, crossing the line, the checker flag is out, and 43.5, 43.1 is taking the moment. Arno Terwin. Ryan Muir's gone up to 2nd place. Orion Van Wees is up to 3rd. Eric Olofsgaard is in 4th at the moment. Simon Vezgren, who we saw much higher up earlier on, is 5th. Still Arno Terwin, though. Arno Terwin with Ryan Muir 2nd. 43.1 is second base, but quicker is Vika Schlets. Vika Schlets, as many have predicted, has moved into 1st place. And is that going to be Vika Schlets? Yes, it is. It's Vika Schlets, the former junior champion here in Poland. He is Dutch by nationality, though, and has come over from Holland. He was 2nd in the World Championship this year, actually. 2nd in the championship this year, when it was held in Belgium. And he also won the British Championship, the BRKC, at the very beginning of the season. So Vika Schlets really doing very well this year. He's already got a 2nd place in the Polish Championship so far, but he's going to look to add to that with a win, I'm sure. Arno Terwin was running up near the front earlier on. I don't think he's had the top 3. No, he hasn't. So Arno Terwin will see this as an opportunity to get that. But Ryan Muir Ryan Muya has certainly improved from last time. He's running third in the qualifying there. Orion van Wees can well be expected to add to his point score, as can Erik Olofsgaard. As Erik Olofsgaard was sort of in that middle of the top 10, shall we say. Noah van Bunchan has certainly shown something with 6th place. Andres Gal and Simon Verskren, he's going to look to move up from that. Przemek Kulic, though, is in the top 10. Przemek Kulic and Emilia Rocco, who's scoring points in the women's section there. She is in 10th place. Timek Budita, well, he was much higher up. He actually scored a 3rd place in his earlier heat race. He's down 11th, so he'll be looking to move ahead. Victor Sparholt, the junior part of the Sparholt family outing this weekend, is in 12th. Jakub Rybacki and Adam Palik are 13th, 14th. Philippe Deneu's a little bit lower down than we might have expected in 15th, with Philippe Novak again possibly a bit further away than he might have been expected in 16th. Grzegorz Kapaya and Grzegorz Niemczek 17th, 18th, with Krzysztof Wawrzyniak is in 19th, and Rafael Zabriskie is in 20th there. So 43-1 for your best qualifiers, both of them. Arno Terwin, is he going to have something to throw at Vika Schlets? Well, Johan Medart did earlier, but I'm sure Vika Schlets is going to want to check out on this one. It's the opposite way round this time. It's what they call the normal way round here. And Vika Schlets has got the start he wanted. Vika Schlets already has a kart lead over Terwin as they head outdoors. And what a great shot of the outdoor track there as they come up into that hairpin. They're going to come back round a left-hander from their point of view and back into the indoor track. And there is the main indoor part there. So round they go on the far end of the course now. A long sweeping set of corners into a hairpin. Very reminiscent, those who know Formula Fast at Milton Keynes for the BRKC. A bit reminiscent of the snail section there. As they come around the final hairpins now. This is the final corner they're entering. A really fast sweeping bend across the line. From a defensive point of view, they're in a pit stopper already. Who's that going to be? Into the pits comes the number 4. The number 4. Let's have a look on our list. It's Andres Gal. Andres Gal is in the pits, an early pit stopper there. Clearly feel he's out of position. There's another one in behind him. I'll keep my eye on, I can see down, but it's obscured there. It is the number 12. The number 12, of course, is Victor Sparholt, the young Victor Sparholt, the junior of. I was racing against Carsten Sparholt years ago, and Carsten's still racing. He's in the Masters Plus. He's over 50 years old. But son Rick Victor is out there in this race, and he's made an early pit stop, trying to leapfrog his way around. Now, if you are just joining us across the world, the whole point of these pit stops is to throw a little strategic element in. They have to do it in 20 seconds. Another one in, and it is the number 60. The number 60, of course, is Jakub Rybacki, and he's been followed in. Again, obscured position there. Let me see if I can get an eye on it. They've got to do it in 20 seconds, but the thing is, they can't see the actual finish point. The finish point for the timing is at the end of the pit exit. So they're banking on the idea of going out when it's about 16 seconds. So we saw some pit stops there, and it looks like Zabriskie has gone in and has come out as well. So what have we got at the top there? It's still Vika Schlets leading the way. Here he comes across the line. Arno Terwin has Ryan Muya and Orion van Wees behind him. But in the pits has come the 8. The 8 is Erik Olofsgaard. Erik Olofsgaard was in the top 5, and Erik Olofsgaard is in the pits. Now, let's look what's going on. He's on 12 seconds. He's on 13, 14, 15. Wait for it. He's about to go. There he goes on about 16. That'll see him out in 20. There he is, 20 and a half seconds as he crosses the line on the pit exit. And that is a good stop there by Erik Olofsgaard. Now, Olofsgaard will have seen that he needs to leave on about 16 and judge that exit correctly. So, Olofsgaard there has gone out and is resuming, but Vika Schlets on screen. Vika Schlets, the Flying Dutchman, the new Flying Dutchman. We've been saying that about Ruben Boutsen so much lately, over the past few years, in fact a decade and a bit. But the 65 now, in the 65 is Simon Verskren, and Simon Verskren, he's on, wait for it, 16. He's going now with a view to being 22nd when he crosses the line. It's going to be, oh, look at that! 20.0, the near perfect pit stop. Any faster, if it had been in 19.9, he would have had a 10-second penalty. The judges are right above the pit exit here. They'll see it before anyone else does, and they have no problem in busting a driver for being under 20 seconds. So an amazing stop there as the Vestgren continues on, and that is about as good as you're going to see. Talking as good as you're going to see, Pikc, he's going to have to match that. He's trying to match it on speed on the track. His aim now, he's in 42 seconds as a lap time already. So Pikc has really got those times down. Generally, people are going at least half the race, maybe 3/4 of the race on 43. But Pikc now has it into that 42-second zone already. He's the only one on the track who's managed 42 seconds. The next best is the second-place driver. It's Arno Terwin, but even though Arno Terwin is the second fastest, he's falling away from the race leader. He's fighting a rearguard action against Ryan Mouille. Now Ryan Mouille, if he feels it's going to be fast, can he come in the pits? Orion van Bees, he's there in fourth place with Noah von Banchen. Now Noah von Banchen way further up than we saw earlier on, as is Przemek Kulish, and Emilio Rocco has moved up from about 10th place in the 7th. Timek Budita is now into the top 10, so is Adam Palik, and Philippe Denous is in the top, is rounding up the top 10 there. Obviously due to some pit stops, but they feel they're carrying the speed to justify staying out on the track. There on screen is, of course, Pikc. Pikc, second in the world this year. You're seeing one of the world's finest drivers at the moment in rental karting and indoor karting generally. Pikc, he has won the championship here in Poland. Look at the beautiful view there of the outdoor section. A small outdoor section here before they go back in the indoors. There's Pikc. He moves in. Now you can see there the closeness of the second, third and fourth there. That is Arno Terwin, Ryan Mouille and Orion van Bees. Now the question to be asked is, Ryan Mouille, Orion van Bees going to feel they are quicker not following Arno Terwin? They will see Pikc pulling away. But the question is, Pikc is pulling away because on merit. Will they feel they can match Schlitz if they were free? If they feel that was the case, they'd come in the pits. But I can see they're coming past me now. There they are on screen, going through the hairpin. They are not feeling that way. They are not feeling the Schlitz movement. And 105 in the pits, 105. That, of course, is Przemek Kulish. Now, Przemek Kulish, a very interesting driver. He's merely 13 years old. He's driving in the Open, the senior category, and in the junior, and in the mini. He has got a lot of work to do this weekend. A huge amount of racing with the 13-year-old. I was talking to him in the practice yesterday. He won the Czech Championship this year, even though he's Polish. He went over to Czech Republic. He won that, and he was second in the mini this year and 12th in the Open. He's hoping for the semi-final in the Open category. He'd like to win the junior and the mini, but he's got a lot of work on. He's already the Lower Silesian champion 2021 and 22 for the Open, the junior. He generally is doing an awful lot of winning in such a young career there. That is Przemek Kulish we saw coming into the pits. Hardest bit for him this weekend is, of course, the Open category. Now, in the pits, we're still seeing people managing to avoid penalties there. It's Pikc who continues. He's still the only one in 42 seconds. Close, though, is Arno Terwin as a best lap. So Pikc continues in the lead. There he is on screen. He's going the left-hand hairpin. There's second, third, fourth, going through that left, down to the outdoor section with Pikc. There's Schlitz in the lead, and there is second, third, fourth. Arno Terwin, Ryan Mouille and Orion van Bees. Pikc, he's been doing an awful lot of winning this year, really come of age this year. A member of the Blue Star team out there, the crack Dutch and Belgian team. He really has moved towards the front recently. Yes, he's been in the champion in the juniors, but now we're really seeing some form more than ever from Pikc in the main adult categories. Here he is on screen, crossing the line now. Another lap in. He's going to save his pit stop, probably quite close to the end. He's under no pressure. He's never going to use that pit. Oh, let's have a look. The 17. Oh, that's our fourth place driver. That's Orion van Bees. Orion van Bees is in the pits, and behind him looks like the 15th of Adam Palik. But look at Orion van Bees. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be good? He's got to be in 20 seconds. Well, 20.6. That is ordinarily outstanding. However, people are now under pressure to get closer to that 20 seconds. It's very difficult because they have to cut it very fine. Everyone's so close on times, you can imagine they're within tenths on the lap time. They've got to be within tenths on the pit stop as well, or else that will count against them. They'll just lose the time. Of course, Orion van Wees, he would have needed that extra good pit stop to try and leapfrog Ryan Muir. Arno Terven, the question is, can he do it on laps when he's released on his own? Still Pikc, still Arno Terven, still, in the pits, so we've got Moyer. I think we've had Moyer in the pits. Because Grzegorz Kapala has gone up to third place. Filip Novak fourth. Where are they? There's Schletz on screen. Still the race leader, still yet to pit. Pikc Schletz continue round. Arno Terven, as we know, has not stopped. But with Grzegorz Kapala coming in, somebody's in. It's Schletz, it's the race leader. This is the race leader you are looking at right now. I'm going to look behind, see if I can spot. I think it might be Terven in behind him. 96 is, in fact, Terven. Yeah, the 1 and 2, there they are. How are they going to come out? There's another one in the pits, but let's look at this. There's Schletz out, there's Terven. So, Schletz is released. I think Schletz has made it good. Yes, he has. But what about Terven? Schletz was the 20.4. Terven, he's leaving as early as he can. Is he going to trip it? Is he going to trip it? He's bang on his 20. He's matched Schletz, more or less. 20.4, he's matched Schletz, so he should resume in that same relative position. Obviously, we know he followed him out. But what I'm thinking about more is that second, third, fourth. Schletz has now probably done enough to win the race. But what about Terven? Can he stay in second? Yes, he can, because Moyer and Van Wees are not able to leapfrog in the pits. That was what I was talking about before when I was talking about Orion van Wees. He needed to come out ahead. And talking about coming out ahead, here comes through to win the race. It is Pikc Schletz. And then followed by Arno Terven. And there, oh, look at this behind. It's really close behind. I'm going to have to sort it out on the timer. It's Van Wees from Moyer. Simon Veskrin gets fifth place. Przemek Kulic, the young 13-year-old, has come through massively to sixth place. Incredible climb up the order there. He started something like 10th. Noah von Baumchen has somehow come through to seventh place. Eric Olofsgaard through to 8th. Andres Gaal is 9th. Emilia Rocco has come through the 10th, which I believe is where she started. Victor Sparholt in the 11th. Timek Budita will be disappointed with that 12th place, considering he got a third last time out. Jakub Rybatsky, Adam Palik, Philippe Danuz will be disappointed with 15th. Grzegorz Kapala, Grzegorz Niemczuk, about where they started, both of them. Filip Novak, he's probably not going to be too happy with 18th. Rafael Zabritsky, 19th, and Krzysztof Wawrzyniak is in 20th place. But what a race there for Pikc Schletz. He's the only one in that race to have gone down below 43 seconds. Questions will be asked about that one with the timings. Arno Terven will probably see that as the best result he could have possibly got. It'll be a win in terms of the fact he had to race against Pikc Schletz, who had that on the lap time. That's sort of, yeah, it's only 1/10 of a second, but it's that kind of, mind games, dropping under 43 second thing. But Orion van Wees, and what about Ryan Muir, Simon Veskro, everybody down to 10th place. Absolutely no sales, some change of positions there as they cross the line, and really you got to hand it to some of those winners in the middle of that lot, which would be Przemek Kulic in particular, Noah von Baumchen as well, and some people really had to fight across the line. So a great opening round 2 there for the open category, shall I say. And now we're off for 3 junior and mini races, and then we'll be back with more open racing. So I'm James Auld, and I'll be handing over to our Polish commentary now for the junior and mini. What a race that was.
Powracamy do transmisji w języku polskim. Przed nami rywalizacja ponownie w kategorii junior, a także przed nami 3 wyścigi tejże. Aktualnie sesja kwalifikacyjna i jak widzimy Maciej Szubczyński na prowadzeniu udało się wykręcić najszybszy czas i znowu bardzo małe różnice, jeśli chodzi o pierwsze 3 miejsca. Jakaś taka tendencja utrzymuje się na przestrzeni całego eventu, że mamy bardzo małe różnice pomiędzy pierwszym i drugim kierowcą, albo wszyscy trzej, albo pomiędzy drugim a trzecim. Już 4. miejsce. Bardzo często już te straty ma odrobinę większe, a przechodząc właśnie do tych wyników sesji kwalifikacyjnej, Maciej Szubczyński na prowadzeniu 22 000 za nim Kubat Wernicki, a trzeci Tomek Bernadowski, więc jak widzimy bardzo mocna czołówka, także Wojtek Kaźmierczak będzie w stanie być może powalczyć, może tym razem, o ile nie dojdzie do ponownie jakiegoś incydentu. Za nim także Aleksander Kwaśniak, później Wiktor Kwiatkowski, Julian Szylak, Nohan Bowi, Julia Zardzewiały, Aurelien Miland, Franek Dobke, Filip Koniuk, Tymon Trynka, Szymon Karpiński, Mikołaj Chruściński, Bruno Seifert, Bertil Parub, Maksymilian Dobrowolski, Eryk Jakubowski, a także Ruslan Alijew. Tak prezentuje się kolejność na miejscach startowych. Już ostatni kierowcy dojeżdżają do stawki i będziemy mieć start tego wyścigu. Nieprawdopodobne widowisko podczas poprzedniego wyścigu Open. No a my ponownie z kategorią junior. Także wszystko przed nami aktualnie w klasyfikacji junior właśnie prowadzi Wiktor Pueri, 22 punkty, tuż za nim Konstanty Sołowiej, punktów 21 i na trzecim miejscu Aleks Demkił. No i ruszamy. Maciej Szubczyński z pierwszej pozycji, rozpoczynamy wyścig kolejny. Zobaczymy, na co będzie stać Szubczyńskiego w tej rywalizacji. Ruszają kierowcy. Maciej Szubczyński, też warto przypomnieć, 10. miejsce w klasyfikacji generalnej aktualnej kategorii. Tam walka nieco w środku stawki, tam wydaje mi się, że bój mogli stoczyć Julia Zardzewiały oraz Aurelien Miland. Wjeżdżamy teraz z części zewnętrznej, próbuje gonić Wernicki Szubczyńskiego. Bardzo małe różnice między tymi kierowcami. Tam jeszcze z tyłu Tomek Bernadowski będzie szukał okazji do odrobienia wielu punktów. Aktualnie Tomek Bernadowski na dość odległym miejscu w klasyfikacji junior. A chodzi konkretnie o 30. pozycję Tomka Bernadowskiego, zaledwie 9 punktów, więc nie za dużo. Maciej Szubczyński cały czas liderem. Mamy już pierwsze zjazdy do alei. Julia Zardzewiały, a także Szymon Karpiński pojawili się już w picie i tutaj w porównaniu do poprzednich wyścigów w kategorii mini, tutaj jak widzimy minimalny czas 20 sekund w picie został wypełniony. Także bez większych problemów powracają do rywalizacji Zardzewiały oraz Karpiński. Maciej Szubczyński przekracza linię start-meta raz kolejny, no i mamy zjazd tym razem Kuby Wernickiego. Bardzo szybko będzie starać się podciąć teraz rywali, tak zwany undercut w wykonaniu tego kierowcy. Oglądamy go teraz na kamerze, która jest umiejscowiona nad pitem. No i bardzo dobry czas wyjazdu z alei serwisowej, świetny czas reakcji, a jak widzimy gołym okiem Maciej Szubczyński przed Tomkiem Bernadowskim i tutaj dość spora przewaga, choć Bernadowski będzie w stanie teraz nieco podgonić właśnie ze względu na to, że już Kuba Wernicki zjechał do alei, także te różnice powinny się nieco pomniejszyć. Tomek Bernadowski swoją drogą świetne tempo podczas wyścigów mini, już jak widzimy trochę odsapnął pomiędzy wyścigami mini i junior, także kategoria open, jeden wyścig, więc była chwila na odsapnięcie, no i będzie w stanie tutaj być może powalczyć nawet o zwycięstwo Tomek Bernadowski. Zobaczymy, czy tak będzie w rzeczywistości, a szkoda jego startu, no bo jak na razie, przypomnijmy, 30 w klasyfikacji junior, także będzie sporo do odrabiania i nie zdziwiłbym się, jeśli zakwalifikowałby się rzeczywiście do finału, to wtedy ruszyłby do, no w zasadzie z tych ostatnich pól, do kwalifikacji. Choć oczywiście pamiętajmy, tam będą kwalifikacje oddzielne, natomiast mam na myśli tutaj klasyfikację ogólną, w której no, będzie musiał odrabiać Tomek Bernadowski. Maciej Szybczyński, jak widzimy, cały czas stara się odjechać. Ostatnie okrążenie o 1/100 szybciej od Tomka Bernadowskiego, aczkolwiek ten odrabia. Niecałe 0,7 sekundy różnicy między tymi wózkami, a na trzecim miejscu Wojtek Kaźmierczak już bezproblemowo te pierwsze okrążenia. Rozpoczynamy to kolejne kółko. Różnica się pomniejsza między liderami. Także czekamy na ewentualne ataki ze strony Tomka Bernadowskiego. Może będzie podcięcie. Kuba Dwernicki aktualnie na miejscu 15. A zameldowali się w picie Tymon Trynka oraz, z tego co widzę, Julian Szylk. Chwila zamotki, no ale to też ze względu na to, że mamy podwójne numery. Czy będzie zjazd do alei teraz Szubczyńskiego? Nie, również Bernadowski nie decyduje się na taki krok. Wojtek Kaźmierczak, pozycja numer 3 cały czas, więc ta ścisła czołówka zostaje w alei. Ewentualnie to Kuba Dwernicki może wskoczyć gdzieś pomiędzy tych kierowców, może na sam przód, może na sam tył. Jak na razie czas ostatniego okrążenia nie taki zły, bo Kuba Dwernicki 42 sekundy 9 dziesiątych i niemalże identyczne czasy w przypadku Szubczyńskiego czy Bernadowskiego i Kaźmierczaka. Już Aleksander Kwaśniak, trochę większa strata, sekundę traci prawie do Wojtka Kaźmierczaka na trzecim miejscu. No też ma dość sporą przewagę nad Wiktorem Kwiatkowskim. Jak widzimy, jak na razie bez zmian, bez pitów. Będziemy czekać na dalsze rewelacje, ale jak na razie wszystko wygląda dobrze dla nikogo innego jak Kuby Dwernickiego. Mamy pit kolejnych kierowców, tym razem Mikołaj Chruścicki, także Eryk Jakubowski oraz Bruno Seifert. Dziwię się trochę Tomkowi Bernadowskiemu, że nie decyduje się na wcześniejszy pit, bo widać, że jest odrobinę szybszy. Może chce jeszcze skorzystać na tym, że ma odrobinę tej odległości do rywala przed sobą. Aczkolwiek może nie skończyłoby się to tak źle. Z drugiej strony, jeśli zjechałby wcześniej, to miałby przed sobą przecież Kubę Dwernickiego. I właśnie Tomek Bernadowski mógłby przecież wyjechać z pitu za Dwornickim. A Dwernicki przecież cały czas utrzymuje swoje tempo, choć ostatnie okrążenie Kuby Dwernickiego 43.0 można powiedzieć, że jest dość mierne w przypadku formy Szubczyńskiego i Bernadowskiego, bo obaj panowie 42.8. Teraz Bernadowski o 1/10 sekundy szybciej. Teraz może zastanawiać się, czy by nie zjechać. Może teraz, bo w zasadzie w tym momencie już Tomek Bernadowski będzie spowalniany przez Maćka Szubczyńskiego. Szubczyński jedzie aktualnie dość swobodnie, co prawda. Nie ma żadnego wózka przed sobą. On wie, że cały czas na jego plecy napiera Tomek Bernadowski. Aczkolwiek jedzie odrobinę wolniej. To widać po ostatnich czasach okrążeń. Albo panowie jadą równo, albo odrobinę szybciej Tomek Bernadowski. Wjeżdżamy już w tę ostatnią sekcję. Czy któryś z tych kierowców zjedzie? Zjeżdża Tomek Bernadowski? Nie, tam było pomachanie ręką. Być może to był taki gest poganiania Maćka Szubczyńskiego. Innej opcji tutaj nie widzę, bo zjazdu do pitu nie było. Kolejny pit. Aleksander Kwaśniak tym razem z Nohanem Bowim oraz Aureliem Milandem zjeżdżają po obowiązkowy pit stop, 4 okrążenia do końca. Być może tutaj Bernadowski po raz kolejny będzie poganiał swojego rywala. Taki gest, powiedziałbym, irytujący ze strony zawodnika, który jedzie na P2. Maciej Szubczyński mógłby poczuć się troszeczkę sprowokowany przez kierowcę z tyłu. Tym razem okrążenie szybsze w przypadku Szubczyńskiego. Choć to wciąż małe różnice, 0,08 sekundy. Bernadowski wolniej tym razem. Wojtek Kaźmierczak cały czas zostaje na torze, także czołówka jest. Kubat Wernicki, przypomnijmy, on też liczy się w walce o samo czoło. Kubat Wernicki na miejscu numer 6 aktualnie. Wirtualnie na drugim miejscu. Pamiętamy drugie miejsce podczas sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Kto będzie zjeżdżać i czy w ogóle ktokolwiek? Zjeżdża Tomek Bernadowski. Także będzie zatrzymanie się, odczekanie 20 sekund i wyjedzie ponownie na tor. Maciej Szubczyński zostaje, podobnie Wojtek Kaźmierczak. Sama końcówka wyścigu, więc rywalizacja tutaj, te okrążenia będą najbardziej kluczowe ze wszystkich. Szczególnie jeśli chodzi o Tomka Bernadowskiego, aczkolwiek wydaje mi się, że mógłby zjechać wcześniej. No i za szybko pit opuścił wózek z numerem 17, czyli Franek Dobkę. Obserwujemy samą czołówkę tych zmagań. Maciej Szubczyński. Nie wiem, czy nie doszło tam do jakiegoś błędu, bo Wojtek Kaźmierczak zbliżył się, jest niesamowicie blisko teraz lidera. Ogromny tłok w alei. Tutaj nieco przeszkadzają pozostali kierowcy. Był pit Szubczyńskiego. I za moment zobaczymy w wynikach tego wyścigu, jakie dokładnie pozycje obejmują kierowcy przy okazji aktualizacji live timingu. Tam było bardzo blisko, jak widzimy czołówka niewielkie różnice, choć lider posiada dość sporą przewagę, około pół sekundy, może 60. Ostatni zakręt przed kierowcami, flaga w czarno-białą szachownicę i mamy to. Pierwsze miejsce dla pana z nazwiskiem Szubczyński. Maciej Szubczyński zwycięża tuż za nim Tomek Bernadowski. Także jednak udał się ten pit stop. Tuż za nim Wojtek Kaźmierczak oraz Kubat Wernicki. Jednak ten wcześniejszy zjazd do alei serwisowej nie wyszedł tak dobrze, jak wydawało się na początku. Kubat Wernicki mimo startu z drugiego miejsca ostatecznie dojeżdża na pozycji 4. No a przed nim Kaźmierczak oraz Bernadowski. Znakomity wyścig Bernadowskiego. Start z 3. miejsca, kończy 2. Kaźmierczak start z 4. miejsca, kończy 3. Tutaj ogromna strata Wernickiego. Wiktor Kwiatkowski kończy 6., startował 6. Podobnie Julian Szylak, pozycja numer 7. Nohan Bowi, tak samo, pozycja 8. Ale już zmiana na pozycji 9. Julia Zardzewiały kończy na miejscu 11, startujący z 9. pola. Aurelien Miland kończy 9. Franek Dobkę 10. To jest pierwsza dziesiątka. A za nimi wspomniana Julia Zardzewiały. 12. miejsce Mikołaj Chruścicki. Później Filip Koniuk. 14. Tymon Trynka. 15. Bruno Seifert. 16. Bertil Parub. 17. Szymon Karpiński. 18. Eryk Jakubowski. 19. Ruslan Aliew. I na 20. miejscu Maksymilian Dobrowolski. Tak prezentują się wyniki tej rywalizacji. No i widzimy, że tam już szykują się gratulacje. Gratulacje już były. A także przebijane piątki. Zadowoleni przynajmniej niektórzy kierowcy z finalnej pozycji w tym wyścigu. A już za parę chwil wystartuje wyścig numer 2 w serii drugiej kategorii junior. Jak na razie prowadzenie w generalce powinien przejąć Maciej Szubczyński, choć nie na długo, nie posiada najszybszego okrążenia, więc wyłącznie 21 punktów doliczonych do jego wyniku. Zatem no, w tym momencie z przewagą Victor Piré. Już niemalże wszyscy zawodnicy w swoich wózkach, także za parę chwil rozpoczniemy wyścig numer 2. Zastanawiam mnie, kto będzie tutaj dominować. Victor Pueri aktualnie 22 punkty w generalce, no i po pierwszej serii samodzielnym liderem, za nim Konstanty Sołowiej oraz Alex Demkiw. Alex Demkiw swoją drogą całkiem w porządku wyścig. Zastanawia mnie, jak pojedzie przy okazji serii drugiej. Jeszcze na jakiś temat dyskutują sędziowie rywalizacji. I za moment kierowcy będą wypuszczani ze swoich stanowisk. Mamy zdjęcie pachołka z rzędu jednego, teraz z rzędu drugiego, więc już za parę sekund kierowcy pojawią się na torze. Ogromna szansa przed Victorem Pueri na obronę tego pierwszego miejsca w serii drugiej, 22 punkty. Czy będzie w stanie utrzymać tempo podczas wyścigu kolejnego? Nie wiem, choć się domyślam, ale wszystko na pewno rozwieją nam kwalifikacje, które już za parę chwil. Zawodnicy już zatrzymują swoje karty. Poczekamy na dojazd wszystkich kierowców do stawki i w równych odstępach zawodnicy rozpoczą to jedno okrążenie pomiarowe. Już ruszają zawodnicy. Mamy zieloną flagę, także bez jakichkolwiek problemów. Okrążenie rozgrzewkowe i dojazdowe. Laton Brodko jako pierwszy rozpoczyna tę sesję kwalifikacyjną. Tuż za nim okrążenie kręci Patryk Gacka, a Quentin Kratzborn tuż za wózkiem z numerem 5, za kierowcą, który posiada numer startowy 49. Zobaczmy, mamy flagę. Jaki będzie czas Brodki? Kratzborn odrobinę szybciej, ale już przebija go Gacka. Dankiewicz tuż za Gacką. Szymon Węgrzyn awansuje na P1, ale przebija jego czas Francuz znakomicie. Victor Pueri 42 sekundy 827. Niewielka przewaga co prawda nad Szymonem Węgrzynem. Trzeci Alex Demkiw. Igor Tworek na miejscu czwartym. Mati Bernadowski pozycja numer 5. Bardzo mocna czołówka. I wydaje mi się, że to będzie na przykładzie piłki nożnej, gdzie mamy grupy śmierci od czasu do czasu. To może być pierwsza piątka śmierci. Victor Pueri będzie musiał przejechać ten wyścig bezbłędnie, aby pozostawić bez złudzeń swoich rywali. Udało się zdominować wyścig numer 1, ale teraz pora udowodnić, że to nie był przypadek. Jakiś czas temu jeszcze przy okazji serii pierwszej wspominałem o doważaniu wózków. Tych odważników jest kilka i różnią się one także kolorami. I co oczywiste, wagą 2,5 kg to odważnik żółty, 5 kg to odważnik czerwony i niebieski to najcięższy 10-kilogramowy odważnik. Takie mają do dyspozycji kierowcy, aby odpowiednio właśnie wózek doważyć, tak aby waga każdego z wózków razem z kierowcą była równa, po to, żeby każdy z kierowców miał identyczne szanse, a przynajmniej bardzo zbliżone szanse na zwycięstwo w wyścigu. Jeśli ta waga będzie się nie zgadzać, to znaczy, jeśli będzie wynosić mniej od wymaganego limitu wagowego w danej kategorii, no to taki zawodnik może zostać zdyskwalifikowany z całej rywalizacji i tutaj też w regulaminie jest to dokładnie opisane, że nie przysługuje mu nawet zwrot płatności wpisowej, której dokonują zawodnicy przed startem. A start już mamy. Kolejnego wyścigu w serii drugiej. Drugi wyścig kategorii junior. No i ruszamy. Zielona flaga. Świetny start lidera. Wiktor Pueri utrzymuje prowadzenie w tym wyścigu. Aczkolwiek tutaj to pierwsze okrążenie jeszcze nie wskazuje na to, że może mieć przewagę nad drugim kierowcą. Bardzo blisko cały czas. To po pierwszym okrążeniu, a nawet jeszcze w jego trakcie, możemy jeszcze predykować, że Wiktor Pueri nie będzie tutaj mieć łatwego wyścigu. Tuż za nim, jak widzimy, niewielka różnica, kolejny wózek. Trzeci wózek również bardzo blisko, choć już można zauważyć, że ta pierwsza trójka odjeżdża powoli od pozostałych kierowców. Szymon Węgrzyn cały czas utrzymuje się za pierwszym miejscem. Po przekroczeniu linii start-meta, prawie 40 przewagi Wiktoria Pueri. Tuż za nim Szymon Węgrzyn, dalej Alex Demkiw. Alexa Demkiwa akurat bardzo łatwo poznać ze względu na jego różowy kask. Szuka cały czas z tyłu swojego rywala Wiktor Pueri. Szymon Węgrzyn szuka jakiejś okazji do ataku. Jest bardzo blisko. Niewielka różnica po przekroczeniu linii start-meta. 209 tysięcznych, tylko 0,2 sekundy. To jest bardzo niewielka różnica. Taka, która pozwoliłaby nawet bardzo ryzykownie, ale zaatakować aktualnego lidera tego wyścigu. Pueri nie ma już takiej przewagi jak przy okazji wyścigu numer 1. Już jak patrzę na najszybsze okrążenia, również Wiktor Pueri nie posiada best lapa. Odrobinę szybciej pojechał Szymon Węgrzyn, szybciej pojechał także Igor Tworek. Mamy zjazd do pitu, to właśnie Igor Tworek z 4. miejsca, czyli bardzo szybki pit. Również na zjazd zdecydował się wcześniej Szczepan Pudlik. Mieliśmy brak minimalnego czasu na wyjazd z alei serwisowej w wykonaniu Juliana Zająca. Wielka szkoda, ale za błędy będzie musiał zapłacić karą. Jacob Pikc, również wyjeżdżający z alei serwisowej. I kolejny zjazd, tym razem Alex Demkiw na obowiązkowym postoju. Zostaje nam dwójka na samym czele, Wiktor Pueri oraz Szymon Węgrzyn. Już wcześniej Szymek pokazał, na co go stać. On potrafi szybko jechać tutaj na torze w Szczecinie. Teraz napiera kierowcę, który przecież wcześniej zdominował. Szymek Węgrzyn radzi sobie fantastycznie. 7. miejsce jak na razie w klasyfikacji generalnej. 18 punktów. Tutaj jeszcze za bardzo nie można wnioskować, jak jakoś dobrze, biorąc pod uwagę aktualne wyniki z klasyfikacji generalnej, no bo mieliśmy tylko jedną rundę za sobą, dlatego tylko siódma pozycja, przepraszam, Szymona Węgrzyna, trzecie miejsce podczas serii pierwszej. Alex Demkiw teraz nie ma za dużo do powiedzenia, udało się wygrać wyścig w serii pierwszej, ale tutaj podróż na trzecim miejscu, przynajmniej do momentu zjazdu do alei. Patryk Gacka przyjmuje trzecie miejsce, przynajmniej na parę chwil. Oliver Dankiewicz na miejscu numer 4. Czy będzie zjazd do pitu Węgrzyna? Nie decyduje się Polak na ten krok. Cały czas niewielka różnica. Wydaje mi się, że mógłby zaatakować Szymon Węgrzyn, bo jest cały czas dość blisko. Ale jeśli jest spowalniany przez Wiktora Pueri, to może lepszym pomysłem byłby zjazd do pitu. Widzimy odrobinę wolniej Pueri w porównaniu do tego, co widzieliśmy wcześniej. Zaskoczył nas podczas tej pierwszej serii, ale jakby to jego tempo przygasło. Jest pit! Szymon Węgrzyn! Najwidoczniej musiał mnie usłyszeć. Regulaminowe 20 sekund. Wszystkie oczy zwrócone na niego. To jest w tym momencie jedyny kierowca, który Wiktora Pueri będzie w stanie zmiotać z tego pierwszego miejsca. Jest powyżej 20 sekund, także regulaminowo, a na naszych ekranach podobnie lider Wiktor Pueri. Czy zdecyduje się teraz na zjazd? Wcześniej popisał się efektownym przemierzaniem toru Silver samotnie. I być może tak postanawia raz drugi. Widać, że zdecydowanie lepiej się czuje jadąc w konfiguracji przeciwnej do oryginalnej. Aktualnie dość spora przewaga nad Gacką, 2,5 sekundy, a za Patrykiem Oliver Dankiewicz. Jeszcze z tyłu Quentin Kratzborn, Theo Di Vincenzo, także Natalia Możdżyńska. Szymon Węgrzyn dopiero na 8. miejscu. Jest to lider spośród kierowców, którzy zjeżdżali do pitu, a za Szymonem Węgrzynem Igor Tworek, czyli opłacał się ten bardzo wczesny zjazd do pitu, zanim Alex Demkiw. Bardzo prawdopodobne, że Demkiw ostatecznie dojedzie na miejscu numer 4. A szkoda, bo wydaje mi się, że wielu z nas predykowało dla niego podium. Podczas aktualnej rywalizacji w kategorii junior Alex Demkiw pozycja 10 w zeszłym roku. Aktualnie jedzie po pierwszą piątkę. Bardzo dobra forma. Poprzednim zwycięzcą kategorii junior Max Obdenkamp. A za nim ustawili się Maciej Szubczyński oraz Ziemowit Werra. I ponownie oni również wysoko w swoich wyścigach. Ale bardzo dużo jeszcze powinno się zmienić, im bliżej będziemy końca rywalizacji. Mamy kolejny zjazd, to jest Wiktor Pueri w tym momencie w alei. O ile się nie mylę, a mam taką nadzieję, tak, to był Wiktor Pueri i wyjeżdża przed Szymonem Węgrzynem. Został jeszcze w samej czołówce Patryk Gacka oraz Natalia Możdżyńska. Kierowca i kierowczyni jeszcze nie widzieli się z monitorem odliczającym do końca wyjazdu. Kolejny przejazd przez start metę. Czekamy na zjazdy. Patryk Gacka będzie musiał zameldować. Już niedługo w alei. Wiktor Query, 0,2 sekundy przewagi nad Szymonem Węgrzynem. Już ponownie bardzo blisko za nim Igor Tworek oraz Alex Demkił. Już Mateusz Bernadowski 2 sekundy do Demkiła. Także ta pierwsza czwórka, aktualnie wirtualna, odjechała znacznie od pozostałych kierowców. Bardzo równo jadą w tym wyścigu zawodnicy. A tam widzimy bardzo tłoczno. Mamy zjazd Gacki oraz Natalii Możdżyńskiej. I z tego co widzę, Szymon Węgrzyn przed Wiktorem Query. Doszło tam do zamiany między kierowcami. Zatem bardzo prawdopodobne będziemy mieć Polaka na pierwszym stopniu podium w kategorii junior. Się pomarańczowa flaga dla któregoś z kierowców. Być może to był właśnie Szymon Węgrzyn. Ale zobaczymy, jak to będzie w wynikach, bo już pojawia się flaga oznaczająca koniec wyścigu. I jednak Wiktor Query na pierwszym miejscu, już za nim Szymon Węgrzyn i Alex Demkił. Także ta pomarańczowa flaga nam najprawdopodobniej wszystko wyjaśnia. Zamianę pomiędzy tymi kierowcami. Wózek z numerem 59 z przodu, 14 z tyłu. Wiktor Query wygrywa starcie drugie w serii drugiej. Nie zgarnia najszybszego okrążenia, ale udało się wygrać sesję kwalifikacyjną. A więc nie 22, a 21 punktów dorzuca do klasyfikacji generalnej. Będziemy czekać na aktualizację, ale Wiktor Query powinien obronić pierwsze miejsce w klasyfikacji generalnej. Przynajmniej na ten moment, a poczekamy jeszcze na wyścig trzeci kategorii junior, który za parę chwil. Pierwsza trójka Query, Węgrzyn oraz Demkił, za nimi na pozycji czwartej Igor Tworek, później Patryk Gacka, 6 Mateusz Bernadowski, 7 Oliver Dankiewicz, 8 Nikodem Sobczyk, 9 Mikołaj Zachciał, 10 Oliwier Gołębiowski, 11 Quentin Kratzborn, 12 Szczepan Pudlik, 13 Teo Di Vincenzo, 14 Tino Antonacci, 15 Jacob Equal, 16 Natalia Możdżyńska, 16 oczywiście, przepraszam, Możdżyńska Natalia, 17 Mateusz Streliński, 18 Julian Zając, 19 Mateusz Madajewski i 18 kończy Platon Brodko. Tak wyglądają wyniki tego wyścigu. Dość spora strata Madajewskiego oraz Brodki do pozostałych kierowców. No także martwi tutaj tempo Szczepana Pudlika. Wydawało mi się, że zdoła odrobinę lepiej się pokazać, ale nie mówmy jeszcze hopy, bo tutaj będzie w stanie pokazać jeszcze bardzo dużo, tym bardziej, że mamy jeszcze ogrom czasu do tego. Szczepan Pudlik w kategorii junior, 9. pozycja w klasyfikacji generalnej, no dlatego też są to moje oczekiwania co do tego kierowcy, a w zasadzie wydawało mi się, że tutaj Szczepana będziemy widzieć nieco wyżej. Może brak formy tym razem, ale będziemy czekać jeszcze na ewentualny renesans Szczepana. A przed nami wyścig numer 3 kategorii junior. Chwilę po nim kilka wyścigów kategorii Open, a mianowicie 5, później jeszcze przerwa na tankowanie. No i te wyścigi kolejne z językiem angielskim w transmisji. Dlatego też będę musiał Państwa na jakiś czas porzucić, ale oczywiście powrócę. Jeszcze przed nami bardzo dużo wyścigów, aktualnie seria druga, natomiast jeszcze dzisiaj seria trzecia i seria czwarta, więc trochę tych wyścigów będzie. Przypomnijmy, kategoria mini oraz junior z polskim komentarzem, natomiast z angielskim kategoria open. Tak samo będzie wyglądać transmisja, jeśli mówimy o rundach finałowych, choć tam finałowy wyścig kategorii senior, który również będzie komentowany w języku polskim. No i mamy pierwszą trójkę. Szymon Węgrzyn, pozycja druga, no było bardzo blisko, ale jednak nie dał rady dogonić Wiktora. Już kierowcy wyjeżdżają z alei, także za parę chwil rozpoczniemy wyścig kolejny, a przed nami jeszcze okrążenie jednej szansy. Zawodnicy i zawodniczki rozpoczynają okrążenie pomiarowe. Do kolejnych kwalifikacji, ostatnich w tej serii, jeśli mówimy o kategorii junior. A tutaj widzimy nazwiska nieco inne z tych kierowców, którzy będą walczyć o samą czołówkę. Nie możemy pominąć Ziemowita Werrę, Karola Niemczyka, może Ania Wiśniewska. Ciekaw jestem, jak poradzą sobie kobiety w tym ostatnim wyścigu, w tej rywalizacji. Oprócz niej także Kinga Sala, czy też Emilia Rodko, która świetnie pojechała w poprzedniej serii. I ciekaw jestem, jak uda jej się pojechać tym razem na 14. miejscu ostatecznie w klasyfikacji kategorii junior Emilia Rodko. Na 5. miejscu zakończyła wyścig poprzedni. Wydaje mi się, że jest w stanie zdobyć więcej. Tam się przydarzyło trochę błędów, ale wszystko jest do odrobienia. Czekamy. Ziemowit Werra aktualnie na prowadzeniu. 42 sekundy. 921 jako jedyny poniżej 43 sekund, tuż za nim Przemek Kuliś, no i ponownie Emilia Rodko bardzo blisko, ale Horion Fanves na miejsce numer 3 wskakuje tuż przed Rodko, więc tam drobna zmiana. Konstanty Słowi, pozycja numer 5, tuż za nimi Dzierżyk z numerem 7, startowym z numerem 18 na swoim wózku. Ania Wiśniewska zaskakująco również pozycja numer 7, także bardzo dobrze dla pań wygląda ta sesja kwalifikacyjna. No tutaj też no nie trzeba mówić, dominują mężczyźni w tym sporcie, ale jak widać kobiety bardzo dobrze sobie radzą i są w stanie walczyć o pierwsze miejsca. Świetny występ Emilii Rodko w poprzednim wyścigu. Można powiedzieć, że zaledwie 5. miejsce. Tam była szansa na podium. Teraz ta szansa jest jeszcze większa. Ustawiają się teraz zawodnicy wężykiem, jeden za drugim lub też jedna za drugą. I będziemy czekać na start. Dawid Wiśniewski, pozycja w kwalifikacjach numer 13 i podobnie jak w przypadku Szczepana Pudlika, to jest kierowca, który mam wrażenie zatracił nieco formę w porównaniu do poprzednich zawodów Pikc, tych w zeszłym roku. Dawid Wiśniewski zakończył w klasyfikacji generalnej poprzedni event na miejscu 7. Tymczasem 13. miejsce właśnie w kwalifikacjach. No i nie zanosi się na to, że będzie odrobinę lepiej. Również 5. pozycja w wyścigu pierwszym, ale te kwalifikacje zdecydowanie nie pomyśli Wiśniewskiego. No być może było to drobne potknięcie, ale ono będzie miało duży odcisk na wyścigach kolejnych i ostatecznym wyglądzie klasyfikacji generalnej. Ziemowit Vera na prowadzeniu. Mamy zieloną flagę i startujemy. Ostatni zakręt przed Ziemowitem. Wjeżdża na start metę. Jest przyzwoita przewaga nad drugim miejscem. Także ruszamy. Już zanim Przemek Kuliś, tam w środku za bardzo walk oglądać nie możemy. Nieco mniej agresywnie wydaje mi się niż w poprzednich wyścigach. Mówiąc o serii pierwszej kategorii junior oczywiście. I Kaspian Dzierżyk, pozycja numer 6. On również będzie miał tutaj chrapkę na podium w tej rywalizacji. O ile Przemysław Kuliś nie podkręci tempa. Bo ten jak na razie odrobinę traci i był zjazd do pitu. Być może to był Konstanty Sołowiej. Za moment się przekonamy. To jest kart numer 16, a z tym numerem dokładnie Konstanty Sołowiej. W tym momencie w picie także Iwo Górdak. Zjechali na obowiązkowy pit stop. Może to będzie szansa na awans dla Sołowieja. Świetnie pokazał się w poprzednich wyścigach w kategorii mini. Kolejne okrążenie będą kończyć teraz kierowcy. Świetna walka pomiędzy Przemkiem Kulisiem a Horionem van Wesem. Udało się zdobyć 3. miejsce w kwalifikacjach. Emil Jarotko z powodzeniem utrzymuje 4. lokatę w tym wyścigu. Za nią Kaspian Dzierżyk, który odziedziczył pozycję po Konstantym Sołowieju. Kolejne pity, tym razem już zdecydowanie inne wózki możemy oglądać na naszych ekranach. Więc ta stawka nam się zdecydowanie przerzedziła. O, chyba już będziemy mieć sekundę przewagi Wery nad Kulisiem. Rozpoczyna kolejne kółko. No to będzie sekunda. Dokładnie, sekunda i 52 tysięczne. Van Wes na miejscu 3 próbuje gonić, napiera, naciska cały czas na Przemysława Kulisia. To wszystko obserwuje Emil Jarotko. Jeśli tak będzie napierał Van Wes, to może skończyć się to zamianą pozycji. No jak widać, ogromną presję odczuwa teraz Kuliś, który traci coraz więcej. I nie zdziwiłbym się, jeśli podczas kolejnego pomiaru mielibyśmy 1,5 sekundy różnicy. Widzimy, jak te wózki są daleko od siebie. Naciskany Przemysław Kuliś zdecydowanie traci. Poprzednie kółko 0,3 sekundy wolniej od Ziemowita na prowadzeniu, a teraz zobaczmy, również 0,3 sekundy wolniej. Także traci, natomiast nie 1,5, a 1,3 sekundy podczas pomiaru czasu przy start mecie. Także odjeżdża Ziemowit Vera. 3. miejsce podczas poprzednich zawodów Pikc, a teraz będzie walczyć z Wiktorem Pueri oraz z Konstantym Sołowiejem, Aleksem Dękiłem, czyli Igorem Tworkiem o prowadzenie, o zwycięstwo w tej kategorii. Odrobinę inna punktacja przy okazji wyścigów półfinałowych oraz finałowych. Tam pierwsza 16 jedynie otrzymuje punkty, to też ze względu na to, że tylko 16 kierowców na torze mieć będziemy, ale zmienia się za to bardzo mocno punktacja za wynik w sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Tutaj jeden punkt, dodatkowe oczko do generalki za zajęcie 1. miejsca, natomiast w późniejszych kwalifikacjach do wyścigów finałowych za pierwsze miejsce punktów 3, drugie miejsce punktów 2, trzecie i czwarte punktów 1. Więc tam będą dość spore zmiany, kwalifikacje będą zdecydowanie ważniejsze w porównaniu do tych, które oglądamy teraz. Kolejny pit, tym razem Dawid Szpot na naszych ekranach. Także dojeżdża tutaj Ania Wiśniewska i wyjeżdża z pitu także Kinga Sala. Na naszych ekranach lider Ziemowit Werra. Bardzo ładny kask swoją drogą. Rozpoczyna kolejne okrążenie i znowu zdecydowanie szybciej od Przemka Kulisia. Kuliś nie może znaleźć tempa podczas tego wyścigu. Wciąż około 0,3 sekundy różnicy między tymi kierowcami na okrążenie. Przemysław Kuliś zdecydowanie zwolnił. Trzyma za sobą Van Wessa, trzyma za sobą Emilię Rotko. Zastanawiam się, dlaczego ci kierowcy nie decydują się na zjazd do alei serwisowej i spróbować podciąć Przemka Kulisia. Być może dokładnie nie widzą, ile tracą za tym kierowcą. Ciekaw jestem, czy teraz będziemy oglądać jakieś zjazdy. No widzimy, jaka ogromna przewaga teraz Ziemowita Wery nad Van Wessem. No i mamy zjazd do alei Przemysława Kulisia. Aczkolwiek jeśli pozostali kierowcy będą jechać dalej, to całkiem możliwe przy utrzymaniu aktualnego tempa Kulisia, że ten może wypaść nawet poza podium. Swoją drogą idealny wyjazd z alei serwisowej, 20 sekund i 0,2, co też daje mu na ten moment przewagę nad kierowcami, którzy jeszcze do pitu nie zjeżdżali. Na naszych ekranach numer 11 z tyłu, z przodu 57, czyli aktualny lider. Rozpoczyna teraz kolejne kółko. Wcześniej nad Van Wessem przewaga ponad 3 sekund, teraz 3,5. Więc jak widzimy, odjeżdża Ziemowit od pozostałych kierowców. Znakomite tempo, znowu w doskonałej formie, ale tym razem będzie mieć jeszcze większe szanse na zwycięstwo w całym cyklu w swojej kategorii. Już powoli nam się rysują te nazwiska, których będziemy mogli uznać za tych głównych faworytów. Natomiast to jeszcze nam się bardziej dokładnie wyrysuje przy okazji końcówki tego dnia wyścigowego. Trzy i 6 różnicy pomiędzy pierwszym i drugim miejscem. Zjazd do pitu Emilii Rotko. Także Mateusz Pluta zdecydował się na odbębnienie obowiązkowej kary. Na naszych ekranach cały czas lider Ziemowit Werra. Niesamowite, jak radzi sobie ze swoim kartem ten zawodnik. On w zasadzie tym kartem jest. On w nim co prawda siedzi, ale można predykować, że jest on z tym kartem jednym ciałem, naprawdę. To, co wyrabia ten kierowca za kierownicą, to jest coś niesamowitego. Pogłębia przewagę nad pozostałymi kierowcami, cały czas utrzymując znakomite tempo 42 sekund i 0,7. To jest coś wręcz niewyobrażalnego. Tuż za nim aktualnie Mateusz Pluta, czyli kierowca zdublowany, tam musiała się pojawić niebieska flaga. Jeśli chodzi o kategorię zarówno mini, jak i junior, to chyba mamy pierwsze dublowanie w ogóle w tym cyklu. Jeszcze nie decyduje się na pit. Ziemowit wie doskonale, co robi. Kolejne okrążenie, tymczasem 42 sekundy i 8, nie 0,7 jak wcześniej, ale cały czas znakomite tempo. Zobaczymy, jaka będzie przewaga na samej mecie. Jeszcze czekamy na zjazd Dawida Wiśniewskiego. Dawid Wiśniewski startował z miejsca 13, przypomnijmy. Jestem ciekaw, czy wskoczy może do pierwszej dziesiątki w tym wyścigu. Całkiem niezłe tempo, choć to ostatnie kółko nie za dobre. 43 sekundy 0,2. Czy Ziemowit zjedzie? Sygnalizuje to prawą ręką. Wjeżdża w tym momencie do pitu. Mamy zjazd lidera. Zanim zjedzie także Dawid Wiśniewski. Już spogląda Ziemowit w monitor. Jeszcze pokazuje jakieś sygnały swoim towarzyszom. Jest wyjazd. O, niemalże idealny. 20 sekund 30 i powraca na pierwszym miejscu w tym wyścigu. Zobaczymy zaraz, jaka przewaga będzie na mecie. Natomiast 6 sekund różnicy pomiędzy Ziemowitem Werrą a Horionem van Wessem. Emilia Rodko na miejscu numer 3, więc znakomicie poradziła sobie Emilia, ale czekamy jeszcze do samego końca. Ostatnie metry tej rywalizacji. Ziemowit Werra jedzie po zwycięstwo w tym momencie. Znakomity przejazd tego kierowcy, już chwaliłem go milion razy, ale milion pierwszy muszę jeszcze to zrobić. Poprzedni wyścig zakończył na 6. miejscu, ale teraz wygrywa Ziemowit Werra na prowadzeniu klasyfikacji tego wyścigu, tuż za nim dojeżdża Horion van Wess, a na miejscu 3 Emilia Rodko. Jedna z pań zajmuje miejsce na stopniu podium. 3. lokata, no ale też warto wspomnieć, że w kategorii Girls to będzie w stanie znaleźć się na prowadzeniu. Tak wyglądają pozostałe wyniki. Tuż za Rodko Sołowiej. Również znakomity przejazd, zwracając uwagę też na jego bardzo wczesny zjazd do alei serwisowej. Kompletnie nie poradził sobie Przemek Kuliś tym razem, który spada na miejsce numer 5. Będzie musiał odrobić zadanie domowe przy okazji wyścigów kolejnych, przy wyścigach serii następnej, ale być może już presja była zbyt duża. Za Przemkiem Kulisiem na 6. miejscu Łukasz Jezierski, dalej Kaspian Dzierżyk, Karol Niemczyk, Ania Wiśniewska oraz Oskar Wiejas-Ziętek. To jest pierwsza dziesiątka. Za nimi Peter Wessel, Dawid Wiśniewski, Dominik Jaromin, Kinga Sala, Iwo Górdak, Kajetan Kolbusz, 17 Dawid Szpot, 18 Nick van den Berge, 19 Filip Fiedor i 20 Mateusz Pluta. Tak wygląda klasyfikacja tego wyścigu, a my powrócimy z komentarzem w języku polskim około godziny 15, wtedy już przy okazji serii 3. A tymczasem dziękuję bardzo, Sławomir Myszkowski za mikrofonem. Przed nami 5 wyścigów kategorii Open. Halo James!
Hello and welcome back. I'm James Auld. We've got the Open races next. We've got 5 of those, and that will conclude round 2 for the Open. And we've seen some fantastic junior racing just there. With the first Open race of round 2 we have seen take place. Of course, those who were watching earlier will remember how Vika Schlets took the victory there. Turven and Van Vives later on, followed. So now we look towards the next race in this. Let's have a look at the entry list here. Well, we've got the American, Anton Schoppler is leading the way there on entries. Christian Derven will be in this one, and Victor Poira, we saw him win earlier on. Gilles Vervic, James Wiltshire from Wales, Johan Medart, the Belgian, Michael Jezierski, Nikolai Marsengo, the Swedish champion. Patrick Neroda is in this, Balint Sonkoli, Mikael Ridzonik is in. Felix Ferrer, if you remember earlier on, Felix Ferrer qualified on pole, held a bit of a lead and then came second. Jordan Remmels, Pavel Przyslipski, Matteo Deval, Marcel Lobermeyer. It's a long time since we saw him race. First thing in the morning today. Tomek Bernadowski, equal, the same with him. Victor Schwistek, Sergio D'Angelo, and Christopher Ball, one of the British drivers in this race as well. So looking at that, everybody's sort of fairly equal, except for Sergio D'Angelo, who's won the Masters. He's racing in the category for the over 40s. So with this one, where do we think this one's going to go? Well, it's got to be looking good for Johan Medart. Johan Medart not only won earlier on, he had to pass Vika Schlets to do it. If you remember, it was a fantastic move Vika Schlitz was coming out the pits, Johan Medart had enough pace that although he'd run second to Schlitz for most of the race, when Schlitz pitted, Johan Medart was released on his own. He had the extra bit of speed that got him alongside Schlitz as Schlitz came out the pit lane and Medart was through. We're running an opposite way around this time, so it may well be that Johan Medart can't quite use that same sort of move to his advantage, but we'll see what happens here. So certainly some people looking to gain points. Anton Schöppler, certainly I was talking to earlier on, he felt that he needed some more points to get through. He was a little bit further down the order than what he would have liked. However, he did say that he was better, he felt, on this configuration, which we've moved now to the normal direction of travel. It was a reverse track last time round. They're switching it around during the event. This round 2 is all on the regular direction, as we saw in the first heat race of round 2. Another one probably looking to make up some points will be Christian Durban. If you remember, Christian Durban absolutely spot on with the strategy in the previous heat race he drove in and moved up from a lower qualifying order into some serious points. Victor Poira was the winner earlier on. We saw Victor Poira win, and he's going to obviously try and do that again as James Wiltshire's out there keeping it up for Wales, and Nikolai Marsenga, of course, is the last year's Swedish champion. Patrick Neroda, local driver, is going to be out for massive points in this one. He felt he was a bit down the order earlier on. Balint Sonkoli, what can we say? He's just going to try and do the best he could. He was way down the order last time. See if he can get to the top bits. Just looking sort of further down as they go out to qualify now. Obviously, I'm thinking really of Tomek Bernadowski. He's running also in the junior and the senior categories today. He's back out in the senior. He won earlier on. Can he do it again? If he does, he's got some serious competition to beat to do that. And Sergio D'Angelo will be looking for a good chance to get a lot of master points here. And Chris Ball will be trying desperately to stake his claim on a semi-final position. Okay then, so we're about to go out qualify. The green flag is waving as they go out. Qualifying laps are beginning for each of those drivers that I've just been mentioning. A lot really coming into play now. People have a drop score available, but there are some who will see they've already played that card. They've already had a little bit of a rough run in their first heat, so everything's going to count from here on in. At worst, they'll consider the first heat a bit of a practice. However, there are some who've done very well indeed, including some of those I've mentioned in this heat race, and they will be keen to add to those points and secure a place in the semi-final, and from their point of view, hopefully a place in the final itself. Just to sort of run through the basic scoring is the way it works out. They're scoring points in these heat races, and the top 48 will go through to the semi-final. There are 3 semi-finals, and then from that, the top 16 go through to the final itself. And it's always the semi-finals and the final. It's simply the right to continue scoring. So obviously, if you are eliminated from the event, you are not one of the top 48, and then you are not one of the top 16, you by definition will no longer be scoring, whereas other people will, so you will fall down the order. Okay, the check is out at the moment. It's Johan Medart fastest, Felix Ferrer and Victor Poira. Victor Poira has gone to the top of everybody with a 43.1. Absolutely outstanding effort there by Victor Poira. He's pushed Johan Medart back down to second. He's pushed Felix Ferrer back down to third, and Tomek Bernadowski's probably got the worst start position he's had all day. He's also running in the juniors. He's running 4th there. He's going to start 4th. What will we see from Bernadowski? Will we see the early pit stop? If anyone's going to make it in this race, my betting will be on him. Why would you go for the early pit stop? Because you felt you qualified out of position. You could go faster if you were on your own. Equally, people in that department will be the likes of Christian Durban. Christian Durban, remember, played that to perfection in the earlier heat race when he qualified lower down. He's halfway down there. He's in 10th spot. Clearly, I'm expecting straight away an early pit stop from Christian Durban there, and possibly Nikolai Marsengo, who is going to be lining up right behind Christian Durban. Could he come in right behind Durban? And the same goes to Patrick Neroda. There may well be early pit stops by those 3 in the mid-pack. Depends how they feel about their actual qualifying position. Victor Svistek there, I'm thinking, in 14th place. He's going to have some questions in his own mind about that. Possibly another early pit stopper. Let's have a look further down. Anton Schoppler, it's a bit of a tough contest, this one for him. He's going to feel a little bit disappointed with that. I think he was hoping for a bit more. And Chris Ball is down in 18th. He definitely was hoping for more than that. And James Wilshire's rounding him out in 20th, the young Welshman. And we'll see what happens in this race. Let's sort of have a look and see how they're getting on. They're starting to do the grid lining up. Just want to go a little bit more towards the upper part. Balint Sonkoli, we've not seen him qualify that high yet today, in 6th place. That's a great showing for him. Same with Mikhail Rinzonek. Mikhail Rinzonek. He's up into 5th place, so that's a great showing by him. And looking further down, I really think a lot in this race. We're going to have to look at what happens with Christian Dervin, Nikolai Marsango, particularly. Definitely Patrick Noda is somebody who could make all the right moves as we look across the starting lineup there, as moving down the order a little bit there with the lineup. So certainly Victor Poirot will be very pleased with that. He'll be maybe even slightly surprised to find himself ahead of Johan Medart. Johan Medart, of course, won earlier on. So did Victor Poirot. Felix Ferrer, he led early on. Tomek Bernadowski, he won early on. So this is a very hard-hitting heat indeed. And some people will feel that they are going to be up against it to score some points in this. Possibly even a drop score for some people today from this heat, because the best 4 of the 5 initial heats are what are counting. They're not counting all 5 scores. They will be dropping 1. Some people may look at this heat as their drop score already. So, round they come. It's Victor Poirot. Victor Poirot is going to bring round the line. Are they going green? It looks good. It's good, and they're going green. Immediately defensive, straight away the inside. Victor Poirot, he knows what he's got to do. He's got Johan Medart right behind him. He's got Ferrer behind that. And as they go towards the outside section, they will be on camera. There they are. There they are. They stream through. We can see it's a very clean start. It's still Victor Poirot with the lead, though. Back into the main area here, through the wall, very wide, coming out of that corner there, the hairpin, as they head round the back part of the circuit, into a series of hairpins, and then a long straight. Now, will Johan Medart try something early on? Johan Medart could do that. He's entirely capable of making a move on Poirot very early. But Poirot is equally going to be defensive, I'm sure. Yes, he's hugging the inside. He's not giving any space. Look over the shoulder over the start lines. They completely open the lap there. Victor Poirot knows what he's got in. Now the question is, Medart really. Will Medart feel he needs to pit? And there's pit stops already. Who is it? It's the 109. The 109. And it is Lobermeyer. Lobermeyer in the pit. He's looking for a 20-second stop. He's cut it fine. He's cut it fine. It's good. Well, 20.6. He's made it. Where they make the stop in the pit lane is not when the timing either starts or stops. They have to be in the pit lane for 20 seconds. And they can see the clock running when they get to that stopping point, and they're really judging it on the ideal being around 16 seconds. So they don't jump the gun coming out, because if they do go faster than 20, they will be penalty by. There's another one in the pit. Another one in the pit. It's the 110. It's Bernadowski. Bernadowski is pitted. He clearly felt that 4th place was not quite the position he was looking for. There's a load of them stacking up behind him. But we're looking on the screen there. We can see Bernadowski, but the clock's ticking on all the others. So Bernadowski's out. The 31's in there, we can see now. And that is Pavic, Gil Pavic. 92 is Pavel Pribliski, and he's on his way too. So clean stops for everyone. And some pretty good ones as well. So up at the front, a 3-car breakaway, by definition of the gap that was Bernadowski. So we're looking there. There's Poirot. There's Medart. Medart comes in. Medart. It was a question of whether he would stay with Poirot. He chooses not to. He's not looked for the pass. He's looked for the move in the pit lane. Now, can he cover Bernadowski? That's the real question. Medart has to come out ahead of Tomek Bernadowski, or the game is lost. Medart's ticking away. 16. This has got to be good. This has got to be good. It's very good. 20.3, he comes out just ahead of Bernadowski, and there they are. They are very close, but the gap is literally what the pit stop was. So Medart, maybe not really from a Poirot point of view, but more from a Bernadowski point of view coming the pit there. So in other words, Medart may not have been looking to pass Poirot on position in terms of lap time. He may simply have been looking to cover the Bernadowski position, because Bernadowski had been in the pits, and Bernadowski was clearly going to be making up ground on time. But in the pits now, the 25. The 25, that's Christian Dervin. Traditionally an early pit stopper, and Christian Dervin He's watching that clock ticking away. He's going to go on 16, is he? Oh, he's leaving it a bit late there. This could be a bit of a slow stop. 20.6 is not bad after all, so he's doing all right, Christian Durban. Well done there by him. We saw him pit earlier on. The strategy worked in his favour, but there's so many early pit stoppers this time that what is actually a relatively early pit stop, purely on lap 4 or 14, is not necessarily really that early in terms of the amount of pit stops we've seen. So there is Poira in the sort of orangey colours up front. Following him is Felix Ferrer. Now, Felix Ferrer is going to be trying to close that gap on Victor Poira. Can he do it is the question. He's not only trying to close the gap on Poira, he's also trying to close in so that he may even leapfrog the likes of Johan Medart and the likes of Bernardowski. That will be part of his plan. So there's Poira, and when the pit stop cycle through, the gap between Poira and Ferrer will be firmly filled with the likes of Medart and Bernardowski. So there's Poira in the lead, but if we see Ferrer behind, there he is, you can just see him in picture as we go through. So they're tight, so the yellowy colours behind, that is Ferrer, and metaphorically speaking, that gap is filled with Medart and Bernardowski when we cycle through the pits. In the pit stops, the 115, Swistek we saw right up at the front earlier on. In fact, he was second in the earlier race. What's it going to be? It looks like a good solid getaway there. It's going to be fast, Yes, it is. It looked like 20.2. That could well have been the fastest pit stop of this race so far. Outstanding performance there by Swistek in the pits. Now that, given the closeness of how the racing is running right now in this particular heat race, that could be worth a position or two. So there is the gap that we believe could be filled with Medard and Bernardowski when the pit stops cycle through. The pressure really is on the second place driver there. If he can make time up on the leader there, Poira, just going out of picture, there's the second Ferrer. If he can make up the time, he will by definition leapfrog the metaphoric positions of Johan Medard and Bernardowski. So when will either of the two leaders make the pit stop? It's a question of how concerned they are really about the speed of Johan Medard and Tomek Bernardowski. This is where the strategy of the indoor karting, particularly the international championships, like this one, the Polish Indoor Kart Championship, this is where the strategies come into play. It's important to be able to think your way around the races. Jordan Remmels is in the pits there. That's Jordan Remmels, and he's got to do it on 20 seconds, so he's going to be moving around about the 16. Let's see where this is. He's going. It could well, he might have left that one a little bit late. Let's see where that works out. No, he's brilliant. Absolutely fantastic there. That's one of the quickest stops we've seen all day. 20.1. He's done everything he needed to do, Jordan Remmels there. And here is the leader. This is Poira. Poira's simply got to be fast at this stage. So far we've seen during the competition, really most of the karts, the leaders are pitting very late. The leaders are always seem to be doing it on the last couple of laps. It's those behind trying to leapfrog them by running clearly on their own. In the pits, it's the 72. That's important. That's Balint Sonkoli. Balint Sonkoli we're looking at there in the yellow helmet. Now, Balint Sonkoli qualified far further forward than we saw earlier on. So this important stop for him, and it was a very good one indeed. A really fast one for Balint Sonkoli. Maybe we can see Sonkoli throw down a challenge for the top positions in this. There goes Poira. Poira through, the gap maintains fairly consistent. Poira's on 42.9. Felix Ferrer 43.0, so Poira is ever so slightly faster, literally about a tenth or so in it. Now, I was talking to Pikc Schlets earlier on, and we were talking about the idea that the lap times are slowing down a bit. 69, that's an important one. 69 is Patrick Neroda. Patrick Neroda, one of the Polish drivers. He's a vastly experienced veteran now. He's going to be going right on the mark there, surely. Patrick Neroda, has he read it well? Well, he's left it a bit long, in almost a second down in time. He's come out in that nasty little mid-pack there. He has lost position to the likes of, where is he? He's lost position like a Balint Sonkoli. So already Patrick Neroda suffering for that slightly slower pit stop. Nearly a second away, so 20.9. It's crucial to be cutting a fine pit stop now. There are literally no ways around it. You've got to take the take the chance in the pits now. Unfortunately, if you are slightly faster than 20 seconds, if you are 19.9, you will receive a 10-second penalty from the judges. And they are handing them out like goodness. There's been a few already. So in the pits there, that's the 36. The 36 is James Wiltshire, the Welshman. James Wiltshire in the pits now. What can he do? He's looking to move up from last place. Is it good? Is it good? Yes, it's good. It's 20.3. That's a quick one. That's a quick one by James Wiltshire. But in the pits now. In the pits now is the race leader. Yes, it is. It's the 26. This important one is Pikc. Where's Pikc going to come out? Pikc is desperately looking at that clock. He's got to cut it fine. He's got to do good. Everyone behind him's been absolutely marvellous so far. He's got to make this work. Pikc coming out of the pits. He's on the move. He's on the move, and he's in front. He's in front. He's come out in front of 120. Let's check on who that is. That's Christopher Ball. Christopher Ball there, one of the Bradley Shepherd racing drivers. He moves out. Oh, somebody's cut it. I don't think it was. Somebody's got a red light there. We'll see which one that is. As I believe Christopher Ball was good, but somebody has cut a bit of a penalty there. Let me just check with the judges, see if I can find out. We've only got a couple of laps to go. There are more in this. Ferrer is in the pits now. Ferrer's in the pits. There's 79 there. Felix Ferrer, what's it going to be? It's got to be good. In fact, it's got to be brilliant. Oh, I think he's been quite conservative there. He's easily, 20.0, well done. 102, Duval there is good. And the 48 is Jezerski. We haven't spoken about him much, but Michał Jezerski, absolutely brilliant on 20.1. And just before the final lap, I will check who has the penalty. And unbelievably, it was, we believe it was Ferrer. As they cross the line now, it is Pikc, but has Pikc won it? Pikc is listed in first place at the moment from Felix Ferrer and then Johan Medart, Tomek Bernardowski. I will just quickly check on those positions. Okay then folks, so the checker flag is out, but I've been just checking with the officials, and the winner is Felix Ferrer. The penalty there that we could see was the race leader, Victor Pikc. Victor Pikc has received a 10-second penalty, and it's going to be Felix Ferrer who takes the win there from Johan Medart and Tomek Bernardowski. So incredible, so tight. Pikc had to make the perfect exit from the pit lane. Unfortunately, it was ever so slightly fast. 19.9 is not cutting it by much, but unfortunately it's just that little bit too much, a little bit more than the laws allow. So Pikc has received a 10-second penalty for a fast pit stop, and that has thrown him right down the order. Good news though for Felix Ferrer and Johan Medart and Tomek Bernardowski. So everybody there will be moving up a position. When we know the actual final position for Pikc, we'll be able to pass that on. But very interesting turn of events there. So yes, very tricky one there for Pikc. He had to try, but unfortunately it was that little bit too sharp. So Pikc, 10-second penalty. So Felix Ferrer has won, with Johan Medart scoring good points there for second place. May not be aware yet that those at the front are running, running one position higher than they believed they were when they came in. Tomek Bernardowski, he'll be pleased with that, because he was he was doing everything he could to improve on that fourth place in the qualifying. He ended up finished there on the road, but I think by definition of a penalty for Pikc, he will in fact inherit third place there. Right, so outstanding. Now, other early pit stoppers, as expected, strategic experts. Christian Derven came through from 10th to 6th. He's been a man on the move in both his races so far. Nikolai Marsengo came through to 9th. Just going through all the results here. So, Poira was first minus the 10 seconds. Felix Ferrer, and then Johan Medard, Tomek Bernadowski, Mikhail Rizanowski, and Christian Derven, Matteo Duval, Jordan Remmels, Nikolai Marsengo, Balint Sonkoli will get, I believe, possibly 9th place. And then I think it will actually be Poira positioned in 10th, looking at it, and the gap in terms of the actual finishing order there. That will maintain a 11th place for Mikhail Zizerski. Marcel Lobermeyer will be 12th, Patrick Naroda 13th, Gilles Vervish 14th, Victor Svistek, that is a lot lower in 15th place than the second we saw earlier on. Sergio D'Angelo will be scoring points in the Masters division there in 16th. Anton Schuppler will definitely be a little disappointed with 17th place. He's on a bit of a back foot this weekend. He's kind of hoping for a bit more, but it's a tough one. Christopher Ball is up into 18th place. Pavel Przybylski is up into 19th, and James Wilshire roundabout in 20th place. So a bit of a shock there for Victor Poira. He was looking good, but it was not to be for him. So Felix Ferrer wins, and we will be moving on very rapidly to the next race. And what's this next race all about? Well, leading the entries here is the Indian driver, Anup Prajapati. Anup Prajapati is from near Delhi, and he's come over for this event. He's been here practicing away. Anup Prajapati from Delhi. Dominic Jaramin, Luna Antonacci, Max Burschel, Johan Templin, and Romano Franzen. Olivier Golibiowski and Shanti Gentile, Lucas Wyszynski, Thomas Hagelstein, who we saw earlier, Tibor Zaito-Sos, Alex Demkev, Alex we saw earlier on for sure, Radislav Dizniuk, Sebastian Miller, Seb Miller's out in this one, Pavel Kreslok, Jimmy Gaspard is back for more, Gabor Pataki, another Masters driver, Nathan Yannick, and Ruben Boutens and Jarno Hermans. Well, what do we say about this heat race? It's always hard to look beyond double world champion and former Polish champion Ruben Boutens. He's won his own national championship, the Dutch championship a number of times, the Belgian, the British 6 times no less, and of course the major claim to fame, a double world championship win there by Ruben Boutens. Very hard to look beyond him, but if you were to look for a challenger, there's been some strong performances across this particular entry list here. Who would I be really expecting to see up the front? Straight away, because of his earlier performance, Alex Demkiv. Alex Demkiv, very good. He finished his round 1 heat race in 2nd place. He was battling quite strongly with De Wolf, if you remember that, if you're watching earlier on. Gabor Pataki, he's running in the Masters now. He's over 40, but he's been around a long time. He knows what he's doing. We'll see some names coming to the front. Romano Franzen's always a good bet for the international scene. And Max Burschel knows his way around here. And the question is, can some of the more foreign drivers like Anup Prajapati, Sebastian Miller, people like that, can they do something in this particular race here? There is scope here, even if you're not going to be beating Ruben Boutens. From a driving point of view, there may be some good, strong midfield points to be had, maybe even upper half of the results point to be had for some who may feel they've got tougher heats elsewhere. So, they're coming round, all the carts are on the track now, they're just being lined up, ready to be sent off for the start of the qualifying. What the organisers are doing, they're bringing them to a halt, and then they will send them ever so slightly gapped. The quality of this massive international field here with no less than 10 different nationalities is so high, you just need the slightest little gap between them and they will never catch each other over a 1-lap qualifier. So the green flag is out and crossing the line to start proceedings. Looks like Gianni Gentile there is going to be our first qualifier. As out they come and the green flag flies. We're looking for some of the real serious heavy hitters. Ruben Boutens, one of the most likely pole sitters here, is going to be one of the last to a start the qualifying run. I see he's started moving now out of picture there. You can just see him going behind the list of names as Gianni Gentile is going to set that first qualifier. Ruben Boutons starting his lap now. There he goes as Ruben Boutons enters the qualifying lap. So Gentile, he's going to set the benchmark. What's it going to be? It's a 43.6. That's never going to last. Franson 43.3 is on the pole position. Gentile's been pushed the same. Gaspard's pushed there. Alex Demkiv 43.2 takes the pole. Now this could be a good lap. It's Jono Hermans comes into third as Yaremin is into third. It's still Demkiv from Franson. Still Demkiv up on the top there, 43.2. Max Burschel, who's coming up next. Max Burschel is gone to third place. Time to come in. What about Ruben Boutons? He's coming next one. Ruben Boutons next one. What's it going to be? It's pole position. It's pole position for Ruben Boutons. 43.0. 43.0. 0.2 of a second margin there for Ruben Boutons as he takes the pole position there. That is exactly what he needed. That's exactly what he'd wanted. But Alex Demkiv, a fantastic show there to get into second place. We're going to see Romano França. These are all names we mentioned earlier on. But what we didn't consider was Thomas Hagelstein. Thomas Hagelstein, if you remember, was doing very well earlier on. He has a third place. He's going to start fourth place this time. Max Burschel is in fifth, another expected front runner. Pavel Kreschlock is in sixth from Dominic Yaremin, and Jono Hermans. Gianni Gentile, the first one to set the time during that qualifying session. He has come through into ninth place. Nathan Janiak, that's a good spot for him in 10th. Jimmy Gaspard down to 11th. Well, we saw him up the front earlier on. Olivier Golubiowski is in 12th place. From Tibor Sajos, Johan Templin is 14th. Seb Miller, 15th. Gabor Pataki, well, he's probably going to feel he's down a bit in 16th place there. Luna Antonacci, she's running for ladies' points. She's in 17th place. Radoslav Dinusk is in 18th place. And Lucas Vysochansky is 19th, and Anup, the Indian driver from Delhi, Anup Prajapati is in 20th place. If you are watching from India, Anup has made it. He's into 20th place, and we'll see what he can offer during this race. So the organisers have them over the far side there. So you can see the organisers, they stop them out in an earlier part of the track and then wave them forward. Ruben Boutons there in the pole position. You can see behind him is Alex Demkiv. And there in third place, that's Romano França. So there is Ruben Boutons on the front row there in predominantly blue. He's really the lead driver, arguably, in most people's eyes, of the all-conquering Blue Star team. They're scoring well again this weekend. So there is Ruben Boutons. He's got Alex Demkiv. Now, what's Demkiv going to do? Surely Demkiv's not going to pit early. He's going to want to follow the double world champion, Ruben Boutons, and former Polish champion around these early laps, certainly. What about Romano França? Will França feel out of? I don't think so. Maybe all the top five will stay out in front. So, pit stoppers maybe from the midfield or further back. There's a few you might think of, maybe just throwing it out there. The likes of Gabor Pataki, maybe an early stopper. They're right on the outdoor section there. Ruben Boutons leads them back into the main building here. Absolutely superlative style by the double world champion. This is why he's the double world champion. He won his earlier heat race. He was out in the second heat race there, Ruben Boutons. He won that. He's going to want to win this one. But Alex Demkiv there in the red helmet is staying with him. This is saying a lot. Alex Demkiv there, one of the stars of the feature, no doubt. He's also running in the junior championship here in Poland. Demkiv there. Ruben Boutons has been on the international scene for just about as long as Demkiv's been alive. And Demkiv really is not really being put off by that. Demkiv is staying with Ruben Boutons. Really, Demkiv wants to rely on Boutons to pull him away. Ruben Boutons will be running as fast as he can. He's run that first lap at 43.2. Demkiv 0.3 of a second behind, so he's really want to get his foot down if he can. Visually, it's not that bad, but certainly Demkiv cannot afford Boutons to pull away if he wants to take the win. Demkiv has to be argued, is probably running for second place in our eyes, certainly not his eyes. He's going to be going for the win. What about Romano Franzen behind? Well, Romano Franzen's probably going to be keeping an eye on Demkiv. If Demkiv, oh, in the pits already. It's the 103. The 103, that's Jimmy Gaspard. Jimmy Gaspard down there in the blue. 103, Jimmy Gaspard. He's pulling away and he's shaking his head. He's maybe not happy with it. Yeah, 20.8. That may not turn out to be the best pit stop, but at least it's better than getting a penalty. There is Ruben Boutons. Now, look at Ruben Boutons' cool, easy style. You're seeing one of the best in the world, probably the established ace now. If you ask any rental carter who the greatest driver in the world is at the moment, the most experienced, the most storied, the most decorated driver, is Ruben Boutons. But the 88 is in the pits. We'll look at the pits. That's Pavel Kreslov. Pavel Kreslov. Now, he wants to be moving when it's about 16 seconds. He's got to make a 20-second pit stop. What's happening? He's going now. This is going to be good. 111 is moving literally right behind him, and that is Nathan Janiak. Nathan Janiak, he exited the pits. He looked good too. So, Ruben Boutons, there he is on screen. Dutchman, even though he's won so many of these national titles, you would think he was based in England, considering he's won the British Rental Car Championship 6 times. That's been his most prolific championship success. About 4 times Dutch champion. He's certainly won the World Championship twice, and that's his big claim to fame. In fairness, most people in the indoor kart scene, the rental kart championship scene, are ever so slightly surprised that it took him so long to win the title. He was been on the top level for about 10 years before he did, and it was only twice. Meantime, the 70, and that's Wysochansky. Lukas Wysochansky has come into the pits and gone out. Again, a clean stop, which is vital at this stage. Now, there's Ruben Boutons. He's opened up a bit of a gap there to Alex Demkiv. Alex Demkiv is falling back a little bit. Now, is that going to alter Romano Franzen, his strategy? Because if you look in the background there, you've got just going out of view there in the blue, out to the outdoors there. There's Ruben Boutons. There's Boutons in the lead, but second, third, fourth, that's Demkiv, Franzen, Hagelstein and Burschel. They are going to be looking at one another thinking this. Is it that Ruben Boutons is pulling away on sheer speed? Or is it that Alex Demkiv is actually slower than them? If Boutons is pulling away on sheer speed, they will stay out. If they think it's Demkiv who's holding them up, then you can expect some pit stops. So let's see what happens here. Boutons is coming around the last corner there. He's not going to pit, surely. But will anyone pit behind him? No, they don't. So the question's answered by those 4 drivers there. Clearly, the gap from the leader to second is not because Alex Demkiv is losing any time. It's because Ruben Boutons is so fast. He's not yet into a 42-second lap time. He's on 43.0. But talking with Pikc Schlets earlier, Pikc Schlets, former junior champion around here, so knows how to get around this track. He was saying that he felt that as the heat rose, it's very hot here in Poland, that the times would be slower. Number one, that's Anu Prashapati. Anu Prashapati, the Indian driver. There he's in the pit lane. How's this going to be? Anu Prashapati gets going. Looks like a good one. He's definitely safe. 20.2. A brilliant pit stop there by the Indian driver. That is one of the top pit stops we've seen today, and certainly that is about as competitive as you could ask for. Also in the pits is the 22. That's Max Burschel. Max Burschel has pitted out of the first of the top 5 there to come in the pits. He fancies his chances away from that lead group. 73 is in behind him. 73 is Tibor Sagosaurus, and then the 82. The 82 is Danusik. Danusik is heading out. All these times are clean. Got to be good. Yep, that's it. Danusik's clean as well. But none of those last times were better than Anu Prashapati. So if you're an Indian now watching this and you're thinking about your countryman Anu Prashapati, well, he may be running down the back there, but that pit stop will have pushed him closer to the pack he is chasing. So Anu Prashapati there, good performance in exiting the pits there by him. Meantime, what's happening up front? Well, it's quite simple. Ruben Boutons is leading. There's a blue flag there. That must be for Prashapati. Ruben Boutons has put Anu Prashapati a lap down. Prashapati, of course, has been in the pits. Ruben Boutons has not. And so Ruben Boutons puts Anu Prashapati a lap down. And Anu Prashapati is now waving the others through. There's that lead group. Well, I'm calling it a lead group. It's the group behind Ruben Boutons. We can almost eliminate Ruben Boutons. He is a lead group on his own. But as they come through there. There is Demkiv. There, still with faith in Demkiv, is Franson. That's what Franson we're looking at there in the yellow. Thomas Hagelstein is content to stay with them, but it was, of course, Max Burschel who kind of lost patience with the situation there and pitted to see if he could do better out of it. In the pits, it's the 18. That is Luna Antonacci. She's chasing women's points now, and she's coming out of the pits. It's going to be good. Yes, it is. 20.1 is about as good as you're going to get. Okay, 20.0 would be perfect, but 20.1 is as good as it needs to be, because any faster than that, you are seriously risking a penalty. Remember what I was saying, folks, about how the timing is difficult in the pits, because where you are stopped, you don't get moving and then the time is ended. You've still got the rest of the pit lane to go, and you exit the pits on 20 seconds, so these people have to guess it a little bit. The thinking is that somewhere in the early 16s or the mid 16s is the ideal time. 104 in the pits. That is Gabor Pataki. Gabor Pataki, he's in the master category. He's over 40. He's been doing this for years. I've even raced against Gabor Pataki at world level. Gabor Pataki gets going. Yes, it's good. 20.3. 20.3. We'll take that all day long. Now, back out on the track. In the blue there, just going around the hairpin to the right. Back part there, that's Ruben Boutens. Here he is on screen. But look at that gap. Surely he's got it done. In the pits though, it's the third place, it's Romano, it's Franson, he's in the pits now. This has got to be good. If he's going to leapfrog Alex Demkiv, there he is, the 30, that's Romano Franson. In fact, this has got to be better than good, it's got to be marvellous, because he's not only got to do Alex Burschel, but he's got, Max Burschel, but he's got to get Alex Demkiv as well. 7 in the pits, that's Dominic Yarriman. Dominic Yarriman, a little bit further down the order there, has come into the pits. We can expect Ruben Boutens in as late as can be, but Alex Demkiv is going to leave it late. Maybe Demkiv's even going to follow Ruben Boutens in. That's going to be the point of interest, really, the Demkiv pits. And no, Boutens in now. Boutens in now. Ruben Boutens comes into the pits. Here is the race leader and double world champion, but I think that might be right behind him. Demkiv, we'll check. Ruben Boutens, we know it's going to be good. Even if he's not, he's got plenty in hand. He's clearly going to come out in the lead here, but it's the Demkiv situation behind. Demkiv in the 77 car is pitted right behind the leaders as expected. He comes out, he's just ahead of Franson, I think, but where was, just trying to double check, what about Max Burschel? I think it's Demkiv in second place. I think Demkiv's done enough. We're going to double check when they come around. The last lap board is out. And the last lap board is out, and the 14 machine there is Thomas Hagelstein. He's got to pit this lap. Hagelstein's got to come in. He comes in. Hagelstein is leader on the road, and now he's in the pits. Thomas Hagelstein, there's a whole bunch of them actually. The 71 there that you're looking at on screen is Hagelstein. So he is the one who's come out of the lead to take the stop. These pit stops have got to be good. 63 there. We're looking 63 in the pits. That's Gianni Gentile. And then the 51 of Golubowski. Golubowski has come into the pits there. And that is everybody now, and they're entering the last lap. It is indeed Ruben Boutens. Ruben Boutens there from the Netherlands. There he goes in the blue. He's got that same sort of lead. He's judged it to perfection. Also judging to perfection is Alex Demkiv. Alex Demkiv has judged him. We can call that Ruben Boutens. When you're that close to him and you're in second place, that's pretty much perfection. But here he is, the double world champion, the master, the absolute benchmark of indoor karting at the moment. It's going to be Ruben Boutens takes the win. Alex Demkiv, Romano Franson, and then of course it is Max Burschel. And I think it'll be Hagelstein. No, it's actually Hagelstein, then Burschel. Hagelstein has picked Burschel to the line. Burschel was the one making the move to the outside there, but it is Thomas Hagelstein who comes in fourth place. So a fantastic win there by Ruben Boutens. Not entirely unexpected, but made to work for Alex Demkiv, and Alex Demkiv had to really fight a good rear guard action there from Romano Franson and Thomas Hagelstein and Max Burschel. But that's the order of the top 5. Behind that was Pavel Kreschlok. Gianni Gentile was 7th place. Jano Hermans in 8th. Jimmy Gaspard was 9th. Well done for Jimmy Gaspard. Seb Miller into 10th place. He'll be pleased with that one in this level of competition there, with Dominic Yarriman into 11th. Olivier Golubowski 12th. Tibor Saigo-Sos in 13th. Joran Templin. Gabor Pataki into 15th place there. Luca Luna Antonacci. She's scoring the women's points there in 16th place. Natan Janiak is in 17th, and Radoslav Denisuk is in 18th, with Lukas Vyshchansky is in 19th place, with the Indian Anup Prajapati rounding them out in 20th place there. So outstanding win, typical of his level, is Ruben Boutens taking the victory there. Not entirely unexpected, but a really, really good battle over second place there. Very strategic job there, and on the track, no one could do a thing wrong. Alex Demkiv started second, ended up second. He'll be pleased with that one. Romano Franzen possibly even had the worst job of everybody, because he was trying to make some moves on Demkiv at the same time, risking either on-track or strategic attacks from Thomas Hagelstein and Max Bergel. That's the order they ended up in, but a great top three there. Round two, heat number 3 that was. And we're now going to be looking forward to round 2, heat number 4 for the open category. As we look down that entry list, they're getting in the carts now, but some great racing we've seen so far. So, well, would I say it's going to form? Yes, I would say it's going to form, but there's also some sterling showings from possibly some new faces. People like Alex Demkiv, they're still running in the junior category. So these are very much stars of the future here. You see it in Szczecin in Poland. The heat is definitely rising both on and off the track. The lap times are ever so slightly slowing down a little bit. For instance, we were seeing laps in the 42 seconds, but now Ruben Boutens there, he won the race by a decent margin. 43.0 was his best lap, and Alex Demkiv 43.1, 43.1 for France, and in fact 43.1 down to 5th place, which includes Hagelstein and Bergel. So these are serious runners, and they are just sitting there on that 43-second point. So Vika Schletz, former junior champion here, earlier on he was telling me that he felt that as the heat rose, the times were going to fall somewhat. But outstanding result there. Ruben Boutens from Alex Demkiv and Romano Franzen. So we'll be heading out for the next race. Good show there, Byle. So some serious points being scored there by the top runners. Right then, let's have a look at the next race. It is the 4th heat of the Open of round 2. We're seeing again Robin Avon, Mikolaj Kruszycki, and we're seeing Filip Sherzak, Jakub Bohacewicz, Ruslan Aliyev, Szczepan Pudlik, Rico Harbosch, who is a former junior winner here. No, former overall winner. Rico Harbosch is actually a double champion here. He's also won the junior as well. That was back in 2015. He won in 2020 and 22. So you're looking at former double champion here of this event, Rico Harbosch. Jennifer Tompkins is in this race. Patrick Dabrowski is also there. Oliver Dankovic, Eliana de Vos, he's back out in action. Xavier Pasikowski, Peter Pucha, Igor Tvarek we saw earlier on, Wojciech Kamerczak, Maglosia Wisniewska, Oskar Wiesza-Zitek, Zlatan Tamba, Karol Zaluski, and Christian Kapasci also out in this one. Now, 2 women's point scorer here into the English lady, Jennifer Tompkins. Jenny is out there, and so is Malgosia Wisniewska, the Polish lady, and also Karol Zaluski is there in the Masters Plus. The Masters Plus for the over 50 drivers. Karol Zaluski, another one I was racing against when I started at world level, when I first raced the World Championship, and Karol Zaluski was there. So if he's still out there, gosh, he's doing very well indeed. So Karol Zaluski definitely will be keeping an eye on him. Now, they're being brought around. It looks like, who is first up? I think that could well be, it looks like Eliana de Vos's helmet there up at the front. He's going to be possibly the first to qualify. We'll see where the organisers send them. They're citing someone. I think that's Eliana de Vos. We'll just double check. It could well be Rico. No, I think it's Eliana. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens as they cross the line. It is indeed De Vos. Eliana De Vos is one of the potential pole sitters here. He's the first one out to qualify. These times you're seeing coming up aren't really realistic because they've been stopped on that lap. But Eliana De Vos will certainly start the qualifying, and that will be a pretty hard benchmark to begin with there. So they're all getting the green flag now. This could be a very tight qualifying session as we see them all come through. They're all starting. Rico Harbosch, I believe, is going to be one of the later drivers. We're just waiting now for the checkered flag. So they're all getting green, they're all getting green. The next flag now. So the next time they cross the flag line, it's going to be the checker. Here comes Eliana De Vos. What's it going to be? Eliana De Vos. 43-2. That's a good start there. Dabrowski, no, he's been beaten by Twerek. Igor Twerek also 43-2. Igor Twerek is in provisional pole position. Budlik's up there in third. Robin Tamba comes through into third. Zoltan Tamba into third place. Great show there. But it's still Twerek. Where is Harbosch? Harbosch is probably the big key in all this. And it's Harbosch's first. Rico Harbosch goes into pole position, 43.22. What a tight set of times at the top. It's still Rico Harbosch. Can he be beaten? No, he can't, is the answer. Karol Zaluski comes in 11th place. So, looking at that qualifying session, very, very tight indeed. Amazing performance there by former junior and double Polish champion there, Rico Harbosch. Throws it down. He is onto the top spot in terms of the starting position. Can he convert that into race victory? That is the question that we're all asking here. Very possibly is the answer. However, if he's going to do that, he's got to answer to Igor Twerek, he's got to answer to Eliana De Vos, and he's got to answer to the flying Jakub Bahatrovic. Now, Jakub Bahatrovic, very good round here. He is really not messing about. He's the driver who then moves higher in sort of qualified time, 43.3. Everyone has 43.2. And then there's another one on 43.3. That, of course, is Wojciech Kazimierczak, and that is a great performance by him. Into fifth place. Zoltan Tamba into sixth. Yeah, he'll take that. Peter Pushka is into seventh place. Shishpan Pudlik, yeah, that's good. Robin Evan, very good in ninth. Filip Szczerzak into 10th. Karol Zaluski, yeah, he'll take that one, I'm sure. Christian Kopashi, and then it's Kazari Pasikowski. Malgosia Wisniewska, she's in 14th place, and that is going to be, if she can maintain that, looking at the results by the other girls so far, that is going to be good women's points there for her if she can stay there. Mikolaj Kruszycki is in 15th place. Olivier Dankiewicz is into 16th place, with Patrick Dabrowski in 17th. Oskar Wierchasitek is 18th. Ruslan Aliyev is 19th, and Jenny Tompkins rounds him out in 20th place. She's going to be looking to try and challenge Malgosia Wisniewska in the women's points. Now, here they come. It's looking good. Rico Harbosch leads them round. They're going green. A challenge already for third by Eleanor, but not really anything there. It is, of course, Rico Harbosch leading the way out into the outdoor section. He's really meaning business now. Rico Harbosch, former champion here, in fact twice champion here in Poland. He's a Dutchman, but like all the other Dutch, he seems to be very good at this indoor karting thing. He's actually a junior champion here. He's a double open champion here, and he's trying to add to this. In fact, he is the reigning champion of this Polish event. He's leading the way. He's leading from the second place, which of course was Twerek. Twerek is in second. It's still Eliana De Vos. Now, somebody in the pits already? No? Yes, there is. There's a cart in the pits. A cart in the pits. I'm trying to see who it is. It is the 55. Is it the 55? No. I can't quite see who it is. Yeah, I'd say it's the 55. Yep, that's Dankiewicz. Oliver Dankiewicz has been the first pit stopper. Now, that's very interesting. He was a little bit further back, clearly, than he figured he should have been. So he's taken that pit stop, rolled the dice early to see if by running in clean air. He can leapfrog some of the positions he felt he was outplaced by. In second place, comes in. Now that is a gutsy move. Igor Tvorek picks out from behind Rico Harbosh and ahead of Eliana de Vos. Now that is it's a gutsy move if ever there was one, because he has pitched out from a driver who could have pulled him forward and a driver who could have attacked him for position. Certainly in terms of sheer time and speed, Eliana de Vos. So very confident there. As we watch Rico Harbosh on screen, all this pit stop have been good so far. They've got to be they've got to be more than 20 seconds. But Rico Harbosh now, the big question we saw Igor Tvorek pull out from that second place. Can Eliana de Vos close that gap? You've got to imagine that when the pit stop cycle through, let's just have a quick look. It's the 78 car. 78, of course, is Wojciech Kazimierczak. There's Wojciech Kazimierczak in the green helmet. Is it going to be good? Yeah, and 61. That's Paslowski. Paslowski comes out, and there was another one as well. Sherzak, I believe, has made a pit stop. Now, going back to the lead, what we're looking at on screen now. So there is Rico Harbosh, but closing on him is Eliana de Vos. You can see the front bumper there, de Vos's car. Why is this important? Because we know that Igor Tvorek pitted out of that second place. So when the pit stop cycle through, Tvorek should be filling that position. Can de Vos close in and pass him on the pit stops? Number 6 is Kruszyski. Kruszyski in the pits there. It is Mikołaj Kruszyski. There he is, he's waiting. He's trying to make a clean stop. Is it going to be clean? It's going to be clean, 20.7. Now look at that, on screen now. Let's pay attention to the main screen there. Rico Harbosh, there is definitely not really room for Igor Tvorek. So one thing's happened here. Either Tvorek is going to leapfrog Harbosh, or he's going to fall in behind de Vos, or come out exactly alongside de Vos. So de Vos could well have a fight on his hands when he comes out the pit lane. He's going to be to the outside. He's probably going to find Igor Tvorek. Well, it's opened up the concertina effect of the braking, and then the speeding up coming out of the corners there is important. 47 in. Patrick Dabrowski. Patrick Dabrowski is there. He's looking at that time. He wants to make it good. Patrick's going to be coming out of the pits. Yes, he is. Surely that's going to be a good one. Yes, it is. 20.4. He'll have that. So back on the main screen there. Rico Harbosh, reigning champion, reigning Polish indoor champion. The Dutchman there, leading the Belgian, Eliana de Vos. De Vos, still a very young guy. He seems to have been young forever. He's gone onto the international scene at a very early stage. A huge amount of experience despite the young years, as Eliana de Vos follows around Rico Harbosh now. You've got to imagine when the pit stop cycle through, Igor Tvorek has to fit in that gap between them. You can see on the screen there's not really space, for Tvorek, so he's either going to leapfrog Harbosh if it was a good idea, or he's going to fall behind de Vos if it was a bad idea. And we're going to find out. Rico Harbosh, Eliana de Vos, two of the finest and most experienced drivers you'll find on the indoor scene. Look at the perfection to which they're driving. The inch perfectness, they're hugging the wall there. These walls here that are very popular in the European Championships, and of course whenever the World Championship Europe. Oh, let's have a quick look at that 32 car. Szczepan Pudlik there. Pudlik has got the go. Is it going to be good? Yes, 20.4. Good job there by Pudlik. Great pit stop. Now, look at Eliana de Vos. He is all over the back of Rico Harbosh. Who is it, de Vos faster or Harbosh slower? We will know the answer, both not only when de Vos pits and comes out, but crucially, where Igor Tvorek comes out of the pits. So where is Igor Tvorek, who is in 11th place behind Jenny Tompkins. Jenny Tompkins is in 10th now through the pit stops. We got somebody else in, we'll have a look at that. It's the 118 kart, Kopacki. Christian Kopacki comes in the pits, goes out, it's good, 20.5. Great job there by Christian. So Rico Harbosh continues to lead. when will he pit? It's going to be late. They're on lap 8 of 14. Harbosch going to be coming in late. There are no pit stops there, nor by Elliot de Vos. I think de Vos is probably going to follow him down the pit lane, or he's going to come in one lap earlier. See if he can make the leapfrog. See that gap there? Somehow Igor Tvorek's got to fit in that. At the moment we're reading 1, 2, 3 for Harbosch, de Vos and Bahachevich. Number 9, that is Szczerjak. Philippe Szczerjak is into the pits. Szczerjak coming out of the pits. He's good, 20.4, that's very good. But that's the high standard everyone's operating at now. It's a lot of pit stops in the 20.5 within that bracket. Harbosch, quick look over the shoulder to see what de Vos is doing. Across the line, 1, 2. Third place there, Jakub Bahachevich. Then Zoltan Tamba has moved to fourth. Peter Pikc. Peter Pikc is coming in, and Zalewski is in fifth place there. So Pikc, he must be the one in the pits, is he? Yes, he is. It's Peter Pikc you're looking at there in the yellow helmet. Pikc looking at the board, he's going to go on. The 15, someone's behind him. It's the 41, it's Jenny Tompkins. Pikc's good, 20.2. What about Jenny Tompkins? What's she going to do? Can she do something about Magosha? She's got to make some points up in the ladies. She's going early. She's going good. This could be brilliant. Yes, it is. 20.3. She'll take that all day long. Jenny Tompkins. So a little bit of a wave there by Rico Harbosch. So de Vos continues to de Vos. But here's Harbosch. Harbosch, the race leader. He's overshot. He's pulling it back. He can do that. I hope. As he overshoots the stop box, but can pull back. We'll just double check. That's not going to be a penalty. Is the time good? The 20 seconds is crucial. 20.5 would have been quicker if you hadn't had something else to think about. Is that okay for Harbosch? Is Harbosch okay with the pulling back? He is. Okay, so you heard it there. The officials have declared it legal that Harbosch could pull back on the stop there, but surely that would have done something for the mentality. This time it's de Vos. Is de Vos going to make the pass? Remember, Harbosch was 20.5. If de Vos can make this perfect, if there's Alejandro de Vos, if he can make this perfect, what's it going to be? De Vos, if he can be within that 20.5, he may well have something to throw down. What's it going to be? It's good. It's 20.2. What's happening coming out? It's Harbosch. Harbosch just takes it right in front of de Vos there. Harbosch just takes it. Jakub Bahachevich continues to lead. Igor Tvorek, he had to do something, but he's come out behind de Vos, behind Harbosch into third place. He had to try something. He did, but he's going to be in third place. It was worth the risk, but Rico Harbosch narrowly holds on to the lead. A slightly slower pit stop, but it's enough to come out behind the flying Elion de Vos. De Vos made a faster pit stop. He had to, and it has worked out in the favour, though, of Rico Harbosch. There are only a couple of laps remaining now. There's another one in the pits. That's the 28. The 28 is Jakub Bahachevich, of course. So he comes out. He's going to resume fourth. Is he? Yes, it looks good for Bahachevich. Jakub Bahachevich. Wojciech Kazmierczak. We haven't mentioned Kazmierczak very much. He's come through to fifth place at the moment. We'll see if that improves. I'm thinking it's going to be tight between him and Bahachevich. But here we are, they're getting ready now. Expecting now Rico Harbosch to win the race anytime soon. He's coming down the last couple of corners. Can de Vos do something? Probably not from here. There's a bit of a gap there to third, so de Vos has it clear behind. The check is coming out. It's going to be Rico Harbosch. Harbosch wins it from de Vos. Who's going to be third? It's Tvorek from Bahachevich and Kazmierczak. No, Kazmierczak. Kazmierczak's the one who's in fourth. Bahachevich in fifth place. What a finish there. It is Szczepan Pudlik, and Szczepan Pudlik there is into sixth place from Zoltan Tamba, seventh. Zoltan Tamba holding out that seventh place. Great job by him. Peter Pikc will be happy with that eighth. Robin Avon, good job there into ninth. Karol Zalewski moving forward into 10th. Philippe Szczerjak moving up into 11th. Christian Kupashi into 12th. Xrari Paszkoshi into 13th place. Mikolaj Krzyzewski into 14th. Malgosia Wisniewska 15th, but crucially from her point of view, ahead of Jenny Tompkins, who I'll come to in a minute. Patrick Jabolski is in 16th. Olivia Dankisvis is in 17th. Oscar Vieshazicek is in 18th. And Ruslan Aliyev is in 19th, with Jenny Tompkins rounding them out in 20th. Fast 20th, though, with 43.9. So they're all within a second on a best lap. Now, bear in mind, this international competition, the standard is so high that the best lap from 1st to 20th, the best lap is less than 1 second over a 14-corner lap. And what do you say about that? Absolutely outstanding. The fastest lap, though, and in the third place, Igor Tvorek. So what can we say about Igor Tvorek? He's done the absolute best he could. He qualified second. He pitted out from between Rico Harbosch and Eleanor Vos. That was a really gutsy move that early, because anytime you think that you can be doing better than Rico Harbosch and better than Eleanor Vos, you've got to be very confident. Igor Tvorek is definitely of that caliber. He is the only one inside 43 seconds. And bear in mind, we were talking about former Polish champion, former double world champion Ruben Butens. His best lap was slower. His best lap was a 43.0. So Tvorek there, he did everything he could. He may even feel a little shortchanged by that third place, to be honest, given that speed. He rolled the dice. It didn't quite work out for him, but I think he'll take a third place finish there. Incredible win, though, there by Rico Harbosch. The speeds here are insane. There's just a second from 1st to 20th. What a race there. So Harbosch goes into the record book as the first place. Eleanor de Vos is in second. There's de Vos. And third place is Igor Tvorek. Some really important names throwing themselves down there, because remember, Igor Tvorek, he's also racing in the Junior Championship. He's going to be someone to watch in future. You're seeing him here in the Polish Championship, but when he starts moving further afield, there's going to clearly be some results coming his way. Maybe in the World Championship, surely for the future. Some of these names, I'm going to have to get good at saying them, because I'm clearly going to be saying them a lot in the future in various other championships away from the Polish too. So great job there by Rico Harbosch. So good show. Right, so we've got Rico Harbosch is going to be taking the top step. And Eleanor de Vos. And of course Tvorek. So they're coming out to, on screen there you can see Rico Harbosch receiving the Heat Winners Medal, and so it was de Vos in second and Tvorek in third, so great job there. Right then, so the qualifying is about to start, and who have we got in this next heat race? Let's have a look. We've got Nikolai Zachel, Max Obdenkamp. Now, what a great performance he put in earlier on. Max Obdenkamp to come in second place in his heat race. Karol Niemczyk, Maciek Szybrzynski, and Daniel Wysoki. David Cart, one of the Masters runners. Balázs Sturz-Molnar, Matthias Bluter, Thomas Wilshire, the Welshman. Mateusz Majewski there. Majewski is out again. Eric Jakubowski, Bruno Seifert, Marcus Heiser, Patrick Gatcher, Ian Lepela, Olivier Zjekowski, and Gabriel Quinta. Gabriel Quinta, the Portuguese driver. Oscar Schederflo, Regis Bovy in the Masters, and Bertil Paru. Bertil Paru rounds them out there. The checker is out, and who we got? It's Eric Jablonski. No, David Cart. David Cart has pushed him down. Patrick Gatche into second, and Majewski into third. Steshmol now in fourth, but it's Regis Bovy. Regis Bovy, one of the older drivers there. in, well, he's been pushed down. It's still David Cart. Karol Niemczek has come up into third. Szybczewski is into fifth place now. Still David Cart. Max Opdenkamp, he was the one I was looking to possibly push David Cart off the top step there, but it's David Cart. He is going to be first. Pikc, Mateusz Pluta comes through into fourth. So all the drivers have completed that lap there. They're going to be brought around. The organisers are just figuring out who is where and put them in the correct lineup. They're waving them through. As you can see, the organisers, they cover most of these international races. They're looking after the World Championship as well. But starting from the front there, incredible performance there. Polish driver David Cart, and David Cart will line up in that first place there. And he is going to be leading the way from Max Opdenkamp, and then Pikc with Mateusz Pluta, Karol Niemczek, Maciek Szybczynski, and Mateusz Madejewski in Le Plat, Regis Bovy into 9th, Oskar Chedaflo, Olivier Żakowski into 11th, Daniel Wysocki, Bertil Parup into 13th. That'll be good. Gabriel Kinter will be pleased with that 14th, because that's a bit of a movement further forward from before. Balázs Molnár, he was looking for a midfield position. He's got a little bit of work in 15th there, maybe. Eric Jakubowski there. Eric Jakubowski is into 16th. Mikołaj Zaszel is into 17th. Markus Heiser, Thomas Wilshere. Now, Thomas Wilshere was looking to be anything but last. He'll be pleased with that 19th place. And Bruno Siffert into 20th there. So, what's going to happen here now? David Cart, formidable competitor, we know. 43.1 there. That's about the fastest qualifying we've seen, because generally it's been 43.2. Now he is going to have his hands full though with Max Opdenkamp, Pikc, and Mateusz Pluta, but certainly I think Max Opdenkamp's going to offer a challenge. Now they're getting underway now. David Cart is going to be the one to decide when to go. Oh, bit movement side by side there. The organisers can be happy with that. Well, they've got time to get it sorted. So long as they see a nice, clean, straight start, that's what they want. David Cart pulls the pin, he's on the throttle, the green flag goes, and we're racing. That's it, they're underway. Clean start, some various lines going through the opening corner there, into and out of, but it's still David Cart with a bit of a gap. Bit of a gap there from David Cart and Max Opdenkamp over third place, but it seems to have closed in a little bit. Still David Cart looking good. There he is leading the way, David Cart. We've seen him on the international scene for about 5 or 6 years now, David Cart. He knows his way around this track, no problem though. So does Max Opdenkamp. Max Opdenkamp is definitely one of the newer drivers. He's going to be piling that pressure onto David Cart though. Is anyone coming to the pits off this opening lap? No, I don't think so. David Cart takes the lead. Takes the win. A bit early for that, but he's certainly taking the lead. Max Opdenkamp is in second. Pikc. Now, will Pikc actually go for the early pit stop? Possibly Mateusz Pluta, maybe even if he's feeling really confident, Karol Niemczek. But someone is in. Someone's in. So 99. That is Żakowski. And also, I believe it was Heiser. So Heiser had qualified way down the back there. So Żakowski is a pit visitor. So is Markus Heiser. Clearly, those two were both feeling quite low down the order. I know certainly Heiser down the lower order. Someone else is revving up in the pit lane. There must be somebody down there coming around to complete the lap. It's still David Cart though. None of the front runners in yet. As they come into the outdoor section there, David Cart, the pole. From the pole has converted this into the lead. In the pit stows, the 116. Regis Bovy, the 75 as well. Jakubowski and the 86, which of course is Bruno Siffert. Now Bruno Siffert qualified last. He clearly thinks he can work his way around Welshman Thomas Wilshere. Thomas Wilshere, the Welshman. I think that was the reason for Bruno Siffert's early pit stop there. Now will Thomas Wilshere see that and counter it? But certainly some serious pit stops there. They will make a difference to the running order here. No question at all, but still in the lead. you've got David Cart, Max Opdenkamp and Patrick Gatcher. They are the first three. No movement there. In the pits though, 37's Nimchek, Karol Nimchek. 117, early pit stops across the board, Birds and Parrot. And coming out there, I want to see what cart that one is. It was the number 1 cart, which is Mikolaj Zachel. He wasn't that far behind those leaders that came in, by definition of being so close to them. So we'll see if that throws him up the order there. No pit stop at all though, not even close by David Cart. Every leader's left until the last moment so far. We're looking on screen, David Cart leaves the main stadium, into the pit stop. I'm looking out the window. We've got the 106, I believe, 108. Chaderflow, Oscar Chaderflow. Is it going to be good? He's on 14, he's on 15. When's he going to go? He's going to be early. It's not bad. 20.6. At this level of the game, though, at least it's legal. So, there's the main meat of the track there. We saw David Cart, Max Opdenkamp go with him on the inset there. So that's David Cart leading on your inset on your screen. And there's Max Opdenkamp. So, let's have a look at David Cart. He's turning left now. And that's the 1-2, and then the gap to third. The third is Patrick Gatcher. Now, Patrick Gatcher's got Mateusz Pluto with him. Almost. There's a bit of a gap opened up for that third, fourth, and in the pits, that must mean, was that Maciuski? 44. No, it was Maciej Sobczynski. Maciej Sobczynski came into the pits there, getting his pit stop done. As round they go, it's still David Cart. David Cart there, vastly experienced now. Quick check over the shoulder to see what's going on. Now that second check was probably to see what was happening behind with Opdenkamp. The first one wasn't much of a look. What he will be doing is looking across the track to see what's going there. As an indoor kart racer, oh, let's have a look here, the 56. Yeah, that's important. That's Balázs Molnár, a sort of lower top 10 driver there. So that's going to give us a bit of a picture. But why would David Cart have looked across the track? That is to see where people, relative to where he feels he might come out. He's going to know what 20 seconds is in terms of lap time. So he'll look across to that point and he will assess what will be there when he comes out. So another quick check. He's having a big old look. He wants to know what's going on behind him. Still no more of those front runners coming in. They're playing the long card with 7 laps in, half distance. And Max Opdenkamp is not really making any moves on David Cart for position, but he certainly is in terms of lap time. The question is, will he feel that he can sit there because he is faster? He's the fastest one on the track at the moment with a 43.0. He's actually a tenth quicker than David Cart. The question is when he runs out of patience. We've got a pit stop, exiting the pit there. I'll keep a bit of an eye. No, I think I missed that one. Let's see what's happening though. Up in the front, it's still David Cart. So at least it wasn't Opdenkamp. Opdenkamp does not come in. Those behind him do not either. David Cart there in the red, leading the way with the predominantly blue of Max Opdenkamp. Patrick Gatcher has his hands full from Mateusz Pluto. Mateusz Pluto really working on Patrick Gatcher there in the third position. If you look, you've got your 2 just in back to disappearing out of view, but then third, fourth, and then a gap to fifth, and a bit of a gap as the leaders come around. Now, bit of cat and mouse here with David Cart on the inset. Just want to look at that inset there. And yeah, there they are. They've gone main screen now. So David Cart, will he be in this time? I doubt it, but it's Opdenkamp. Opdenkamp continues to follow on lap 8 out of 14. And it looks like there's someone in the pits. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There's someone in the pits. I think this could be our third place. It looks like it's Patrick Gatcher. It may be the one behind. Are we going? No, we're not. I'm going to look out the window. It's the 64. 64. No, that's Pluto. Pluto. There he is on screen now in the inset. 64. Now, he was running fourth. Mateusz Pluto. Now, that's really important there. Can Pluto actually try to leapfrog? This is going to have to be some fast laps of Pluto because he's come out in amongst other karts. Talking of karts, it's David Cart. I don't think he's going to pit this time, but the question is on Max Opdenkamp. Cart has no reason to pit, but Opdenkamp has. He's not taking it this time, though. Still in third place. Patrick Gatcher still now in the new fourth place. Mateusz Maciuski Madejewski. No, there's been a change. Madejewski is up, but I think he's also down. Let's have a look. What's happening? There's a cart in the pits there. Cart in the pits. Can't quite see the number from my position here. So I'll check when it comes out. 68. That's Majewski. Yes, it was Majewski in the pits. And we'll see where he comes out when they cycle through. Gabriel Kinter is up to 6th. I know there's been some pit stops and he hasn't made any, but Gabriel Kinter, the Portuguese driver, worthy of mention. Gabby Kinter there is up into 6th place. He'll be delighted to at least run that high. As I think we've got more in the pits. We've got a pit stop. It's the 21. 21 is Max Opdenkamp, the 2nd place. Now he's got to come out ahead of David Pikc for this to be worthwhile. At least he needs to come out in 2nd place. There he goes. How on earth is this going to work out? He's definitely in 2nd place. There's another one coming out of the pits. It's the 7 number car, but let's see where that one is. Yeah, that one was Kinter, Gabriel Kinter. So he's pulled out of that 6th place. Now where is David Pikc? There's Max Opdenkamp. Opdenkamp crossing the line. It's David Pikc there on your screen. 94 in the pits, it's Gacha. He was running 3rd, we know that. He obviously had elevated to 2nd with the pit stops with Opdenkamp, but he was running 3rd when we look at the main group. So there goes the 94 of Patrick Gacha. The 46 in the pit as well. Visocki, David Visocki. It's going to be good for Visocki, surely. Yes, it is, 20.6. So we're on lap 12 now. Where is David Pikc? David Pikc yet to make his stop. There he is on screen. Surely, yes, he's in. The wave of the hand means the race leader, David Pikc, comes down pit lane. He's going to appear any second now. It's David Pikc. There he is, the number 53 of David Pikc, the Polish driver there. He's looking, he's waiting, he's desperate to go. Here comes Max Opdenkamp. Can Opdenkamp do it? We got David Pikc stationary in the inset. Opdenkamp moving on the main screen. Can he do it? He's got the length of the straight. Is it going to be David Pikc? Opdenkamp's got speed, but David Pikc's got position, and David Pikc comes out into the lead with 1 lap to go. It's David Pikc. He looks like he's done enough. Yes, he has, surely. No mistakes now from David Pikc. Will seal the deal as David Pikc comes around back into the final run. He's got Max Opdenkamp right on his tail. Can Opdenkamp make some kind of last-minute lunge? I don't think so. This is it. The organisers have the checkered at the ready. It's going to be David Pikc, surely the Polish driver from one of the up-and-coming drivers, Max Opdenkamp. David Pikc has been around a long time. He's in the Masters category. He's over 40. So experience has defeated you. It's David Pikc, and David Pikc wins it from pole position. Clearly delighted. Max Opdenkamp, he tried, but wasn't enough today for David Pikc. David Pikc wins. Patrick Gacha through to 2nd place. Mateusz Pluter in 3rd. It's Karol Nimczek. Karol Nimczek takes the 5th place from Mateusz Madejewski. Great run there by Maciek Szybczynski there into 7th place. Regis Bovy, one of the older drivers. I remember Regis, as I said before, when I was racing in the World Championship. That was a while ago now, so he's doing great to keep going. He's in 8th place. Ian Leplar and Olivier Zaskowski. Bertil is in 10th place. Bertil Parab, he'll be pleased with that, 11th place. Very good. Daniel Visocki into 12th. Oscar Shedderflow. Gabriel Kinter up to 14th place. Balázs Sturkmolnar into 15th. Mikolaj Zachel and Eric Janabowski into 17th place. Marcus Heiser to 18th. Bruno Seifert has leapfrogged the Welshman Thomas Wilshire to 19th. So Bruno Seifert, that early pit stop, if you remember, he was trying to leapfrog the Welshman Thomas Wilshire, and he indeed did so. So looking at these lap times, though, it's even tighter in this. The fastest to the slowest, just 0.6 of a second over 14 corners. Absolutely outstanding performance there at this international level. Worthy finishes, everyone, but it's David Pikc. David Pikc does the incredible. Opdenkamp coming through into second, and in the record books, third position, Patrick Gatcher. He will indeed be pleased with that, I'm sure. So amazing result there by David Cart. He's going to be coming up to receive his medal there. Brave run to second place by Max Opdenkamp, and Patrick Gatcher running through to third. So Max Opdenkamp, really good effort there. And here comes David Cart is coming up the steps towards the podium area as the next heat race gets ready to roll. And that is, of course, the fifth and final heat race of this round 2 for the open category. And so David Cart, a fantastic result there by David. Well done indeed. And great second place there by Max Opdenkamp. Clearly a name to keep an eye on in the future for Max Opdenkamp, the Belgian driver. And Patrick Gatcher. Patrick Gatcher was third place. Well done indeed for him. All those three going up to receive their medals as jubilant David Cart, and justifiably so. The two Polish drivers there from Top One team, first and third. So on screen now, you're seeing one of the veterans of the sport. They're just receiving their Polish flags. Traditional here in Poland that the nationalities are displayed, with 10 nationalities in this international event. I mean, it's the Polish Championship, but it attracts entry from all over the world. We've seen drivers from India and the USA this weekend, as slightly dismayed the Dutchman, but with the Belgian flag from his team on the side of his arm under the suit that he's wearing. The Dutchman, Max Opdenkamp. As there is David Cart. Well earned and really good show. That'll be one of the more popular victories this weekend. Heat race win for David Cart as they make their way back. As really good there. Fantastic, mate. Really good. And David Cart there, really excited. Okay then, so let's move on now to the final race of round 2 in the open. Well, who we got in this? The checkered flag. Well, no, sorry, I'm jumping the gun a bit there. We're getting ready for the actual qualifying. In this, there are some pretty serious contenders. We've got experts from Poland like Thomas Walas, Bartosz Matuszki, Tom Delfos, Maximilian Dabrowski, Mateusz Motus, Kinga Sala looking for women's points there, Mariusz Tomczyk, Filip Suzuki, Carson Sparholz, one of the older drivers in the race, running in the Masters Plus. Ballas Benche, Dylan de Wolf. Oh gosh, Dylan de Wolf, we saw him earlier, didn't we? What a show he put on. Wojciech Stefania, Glenn Gillen. Well, he's been around it up for a long time. He's not even old enough to be a Masters yet. Clearly a name to watch in this. Max Rexmo, Nicholas van den Blas. He was in the first race this morning. And Nikodem Sobczyk, Maciek Januski, Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion, David Wisniewski, and Jens Blechschmidt. Jens Blechschmidt is out in this one. So the check is out. And what's happening? David Wisniewski, Dylan de Wolf puts it up there, 43.4. That's got to be beatable, surely. Yes, it is, by Mariusz Tomaszek. Mariusz Tomaszek, 43.3. Even that could be beaten. Thomas Walas, Mateusz Motus, none of them can beat Tomaszek. Incredible. The track is getting slower. If you remember earlier on, 43.0, 42 seconds was a pole position time earlier. But as you heard, Vika Schleck was saying that the track is getting slower as the temperature is getting hotter. We're getting wet. Oh, look at that. 43.2 right at the end. Wojciech Stefaniuk. Where did that come from? Wojciech Stefaniuk has stolen pole position there from Mariusz Tomaszek. Mariusz Tomaszek, one of the young racers there, but it is indeed Stefaniuk that takes it. Wojciech Stefaniuk. So now this is going to be quite a hard fought race here, because Any one of those top 6 really, you would, from an international point of view, have down as a potential winner. There's Wojciech Stefaniuk with the sort of pink on his helmet right up at the front. But any one of those top 6 from an international point of view would be a potential winner of this race. It's going to come down to strategy. I can well see the likes of Thomas Valles, maybe even Dylan de Wolf, making an early pit stop. If he's feeling confident, Ivan Shana as well. He's 6th place, but he didn't score as well as he liked from the first heat race. So I think Ivan Shana is looking to get things turned around a bit here. So maybe we'll see some early pit stops at that lower end of the top 6. Another one potential early pit stop, David Wisniewski there in 12th place. Carsten Sparholt, well, to be honest, Carsten's been racing for many years. I've known him a long time. I would expect anything from him. The wild card, if ever there was a wild card in terms of the strategy there, he may go early, he may go late, goodness knows. Bartosz Madejewski there in 14th place, another one who could think about the early stop there. It's looking further down, looking for women's points as well. Kinga Sala is in 20th place. Obviously, she's up against in other races in terms of the point scoring position. Magosha and Jenny Tompkins. So in the just going over to the Masters section, Bartosz Majewski, Mariusz Tomczak are racing in the Masters section in this race. Carsten Sparholt racing the Masters Plus. So Masters is if you're over 40, Masters Plus for over 50, and also, as I mentioned, Kinga Sala is racing the women's. They're the sort of subcategories here. Right then, so coming round to take the start, it's looking good. It's looking good, looking brilliant for Wojciech Stefaniuk. Surely we're going green. There's the marshal at the bottom of the screen there. He's going to wave the green flag. The race is on. Clean start. Stefaniuk, we know he can get the job done. The question is, can he be beaten on strategy? That's really what it's going to come down to. The only one I would say with a realistic qualifying time, odd though that is to say, simply because the others were quite a bit off the pace relative to what we've seen from provisional pole position lap times. Stefaniuk took it though, and he's still got the lead. So there he is, coming round down this final straight before the finish straight. So these two corners, hairpin left, hairpin right, final turn, and then the start-finish straight. And there's the start line, you can see that checkered line. Stefaniuk's got about as good a lead you could hope for, really, at this early stage, having any kind of breathing space. Have we anyone in the pits? Yes, we got a whole load of them, and it's all the expected runners. I can see that down there is Ivan Shana straight away by the looks of it. Is it Shana? I do want to check up on that before I speak to you. Yes, it is, the 98. Oh, got him down on screen now, so Shana was first one in, first one out. And we have... let me just take a quick rain check on. Yeah, Dabrowski is Maximilian Dabrowski is there. He was early pit stop, and Bartosz Madejewski. So Ivan Shana, Max Dabrowski, and Bartosz Madejewski all have pitted. That puts them behind Kinga Sala and Maciek. Oh, there's another pit visitor. Oh, we got Morin. And the what was it, 84, let me just double check. Oh yeah, there we are, I can see on screen now. Van den Plas, Nicholas Van den Plas is the first one there. Who's in behind him? It's the 62. That of course is Rexmo. Oh, a very slow stop. 21.6 by Nicholas Van den Plas. So that could cost him, Nicholas Van den Plas. We saw he was sort of in that midfield group. That could throw him further down the order. Meanwhile, we're looking on screen. Surely no stop there by the front runners. No. So Wojciech Stefaniuk is still leading the way. And, there's no question that he is clearly able to lead and, if possible, win this. But Mariusz Tomaszek behind is also a very capable driver too, and could well offer something quite serious. Mateusz Matus has been around a long time, and increasingly Thomas Valles. Thomas Valles started relatively young, but is now running fourth. Dylan de Wolf there. These are all people who could challenge. We're waiting to see what happens with the pit stops there. Nikodem Sobczak there, crossing the line there. Stefaniuk he's been closed in a little bit by the looks of things. There is a definite top 5. You kind of say nose to tail. Sort of equally spaced there on the out section. It's getting very hot out there now. We're in the heat of the afternoon really here in Szczecin in Poland. This is the Silver Hotel and Kart Centre as Stefaniuk follows around. Open all year. This international level circuit has even hosted the World Championship before. It's hosted every year for more than a decade now the Polish Indoor Kart Championship, but also one time held the World Indoor Championship, the KWC. So it's the bits, it's the 13. 13 is Thomas Ballas now. There's an interesting stop. This could be good. Remember, he was in the top 5. Thomas Ballas, 16 seconds normally when people are moving. That's a bit late maybe. Let's see how tight he cuts it. Yeah, 20.6. Do you know what? That's all right. But at the moment, there are people cutting on a 3 or a 4, and some heroes are even doing it on a 0.1, and we've even seen a 0.0. So time can be made up in the pits. It's very cagey though. If you are sort of fairly new to us today, we've seen a few penalties dished out. If you are under 20 seconds in that pit stop, you will get a penalty of 10 seconds if you're in the 19 area. If you're faster than 19 seconds, then you will get 20 seconds. Another one in the pits. Another one in the pits. That's the 45. That is Ballas Benche there. So Ballas Benche, what's he going to do? He's looking for 16 seconds to start moving. It's on 16. He gets going. Just short of 17 seconds when he got on the throttle, and the pit stop is good. Well, it's a bit slow. It's a 21.22, but that's better than the penalty. There's a close-up of Stefaniuk. Stefaniuk leading the way. That distinctive pink helmet of Wojciech Stefaniuk. He continues round. He's not got much of a lead. That 5th place has gone away because of the pit stop of Thomas Ballas. Can Thomas Ballas use that pit stop? He's running on his own now. Can he move forward in terms of where he positions himself when these in front make their stops? Stefaniuk is trying to lay down some lap times. He's on 43.1. So is Tomaszek behind him. 43.2 are those runners behind them, with Mateusz Matus, the vastly experienced Mateusz Matus, is in 3rd place. That's him there. Any pit stops? No, the top 4 stay out. So does 5th and 6th. No, someone's coming in behind. Someone's coming in behind. I'm going to take a little check there. Yeah, down. It's the 19th. 19, of course, is Tom Delfosse. Tom Delfosse comes into the pits, and stacked up behind him is Assistant. Delfosse gets moving. The 39 is Leszewski, 20.2, 20.5, yeah, they'll take that. So Delfosse and Leszewski coming out comfortably back in position. So opening up a bit of a gap though now is Wojciech Stefaniuk, but there's a pit. Yes, it's the 33, and that is Matus. Mateusz Matus comes out of 3rd place. He's got someone right behind him as well. I can't quite see the number there. I'll let you know when I know. So there's Matus you're looking at. What's the time going to be? He gets going pretty good. The 54 behind him is Glenn Gillen. A great stop by Matus, and Gillen is good. Yes, he is. 20.5 Glenn Gillen. There is Stefaniuk. We're waiting for him to stop there on lap 9 of the 14. Lap 9 of the 14 as Wojciech Stefaniuk has extended his lead a little bit over Mariusz Tomaszek. But Stefaniuk, the race leader, comes in. It's Wojciech Stefaniuk who's in. He thinks he's done enough. There he is, Wojciech Stefaniuk. He's got to wait, shake the head for something. He's waiting. He's still waiting, and he's going to get going. Someone's pulling in behind him. 16, and he's away. The 114 is Jens Blackschmidt. Stefaniuk comes out back into position there. He's got clear space, fortunately for him. And Jens Blackschmidt, he comes out, yeah, 20.6, he'll be happy with that. So the new race leader, Mariusz Tomaszek, has Dylan de Wolf behind him, and we're looking at them on screen now. So that is Mariusz Tomaszek and Glenn Gill. Yes, he's waved. Dylan de Wolf waved acknowledgement as Tomaszek comes in. There he is. Mariusz Tomaszek, number 38. Mariusz Tomaszek, 16 seconds he's away. 95 is Janowski. Janowski is Maciek Janowski. A good stop there. What about Janowski? Is it going to be good? He's getting going. He's looking for 20 seconds. Janowski, 20.4. He'll be delighted. Fantastic effort there by Maciek Janowski. So we're on lap 11 of the 14. We've had another pit visitor. It's going to be one of the front runners. Who have we got? I'm looking for a number. It's the 85. Yes, that's Sobczak. Sobczak, and he's been followed down pit lane. I can't quite see the number behind on that one, either on screen or in person. But Sobczak, he's going now. He's been followed in by the 43 of Sparholt, Carsten Sparholt, who's in turn got Kinga Sala. There's Kinga Sala there. And she's going to come out the pits. There she does. Everybody clean, including Kinga Sala, 20.4. Good stop there. So Kinga Sala, a good stop. So Dylan de Wolf continues on the lead. He's got to be in this time. Yes, he is. Here comes the race leader. It's Dylan de Wolf. And followed in surely by David Wisniewski. I haven't seen David Wisniewski in yet. There is the 49 though, that of course being Dylan de Wolf. He pitted out the lead, he was challenging for the lead, but here comes the race leader, and it's a new leader. Back in the lead goes Stefaniuk. Oh, and a side-by-side battle, just about Dylan de Wolf, and there are winners and losers in that. Definitely Dylan de Wolf, he came out with Mariusz Tomaszek right alongside him. There was a kerfuffle behind, comfortably near Stefaniuk on the final lap. There he is, Wojciech Stefaniuk, and it's Dylan de Wolf we know, but there'll be some change behind. A shake of the head, I don't know why, because he's leading the way. And on screen you are looking at Wojciech Stefaniuk. He took the pole position with a little bit of a surprise. He's shaking his head, but he's taken the win. Maybe he's out of disbelief because he has turned this one round. It's in his favour. He's going to come through. Here comes the checker. It is Wojciech Stefaniuk from Dylan de Wolf. Who's going to be third? Is it Mariusz? No, it's Mateusz Matus. Ivan Shana was one of the big gainers. Mariusz Tomaszek lost out big time. Thomas Valas lost out a bit. The net gainer there, Ivan Shana into fourth place. But what about Wojciech Stefaniuk from Dylan de Wolf and Mateusz Matus? Great job there. Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion, was looking to leapfrog some positions and get his championship back another way. He has done exactly that with a fourth place. Fantastic race there. And that rounds out these open races. Going to be moving over next for the junior races. Going to have a little bit of a gap, time to refuel the carts and everything else. We'll just quickly go through this result here. It was Wojciech Stefaniuk from Dylan de Wolf. Wojciech Stefaniuk pulls it. He's in the yellow shirt there with the Pikc helmet. You can see him down under the flashing red board there. That's the race winner. Dylan de Wolf is the one actually in front of him in the red helmet. Mateusz Matus came in third. Ivan Shana there is in the red with the green fronted helmet. That's him down there, Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion. And Mariusz Tomaszek came through in fifth, probably the net loser in amongst all that. I had him pegged for third place, but in that massive kerfuffle there, he ended up on that last lap with Dylan de Wolf coming out alongside, I think it was Matus. Thomas Valas was another loser, really into sixth place. Tom Del Foss did well to come in seventh. Nikodem Sobczak into eighth place there. Glenn Gillen through to ninth. David Wisniewski into 10th place. Nicholas van den Blauw, good effort, into 11th. Then Carsten Sparholt, yeah, he's out there racing 12th place. Good show by him. Bartosz Madajewski there into 13th. Jens Blechschmidt, if I remember rightly, qualified right down the bottom there. So I'm sure that Jens Blechschmidt's qualified right at the back and has come through the 14th. So well done. I remember particularly a good pit stop by him. Philip Lisiewski is into 15th place. Maximilian Dabrowski is into 16th. Balak Bensi is into 17th. Maciek Iwanowski is into 8th, with Kingasala 19th and Max Rexmo into 20th. I think Max Rexmo fell down a bit there into 20th. Certainly Kingasala moved up a spot, so Max Rexmo in the order of things has dropped down a little bit. So Stefaniuk, an absolutely superlative performance from Dylan de Wolf. Mateusz Matus, who's seen him around a long time now, but coming through into third place there just. So so great job there by Wojciech Stefaniuk. Superb show to win that particular race. Well done indeed to him. With Dylan de Wolf, we know came through. Dylan de Wolf yet to appear for his podium celebration, but Mateusz Matus there. He's won a lot of trophies over the years, and he's adding a medal for this particular race there. So the carts are going to be fueled, and then they're going to get on with the junior races. So I think they're already actually getting in on that one. So I shall move away from the commentary now. My name's James Auld. I am commentating on the Open in English for the international live stream. The junior and the mini is over to my Polish co-commentator. He will be taking over from here. Thank you. And after a couple of the junior races, so in about 1, 2, 3. In 2 races time, there's 2 junior races, two mini races, and then we're back to the Open. So we'll be welcoming back for that. Thank you very much, and continue enjoying the Polish Indoor Kart Championship. Thank you.
Powrócimy już za parę chwil do rywalizacji. Za nami wyścig numer 23, wyścig pierwszy w serii trzeciej kategorii mini i te rywalizacje udało się zwyciężyć Przemysławowi Kulisiowi. Znakomite tempo w tamtym wyścigu, walka łeb w łeb niemalże z Kubą Dwernickim, tam było bardzo blisko, na samej mecie 0,2 sekundy jedynie różnicy. Trzeci zakończył Tomek Bernadowski. Tymczasem rozpoczynamy wyścig numer 2 w kategorii mini, ponownie z komentarzem w języku polskim. Sławomir Myszkowski za mikrofonem. Zapraszam i zachęcam do oglądania kolejnej rywalizacji na torze Silver w Szczecinie. Tych z Państwa, którzy nie mieli okazji oglądać poprzednich starć, przypomnę, że rywalizujemy o nagrody, które dotyczą wejściówek na event, który będzie się nazywać Kart World Championship. To oczywiście jeśli chodzi o rywalizację w kategorii Open, a tutaj w kategorii mini oraz junior do wygrania jest zniżka 40% na zawody Polish Indoor Kart Championship w przyszłym roku. Także tutaj kierowcy oczywiście trzymają rękę na pulsie, wiedzą o co walczą, a jadą po to, żeby oczywiście wygrać. Aktualnie w kategorii a przynajmniej w kategorii mini przed startem jeszcze wyścigu poprzedniego, bo już teraz wyścig 24, prowadził Tomek Bernadowski, ale prowadził, no to za mało powiedziane, bo jego pozycja ex aequo z Przemysławem Kulisiem oraz z Kubą Dwernickim. Ziemowit Werra, który zajmował jeszcze przed wyścigiem poprzednim miejsce numer 4 w klasyfikacji generalnej, również punktów 39, ale ten zajął pozycję numer 3 w jednym z wyścigów. Kierowcy wcześniej wymienieni mieli pozycję 1 i 2 do tej pory, także Bernadowski, Kuliś, Dwernicki bardzo blisko łeb w łeb, bo identyczna zdobycz punktowa. A my już po sesji kwalifikacyjnej świetne okrążenia w wykonaniu Ziemowita Werry. Ponownie przewaga 0,2 sekundy nad Marcelem Piaściakiem. Mateusz Bernadowski pozycja numer 3, tuż za nim Kaspian Dzierżyk, obok niego Julian Zając. Julia zardzewiały na pozycji numer 6, Konstanty Sołowi, dopiero pozycja numer 7. Musiał tam wystąpić jakiś błąd ze strony Konstantego. Już można powiedzieć, że przyzwyczaił nas do bardzo dobrych wyników. Pozycja numer 2 oraz 4 w poprzednich rywalizacjach. Za Sołowiejem Ania Wiśniewska, pozycja numer 8, Filip Koniuk 9, 10 ruszy Tymon Trynka, tuż za nim Mateusz Pluta, Franek Dobke, Dawid Szpot, Julian Szylak, Iwo Górdak, Marcel Kostrzewa, Eliza Kotaś, pozycja 17, później 18 Wincent Zarajczyk, 19 Elias Wawrzyniak i 20 Oliwier Gajecki. Już stawka będzie nam się formować. Ziemowit Werra już na prowadzeniu właśnie tego wężyka, już za nim także Piaściak oraz Bernadowski. No i ostatnia rywalizacja w tej serii, jeśli chodzi o kategorię mini. Wcześniej znakomite wyścigi w kategorii Open, świetne do oglądania dwie serie zmagań, znakomita rywalizacja tutaj na torze w Szczecinie, ogrom walki o prowadzenie, zaskakująca postawa kierowców w sesji kwalifikacyjnej, bardzo małe różnice między zawodnikami. Tutaj a można powiedzieć, że wyjątek potwierdza regułę, bo jednak Ziemowit Werra 0,2 sekundy przewagi nad drugim miejscem, nad drugim Marcelem Piaściakiem. I ta przewaga w kwalifikacjach może go pozytywnie nastawić do wyścigu, w którym być może będzie w stanie odjechać od pozostałych kierowców, tym samym zapewniając sobie zwycięstwo. Ponownie 14 kółek do oglądania w tym wyścigu. Już też możemy zaznaczyć bardziej oficjalnie, Przemysław Kuliś dolicza zwycięstwo drugie do klasyfikacji generalnej, dzięki czemu przejmuje prowadzenie w generalce, ale to się jeszcze może zmienić po werdyktach w wyścigu numer 2, który już za parę chwil. 2 zwycięstwa Kulisia, 1 drugie miejsce, Kuba Dwernicki 1 zwycięstwo, 2 drugie miejsca, a Tomek Bernadowski zajmował jak do tej pory wszystkie miejsca na podium. Także każdy kolor medalu udało mu się dzisiaj zgarnąć. Ostatnie zakręty i będziemy rozpoczynać rywalizację. Już pojawiła się zielona flaga. Rusza Ziemowit Werra, rozpoczynamy wyścig numer 24 w harmonogramie. Świetny start Ziemowita Werry, już odjeżdża od pozostałych kierowców. Kuba Dwernicki będzie próbował gonić, no będzie szukał na pewno gdzieś tam okazji. Ci kierowcy będą się bić o drugie zwycięstwo w kategorii mini. Zobaczymy jak komu tutaj pójdzie, jak sobie poradzą poszczególni zawodnicy. Tutaj stawka będzie bardzo wysoka. No, czy może Ziemowit Werra, jeśli wygra, to wyrówna ilość zwycięstw do Przemka Kulisia. Obaj panowie wtedy będą mieć po 2 zwycięstwa. Zobaczymy. Tak czy tak, różnice punktowe między tymi kierowcami no, też będą bardzo małe. Już powoli w tej serii trzeciej sytuacja nam się powoli normuje już jesteśmy bardziej w stanie wyznaczyć tego samodzielnego lidera w klasyfikacji generalnej. Już zjeżdżają pierwsi zawodnicy do alei serwisowej. Konstanty Sołowiej między innymi na obowiązkowym pit stopie, także w alei dosłownie przed momentem wyjechał tam Filip Koniuk. Wszyscy kierowcy znajdują się na torze ponownie. Ziemowit Werra prawdopodobnie zjedzie do alei serwisowej dosłownie pod sam koniec wyścigu. Czy będzie sekunda przewagi już teraz? Prawie! 944 tysięczne różnicy między pierwszym i drugim miejscem. Marcel Piaściak próbuje naciskać, ale nie na tyle naciska, żeby dogonić Piaściaka. Werra jednak jest odrobinę szybszy. Choć ta odrobina zajmuje dosyć dużo. Jeśli ta odrobina byłaby ziarnkiem piasku, to byłaby to bardzo duża gruda. Być może będzie już sekunda przewagi przy przekroczeniu linii start-meta. Po raz kolejny rozpoczynając kolejne okrążenie tej rywalizacji. 944 tysięczne poprzednio, teraz jest 1 sekunda. Sekunda i 1/10 przewagi nad Piaściakiem. Mati Bernadowski, pozycja numer 3, także ta czołówka myślę, że wyraźnie oddzielona od pozostałych kierowców. Czołówka razem z Kaspianem Dzierżykiem. To też widać gołym okiem, jaką przewagę mają nad pozostałymi kierowcami. Już Julia Zardzewiały. Za nią podąża cały czas Julian Zając, ale nie jest w stanie jej na ten moment wyprzedzić. Świetnie radzi sobie Julia. Możliwe, że będzie w stanie jeszcze podkręcić tempo i spróbuje dogonić Kaspiana Dzierżyka, choć ten jak na razie odjeżdża, a wcześniej około sekundy różnicy między nimi. Kolejne pit stopy, lider natomiast zostaje jeszcze na torze. No i mamy pit, tym razem są to zawodnicy wózków numer 15, to jest Kaspian Dzierżyk, także 19 należąca do Juliana Zająca. Jak widać nie chce toczyć się za Julią Zardzewiały, chce ją podciąć strategicznie. Pytanie, czy to się uda? Być może Zardzewiały stwierdzi, że za parę chwil zjedzie również do alei serwisowej. To byłby dobry krok, bo wtedy Zając nie będzie w stanie jej wyprzedzić poza torem, właśnie korzystając z strategii innej. No i mamy kolejny zjazd. Mati Bernadowski, o ile się nie mylę, zjeżdża w tym momencie do pitu. To jest numer 6 wózka. Tak jest, Mateusz Bernadowski zawędrował w tym momencie do alei, także kolejny kierowca Tymon Trynka również zameldował się na obowiązkowy pit stop. Ziemowit Werra według planu, a plan jest taki, żeby jechać jak najszybciej i jak najpóźniej zjechać do alei serwisowej. Świetnie sobie radzi, jak do tej pory w kategorii mini zwycięstwo oraz 3. miejsce i wygląda na to, że będzie zwycięstwo po raz drugi. Patrzę teraz jeszcze na najszybsze czasy tego wyścigu i Kaspian Dzierżyk odrobinę szybciej od Ziemowita. Dlatego wydaje mi się, że Kaspian Dzierżyk z powodzeniem będzie w stanie walczyć nawet o pozycję lidera, choć ta przewaga jeszcze na samym początku Ziemowita, no ponad 1 sekunda, ale to jest przewaga, którą da się jeszcze zniwelować. Skoro Werra był w stanie odjechać na sekundę, to czemu nie? Kaspian Dzierżyk z pewnością jest w stanie wyprzedzić Ziemowita Werrę. No, korzystając z tego, że ten jeszcze w alei serwisowej nie był. Marcel Piaściak, pozycja numer 2. Julia Zardzewiały jeszcze na torze pozostaje. Nie decyduje się zjechać wcześniej do alei serwisowej. Widoczne nadcięcie strategii Juliana Zająca. Rozpoczynamy kolejne okrążenie. Już ta pierwsza trójka wyraźnie się oddzieliła. Będziemy szukać jakichś walk nieco w środku stawki. No tam natomiast te różnice również dość spore. No i ponownie lider na naszych ekranach. Perfekcyjne przejeżdżanie toru w Szczecinie. Znakomicie odnajduje się za kierownicą swojego karta. Teraz wjedzie w tę sekcję wewnętrzną, więc 2 zakręty, 2 nawroty przed zawodnikiem z numerem 5 na karcie. Numer startowy to oczywiście 9. A być może po tej rywalizacji numer 1 w klasyfikacji generalnej. Zobaczymy też, jak to będzie wyglądać przy okazji podliczenia punktów. Też 1 oczko należy się za przejechanie najszybciej sesji kwalifikacyjnej, 1 oczko za najszybsze okrążenie, które jak na razie będzie wędrowało do Kaspiana Dzierżyka. Werra jak na razie nie jest w stanie przebić czasu Dzierżyka. Tutaj różnica jedynie 0,02 sekundy, więc naprawdę niewiele jeśli chodzi o najszybsze okrążenie tego wyścigu. A można powiedzieć, że te 0,02 decydują o tym, który z kierowców zdobędzie 1 punkt, który przecież w klasyfikacji ostatecznej będzie tak bardzo ważny i istotny dla każdego kierowcy, który tutaj w Polish Indoor Kart Championship oczywiście jedzie. Możemy obserwować cały czas, jak radzi sobie Ziemowit Werra. Też walki odrobinę z tyłu, bo tam bardzo blisko Julia Zając Konstantego Sołowieja. Przed nimi jeszcze Kaspian Dzierżyk. Julia Zardzewiały jeszcze nie zjechała do alei serwisowej. Mamy pit Ziemowita Werry. Zobaczymy, czy będzie udany, kiedy uda się wyjechać, ale musi być to perfekcyjnie wyliczone. Marcel Piaściak zostaje na torze, podobnie Julia Zardzewiały, także aktualny lider jedynie w alei serwisowej. Być może będzie to dość spora przewaga nad pozostałymi kierowcami. Czyś się wyrobi? Tak! Wyjeżdża nieco ponad 20 sekund, tam chyba 0,7 sekundy jeszcze zapasu było. Kilka kar już się posypało. Kilka kar związanych ze zbyt wczesnym wyjazdem z alei serwisowej, a też patrząc na tabelę kar za niezastosowanie się do tych regulaminowych 20 sekund, czyli za wyjechanie od 1/1000 do 1 sekundy, zawodnik, oczywiście 1 sekundy szybciej, zawodnik otrzymuje karę czasową 10 sekund doliczoną do końcowego wyniku, więc jak widzimy, te kary są bardzo dotkliwe dla kierowców. Jeśli ten przejazd będzie mieścił się w przedziale pomiędzy 1 sekundy, a jak dobrze patrzę, sekund 5, wtedy też kierowca otrzyma 15 sekund kary. Jeśli wyjedzie znacznie szybciej, to wtedy otrzyma kary 25 sekund. Natomiast jeśli kierowca nie pojawi się w alei serwisowej, wtedy też może otrzymać bardziej dotkliwą karę i o ile dobrze pamiętam, to jest kara dyskwalifikacji z wyścigu. Kolejne pit stopy. Marcel Piaściak zjeżdża do alei, podobnie Julia Zardzewiały, także Ziemowit Werra w tym momencie przejmuje prowadzenie w rywalizacji. Za nim Kaspian Dzierżyk, za nim Franek Dobke. Także ta pierwsza trójka nam się za bardzo nie zmieniła, choć Franek Dobke bardzo dobrze sobie poradził. Czekam jeszcze na aktualizację. Przepraszam, Julian Zając na pozycji numer 3 prawdopodobnie. O, tam jeszcze walka w środku stawki, koło w koło. Było także zderzenie, natomiast bardzo delikatne, więc tam prawdopodobnie kary nie będzie, ale już widać po reakcji marszali, że są zainteresowani tym incydentem. Ponownie Ziemowit Werra na naszych ekranach. Po aktualizacji live timingu już numer 1 w naszej tabelce, tuż za nim Kaspian Dzierżyk. Pozycja numer 3 to Marcel Piaściak. Świetna strategia Kaspiana Dzierżyka. Radzi sobie tutaj fenomenalnie na torze Silver. Ostatnie okrążenie teraz rozpoczęli kierowcy. Ostatni wjazd w sekcję zewnętrzną teraz Ziemowita Werry. Jeszcze walki w środku stawki, które dostarcza nam realizator. Również tam się dzieje bardzo dużo, ale nasze oczy wręcz muszą być skierowane ku liderowi. Ziemowit Werra zwycięzcą. Drugi wyścig w kategorii mini zwycięża Ziemowit Werra. Znakomity wyścig, spora przewaga, bo prawie 2 sekundy nad Kaspianem Dzierżykiem. Marcel Piaściak, pozycja numer 3, Julia Zardzewiały na miejscu numer 4, więc bardzo blisko. Choć tam strata już nieco większa, ale z powodzeniem udało się przetrzymać Juliana Zająca, jednak ta strategia bardzo późnego zjazdu do alei, wykonania tego pit stopu Julii zardzewiały. Wyszło to zdecydowanie na plus. Za nią właśnie kończy Zając. Miejsce 6 Konstanty Sołowiej, Filip Koniuk 7, 8 Franek Dobke, 9 Mateusz Pluta, 10 Tymon Trynka, a poza pierwszą dziesiątką Dawid Szpot, Iwo Gudak, Marcel Kostrzewa, Julian Szylak na pozycji 14, 15 Aniewska, 16 Eliza Kotaś, 17 Wincent Zarajczyk, 18 Oliwier Gajecki, później na samym końcu Elias Wawrzyniak oraz Mateusz Bernadowski. Tak prezentują się wyniki tego wyścigu. Co ciekawe, Mati Bernadowski jako jedyny tego wyścigu niestety nie kończy. Musiało się zakończyć jakimś incydentem lub też uszkodzeniem karta. Tego nie było dane nam niestety zobaczyć. A przed nami 4 wyścigi kategorii Open, na które bardzo serdecznie zapraszam. Tym razem Sławomir Myszkowski za mikrofonem, ale na parę chwil będę musiał się z Państwem pożegnać. Moje miejsce zastąpi już za parę chwil James Old. To z nim już z komentarzem w języku angielskim będziemy oglądać rywalizację w kategorii Open. Także zapraszam już za krótką chwilę.
Okay, well, welcome back to the open part of this event, and we're on series round 3, and round 3 heat 1, and we've got a special guest co-commentator here. It is Remik Drazga, who is the series organizer of the Polish Championship, and Remik, the event is going really well, yes?
Yes, welcome everybody watching the stream. Yeah, the event is going quite well. We have now started the third series of races. We had the minis, the juniors, some of the young guys races, and now we are back with the Open. Yeah, it's almost the third race is over a half of some races for all the drivers, because you drive five hits each driver. So interesting race with a lot of international names. So let's see what happens.
Indeed so, and we're now entering the third round, and those who've been watching all day so far will remember how I was saying that there is a drop round available. There are some people, even though it's the third round, who will already be thinking about removing a score.
Yeah, there are some hard penalties like black flags, and a lot of penalties for crossing the exit line out of the pits. It's penalized by 5 seconds. And also some even leaders made a bad pit stop, and for bad pit stop to 1 second is 10 seconds penalty. So it's quite a lot that you lose from the top position quite to the end. And we saw some of the leaders made such mistakes. So Poirot, I think, was Victor Poirot from Honolulu, a top driver. And let's see this race. Who we have now?
Yeah, the two important ones. Obviously, it's an international event. We've got Anup Prajapati. He's come over from India, and interesting that one.
First time a driver from India at our event. We are very happy. He found us on the website, looking at the pictures of nice helmets, the top guys. And now we have also a ceremony of the junior or the mini category. Ziemowit Vera is now taking the first place. One of the top guys also here in Poland. Mini round 2 race 24. So yes, it's quite nice that all Polish drivers are here on the podium. And let's hope they are the future starts of the Open category that we are coming back.
Indeed, there's in fact there's a few taking part in both and doing very well indeed. Let's have a look at the entrants. Obviously, we've said already the Indian Anup Prajapati. There's Victor Sparholt, who's a younger driver. Maximilian Dabrowski as well. As we move on down list, Szczepan Podlik, Daniel Wysoki, Patrick
Dobrowolski. They are the same surname like Maximilian, but they are not family.
They're
not
related.
They are not related, but they drive together as one. Next one we have Oliver Dankiewicz, then our Hungarian friend Balázs Tucs Molnar, Bajrat Sonkolin, also from Hungary, another Hungarian, Tibor Gabos Saigo Sos, Next one is Rafael Zubrzycki. He's one of the members from Polonia Racing. He's the
right,
first abroad
Yeah.
Polish racing club in
Yeah.
Germany.
Okay.
They invented it half a year ago,
Yeah.
and there are a big group here from Berlin, Polish guys, so we are very happy. Next time we have Nikodem Sobczyk, a great young guy. He's driving professional racing, sim racing. He's now the leader in the sim challenge. So maybe
to win the return.
maybe
The
he wants
discount.
to win the discount for next
Yeah.
year. Next, Philippe Denus, Masters Plus. He can win the Masters Plus category. He is always on the podium in the Masters, so I think a top driver on this list.
And he's been fast. Close competition with Carsten
Yes.
Sparholt as well.
Next one
Yeah.
is from Poland, Paweł Przybylski, Olivier Czerkawski, Mateo Duval from Belgium, Przemek Kulisz. Przemek Kulisz had some great results this weekend. Next one is Dawid Wiśniewski, winner of mini category couple years ago here in Poland. Oscar Kederfilo and Christoph Ball is your guy from
Yeah,
UK.
he's come out from the UK. His first time here in the Polish Championship, but fastest. Well, let's just have
Pikc.
a double check. It is it
Szczepan-
Szczepan Pikc?
Yes.
Yes, it is. I'm honestly surprised to see that. I don't mean that negatively because he has shown some good form. I was expecting more, maybe
Okay.
Sparholt, but
Sparholt
Sparholt
is
is actually
second.
second. Yeah,
Yes.
so and Dawid Wisniewski, he's done well to be pushed up into third. But this is a good chance for Szczepan Pikc there, and maybe he can score a lot of points. We've not seen him in the top three so far.
Yes, Szczepan didn't have luck in the races before, but now a great performance. First position. After him, another young guy from Denmark, Viktor Sparholt. Then Dawid Wiśniewski spoke about Nikodem Sobczyk. So then Przemek Kulisz. So the Polish guy, let's say Viktor is in a sandwich of Polish guys.
Yeah,
let's hope they will not harm him. So the next guys, who we have there? Maksymilian Dowrobolski, Gabor Saigos, then Philippe Denus, 8th position, so still very good.
Good position for Philippe, yeah.
Yes, then Oliver Dankiewicz, Mateo Duval, Patryk Dobrowolski, Bajran Sonkoli, Oskar Kederfilio, Daniel Wysocki, Olivier Czerkawski, Rafael Zubrzycki, Balasz Szturcz, Christopher Ball and Paweł Przybylski. That's the order of the after the qualifying, and the difference between first and second is quite small, 500ths of a second, so it can be very interesting race for a pace.
Indeed, and one second separating first to last, so
Okay.
very close indeed.
But from first to 8, only 2
Yeah,
tenths.
nothing at all, is it?
Nothing at all.
That's going to be very interesting because there's some people qualify well. We'll know whether people feel they've qualified badly with an early pit stop, because they'll feel they'll pull themselves out with that pit stop. So they're starting to come around now to form up that starting line, and here comes the first one into position.
Szczepan
Of course, we're running the reverse layout again. We started off on the reverse layout, we went the normal layout, now we're going to reverse again, and for round 3 it will be the reverse. This is the first of the open races in round 3. So we can see on the screen now the marshal got the first 4 lined up. We're just waiting for everyone else to come around, and then we'll get this race underway. What is your prediction?
My prediction is, I think Szczepan Pikc, if he managed a good pace at the beginning, the first couple of laps, then at the back, going one more time back to the, let's say, the times from position number 3, Dawid Wiśniewski, to position number 7, so 4 people are very close, less than 200ths of a second. So I think from position 3 down, there can be some fighting, some possibilities to overtake, and that can be due for Szczepan and Viktor in the end.
Indeed, and we're going to have to keep an eye on Przemek Kulisz, the 13-year-old who's racing in all 3 categories. He's starting this race from 5th place. Yeah, Terminator. He's going to be starting in 5th place on this one, and I don't think we've seen him start that high up in one of the open races yet. So we'll see what he can offer. I think maybe if he was going to do something, it would be in this race.
I think Przemek knows how to overtake. I saw some aggressive but good overtakes during today races in the lower, let's say, lower weight categories.
Yeah.
And I think Przemek know how to race. He's experienced driver, also a winner of the mini category here. He's on the board Hall of Fame. But
Yeah.
let's now focus on the start. Szczepan Pudlik.
Indeed, Szczepan Public is going to bring him round. He's going to take the start. The flag's being waved and the race is on. It's the start he wanted, but it is pretty close behind. There's not a lot of space between them as they go through first bit. A look down the inside, maybe not quite. Nothing happening there. Szczepan Public keeps it clean, but he was under attack there, Remick, and he's not going to have it easy in this race, I don't think, as they come around down a short, very short straight and a hairpin. As they move towards the outer section of the track now, they're going to start to come to the faster areas.
Przemek.
Yeah, there's a change of position.
Przemek Kulish overtake Nikodem Sobczyk before
Yeah.
going out. Let's see about the marshals, if there is any penalty. But look at the difference now. Now Przemek, like you predicted, he attacked it from the beginning, from the first lap, and now Przemek is in charge
He is.
to fight for the
Red flag, red flag.
So something happened there.
Yeah,
Red
we got a red flag for some reason. We don't know what it is yet.
or maybe it was orange. Let's wait.
Oh, a bad pass.
It was. I think it was orange.
Right.
They are now speaking. The marshals. We'll see what is
Przemek?
happening.
Do we think Przemek maybe?
I don't know. We are waiting for the
Yeah.
situation. What will happen?
Well, I will quickly see if I can find out.
Okay, and yeah, focusing on now on our top three leaders, Szczepan Pudlik, Wiktor Szparcho, and Dawid Wiśniewski has a small advantage. Now Przemek Kulish is closing the gap, and yeah, and James,
Well,
did you know any information now?
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. They thought something had happened, but then they cancelled the flag. So it's like race on. Luckily, nobody seems to have been affected by it. It would be very easy to see it, respond, or correction, half of the entry to respond, and but there seems to be no problem at all. So just to get back to the front, there's Szczepan Pudlik is still leading from Victor Sparholt as they come through to the outer part of the track now. There they are. That's straight down the outside section. And we'll get them across the timing line and see exactly who's where, because there is a gap appeared in that midsection.
Yes, there are small gaps between top four, but still now Przemek Kulish in the pits. Przemek Kulish in the pits, and let's wait what will happen where he will be. Is he going to be clean air or not? He's waiting maybe for some advices from his father. And
yeah, we think he's going to be about 16 seconds. Just see that six. There he goes.
It can be fast.
He goes.
But
yeah.
I hope it's clean.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Half a second.
Half a second. Not bad pit stop.
And the interesting thing with that is he clearly feels that he is faster than the three in front. He thinks if he was to overtake them on the track, it's going to take more time than if he can leapfrog them in the pit lane there.
I think it was a good decision. Now he has clean air, and the top three guys can fight, so they can lose time. But at the moment, Szczepan Pudlik is doing a great job. Victor is trying to hold him, and then Dawid Wiśniewski. So they are in a quite good situation. Nobody behind. Nikodem Sobczyk is quite far away after this attack from Przemek Kulish, and let's say for Przemek Kulish also the next lap after the pit stop, what times he will have, and then we can compare them to Szczepan and Victor and David. But at the moment, Przemek is fighting with Davik for the podium position.
Indeed, Przemek Kulish there. He's dropped down the order because he's made the pit stop, but we're definitely going to keep on the eye on the times. He's 43.3 at the moment, which does put him in contention with the leaders, and he has pitted so that he can pass them as they stay out on the track. He feels he's faster on his own. In the meantime, it is still Szczepan Pudlik from Victor Sparholt and Dawid Wiśniewski. Nikodem Sobczyk, we've seen him near the front, but not quite that close. And Filip Janu's in 5th place. Can they hang on to the lead to the question? They're both on 43.4, which is actually a competitive lap time.
Yes, but this one situation at the beginning, they lost time, Nikodem and Filip, and now, in my opinion, they are more at the back from the leaders, but still 4th and 5th position is quite good, but Filip Denuz is closing the gap to Nikodem Sobczyk. Also, let's see the leaders and let's see the lap time from Przemek Kulish, 33.3, so the same lap time like the leaders, and he is faster than Dawid Wiśniewski at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing everything he needs to certainly make up a couple of positions. Even if he doesn't win, he's surely going to be higher than the 5th place he started. As you say, he's definitely quicker, and we'll have to see how it all comes out. What about who was I thinking of? Yeah, Philippe Deneuze. He's running in 5th place, 43.2.
Great,
very
great
quick time. Yeah.
Yes. Philippe is doing the great job. If he managed to overtake Nicodem, maybe he can close the gap for the top 5 position and maybe fight for the podium. But at the moment, the 3rd position is for Przemek Kulisz. One more time, over 1/10 faster than Dawid Wiśniewski. So it was a good decision by Przemek to make a fast pit stop. He was feeling good, and also he's faster than Viktor Sparholt.
Indeed. The only people who seem faster at the moment generally than Kulisz would be the leader Pikc and also Philippe Deneuze.
Yeah.
So this could get a little bit twisted. Will Philippe Deneuze come into the pits early if he feels he's been held up? We'll have a look on screen there and see where we're at. So coming across the line then, it looks like it's going to be Pikc. Yeah, that's a 43.2. 43.3 further back. What about Deneuze? Is Deneuze going to be quicker? It's pit stop by Deneuze. So that answers the question, really, if this can be an early pit stop by Deneuze. Where will he be relative to Kulisz is the real question.
He would be behind Kulisz, I think, a couple of seconds, because and he drive behind. But let's see on the track, how is the distance? Is it big or
looks
small?
about 3 seconds according to the timing.
Deneuze is fighting also with Dobrowolski.
Yeah.
Dobrowolski managed also to get a good pace with 33.3. So he was without any fight. Maximilian Dobrowolski without fighting, and it was a good strategy to gain some position.
Absolutely, did the right thing there, and obviously as the race gets near its end, we'll see just how right it was. We've got some people running at the front which are worth keeping an eye on. Nikodem Sobchak running in 4th. We felt was a little bit further up than he might have been, so if he can hang on to that and where he comes back in. Still we got Kulisz with a 43.3, 43 everywhere else except for the race leader, Pikc. So Szczepan Pikc is clearly trying to pull away in the lead here. As
sorry.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, the one of the parents wanted to ask me something about the rules.
Okay.
I say, let's go to the marshals.
Yeah.
And going back to the leaders, and I'm still watching Przemek lap times comparing to, and now we have, I think, Dawid Wiśniewski in the pits.
Yep, David. There he is. He's waving his arms about something. He's just trying to, I don't know, blood circulation or whatever. Now, 16 seconds we think. So how quick will this be? He's on 16 now. That'll be pretty fast, I think. Yeah, 20.4 will take that.
Yeah, it's quite good, but looking at the track, he's behind Przemek Kulisz.
Yeah.
So Przemek managed a great pace over this couple of laps. And in my opinion, I think Przemek could fight even for a 2nd place now.
And Wisniewski has come out in between Kulisz and Deneuze, who we were talking about before. Philippe Deneuze, very, very fast. He's got a 43.2 as his best lap, but he's actually behind Dawid Wisniewski on the track, and both have made their pit stops. Is that another one in? Yes, it is.
Yes.
We've already got the 73, which is Tibor Sajgoszorz, the Hungarian.
Yes.
He's jumping up down. 92 is Pribliski. And what's this going to be? Good stop by the Hungarian before him. 16 seconds, he's underway now. This should be quite sharp. Yeah, 20.6, he's safe.
It's safe, really.
So, and into the pits, is this the race leader? I think it is.
Not yet.
So, race leader 32, yes it is, it's Pikc. Szczepan Pikc into the pits, what's it going to be?
Number
He's
15,
he's waiting.
The left one.
It's going to have to be quick. He seems to be getting away in good time though. Well, 21, that's quite slow.
Quite slow.
We've also got the 99 of Sikowski there. He's pulling out, yep, he's clean, but 20.3.
And the last driver who didn't pit yet is Viktor Sparholt, and we need to wait where is his position, because now looking at the leaders, I see Pikc and Kulisz, they are quite close now. Kulisz made great job during the race. Szczepan Pikc make now he have the leader Sparholt in the pits.
Victor Sparholt has come out of the lead. The 102 behind him is Matteo Duval, but it's about... Right, okay, here comes Szczepan, yeah, and does he take it?
Third place for Victor, so
Yeah.
great driving by Przemek. He managed to overtake two guys during the race, and he's not far away from Szczepan, because Szczepan made a very slow pit stop, 21 seconds. Because of that, there's an interesting race now, but the leader is in the moment Szczepan Puldik, second is Przemek Kulic, and third is Victor Sparholt. They are now going outside.
Indeed. So there they are on the outside part there. These are the real result, if you like. The timing screen will say something different until we cross the
finish line.
Yep,
That's
here
right.
comes the checker flag. It's going to be Szczepan Pudlik. Szczepan Pudlik wins from an incredible second place. Przemek Kulic into second place as he came up fifth. Victor Sparholt into third. Davis Wisniewski in fourth, and Nikodem Sobczak, he will take that in fifth place, surely.
Yes.
Philippe Danuz has come through to sixth. Dabrowski Maximilian into seventh. Olivier Danksiewicz in eighth. And so Szczepan Pudlik, he led from the front and won, really, didn't he, there?
Yes.
But what a race that was. That really, Przemek Kulic, though, really showing some form. That's the highest we've seen him in the
Open.
this weekend. What a result by him. And so Pudlik wins from Kulic and Sparholt. So...
Yeah, and Przemek managed to get the fastest lap time, so one more point for him. So great results. I think maybe he missed a little bit the qualification. If he started a little bit higher, then the winner maybe could be changed, but still Szczepan Pudlik managed to win the qualifying, win the race, perfect.
Yep.
Perfect, let's say 10 minutes for him.
And the only thing he didn't do was set the fastest lap,
Yes.
which went to, guess who? Przemek Kulic. Yeah, Przemek
in
Kulic,
charge.
yeah. So a fantastic result there. They're going to be coming up to get their winners'
the
medals
podium.
in a second on the podium. We'll probably see them. We have the next race coming out, and this one is going to be a bit of a tough one, I think, because there's a lot of people here who could score very well, and a lot of people chasing those points. I'm thinking particularly Marcengo will be looking for something more from this. Tvorek, could this be the one that he wins?
Yeah, Tvorek is, let's say, hunting for the
Yeah,
win
yeah.
all the weekend. He's very close with the top guys. I saw a great race with Rico. He was driving behind him,
Yeah.
Rico Harbosh. But still, we have other names like Dylan de Wolf,
Yeah.
a top driver. You have, like said before, Emilia Rotko, a woman. She's fighting for the victory in one category. And my good friend, Piotr Puchka,
Yeah,
the guy
there he is.
who was the mostest time here at Pikc,
Yeah.
11 time out of 12. So he's the record holder of this, and Piotr has some medals from World Championship,
Yeah.
Polish Championship, so you always have to look at Piotr. Glenn Gillen, a Swedish driver, Oliver Gołębiewski, Marcengo, Filip Nowak, also a very good Polish driver. He was in the semi-finals of KWC,
Yeah.
so you have to look at him, and he is a teammate with Szczepan Pudlik.
Yeah.
So the same school, a lot of good guys. Natan Janiak, Mateusz Madejski, Radosław Dynisiuk in Masters, Bruno Seifert, Jordan Remes, Marcel Lobermajer, Ksawery Pasikowski, a lot of good guys that each want to win. And there are, I think, a lot of guys on the same level,
Yes.
and the qualifying will decide, in my opinion.
I think so. I think we could see a bit of a surprise there, just like we did in this previous race. My money is on Tvorek, though. I think he's
Nice.
the one for the choice here. Emilia Rotko, obviously the women's points. We're seeing most of the women are scoring points sort of in the lower midfield.
Yes.
But Emilia's the one who has been putting it into like the 10th place, things like this. And so maybe that'll be good for her with consistent high finishes there, as she's been doing the numbers on most of the other girls in this one. As we're going to be going out at the moment, we've got the guys in for their podium celebration. What a result there, though, by Pudlik. We've not seen him in the top three at all yet, and now he's come through in the first place there. And
great sportsmanship by the guys.
Yeah.
Making high fives, and Polish and Danish drivers who drive great, young talents. Let's hope young talents driving the open category and winning it.
And they're certainly getting the inspiration. They certainly look good when they're out there. They're very professional, very composed, everybody doing the right thing.
Let's come back to this race, and one of my favorites, Igor is also my favorite, but I think we should look at Filip Novak.
Yeah,
really. Filip Novak is the guy who also can do a good result, and from international field, I think Dylan de Wolf, he needs good points. He needs good points. He's the member of Holalu team. They won last weekend 24-hour Spa race, so he's quite a good driver.
Maybe he'll be all right when the going gets tough with the heat, the fact they've been driving so long now, and everything. So Dylan de Wolf, we think, is good. He's also been featuring in the top 3, so nice. He is not a bad bet. Now they're going to start their qualifying now. So first one across the line to qualify is Krasicki. And Krasicki is Filip Novak. He's going to be one of the early qualifiers. So is Dylan de Wolf. So we're going to see these times early, and then later down we'll see the other carts coming through. And Glenn Gillen's out there at the moment. Half the field now have taken the flag, as they are all on their qualifier. Well, almost. There's still some left yet to take flag. There's no way they're going to bump into each other on this lap.
And we forgot about Nikolai Marsengo.
Oh, who could forget about Nikolai Marsengo? Swedish champion last year, and he would like nothing more to add the Polish one. He's not really been getting the results in a lot of the races, but Chequers is coming out. We've got Krasicki on the pole at the moment. He's the first one through. He's still, no, Carl! And de Wolf. Dylan de Wolf is in first place at the moment. Glenn Gillen's gone through, so we can rule him out. Novak is in fifth place.
Order.
Yeah. Pushka is being pushed down to 6th, 7th now, and beyond.
Paszikowski, a surprise, very big surprise, second position.
Nathan Yannick is into 4th. That's another surprise there. Marsengo to pole. Marsengo on the provisional pole. 43.4.
He's on pole.
And that's everybody. That secures the pole position. Now that is a huge leap forward. Nikolai Marsengo has not really been much in the top 10 this weekend so far, but now he's in first place. Dylan de Wolf, as expected, is going to be up there. But
Gołębiowski, Olivier, and Ksawery Paszikowski. There are 2 local guys, and I didn't expect them, but they managed to have their head cool, and great performance by them. They race in the local championship. They are fighting for the wins, and now great performance by them. I think one of the best results for them in the qualifying this weekend, and let's hope they can bring that home.
Absolutely. As a commentator, you kind of know who's running at the front because you've probably spoken about them most. So I'm looking at names and I'm thinking, oh, I haven't mentioned that. So I know they haven't actually done, as well as they'd have liked. As we see there, though, it is going to be Nikolai Marsengo. He is the reigning Swedish champion, even though he's from Denmark. And he's going to be leading the way. But Dylan de Wolf could be the danger man. Now, the question is, will Dylan feel like an early pit stop that he would get around Marsengo, or will he try and fight his way around? That's going to be the question.
In my opinion, I think the first 2 guys will try to jump out from the others, the Polish guys, and build some nice, let's say, space, and then just try to go to the end, and at the end maybe fight for the win. But you never know with Dylan what he's gonna do. But also we are speaking about Idor Tworek, and he's only in 15th position. I think it was a bad qualifying for him, so I think we should look at him later to see, because he should probably gonna gain some position during the race.
And Filip Novak, Piotr Pushka, early pit stops, all 3 of them, do you think? They'll be straight in the pits. Well, from what we've seen so far, but they could yet surprise us. So we're going to be bringing them round now. The marshals have lined them up. They're sending them round. We're on the outdoor section there, and there is Nikolai Marsengo leading the way. Second place, of course, Dylan de Wolf. We've seen a lot of that red helmet so far.
Let's see the start. And yeah, Marsengo is leading the pack. He's now slowly, and now he pushes the throttle on the last corner, last apex of the track. And let's see the first corner. And there's no attack, but Gołębiowski wanted to do something with Dylan, but nothing happens. Pasikowski's need to hold the position with Gal. They now lost some time to Gołębiowski, and the top 2-3 guys get away a little bit.
Yes, they are indeed, and Nicola Marsengo will have wanted this. He'll have needed some kind of, you know, almost a feeling that he can get away. As we've seen, a lot of the top guys who've won today have done it from the front. If he can make that gap and make the pit stop without worrying about a car behind, and there's a bit of pushing and shoving there, but Dylan de Wolf is still in second place. Nikolai Marsengo. Now, are there going to be any early pit stops? Anyone coming in?
Yeah,
No?
Nathan Janak is now in the pits. He was
Yeah.
somewhere about position 8-10, and he feels he is fast, and we'll see at the end where he will finish.
And there's more than one in the pits. There's 3 of them are in the pits at the moment. We've got the 111, which, as you said, is Yannick. I think it's the number 6 behind, and that was Kruszycki.
And
who's
Piotr
behind him?
Puchka
Yeah.
is the third guy.
That's the one, Pushka. Pushka was one of those we were thinking would come in,
Yes.
and that is definitely the case. Will we see Novak? Will we see Tvorek? Because Tvorek is staying out there in 15th place, listed.
At the
We'll see
moment.
what it is, yeah.
And let's see about the leaders.
Yeah.
Marsengo, the same gap to Dylan, and Gołębiowski is pushing very much Dylan, and they are very close. But at the moment, the top 3, I think, they have a lot of space to the 4th position to Pasikowski, who had to fight with Gal at the first opening corners. And at the moment, they are safe, and Marsengo is really driving very good this time, and he's gaining some position time. And there was pit stop Novak, like you said. Novak is now doing a pit stop, but very slow pit stop, 22, or it wasn't him. We need to check.
So, yeah, there was some problems there. 22, 21, high 20s. Something has happened in the pits. Maybe just too many of them, 'cause nearly everybody's come in the pits there. One thing that was interesting, though, we'll just see how it is when they go across the line and we see where everyone's worked out. But we had a close-up of Lapa Sowico with Nikolai Marsengo. Very smooth action on the wheel. Very easy action, and that was why he appeared to be pulling ahead, but Dylan de Wolf closed in the gap. He's bringing Gołębiowski with him as well. Gołębiowski, Olivier there, is looking very good in 3rd. Maybe the top 3 will stay out a bit longer now, especially as lots of people have been in.
Yes, and looking at the lap times, the fastest on the track is woman, Emilia Rodko. She is the fastest now, 43.3, and maybe she will attack Andreas Gal, because she is very close to Andreas and Pasikowski, and she wants to fight for the podium even.
Absolutely, she's going to be fighting for that, but from the women's point, she is looking so good this weekend.
Very strong.
It's looking very much. Maybe she's the first of the trophy winners to really throw it down and say, "Listen, this is mine. I'm having this weekend." Emilia Rocco, keep an eye on her. We're currently seeing her in 6th place. We'll see what happens once all the pit stops have gone through. But there is the 3 leaders there. It's Nikolai Marsengo, Dylan de Wolf, and the incredible Olivier Gołębiowski. He's one of the local drivers,
Yes.
and now he's showing the form that we see in the local races.
Yes, he's doing great job. He's pushing Dylan very hard,
Dylan
and
in.
now
Dylan
Dylan
in.
in. So very important part of the race. Let's see the pit stop. It is if it's better than 20.5, then maybe Dylan can fight for the win with Marsengo.
Yeah, we've seen some problems in the pits, some really slow ones with people backing up. Obviously, Dylan is in on his own. This should be good. He's got away well. Well, he's clearly okay.
Yes.
All we know about, yeah, it's a good stop, that 20.4, I think
Yeah,
it was.
I think it was
flashed
quite
up
good.
for a moment.
It was quite good. And he has now clean air, so now everything in his hands and legs, and let's hope he can fight Marsengo back and try to overtake the leader. And now Gołębiowski is trying to catch Marsengo. Maybe this will help Gołębiowski to overtake maybe Dylan, but we need to wait till the end, because it is not half of the race, so still a lot of laps to do. And who is now in the pits? Emilia
That's
Rocco.
Rocco, Emilia Rocco. Now, we'll be interested to see where she comes out, because
Dylan de Wolf was 20.4.
20.4.
And now Rodko, I think it's also going to be
It's
good.
going to be fast, very fast. 20.7. But you know what? Compared to a lot of what we've seen so far, when people are 21, 22, it's very good. In this race, we've seen some, obviously there was a lot of karts. I mean, when you think there's 20 karts in it, and there was about 6 of them in the pits at the same time, that's like nearly a third of all of the karts in the pits at the same time. So already there was some problems there. Now, with the two leaders, the important thing is, if you are just joining us on the live stream, there is a pit stop, and we had the second place, Dylan
De Wolf was
yeah,
in the
Dylan De
second.
Wolf. He was in the second. He pitted out. Now this is one of the local drivers, Olivia Golubiowski. His chance. He needs to close into the Danish driver, Nicola Marsengo, in order to be able to sort of push De Wolf to one side. If he can be coming past the pits when, if he can get in front of
Yes.
De Wolf as he comes out the pits, that will be to his benefit there, and that's what he has to do now by closing the gap on the leader.
Looking at the lap times, Gołębiowski is 1/10 faster each lap than Marsengo, and let's see now. Now he's a little bit slower, and let's see also the times of De Wolf. De Wolf has the same lap time, so everything will decided by the pit stop, I think. At the moment, Marsengo has a lead, but still, if Gołębiowski managed to close the gap, then maybe he can fight for the second position, but at the moment, the leader is Marsengo.
Okay then, Revik, so this is where it gets interesting, because we have both raced at all kinds of levels in this. If you were, say, Gal, maybe now in fourth place, would you be coming in the pits, or would you let the leaders pull you along?
If I have clean air, if I don't feel I'm faster than the guy in front, I will go to the end and wait for the late pit stop. But of course, you have to do it opposite to your opponent.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, Gal should drive. If he closes the gap, then it's a good opportunity to overtake. And most of the overtakes is when you go out from the pits, and a lot of depends on the pit stop. If you are 21 or more, you lose time. If you are 20 and a half, 20 and 3, now somebody...
That was Glenn Gillen.
Glenn Gillen
And
was the
that's-
fastest pit stop of this group.
Absolutely, and he is, well, we've got him in 6th. We'll see how that cycles out when they cross the line again. But if you look at the top 4, they're sort of fairly evenly spaced, and there's no one causing a problem, but they're close enough that they're pulling
Gal
each
in
other
the
along,
pits,
maybe.
Gal in the
Gal.
pits.
There's the answer.
That's the answer.
There's
So
the answer, yeah.
we wait, comparing to Dylan, comparing, Dylan and Nathan Janiak.
Yeah.
Nathan Janiak had a great pace, 33.3, and where will be Gal and Janiak, and also Bartosz Madejski, but Gal is in front. Gal is in front of a huge group of 5 drivers, but let's go back to the leaders. Marsengo is still driving very consistent all the time to 43.3, and Gołębiowski is doing the same stuff, so it's good for them to manage a good pace, and they want general to overtake Dylan De Wolf, and Dylan is now driving 2/10 slower.
Right, we've got somebody coming in the pits. We'll check who they are. Meantime, just want to draw a little bit of attention to Ksary
Pasikowski.
That's the one. He's not really someone we've spoken about at all, but he's maintaining a good gap to first place. As we look at
He's
Marsengo,
now out of the pits. Pasikowski is out of the pits, and he's in front of Gal, a big space, and he's not far away to Dylan De Wolf. But let's get back to the leaders. Where are they? Are they outside? Yes, Marsengo is coming in. And what the lap times of Marsengo and Gołębiowski, the same lap times. Now Gołębiowski in the pits. Gołębiowski is coming in the pits, so that's a crucial moment for this race.
Yes, it is. He's got to make it fast, because if he's going to get ahead of Marsengo, this has to be the perfect pit stop. 20 point less than half. 20.0, 20.1 would be spot on. We're looking for 16 on the board there. When's he going to go? He's going fairly early.
Quite good.
Yeah. He's not going to trip it, is he? Slower than I thought.
Yeah, he's in front of Dylan on a limit, and he's in front. Now Dylan has the inside. Is it going to have place? No, it's Oliver Gołębiowski. Great performance by a young driver. He also drives in the junior category, and Dylan is very close now after the snail section. Now going the 1-2 last corners to the outside, but it's very close. And let's see also the Marsengo. Where is Marsengo? He's now in the pits, so everything is now on the table, and let's see who will win this race.
Now, surely Marsengo's going to come out with the lead. It's probably not going to be much. There's one in behind him who I didn't quite get to see. But here they come now.
Yeah, a big lead.
Yeah, and it's going to be Marsengo. Yes, it's definitely Marsengo, but the big gainer is Golubiowski there.
Gołębiowski.
Because he has managed to leapfrog Dylan de Wolf. Dylan de Wolf will not like that at all.
And
Dylan de Wolf is absolutely loving, but so too is
Pikc.
Yeah.
Pikc is so close to Dylan, so maybe Dylan has to. He's done it. Pikc, great performance by Pikc. Two Polish drivers now in the podium position. And is it the last lap? Isn't the last lap?
Yes, it is. I think we're waiting for the checker flag, and there was a huge cheer from everyone when Pikc made the move.
Pikc is third, and Dylan de Vos is holding the position by Gals. So a lot of things happen, and great performance. Marchenko, Gołębiowski, and Pikc, top three of this race.
And that is one of the most unlikely results we've seen today. When you think Dylan de Wolf pushed down to fourth place by people with hardly mentioned so. No,
didn't expect that, but the Polish driver learned the lesson. Yeah. They are doing great, so we are very happy of their performance, but still a good points for Dylan.
And thank goodness you were here, because I probably would have got Gołębiowski's name wrong. I've never had to say it so much. Once or twice maybe so far, but there he is in second place. Nikolai Marchenko, the Danish driver, reigning Swedish champion, but he was made to work for it, and the battle behind intense. When you think of a driver like Dylan de Wolf getting pushed down to fourth place, that takes something. It wasn't just on the pit stops, actually racing for position out on the track. That's I hope you understand in English, the raciest race we've seen today. So fantastic position.
1 point for fastest lap goes to Emilia Rotko.
Yep.
So still building a nice gap in the woman category, position 8. So also let's wait for maybe some penalties. We don't know about the lines, other thing, but Emilia Rotko 8th position, the fastest lap time, so 1 point more. And then second fastest was Oliver Gołębiowski. So a great performance by this driver. So it was good not to make pit stop in the early stage for him.
Yeah, very good. And the key thing there was everybody making pit stops at once. We've seen there's usually enough gap, but this time with 5 or 6 carts in at the same time, just not enough at all. One thing worth mentioning with Emilia Rotko, she's got 8th place, and that helped by doing a good pit stop when everyone else was messing up. So many, we've never seen as many people in any race yet where it's 21, 22 seconds. Everyone's been quite close now so far to getting that 20, but it's all gone to pieces in that race. Now, Emilia Rotko, she's scoring a lot of points in the Women's Championship there, and I don't want to say it's hers, but that is very, very good now. You know, if anyone's looking good for their championship, the sort of side championship like that, the Women's Championship, Emilia Rotko is now looking very good indeed for that.
Also looking at the difference on the finish line from leader to position 10 is only 5 seconds.
Yes.
So it's like 2 corners, and the pack was quite
very tight
and
compressed.
And that also good, because Dylan de Wolf was fighting with Pikc, but this time Pikc was third. We will see next time, and we are waiting for the podium. A lot of cheers from the Polish fans, Polish members of their teams, and a great story for them. Big smiles on their face, I see on the back. So great performance, and to have a medal in the Polish Championship, Belgium Championship, British Championship is something special. Not everybody can have it.
No, absolutely. And Pikc, there was a big cheer when he took that place off Dylan de Wolf on the end there, on the last lap. He will obviously take great points going forward for that. That's going to help his championship. It's also interesting that we've got names right up there that haven't appeared before. Maybe they can carry that forward. We'll see what happens in the next race. Though. But
maybe I give a little bit of good luck to the Polish driver. So let's hope. I will comment a little
Polish
bit.
Commentator, Polish luck. Who we got in this next one?
The next one. Also some Polish good names. Anton Schoppler, our first guest from USA. He's the only USA driver in this championship, and first time a driver from America coming to us. Next we have Robin Even from Belgium, I think very fast driver on all kind of track. Krzysztof Warzykowski, a Masters. Dominik Jaromin, Grzegorz Niemczyk, one of the Masters also. He's driving with his son, Karol Niemczyk. They are driving together like Victor and Karsten Sparcholt. Then we have Max of the Camp. We see some, I think, second place or maybe a win from Max. He was somewhere. Check your notebook.
You know what? He is a lot like, for those who've just watched that race, he's a lot like, second. He's a lot like Dylan de Wolf. He's in that sort of position, so he will be a likely front runner, and goodness knows, this could be his chance to win. As we move on down
Yes.
from that, Max Burschel, we've seen a lot of him. Christian Dervin, he's been the master strategist in this championship so far. And then we got James Wiltshire, one of the, he's from Wales actually,
Wales,
from
okay.
Cardiff and Wales. Jennifer Tompkins, she's from the southwest, near Wales but English. And then we move into some of the Polish, including Stefaniuk.
Yeah, Maciej Szubczyński, a very fast driver from center of the Poland. Wojciech Stefaniuk, he won a race in the last
Very much
series,
so,
so
yeah.
you need to look at him. Jakub Rybacki, Patryk Nieroda, great driver from, let's say, south of the Poland.
Yeah.
Erik Jakubowski, Nicolas van der Blas, Oskar Wyjaździętek, Jarno Hermans. He now need good points. Jarno, I think Jarno will now drive quite good. And Jens Bleischmidt and Bertil Paruk. Let's see who will win this qualifying. I'm very interested about that, James.
Interestingly, we're going, obviously I know he has a lot of support in the USA, Anton Schöppler. I've even been asked this question on social media, how's it going for him? I've got to be honest, Remick, he's struggling in this championship. He's trying his best, but he is finding it tough. To be fair though, he is somebody who could swing something in this race. He's been down the sort of lower order so far, so we'll be keeping a very, very close eye on him, especially for the American fans who I know are watching. My money would be on Max Opdenkamp on this one.
Provisional pole at the moment, Max Opdenkamp.
Yep, there he is. The check is out. He's currently fastest. Christian Dervin second. About the first
Let's
time
see
I've seen
about
them
the
top
Polish
10.
guys. Where are they? Dominik Jaromin, surprise Stefaniuk, first position.
Yeah.
So the winner of some of the last races is now on pole. Who else? And now we have the finish. So Stefaniuk on pole position, then Max Opdenkamp and Bergel. Bergel managed somehow to get in third position, then Duven. Duven a bit of out of luck, and he still has to fight from the back. But now Bergel needs some good points to the championship. But very interesting. After Duven, we have another Polish guy, Dominik Jaromin, Robin Ewan, Nicolas van der Plas, Jens Bleischmidt, a German driver.
Yeah.
I think one of the best performances by him this
By
weekend.
far. He's not been in the top 10 yet. In fact, there are some surprises.
Jarno Hermans is a surprise, 11th place.
Yeah.
So he's a man who can make some early pit stop and then make some good pace. We have to look at him.
And for the American fans, the 15th place qualifying position for
Not
Anton
bad.
Schöppler.
I think it's
that's
a quite
the best
good
one we've
position.
seen so far. So Schöppler, although he's got a lot of work to do, he is making forward progress. For what it's worth, he seems to have gone forward 2 qualifying places every
That's
race.
nice.
So
that's nice. So at the end, I think
yeah.
top
He'll
5,
be there at the
maybe.
end. Maybe he would
top
like
5.
that. He
We
would
hope
like that.
so. We hope so. We
But
cheer
the top
him.
4, last time he was first.
Also on pole, Stefaniuk last time. This time
he
also.
was first place. Yeah.
Opdenkamp, I think also he was starting from second and he finished second, so it's gonna be a nice fight between Wojtek and Max. But still, Max Berger, he needs good points. He's here, the most winning man of the local championship.
Yeah.
So our, let's say, a local star. He needs good points, and each race he's faster and faster, gaining some position. And let's see what Max Berger can do.
Now, I don't know what the Polish words for this are, but in England we would call Max Burschel a local bandit.
Local bandit. I think
Local bandit.
it's a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
nickname for him.
Yeah.
And I think Max can do here a great job, but still also Stefaniuk. He's also our guy from our team, and
Yeah.
I cheer for him. One win, maybe another. Max Opdenkamp also wanted to have a good place, and Christian Duven, we forgot about him. Position 4. I think Christian need now to attack. It's the moment when he need to show the performance of a champion, that he's driving all the finals of all championship he's taking part.
Indeed, when he's been the best on strategy so far as we're coming round to take the start. It is Wojciech Stefaniuk.
A fast start, quite a fast start.
A very fast start, and they're all nose to tail, very, very close because of the speed of the start. Yeah, there's a couple of little gaps, but it's not much. It's still Wojciech Stefaniuk with the lead, but he's under massive pressure there. Massive pressure.
Now top 4 gained some time. The last driver in this group is Duven, and they are quite close. So at the moment, everything can happen. Let's see when after we come back from the outdoor sector, maybe somebody will make a pit stop, early pit stop.
Indeed, and it seems that every race Christian Dervin makes up, guess what? 4 places. So if he makes up 4 places, he's going to win this thing.
So you bet on Duven this time?
Yeah, we bet on Durban, but will it be an early stop? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Durban straight in, as he's done in every single race so far.
Attack by Max of the Camp for the lead. Wojtek Stefaniuk closed the position. Max of the Camp, the new leader. Then the two Polish guys, Stefaniuk, Bergel. Let's see what's happened. They're holding the position. So it was a good decision by Duven. He now gained some time.
Excellent decision by Durban. But what's interesting is up at the front, with the change for position on the lead on the track.
Very good pit stop by Duven, 20.4, so quite fast. The other guys need to swear a little bit to get such time, and the last lap by them were quite slow because of the overtakes. So now Duven has a clean space, so I think you made a good choice, but let's wait to the end.
Yes, indeed. And now we have Max Opdenkamp with the lead, but in the pits.
Stefaniuk is now on the pits. Maybe it's a good decision to drive with Duven and get some time, but Max of the Camp now has clean air, and I think the two Dutch guys and two Polish guys are fighting for the win.
And I think that when he comes out the pit, Stefaniuk will be surprised to see Durban with him, because I don't think he was thinking of Durban. He's come out of Durban. Oh,
Stefaniuk in the front. Stefaniuk in the front, and now they are fighting, so they lose time. But let's see if they work together to get some clean air and maybe jump over Op the Camp and Bergel. But now Op the Camp have a clean space, and what's his number position 3, and then is Jaromir. Dominik Jaromir is closing the gap to Bergel, so we didn't speak about him, and he also wants to get on the podium. I didn't see this driver on the podium, but maybe this time.
But what's important as well is there's been a change further back. Durban has passed Wojciech Staniuk 4 positions.
Yes, so now
as they cross the line. Well, we were busy looking at the other part. That happened at the back of the track. So there is Max Opdenkamp with the lead, and he's got Max Bergel behind him, the local bandit, the local bandit, as they continue with the first and second place. But there's a lot of strategic action going behind with pit stops. These two may not be first and second when this all comes through. We'll see what happens.
I see the lap times of Duven and Stefaniuk, and at this overtake they lose over half a second. So it's a lot comparing to the top guys that are driving the same times. 43.2 the fastest at the moment from the open category, but now we see Duven and Stefaniuk are working together to get some good times, and let's see what are the lap times. 43.3, so slower than the leaders. So at the moment Max of the Camp has a clean lead, a big gap, so let's see what Duven can do. Can he close the gap to the end, because to make his I think first podium and maybe first win.
Yep, fastest on the track is Max Bergel.
The bandit is the
local
fastest.
bandit. He's the only one, 43.1. Fantastic.
The fastest time of this series in the open category at the moment. So let's see to the end. And now in the start-finish line on the straight is Duven. What time has Duven? 43.3. So still not enough for Bergel and the Camp. So like you say, the local bandit is closing the gap to Op the Camp, and maybe Max Bergel. That is his race. He won a race at the World Championship. He was in the semi-final, so I think top 30 in the ranking. So he's a guy you have to look for in all the championship.
Pit stop? Pit stop?
No, not yet. He is fast, but he needs to 43.1. One more time, Max Bergel. Like you said before, the bandit is doing great job, but also Max of the Camp, almost the same lap times, the first and second guy. So they are building the gap over Duven and Stefaniuk. They are a little bit slower, and let's see who will from the leaders go to the pits and maybe fight with Duven.
Every lap, Max Opdenkamp seems to try to go quicker. He's trying to break that gap, but every time Max Bergel stays with him with a slightly quicker lap. We've actually got Jens Blechschmidt, the German, who is running 4th at the moment, the highest we've seen him at all this weekend. So a great show by him, and still they continue on with Max Bergel trying to chase down Max Opdenkamp. And Blechschmidt has moved up to 3rd place. Yes, there's pit stops involved, but we've not seen him that high all weekend. A great show by him. Now, as they go around, we've seen Jennifer Tompkins has made her pit stop. She's running down in 20th. Of course, she's in the battle for the Women's Championship against Emilia Rothko that we saw in the earlier race. She's got to make up ground. What about I'm slightly surprised to see so far down the order Patrick Neroda, if I'm honest, 16th place. I know he's made a pit stop, but I'm a little surprised.
I'm also, I think the qualifying didn't go well.
No.
And when you are at the back, it's much harder. Who is in the pit stop?
I think it might be Max Birschel.
Yes, it's Max Bergel in the pit. So let's see now Max Bergel comparing to Duven and Stefaniuk. But I think Bergel will be in front. Depends on the pit stop. Now Duven is on the straight. Bergel come in and let's see. Bergel in front. I think Bergel in front about 1 car length. So Max of the Camp, now the leader, needs to speed up because Bergen was closing the gap, but 20.4. 20.2, so a great pit stop. If he had been slower 2 or 3 tenths, he would lose 2 positions behind Stefaniuk. So a great pit stop by Bergel. And let's wait, something is happening on the track, cheering on the straight. There are 2 Polish guys, Jaromir and Szubczyński side by side in the next corner. But let's focus on the leaders. Where are they? Where is Max of the Camp?
Well, it's very tough because obviously Max of the Camp, Berger's matched him for time on the lap times. He's matched him for position when they were running together, and now somehow Max Ogden-Kamp has got to match that kind of pit stop. How on earth do you match 20.2? He's going to have to take the risk. Well, it's a bit all or nothing, because if he has a slow pit stop, he's going to fall into the hands of Wojciech Stefaniuk as he comes through, because he's got Christian Dervin to worry about, and Max Birschel will actually be, he is actually in front of Dervin and Stefaniuk. Dervin is in front, of course, as we know, as it's really all about Max Ogden-Kamp's pit stop now. That is going to decide this race as they come through. Look at that close gap there. We can't see on screen. It's a move up the inside. Oh, that's not for one of the higher positions, but it's certainly going on down the order.
Yeah, and Max Berger, Christian Duven and Wojciech Stefaniuk are making a work for Max of the Camp, because they are driving a little bit slower than Max of the Camp, but almost the same pace. Like you said, the Max of the Camp can't do a pit stop 21 because he will lose the race 3 positions down. Now he is a leader, but he can even end it in 4th. So a big gamble for him. He needs to do it perfectly, but we see him on the podium this weekend, so I think he can do it correct without any big risk. But still, Stefaniuk, Berger and Duven are fighting for the victory.
Absolutely, and not only can he not afford a 21 second, poor old Max Ogden-Kamp can barely afford 20.5. You know, it's that tight. We've got Power Up in the pits, but just one little thing there. Yeah, we've got listed in 7th place James Wiltshire from Wales. He has been nowhere near that all weekend long, so really...
there's overtake. Duven overtook Bergel, and now also Stefaniuk overtake Bergel. 2 position loss. They are now going outside, so it was quite interesting. But where's Ogden-Kamp? Where's Ogden-Kamp? Is he in the pits? He's in the pits. Ogden-Kamp is now in the pits.
We can't see it on screen there, viewers, but there he is. It looks, was it 20:44? Who's that? He must have already got. It must be 20 and a half then for Ogden-Kamp.
Where is he? Where is he? No, it wasn't him. I'm surprised it wasn't him. So something maybe happened.
One more lap to do it.
One more lap, and
here he is on screen.
Yes, so he is now here. So now he has to go. It's the last opportunity.
Yes, it is.
He's coming.
He's in. So let's have a look. There's the pit lane, and here is Max Ogden-Kamp.
But I think because of the fighting of the other guys, I think now he can easily do 21.
Yeah.
The situation changed the last lap, and now he can, probably his team shows him to not go too aggressively on the throttle.
Max Birschel lost the advantage of someone's 20.1. We don't know who that is, but Max Birschel lost the advantage of his 20.2 in the fight with Dervin.
Duven and Stefaniuk, and now the Max of the Camp has a big lead over Duven, then it's Stefaniuk, then Berger, so it didn't go quite well for the local bandit, but Stefaniuk managed it somehow from the pole to go on the 3rd place, and Duven 2nd place. He needed as water on on a desert.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
It's a great performance by Duven, a nice overtake, and now they are going to the end. Checkered flag, and it's Max of the Camp, a win for him. He's very happy. Also cheer from his Dutch friends. Then the second is Christian Duven, also from Netherlands, and then the two Polish guys, the Bandits, Stefaniuk and Bergiel. I think we did expect that this four will fight for the victory, but it was quite intensive the next race also.
Yes, this has been one of the most hotly contested front positions there with Dervin, Stefaniuk and Bergiel. Bergiel seemed to have everything there to maybe even win. He's probably going to be the one who feels like he's lost.
Yes.
Because he could have been first, but he was first. That pit stop was outstanding. Max Opdenkamp will feel, oh, thank goodness. In fact, the gap there from first to second is a bit of a surprise, to be fair, because Max Opdenkamp looked like he was not only going to lose the race, but maybe lose a few positions too. He's ended up winning. He's done enough to win. Christian Dervin started fourth, finished second. Typical Dervin, early stop, making places. So fantastic result by him. It's just getting better, this championship, as we move through the day.
Yes, and the middle of the championship for some of the drivers for the qualifying races, and we don't see too aggressive moves like on the to fight it in a bad, not fair play style. Everything is clean, not like on last minute, let's say, attack. Everything is clean without any penalties. Great moves by Duven. With this move, he overtake Bergiel, and Bergiel lost 2 positions. And the Cup, Duven and Stefaniuk, but we see also Bergiel. He has maybe some complaints for the marshals. We see him near the podium, and maybe let's wait. Maybe they're gonna be change of some decisions. We don't know that.
Yeah, we'll let you know at home what changes we find out. But Max Bergiel certainly not very happy about something. He's been speaking with the organisers. Rami, I'm just going to go and find out and see if there's any news.
Yes, and we are waiting for the podium top 3 finishers. After each race, we have a podium. And we have James back. And do we have any information, confirmation?
No, we don't. There's probably something of a row going on. So there's quite a few conversations with the organisers. I'll see if I can. No, I think they're waiting to find out themselves. There's going to be a little bit of discussion there. We'll let you know at home when we know something. Anton Schoppler, though, made up a place.
Wow.
So Schoppler has moved up a position. So some winners, some losers. And look at Patrick Naroda. He's moved up into 11th place.
Yes, he moved very up. And the guys we were watching, they are fighting so much. Was where was the?
Look at Jens Blechschmidt.
Wow,
7th place.
Very good lap time. One of the fastest.
Outstanding lap time, an amazing finish as well.
Yes.
So Jens Blechschmidt, we have not seen him anywhere near that position. He's normally been like 17th, 18th, whatever.
So top results for him.
Yeah, they're definitely big improvement there by the German, Jens Blechschmidt. So some winners and some losers in that race. As we move on to the next one, well,
one of the DIT races. Def races, So with world champion Ruben Boutens from this track, 2018.
Yeah, he's won here. He's been a Polish champion. I mean, he's been champion of every nation in Europe. And he's been twice world champion. It's fair to say a lot of people in the indoor karting scene, they were surprised it took Ruben Boutens so long to become world champion. He was at the top from 2008, but it wasn't until 2017 that he became world champion. He quickly turned that into double world champion. But then he always seems to have bad luck in the world championship. When I say he's only been world champion twice, when you consider he against the same people, he's been like British champion 6 times, national champion.
And going back for the podium finishers, so the official results: Max Opdenkamp is the winner. Second is Christian Duven, 2 Dutch guys, and then our Polish guy Wojciech Stefaniuk. So we see the smile. So it is a good performance by them and good points for the championship classification. And coming back, like you said before, Ruben waited long, but he is on a so high level performance, and also as a person, the young guys look at him, about his trainings, about his performance. I don't remember Ruben complaining about something. He always
never
is nice.
Complained about a thing. He doesn't even complain about the food. He travels all over the place and never complains about anything, including the food. But the one thing with Ruben Boutens is that even when, in indoor karting especially, people say, oh, I got a bad kart when they get a bad performance. But Ruben Boutens, even if he thinks he has not got the best kart, it's always a good result. You never see Ruben Boutens in 9th place, 10th place. Always the top
I
5.
had twice. There
Yeah.
was a situation, I think 2 or 3 years ago, one of the first races when the cars were a little bit more cold.
Yeah.
The weather was not so good like today, not so hot. Ruben qualified 9th.
Yeah.
But last corner of the last lap, he was first.
Yeah, there's no surprise.
In
Yeah.
12 minutes, he managed to overtake 8 persons. And second thing, when he was here, one of the first time, I remember he started on 4th position in some race, and he raced up against some of my friends. My friend raced in 1/10. You
Yeah.
say it's great,
Yeah.
but Ruben drive less than half a tenth.
Absolutely.
All laps, and
Yeah.
that's are the champions how they drive.
And that's the hard thing to
But
do. 'Cause there are many
let's
corners.
see also the other guys. Adam
Yeah.
Palik, Horion Van Hales, Tom Del Vos, Mikołaj Zachciał, Victor Poirot. He had 3 wins this weekend, so you have to look at him. Jakub Bohaterowicz, also a Polish guy. Ruslan Aliyev, Romano Frasek, he was 2nd last year here at the Polish Indoor Car Championship. Mariusz Tomaszek, he was 2nd all the time at one of the races. At the end of the stage of the
Yeah.
race, he managed to go a little bit back. Johan Medard, Johan also had
Has
here
won. He's won.
top 3 here at this
And he won this morning.
He won this morning a
Yeah.
race, so great performance. Karten Sparholt, a Masters Plus, Gianni Gentile, Thomas Wiltshire, Markus Heise, Arnaud Wen, 5th guy in the World Championship this year. Gabor Pataki, Karoze, Tomek Bernadowski,
Yeah.
the best Polish guy in the World Championship this
Yeah.
year. Ruben, we said everything, and Regis Bowlby, he win one time here a Masters category. So
Yeah.
all-star race.
Far too tough. The thing is you can never discount Ruben Boutons.
Never.
However, you would always say 2nd place to Ruben Boutons is like a win. But there are a lot of people in here who could challenge him for the win. His own teammate, Johan Medard, and
Victor Poirot,
Yeah. half of the guys you mentioned could take that too. Let's see what happens now. The qualifying start. The green flag is out. Qualifying is underway. We'll see what happens when they cross the line. The times, those watching at home, don't worry about that. That is of the warm-up lap, if you like, so it doesn't really matter. For
and
any
now
of
we finish. The first guy,
Yeah.
Gabor Pataki.
Pataki is going to be setting the pace. Franson's gone quickest. Orion van Wees.
What?
Thomas Wilshire is third. Tomasek, Del Vos.
Romano Frasek has a quite good
Yeah.
time, a big gap. Now Ruben,
Second.
only
Medard
second.
third.
So Romano Franzen, vice champion from last year at the Provincial Poirot,
Alright, fifth.
only 5th position, so the worst qualifying for him
Alex
this
seventh.
weekend. And let's say Bohaterowicz 7th, Arnaud Wen 2nd. Oh, the top guys are in front, but Poirot want to fight back. So Bernadowski only 9, but look at the difference between the guys. So it's the Romano Franzen has a big lead, but the other guys are so close.
For what it's worth, those of you who may be watching who are new to indoor karting, Ruben Boutons is the established benchmark. He is the double world champion. He's won most national championships. He's won the Polish championship here before.
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And he's won every championship multiple times. And he is only third. So Romano Franzen, an outstanding performance. Arnaud Turvin, what can we say about Arnaud?
Arnaud is
Incredible
also
performance.
a vice world champion from Italy, I think, 2015. A guy from Honolulu team, we speak about them. They win international races, endurance races, so they fight against Blue Star. It's a fight in Belgium, Netherlands, between these two teams. But also behind him, Johan Medard, and then Horion, Honolulu driver. Victor Poirot, Honolulu. So 3 Honolulu drivers against 3 Blue Star drivers. So it's going to be quite interesting. No calculation
Very interested.
here.
Now, nobody's putting zlotys on the table for the bet now. But what I would ask is pit stops, early pit stops. Maybe either Medard or either Boutons.
Of Victor Poirot, I think this is the guy.
Surely one of them is going to make an early pit stop.
I don't think top 3 will do it.
No.
They will manage to see the result on the track at the end of the race. I think then they will do something. But I'm curious about Arnaud, what he will do.
Yeah.
He can fight for the victory, but still he has to hold position against Ruben, one of the top guys. But he is the same position. They were top 5 in the World Championship, so the champions are here. They race against each other and let the best win.
It's going to be a tough one, isn't it? This is going to be one of the races to watch. Now, just want to have a look down, 9th, 10th place. Tomek Banadowski and
Jakub Bohaterewicz.
Yeah.
They are the guys. Look at the difference between them. Very small. All of them have podium from this weekend.
Yep.
Tomek wanted to be higher, and Jakub last race was 4th position. He was a little bit angry about his performance, about the performance of the kart.
Yeah.
But now I hope he managed to jump some position up. But in this field, if you are 8, 7, it's a great performance. To be honest, when you have in front World Championship or medalists of the World Championship on the other events, multi-medalists. So let's see the start. How it will
But
Romano.
I must say, just before we start, that's how we see it. Those young guys, they just want to win. Anyway.
Fast start by Romano, very fast start, but it is legal. It was legal start, so
Yep.
Romano jump out, but Arnaud is there. Then Ruben, then Johan, and then who we have the next one? Horion. Horion is next one, and these are the top 5. And Victor Poirot, he need to gain some time to Horion because now Romano and Arnaud made some space, and but Ruben still holds them, but we'll see. Maybe, like you said, there'll be early pit stop, but in this moment, I don't think so because it's too much happening right now.
A master of speed, a master of strategy. Ruben Boutens, he will be in control of this situation. Romano Franzen, no pit stops, are there?
No pit stops.
No.
At the moment, the top guys didn't pit.
But Romano Franzen there, those again who are watching this and they're fairly new, that is about the fastest, in the pits there, the 116.
Regis Bovey,
Bovey.
he is in the Masters category. He was very high, and 3 guys in the pits. Let's see the lap times, because in the front there's, okay, the first lap time, Regis. Zalewski, clean, and the second, very good by Zalewski, and the third guy, number 7, 20.0, one of the fastest pit stop, Markus Heise.
Marcus.
So the German guy, the Jens Bletschmidt, Marius Heise, they are from one team from Rostock, Kart Center Rostock. And let's see the leaders. Romano Franzen, Arnaud Twain, then Ruben Boutens, then Jan Medard and Horion van Valles and Victor Poirot, Tom Delfos, and they are leading the pack, and Ruben need to make some good strategy here.
The 15 is in, that's Pikc. And he's been followed in by another. We'll pick up on that one. But look at the speeds, 43.1 already in the race. As 29, that will be Aliyev.
Bad pit stop from 9, Aliyev. I think second time for this young driver, a new experience. But now we see Franzen, a big lead by Franzen over Twain. Like you said, 43.1, maybe now better. Yes. He gained 1/10 faster, and Ruben is not closing the gap. He is the same pace like Arnaud, but he is still in the fight for the win and for the podium.
This is the only thing Franzen can do. The people behind him, everybody is fast, everybody's good on strategy. The only option Franzen has in this race is to pull enough of a gap that the others just run out of time. They can't allow him to get too far forward. I'm sure Ruben Boutens will be looking at this, and he'll be considering, is Terven actually holding him up? Terven's not really holding him up, but what can he do? I mean, Franzen, that's a gap compared to what's behind.
Yes.
When you consider the quality behind, is Boutens going to make something? No, he's not.
But I see Boutens now is a little bit faster than Twain, so he closed the gap, and let's see at the end. But the fastest guy is still Romano Franzen, a driver from Talent Factory. He teach young kids how to drive fast, and you see the teacher in the first position does the best thing.
Yeah, absolutely. The teacher is definitely the master in this case, and he's gone straight to the front of the class. He's leading the way, as you can see, but the important thing is he's got this gap. We were talking about how good the opposition was, but he's making them look like he's got the advantage on them. There he is, Romano Franzen, really showing amazing form. He's probably going to stay out for the long run here. It's going to be a late pit stop, surely, for Romano Franzen. This is absolutely outstanding. He's got the speed, 43.1. He's still the only one on 43.1. He He's doing what it takes to win this race from the front. He makes the gap. It gives him a bit of time to be a little bit easy on the pit stop.
Looking at the difference, the gap between Franzen and Twen, it's almost a second. So for Romano is let's say safe pit stop at the moment. Gap is 1 second between them on the track.
Oh, on the track. Yeah.
On the track. So at the moment, Romano, if he does a pit stop, it's a safe pit stop, and are no need to fight with Ruben, and somebody was in the pits. Somebody.
With a very good time. Was that 23.08?
Yes, I think so. Very low time. But let's see the lap times.
Heiser maybe. No, we saw Heiser earlier, didn't we?
Delfos, I think Tom Delfos has a lap time longer, so probably him. And see the lap times. And now Medard managed to close a little bit of gap to Ruben. He's only 6/10 on the track behind him. And I think it's Rybacki from Poland, a Polish driver. He's driving somewhere in the middle field. But let's see the leaders, how it ends. And still Romano Farsen 43.0, almost 42. Maybe he will be the first person who beats the 43 margin. And Ruben Boutens, how is his lap times? He is not faster than I know. The same lap times like the Masters do. They drive the same all lap times, like in less than 1/10.
42.9, Romano Franzen on the lap.
On the lap, so like we expected, the fastest guy is now Romano, over 1.5 second gap to Arnaud, and then Ruben is 6/10 behind Arnaud. And I think Romano at the moment, a disaster can get him from the win only.
Absolutely right. He's you've got Johan Medard, you've got Ruben Boutens, you've got Arnaud Terwin, and yet Romano Franzen seems like he has it in the bag. Yes, it's 1.5 seconds, we know, but look at that visual gap on screen. Those watching home, there's Franzen turning through the corner and about to go out of view. There is the gap against world champion Ruben Boutens, double world champion, and multiple event winners behind him. This absolutely outstanding performance.
Looking at the Polish drivers, the second fastest on the track is Tomek Bernadowski. We expect that. Position 7, he tried to catch Victor Poirot in position 6, and I think Tomek is doing great job being second fastest. Probably the qualifying didn't go quite well, because with this lap time you can be easily second at this moment, but Romano Franzen is now leading the pack and making it bigger and bigger. Maybe there's some pit stop from some of the leaders we don't see.
An amazing performance there by Romano Franzen. We know he's going to pit really
Tomek
late.
Bernadowski is now in the pits, so the guy who is one of the fastest on the track is now on the pits. Is he fighting against somebody? No, because all the leaders are still in the position. Nobody from the leaders pits. No. Bernadowski is the first guy who did the pit stop.
Yeah, he's also the second fastest on the track, and can he leapfrog his way through? He wasn't showing any sign of being close to the lead. What's strange, every lap Bernadowski was doing was very, very fast, and yet somehow he was nowhere near those in front. What's all that about?
Probably, I think he started 9 or 10.
But he wasn't even closing in, he was falling away, but very fast, very strange.
Very fast.
Yeah.
And looking at the leader all the time, under 43 seconds is Romano Franzen. Who is he in the pits? Horion van Hales is now in the pits.
And Bohaterevich
Jacob is now second. Let's see the two pit stops. First one is clean, but over almost 21 seconds. And Bohaterevich, great lap time, 24.4. So he is now one of the fastest pit stops this race. And let's wait for the leaders, because we want to see who will win. But Romano Franzen has everything clean. What do we have? One of the guys are in the pits. Arnaud Twen, I think, the second place. Yeah, it's Arnaud. So card number 18. Let's see his lap time. He needs to go it good, because Ruben is behind. Maybe Ruben will risk.
And it's Johan Medard, I think, looking at the helmet. I can't see the screen, but I think it's Johan Medard.
No, it's not. Gabor Pataki.
Gabor Pataki, yeah.
Good pit stop by Arnaud, 20.5. But if Ruben do 20.0, then...
And if it can be done, he's one of them who could do it. However, we're on lap 11 of 14. There's not a lot of time left. These guys are going to be coming in the pits together. And so, is that Franzen? Franzen,
yes, it's the leader. Leader is in the pits.
There he goes. Romano Franzen leads in. This is vital that it's a clean stop. He has time There's Romano Franzen, the race leader.
He can do
Exactly,
easily
goes
21 seconds in the pits, and without a problem he will be first. But let's see the pit stop from Romano. Is it green?
It's surely it's going to be green. He's got so much time. He's got to have to be green. Sure,
Green.
yes, it is.
Okay.
That's the main thing. 20.6. So
Safe, but also
safe
not
and fast.
slow.
Yeah. He's not giving much away. So surely Romano. What about Ruben Boots? Has now been second. Johan Medard. Oh,
The lap times from Ruben are not so impressive at the
No.
moment, so let's wait, because he's fighting against Johan
Yeah.
and Arnaud, and we wait for these two guys. Okay, Ruben in the pits.
Yeah.
Let's see how he managed. And then Victor Poirot is
Yeah.
also a guy who was leading in the championship of the Open. Now a worse result for him, 5th, 6th position. But let's see what Ruben can do. Is going Ruben to risk or not?
yeah. Poirot is also one
No
of
risk
those
by
two.
Ruben. No risk by Ruben, in my
No.
opinion. Let's see the lap time. 21 by Ruben. So I
Yeah.
think too slow, but Ruben is behind Bernadowski.
There you go,
Bernadowski
they're
jump
all in the big
over.
fight. They're all in the
Bernadowski
big fight.
jump over Ruben, so a great performance by Bernadowski. Early pit stop now managed him to go to the podium.
Yeah, he has. There's, oh gosh, the timing, we need to see that, but they're on the final lap. We'll get the result as they cross the line. There's no question it's Romano Franzen who's behind him. It is-
Arnaud Twan, and
Yeah.
then Tomek Bernadowski with Ruben Boutens, fighting for the third position. Tomek is holding Ruben,
Yeah,
and
he
Ruben
is,
is
he
doing
is, he got
everything. The last corner, who will be third? Maybe Ruben, a faster, and in the finish
Cross
line.
the line.
Oh, I think Bernadowski.
But Bernadowski's come through the third from what? Ninth place?
Ninth place, so-
Incredible performance there. Ruben Boutens, the world champ, former world champ, been pushed to fourth. Johan Medard pushed to fifth. Tom Delfos.
Wow, what a
Poirot-
performance by
Poirot
Tom
is,
Delfos in the last stage of the race, position 6 against one of the top guys. So another race. To be honest, the
Incredible.
last 4 races were extremely emotional, passionate
Yeah.
about the racing, and
what
Ruben
can we
in
say?
4th position. That don't happen so often.
No, especially, that is something where Tomek Bernadowski, he is defeated.
I
double
would,
world champion.
I would print this result and hang it over the bed, because fighting against Ruben about
Yeah.
the top guys is something special for these young kids.
Absolutely.
And let's hope these young kids will be new Rubens, new Tomek in the future, the champions of indoor karting, rental karting, and maybe other series like
Yeah.
we didn't speak before. Some of the guys that compete in our championship, like Miko Marczyk,
Yeah.
is a world-class
Rally
rally driver, European master in junior
Yeah.
category, Polish master. So a great performance. Michał Grzyb, he has a team. He won here as a Polish
Yes, he did.
champion a couple of times.
Many times.
Times. So this is the way that you can go then up and up in the motorsport classes, and this is the beginning for these young guys.
Yeah, the future is definitely bright for these ones. The interesting thing for those who have just joined us is that some of these drivers you've just been seeing, like Bernadowski, he's actually racing as a junior. We're going over now to Polish commentary for the junior and mini races, but you will see Bernadowski racing against what are more his peers, and he's just turned a double world champion and the benchmark in international indoor karting, which is Ruben Boutens, into a peer. The peer being obviously in English, meaning they're the
Yes,
same.
yes.
So we're going over now to the juniors. So what can we say? The juniors are about to come out, so we will move over to our Polish commentator for that.
Yes.
And thank you very much, Remik, for joining us.
Thank you,
It's
James.
been outstanding, and we've seen some incredible racing
Yes, and
with this. And,
let's the best driver win this championship. Let's cheer for the junior, for the minis, for the future.
there's about 20 best drivers, though.
20, yes, over 200 drivers in
Yeah.
this event, one of the biggest events in rental indoor karting in the world. So
Yeah.
please cheer your friends, your kids, grandmothers, grandfathers, friends are watching there. All these young kids, young talents, how they perform, and they are a great example of the future of this sport. And thank you for watching. Thank you, James,
Absolutely.
for commenting the open category. And now back to the Polish studio.
Absolutely. So thank you very much, Remy Draska, the series organizer, for joining us there. Over now, and we'll see what happens in the juniors.
Powracamy do polskojęzycznej transmisji Polish Indoor Kart Championship. Przed momentem James Holt, a także Remigiusz Drzazga komentowali zmagania w kategorii Open. Przed nami jednak wyścigi juniorów. 3 wyścigi serii trzeciej tej kategorii. Zobaczymy, czego będziemy mogli się spodziewać. I jeszcze, jak widzimy, rozdanie nagród, upominków za zdobycie miejsca na podium podczas rywalizacji, właśnie podczas ostatniego wyścigu w kategorii Open. A my za moment ruszymy z sesją kwalifikacyjną. Kwalifikacje ponownie jednej szansy. Wyścig 14 okrążeń. Cały czas jesteśmy na torze Silver w Szczecinie. Zielona flaga i rozpoczynają kierowcy okrążenia pomiarowe. Aurelien Miland jako pierwszy przekroczył linię start-meta. Także Nohan Bowi, za nim Wiktor Kwiatkowski, Bruno Seifert, Kaspian Dzierżyk, Dawid Szpot, Dominik Jaromin, Kinga Sala, Karol Niemczyk. Z kolejnych kierowców Kajetan Kolbusz, Aleksander Kwaśniak. Jest z nami także Maksymilian Dobrowolski, Franek Dobke, Oskar Wyjazd-Ziętek, Emilia Rodko, Mikołaj Chruścicki, Szymon Karpiński, a także Filip Fiedor. Zobaczymy, komu się uda zdobyć tym razem pierwsze miejsce w sesji kwalifikacyjnej. Jak na razie zerkam sobie tutaj na tabelkę z punktami. Wiktor Pueri prowadzi. Udało się zdobyć 2 zwycięstwa, niemalże dominacja Belga, tuż za nim Alex Demkił. Natomiast punktów tyle samo co Maciej Szubczyński, jednakże jeśli chodzi o pozycję, lepiej wygląda sytuacja Demkiła, pierwsze i trzecie miejsce w poprzednich seriach, natomiast Maciej Szubczyński pozycja pierwsza oraz czwarta. Mamy czasy. Uwaga, uwaga! Emilia Rodko z pierwszego miejsca wyruszy do pierwszego wyścigu serii trzeciej kategorii juniorskiej. Ale jednak przebija jeszcze w ostatniej chwili Łukasz Jezierski z drugiego pola. Emilia Rodko, tuż za nią ustawi się Kaspian Dzierżyk, to jest pierwsza trójka tej sesji. Znakomite kwalifikacje, pierwsza czwórka w 0,2 sekundy za liderem. Filip Fiedor tuż za nimi na pozycji numer 5, Aleksander Kwaśniak 6, 7, Karol Niemczyk, Maksymilian Dobrowolski 8, 9 ruszy Szymon Karpiński, 10 Dominik Jaromin, 11 Szpot, 12 Wyjazd-Ziętek, 13 Kwiatkowski, później Chruścicki, Seifert, Miland, Jakubowski, Kolbusz, Sala oraz Bowi. To jest 20, która wystartuje do pierwszego wyścigu. A na dalszą rywalizację, na 3 wyścigi kategorii juniorskiej zapraszam przeserdecznie. Sławomir Myszkowski ponownie za mikrofonem. No i ruszamy. Jeden wyścig przed przerwą na dotankowanie wózków. Także bardzo lekkimi pojazdami będą podróżować. Jedziemy w kierunku X oczywiście. Powrócimy do kierunku Y przy okazji serii czwartej. Seria czwarta swoją drogą będzie ostatnią serią podczas tego dnia wyścigowego. A skończymy w okolicach godziny 22:30. Jeszcze tam małe popchnięcia z tyłu stawki. Czekamy na ustawienie się pozostałych kierowców. Łukasz Jezierski po raz kolejny pokazuje bardzo dobrą formę w czasówce. Oby to miało przełożenie tym razem na wyścig. Wiemy, jak to się kończyło przy okazji wyścigów poprzednich. Aktualnie Łukasz Jezierski na miejscu 16 w klasyfikacji, tuż za Oliverem Dankiewiczem oraz Karolem Niemczykiem. Ci kierowcy tyle samo punktów, natomiast ważne są oczywiście również wyniki. Ruszamy do rywalizacji. Łukasz Jezierski, przypomnijmy, z pierwszego miejsca. Start lotny. No i czekamy na nie, no by to był prawidłowy start. Dwa ostatnie zakręty, już widzimy także zieloną flagę, bardzo wolno przetrzymuje jeszcze pozostałych zawodników Łukasz Jezierski, ale już rusza, bardzo dobry start, tuż za nim Emilia Rodko. Będzie bardzo trudno Jezierskiego wyprzedzić, chyba że wykorzysta błędy, które mogą się jeszcze w tym wyścigu także powtórzyć, tak jak poprzednich w przypadku Łukasza Jezierskiego. Emilia Rodko będzie próbować szukać gdzieś tam okazji. Na pozycji numer 3 cały czas Kaspian Dzierżyk. Również znakomity start tego zawodnika. Już ta pierwsza trójka stara się oddzielić od pozostałych kierowców, a tam z tyłu odrobina walki. Tam Filip Fiedor razem z Aleksandrem Kwaśniakiem. Tam rywalizacja o pozycję numer 5. W to wszystko wplątany także Franek Dobke. Jeszcze koło w koło na wyjeździe z części zewnętrznej toru Silver. Widzimy, ucieka Łukasz Jezierski. Znakomita szansa do tego, aby zapomnieć i wymazać to, co się działo podczas wyścigów poprzednich. Do tej pory dwukrotnie 6. miejsce Łukasza Jezierskiego w kategorii junior. Teraz z ogromną szansą na to, aby wyścig zakończyć zwycięstwem. Próbuje ich gonić jeszcze Filip Fiedor, tam pozycja numer 4. Znakomity start, też udane wyprzedzanie później Franka Dobke, który spadł na pozycję numer 5. Na miejscu numer 6 aktualnie Karol Niemczyk, który przeskoczył Aleksandra Kwaśniaka. Ten melduje się aktualnie w picie, więc już mamy odbywany obowiązkowy pit stop, a też mamy informację o tym, Bruno Seifert niestety wyjechał z pitu zbyt wcześnie, także na jego konto wyląduje kara 10 sekund, która będzie doliczona do końcowego wyniku, zatem fatalny początek Seiferta przy okazji wyścigu numer 1 w serii trzeciej. Będzie jeszcze okazja na odrobienie tego w serii czwartej, aczkolwiek szanse na znalezienie się w tej finałowej 16 są coraz mniejsze. Ruszamy z okrążeniem kolejnym. Emilia Rodko broni się wciąż przed Kaspianem Dzierżykiem. Niewielka różnica między nimi. 2,3 sekundy. To się oczywiście zmienia z zakrętu na zakręt. Wszystko to wykorzystuje Łukasz Jezierski. On chyba już nawet nie patrzy za siebie. Już wie, że ma odrobinę przewagi i to mu wystarcza, żeby poczuć się pewnym. Na torze Silver wyjazd ponownie na nitkę zewnętrzną. Tam bardzo wolno. Jeden z kierowców w alei, 21 sekund ponad, ale nie jest jeszcze tak źle. Poniżej 21 sekund to już jest sytuacja dobra. No tak 20 sekund, 0,2-0,3 sekundy to jest czas niemalże idealny. I jak widzimy, 0,8 sekundy przewagi. W tym momencie Rodko traci do Łukasza Jezierskiego. Kaspian Dzierżyk obejmuje pozycję numer 3, szuka cały czas gdzieś tam okazji, próbuje wymusić błąd na Emilii, ale ta jak na razie jedzie po swoje. Bardzo dobry występ jak na ten moment. Zastanawiam mnie, czy będzie szansa na to, żeby ukończyć teraz na podium. Emilia Rodko w klasyfikacji junior 10. miejsce. Udało się ukończyć na 3. lokacie, udało się ukończyć na 5. miejscu. Ale drugiej lokaty jeszcze podczas tego dnia wyścigowego nie było, a na naszych ekranach cały czas Łukasz Jezierski. Dzierżyk w klasyfikacji generalnej odrobinę dalej, pozycja numer 17. Wcześniejsze miejsca to dwukrotnie 7. lokata. No i teraz jedzie po podium, także znakomicie. Ponownie pod bardzo dużą presją. Wcześniej dochodziło do zderzeń, do drobnych kolizji z udziałem Dzierżyka, potracił parę pozycji, no ale teraz jak widzimy jedzie po swoje. Filip Fiedor, pozycja numer 4, już ta jego strata do Dzierżyka się pogłębia, co też mamy okazję zobaczyć, a Kaspian Dzierżyk melduje się w tym momencie w alei. Jest przymusowy pit stop w jego wykonaniu, pozostaje trójka Jezierski, Rodko, Fiedor. Jeśli chodzi o oczywiście top 3, Karol Niemczyk również na torze pozostaje. A tutaj mamy w zasadzie drugą dziesiątkę. Karol Niemczyk udało się ukończyć na miejscu 4, a także 8. Więc jeden z wyścigów nieudany. Teraz będzie miał okazję odbić sobie właśnie na serii 3. Pytanie, czy uda się powyprzedzać pozostałych, nadcinając ich strategię, ale już Karol Niemczyk wędruje do alei, także on też na przymusowe 20 sekund pozostaje w alei serwisowej. Łukasz Jezierski, Emilia Rodko, Filip Fiedor, to jest pierwsza trójka rywalizacji, już ponad sekunda przewagi Jezierskiego nad Rodko, także Łukasz radzi sobie fenomenalnie na ten moment, już tutaj bezbłędnie, presja trochę zeszła z jego ramion, ogromne brzemię, jakie posiada w tym momencie na sobie, ale jednak jakby o tym zapomniał. O tym po prostu się nie myśli, jadąc na pierwszym miejscu. Odrobiła odrobinę Emilia Rodko. Tutaj różnica do Jezierskiego 300 sekundy. No, z kolei także walki nieco z tyłu stawki. Bardzo blisko siebie. 40 sekundy Oskar Wiejas-Ziętek z Aurelienem Milandem. Kaspian Dzierżyk liderem spośród kierowców, którzy zjeżdżali już do alei serwisowej. Liderzy nie decydują się na taki krok i jeszcze mają trochę czasu na wypełnienie swoich obowiązków. Najszybsze okrążenie Łukasza Jezierskiego, szybsze od najszybszego kółka Emilii Rodko. Filip Fiedor odrobinę szybciej od Rodko właśnie. Także jeśli chodzi o best lapa, to Rodko będzie musiało odrobić lekcję, tak czy tak tempo jest bardzo, bardzo dobre. Ostatnie kółko 0,2 sekundy wolniej Łukasz Jezierski. Jeszcze nie decyduje się Rodko na zjazd do pitu. Bardzo spokojnie przebiega ta walka o zwycięstwo w tej rywalizacji. A ten wyścig zdecydowanie pan do Łukasza Jezierskiego, który jedzie po swoje pierwsze zwycięstwo w kategorii junior. Znakomite tempo, teraz 1,5 sekundy przewagi już nad Emilią Rodko i wydaje mi się, że jeszcze do końcówki tego wyścigu ta przewaga zostanie znacznie zwiększona, może 2 sekundy, tym bardziej, że Emilia Rodko jakby powoli traci tempo. Poprzednio straciła 0,3 sekundy, teraz 0,2 sekundy. Także te 0,2 sekundy na samej mecie rywalizacji jak najbardziej możliwe, aczkolwiek utrzymuje z powodzeniem pozycję numer 2, świetnie poradziła sobie z obroną przed Filipem Fiedorem, także znakomicie w przypadku walki o pozycję numer 2 z Kaspianem Dzierżykiem, który zrezygnował z tej walki bardzo szybko i zdecydował o zjeździe do pitu. Kolejne kółko rozpoczyna teraz Łukasz Jezierski. Czy Emilia Rodko zdecyduje się na pit? Tak, mamy Emilię Rodko w picie. Emilia Rodko to jest kart z numerem 60 z przodu, 7 z tyłu, już wyjeżdża. Czy czas będzie idealny? 20 sekund 70. Bardzo, bardzo dobrze to wygląda, więc jest w stanie wyjechać przed Dzierżykiem. Zobaczymy, czy tak się stanie. No ale to za parę chwil będziemy mieć potwierdzenie na live timingu. Łukasz Jezierski będzie zjeżdżać w tym momencie do pitu. Ma ostatnią szansę na to. Zjeżdża do alei. 20 sekund teraz do odczekania przez Łukasza Jezierskiego. Teraz ostateczna walka o zwycięstwo w tym wyścigu. Łukasz Jezierski czy Emilia Rodko, może Kaspian Dzierżyk, może Karol Niemczyk, może Filip Fiedor. Wszystko będzie zależało od dobrego wyjazdu Łukasza Jezierskiego i widzimy, że wyjeżdża na pierwszym miejscu. Znakomity pit. Emilia Rodko melduje się, o ile dobrze widzę, tuż za Łukaszem Jezierskim. To jest dość spora odległość. Powinna być przed Karolem Niemczykiem. Za moment zobaczymy przy przekroczeniu linii start-meta. No z tej kamery niestety dokładnie nie jesteśmy w stanie zobaczyć. No tak czy tak, Łukasz Jezierski, tego możemy być pewni. Łukasz Jezierski na prowadzeniu w tym wyścigu z ogromną przewagą nad drugim miejscem. Znakomity wyścig tego kierowcy, 2 ostatnie zakręty, jesteśmy pewni już teraz. Łukasz Jezierski wygrywa pierwszy wyścig podczas tego dnia wyścigowego w kategorii junior. Na drugim miejscu melduje się Emilia Rodko, znakomity przejazd. Karol Niemczyk kończy trzeci. Udało się powstrzymać Kaspiana Dzierżyka, który kończy ostatecznie czwarty. Franek Dobke na 5. miejscu, tuż za nim Aleksander Kwaśniak, Dominik Jaromin 7, 8 Max Dobrowolski, Szymon Karpiński 9, Oskar Wyjazdziętek na miejscu 10. Za nimi Dawid Szpot, Aurelien Milant, Kajetan Kolbusz, Wiktor Kwiatkowski, Mikołaj Chruścicki, Brufert, Eryk Jakubowski, Filip Fiedor, jak widzimy na samym końcu Kinga Sala oraz Nohan Bowi na pozycjach 19 oraz 18. No szkoda tej pozycji Filipa Fiedora, bo radził sobie całkiem nieźle z przodu, goniąc Rodko oraz Jezierskiego. A na podium za parę chwil zobaczymy pierwszą trójkę tych zmagań. Zmiany w alei serwisowej, zmiany kartów, a także przerwa na tankowanie paliwa i po tej przerwie będziemy się słyszeć ponownie. Przed nami jeszcze 2 wyścigi kategorii junior.